Penguin Books TheArtofSeduction and Robert Greene, author of the 48 Laws of Power, has a degree in classical literature. He lives in Los Angeles. Visit his website, www.seductionbook.com. Joost L. Furs is the producer of Viking Studios' best-selling The Secret Language of Birthdays, The Secret Language of Relationships, as well as Play with Your Food. He lives in New York City. The Art of Seduction, Robert Greene, a Joost L. Furs book. Penguin Books published by the Penguin Group, USA, Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 10014, USA. Penguin Books Limited, 80 Strand, London WC2R0RL, England. Penguin Books Australia Limited, 250 Camberwell Road, Camberwell, Victoria 3124, Australia. Penguin Books Canada Limited, 10 Alcorn Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. M4V3B2 Penguin Books India, P. Limited, 11 Community Centre, Panchil Park, New Delhi 110017, India. Penguin Books N.Z. Limited, CNR Rosedale and Airborne Roads, Albany, Auckland, New Zealand. Penguin Books, South Africa, Party, Limited, 24 Sturdee Avenue, Rosebank, Johannesburg 2196, South Africa. Penguin Books Limited, Registered Offices, 80 Strand, London WC2R0RL, England. First published in the United States of America, by Viking Penguin, a member of Penguin Putnam Incorporated. 2001 published in Penguin Books, 2003 13579108642 Copyright symbol Robert Greene and Joost L. Furs. 2001 All rights reserved. Every effort has been made to trace copyright holders. The publisher apologizes for any errors or omissions in the list that follows and would be grateful to be notified of any corrections that should appear in any reprint. The Library of Congress has catalogued the hardcover edition as follows: Greene Robert. The Art of Seduction, a Robert Greene. P.C.M. a Joost L. Furs book. ISBN 0-670-89192-4, HC. ISBN 01420 01198, PBK. 1. Sexual excitement. 2. Sex instruction. 3. Seduction. Title. HQ 31. G82 2001 306. 7. DC 21 201 025 868 Printed in the United States of America. Set in Bembo. Designed by J. Zimmert with Joost L. Furs. Except in the United States of America, this book is sold subject to the condition that it shall not, by way of trade or otherwise, be lent, resold, hired out, or otherwise circulated without the publisher's prior consent in any form of binding or cover other than that in which it is published, and without a similar condition, including this condition being imposed on the subsequent purchaser. The scanning, uploading and distribution of this book via the Internet, or via any other means, without the permission of the publisher, is illegal and punishable by law. Please purchase only authorized electronic editions, and do not participate in or encourage electronic piracy of copyrighted materials. Your support of the author's rights is appreciated. Grateful acknowledgement is made for permission to reprint excerpts from the following copyrighted works: Falling in Love by Francesco Alberoni, translated by Lawrence Venuti. Reprinted by permission of Random House Incorporated. Seduction, by Jean Baudrillard, translated by Brian Singer. St. Martin's Press, 1990. Copyright symbol New World Perspectives. 1990, reprinted by permission of Palgrave. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by G. H. McWilliam, Penguin Classics, 1972, 2nd edition 1995. Copyright symbol G. H. McWilliam, 1972, 1995. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. Warhol by David Borden, published by Harry N. Abrams Incorporated, New York. All rights reserved. Reprinted by permission of the publisher. Behind the Mask, on sexual demons, sacred mothers, transvestites, gangsters and other Japanese cultural heroes by Ian Baruma, Random Blouse UK, 1984. Reprinted with permission. Andreas Kaplanus on Love by Andreas Capellanus. Translated by P. G. Walsh. Reprinted by permission of Joel Duckworth and Company. Limited. The Book of the Courtier by Baldassare Castiglione, translated by George Bull, Penguin Classics, 1967, revised edition 1976. Copyright symbol George Bull, 1967, 1976. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. Portrait of a Seductress. The World of Natalie Barney by Jean Shallon, translated by Carol Barco, Crown Publishers Incorporated, 1979. Reprinted with permission. Lenin, The Man Behind the Mask by Ronald W. Clark, Faber and Faber Limited, 1988. Reprinted with permission. Pursuit of the Millennium by Norman Conn. Copyright symbol 1970 by Oxford University Press. Used by permission of Oxford University Press Incorporated. Tales from the 1001 Nights, translated by N. J. Dorwood, Penguin Classics, 1955, revised edition 1973. Translation copyright symbol N. J. Dorwood. 1954, 1973. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. Emma, Lady Hamilton by Flora Fraser, Alfred A. Knopf, 1987. Copyright symbol 1986 by Flora Fraser. Reprinted by permission. Evita, The Real Life of Eva Peron by Nicholas Fraser and Marissa Navarro, W. W. Norton and Company Incorporated, 1996. Reprinted by permission. The World's Law, Fair Women, Their Loves, Their Power, Their Fates by Alexander von Gleichen-Russwurm. Translated by Hannah Waller, Alfred A. Knopf, 1927. Copyright, 1927 by Alfred A. Knopf. Incorporated. Reprinted with permission. The Greek Myths by Robert Graves. Reprinted by permission of Carcanet Press Limited. The Kennedy Obsession, The American Myth of JFK, by John Hellman, Columbia University Press, 1997. Reprinted by permission of Columbia University Press. The Odyssey by Homer, translated by E. V. Ryu, Penguin Classics, 1946. Copyright symbol The Estate of E. V. Ryu, 1946. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. The Life of an Amorous Woman and Other Writings by Hara Saikaku, translated by Ivan Morris. Copyright symbol 1963 by New Directions Publishing Corporation. Reprinted by permission of New Directions Publishing Corporation. The Seducer's Diary from Either or Part 1 by Soren Kierkegaard, translated by Howard V. Hong and Edna H. Hong. Copyright symbol 1987 by Princeton University Press. Reprinted by permission of Princeton University Press. Sirens, Symbols of Seduction by Mary Lau, translated by John Oliphant of Rawsey, Park Street Press, Rochester, Vermont, 1998. Reprinted with permission. Lives of the Courtesans by Lynn Lorna, Risley, 1987. Reprinted with permission of the author. The Theatre of Don Juan, A Collection of Plays and Views, 1630 to 1963, edited with a commentary by Oscar Mandel. Copyright symbol 1963 by the University of Nebraska Press. Copyright symbol renewed 1991 by the University of Nebraska Press. Reprinted by permission of the University of Nebraska Press. Don Juan and the Point of Horror, by James Mandrell. Reprinted with permission of Penn State University Press. Belle Amy by Guy de Maupassant, translated by Douglas Palmy, Penguin Classics, 1975. Copyright symbol Douglas Palmy. 1975. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. The Arts and Secrets of Beauty by Lola Montez, Chelsea House, 1969. Used with permission. The Age of the Crowd by Serge Moscovici. Reprinted with permission at Cambridge University Press. The Tale of Genji by Muraski Shikibu, translated by Edward G. Seidensenker, Alfred A. Knopf, 1976. Copyright symbol 1976 by Edward G. Seidensticker. Reprinted by permission of the publisher. The Erotic Poems by Ovid, translated by Peter Greene, Penguin Classics, 1982. Copyright symbol Peter Greene, 1982. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. The Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Mary M. Innes, Penguin Classics, 1955. Copyright symbol Mary M. Innes, 1955. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. My Sister, My Spouse, a biography of Lou Andrea Salome by H. F. Peters, W. W. Norton and Company Incorporated, 1962. Reprinted with permission. The Symposium by Plato, translated by Walter Hamilton, Penguin Classics, 1951. Copyright symbol Walter Hamilton. 1951, reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. The Rise and Fall of Athens, 9 Greek Lives by Plutarch, translated by Ian Scott Kilvert, Penguin Classics, 1960. Copyright symbol Ian Scott Kilvert, 1960. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Hooks Limited. Love Declared by Dennis de Rougemont, translated by Richard Howard. Reprinted by permission of Random House Incorporated. The Wisdom of Life and Counsels and Maxims by Arthur Schopenhauer, translated by T. Bailey Saunders, Amherst, New York. Prometheus Books, 1995. Reprinted by permission of the publisher. The Pillow Book of S.E.I. Shonigan by S.E.I. Shonigan, translated and edited by Ivan Morris, Columbia University Press. 1991, reprinted by permission of Columbia University Press. Liaison by Joyce Wadler, published by Bantam Books, 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. Max Weber, Essays in Sociology by Max Weber, edited and translated by H. Surf and C. Wright Mills. Copyright 1946, 1958 by H. Girth and C. Wright Mills. Used by permission of Oxford University Press Incorporated. The Game of Hearts, Harriet Wilson and her memoirs, edited by Leslie Blanche. Copyright symbol 1955 by Leslie Blanche. Reprinted with permission of Simon & Schuster. To the memory of my father. Acknowledgements first. I would like to thank Anna Biller for her countless contributions to this book, the research, the many discussions, her invaluable help with the text itself, and last but not least, her knowledge of the art of seduction, of which I have been the happy victim on numerous occasions. I must thank my mother, Laurette, for supporting me so steadfastly throughout this project, and for being my most devoted fan. I would like to thank Catherine Liaison, who some years ago introduced me to Les Liaisons Dangereuses and the world of Val Morne. I would like to thank David Frankel, for his deft editing and for his much appreciated advice, Molly Stern at Viking Penguin, for overseeing the project and helping to shape it, Radha Pancham, for keeping it all organized and being so patient, and Brett Kelly, for moving things along. With heavy heart, I would like to pay tribute to my cat Boris, who for 13 years watched over me as I wrote and whose presence is sorely missed. His successor, Brutus, has proven to be a worthy muse. Finally, I would like to honor my father. Words cannot express how much I miss him and how much he has inspired my work. 9 Contents Acknowledgements, 9 Preface, 19. Part 1 The Seductive Character Page 1 The Siren Page 5 A man is often secretly oppressed by the role he has to play, by always having to be responsible, in control, and rational. The siren is the ultimate male fantasy figure, because she offers a total release from the limitations of his life. In her presence, which is always heightened and sexually charged, the male feels transported to a realm of pure pleasure. In a world where women are often too timid to project such an image, learn to take control of the male libido by embodying his fantasy. The Rake Page 17 A woman never quite feels desired and appreciated enough. She wants attention, but a man is too often distracted and unresponsive. The rake is a great female fantasy figure. When he desires a woman, brief though that moment may be, he will go to the ends of the earth for her. He may be disloyal, dishonest, and immoral, but that only adds to his appeal. Stir a woman's repressed longings by adapting the rake's mix of danger and pleasure. The Ideal Lover Page 29 Most people have dreams in their youth that get shattered, or worn down with age. They find themselves disappointed by people, events, reality, which cannot match their youthful ideals. Ideal lovers thrive on people's broken dreams, which become lifelong fantasies. You long for romance, adventure, lofty spiritual communion. The ideal lover reflects your fantasy. He or she is an artist in creating the illusion you require. In a world of disenchantment and baseness, there is limitless seductive power in following the path of the ideal lover. 11-12 Contents The Dandy Page 41 Most of us feel trapped within the limited roles that the world expects us to play. We are instantly attracted to those who are more fluid than we are, T-hoes who create their own persona. Dandies excite us because they cannot be categorized, and hint at a freedom we want for ourselves. They play with masculinity and femininity. They fashion their own physical image, which is always startling. Use the power of the dandy to create an ambiguous, alluring presence that stirs repressed desires. The Natural Page 53 Childhood is the golden paradise we are always consciously or unconsciously trying to recreate. The natural embodies the longed-for qualities of childhood, spontaneity, sincerity, unpretentiousness. In the presence of naturals, we feel at ease, caught up in their playful spirit, transported back to that golden age. Adopt the pose of the natural to neutralize people's defensiveness and infect them with helpless delight. The Coquette Page 67 The ability to delay satisfaction is the ultimate art of seduction. While waiting, the victim is held in thrall. Coquettes are the grand masters of the game, orchestrating a back-and-forth movement between hope and frustration. They bait with the promise of reward, the hope of physical pleasure, happiness, fame by association, power, all of which, however, proves elusive, yet this only makes their targets pursue them the more. Imitate the alternating heat and coolness of the coquette, and you will keep the seduced at your heels. The Charmer Page 79 Charm is seduction without sex. Charmers are consummate manipulators, masking their cleverness by creating a mood of pleasure and comfort. Their method is simple. They deflect attention from themselves and focus it on their target. They understand your spirit, feel your pain, adapt to your moods. In the presence of a charmer you feel better about yourself. Learn to cast the charmer's spell by aiming at people's primary weaknesses, vanity and self-esteem. The Charismatic Page 95 Charisma is a presence that excites us. It comes from an inner quality, self-confidence, sexual energy, sense of purpose, contentment, that most people lack and want. This quality radiates outward, permeating the gestures of charismatics, making them seem extraordinary and superior. They learn to heighten their charisma with a piercing gaze, fiery oratory, an air of mastery. Create the charismatic illusion by radiating intensity while remaining detached. The star page 119 daily life is harsh, and most of us constantly seek escape from it in fantasies and dreams. Stars feed on this weakness. Standing out from others through a distinctive and appealing style, they make us want to watch them. At the same time, they are vague and ethereal, keeping their distance and letting us imagine more than is there. Their dreamlike quality works on our conscious. Learn to become an object of fascination by projecting the glittering but elusive presence of the star. Contents 13. The Anti-Seducer page 131. Seducers draw you in by the focused, individualized attention they pay to you. Anti-seducers are the opposite, insecure, self-absorbed, and unable to grasp the psychology of another person. They literally repel. Anti-seducers have no self-awareness and never realize when they are pestering, imposing, talking too much. Root out anti-seductive qualities in yourself and recognize them in others. There is no pleasure or profit in dealing with the anti-seducer. The Seducer's Victims, the 18 Types page 147. Part 2. The Seductive Process page 161. Phase 1. Separation, stirring interest, and desire. 1. Choose the right victim page 167. Everything depends on the target of your seduction. Study your prey thoroughly, and choose only those who will prove susceptible to your charms. The right victims are those for whom you can fill a void, who see in you something exotic. They are often isolated or unhappy, or can easily be made so. Or the completely contented person is almost impossible to seduce. The perfect victim has some quality that inspires strong emotions in you, making your seductive maneuvers seem more natural and dynamic. The perfect victim allows for the perfect chase. 2. Create a false sense of security. Approach indirectly page 177. If you are too direct early on, you risk stirring up a resistance that will never be lowered. At first there must be nothing of the seducer in your manner. The seduction should begin at an angle, indirectly, so that the target only gradually becomes aware of you. Haunt the periphery of your target's life. Approach through a third party, or seem to cultivate a relatively neutral relationship, moving gradually from friend to lover. Lull the target into feeling secure, then strike. 3. Send mixed signals page 185. Once people are aware of your presence, and perhaps vaguely intrigued, you need to stir their interest before it settles on someone else. Most of us are much too obvious. Instead, be hard to figure out. Send mixed signals, both tough and tender, both spiritual and earthly, both innocent and cunning. A mix of qualities suggests depth, which fascinates even as it confuses. An elusive, enigmatic aura will make people want to know more, drawing them into your circle. Create such a power by hinting at something contradictory within you. 4. Appear to be an object of desire. Create triangles page 195. Few are drawn to the person whom others avoid or neglect. People gather around those who have already attracted interest. To draw your victims closer and make them hungry to possess you, you must create an aura of desirability, of being wanted and courted by many. It will become a point of vanity for them to be the preferred object of your attention, to win you away from a crowd of admirers. Build a reputation that precedes you. If many have succumbed to your charms, there must be a reason. 14. Contents 5. Create a need. Stir anxiety and discontent page 203. A perfectly satisfied person cannot be seduced. Tension and disharmony must be instilled in your target's minds. Stir within them feelings of discontent and unhappiness with their circumstances and with themselves. The feelings of inadequacy that you create will give you space to insinuate yourself, to make them see you as the answer to their problems. Pain and anxiety are the proper precursors to pleasure. Learn to manufacture the need that you can fill. 6. Master the art of insinuation page 211. Making your targets feel dissatisfied and in need of your attention is essential, but if you are too obvious, they will see through you and grow defensive. There is no known defense, however, against insinuation, the art of planting ideas in people's minds by dropping elusive hints that take root days later, even appearing to them as their own idea. Create a sublanguage, bold statements followed by retraction and apology, ambiguous comments, banal talk combined with alluring glances, that enters the target's unconscious to convey your real meaning. Make everything suggestive. 7. Enter their spirit. Page 219. Most people are locked in their own worlds, making them stubborn and hard to persuade. The way to lure them out of their shell and set up your seduction is to enter their spirit. Play by their rules, enjoy what they enjoy, adapt yourself to their moods. In doing so, you will stroke their deep-rooted narcissism and lower their defenses. Indulge your target's every mood and whim, giving them nothing to react against or resist. 8. Create temptation. Page 229. Lure the target deep into your seduction by creating the proper temptation, a glimpse of the pleasures to come. As the serpent tempted Eve with the promise of forbidden knowledge, you must awaken a desire in your targets that they cannot control. Find that weakness of theirs, that fantasy that has yet to be realized, and hint that you can lead them toward it. The key is to keep it vague. Stimulate a curiosity stronger than the doubts and anxieties that go with it, and they will follow you. Phase 2. Lead astray, creating pleasure and confusion. 9. Keep them in suspense. What comes next? Page 241. The moment people feel they know what to expect from you, your spell on them is broken. More, you have ceded them power. The only way to lead the seduced along and keep the upper hand is to create suspense, a calculated surprise. Doing something they do not expect from you will give them a delightful sense of spontaneity. They will not be able to foresee what comes next. You are always one step ahead and in control. Give the victim a thrill with a sudden change of direction. Contents. 15.10. Use the demonic power of words to sow confusion. Page 251. It is hard to make people listen. They are consumed with their own thoughts and desires, and have little time for yours. The trick to making them listen is to say what they want to hear, to fill their ears with whatever is pleasant to them. This is the essence of seductive language. Inflame people's emotions with loaded phrases, flatter them, comfort their insecurities, envelop them in sweet words and promises, and not only will they listen to you, they will lose their will to resist you. 11. Pay attention to detail. Page 265. Lofty words of love and grand gestures can be suspicious. Why are you trying so hard to please? The details of a seduction, the subtle gestures, the offhand things you do, are often more charming and revealing. You must learn to distract your victims with a myriad of pleas and little rituals, thoughtful gifts tailored just for them, clothes and adornments designed to please them, gestures that show the time and attention you are paying them. Mesmerized by what they see, they will not notice what you are really up to. 12. Poeticize your presence. Page 277. Important things happen when your targets are alone, the slightest feeling of relief that you are not there, and it is all over. Familiarity and overexposure will cause this reaction. Remain elusive, then. Intrigue your targets by alternating an exciting presence with a cool distance, exuberant moments followed by calculated absences. Associate yourself with poetic images and objects, so that when they think of you, they begin to see you through an idealized halo. The more you figure in their minds, the more they will envelop you in seductive fantasies. 13. Disarm through strategic weakness and vulnerability. Page 285. Too much maneuvering on your part may raise suspicion. The best way to cover your tracks is to make the other person feel superior and stronger. If you seem to be weak, vulnerable, enthralled by the other person, and unable to control yourself, you will make your actions look more natural, less calculated. Physical weakness, tears, bashfulness, paleness, will help create the effect. Play the victim, then transform your target's sympathy into love. 14. Confuse desire and reality, the perfect illusion. Page 295. To compensate for the difficulties in their lives, people spend a lot of their time daydreaming, imagining a future full of adventure, success and romance. If you can create the illusion that through they can live out their dreams, you will have them at your mercy. Aim at secret wishes that have been thwarted or repressed, stirring up uncontrollable emotions, clouding their powers of reason. Lead the seduced to a point of confusion, in which they can no longer tell the difference between illusion and reality. 15. Isolate the victim. Page 309. An isolated person is weak. By slowly isolating your victims, you make them more vulnerable to your influence. Take them away from their normal milieu, friends, family, home. Give them the sense of being marginalized, in limbo. They are leaving one world behind and entering another. Once isolated like this, they have no outside support, and in their confusion they are easily led astray. Lure the seduced into your lair, where nothing is familiar. 16. Contents. Phase 3. The precipice. Deepening the effect through extreme measures. 16. Prove yourself. Page 321. Most people want to be seduced. If they resist your efforts, it is probably because you have not gone far enough to allay their doubts about your motives, the depth of your feelings, and so on. One well-timed action that shows how far you are willing to go to win them over will dispel their doubts. Do not worry about looking foolish or making a mistake. Any kind of deed that is self-sacrificing and for your target's sake will so overwhelm their emotions, they won't notice anything else. 17. Effect a regression. Page 333. People who have experienced a certain kind of pleasure in the past will try to repeat or relive it. The deepest rooted and most pleasurable memories are usually those from earliest childhood, and are often unconsciously associated with a parental figure. Bring your targets back to that point by placing yourself in the Oedipal triangle and positioning them as the needy child. Unaware of the cause of their emotional response, they will fall in love with you. 18. Stir up the transgressive and taboo. Page 349. There are always social limits on what one can do. Some of these, the most elemental taboos, go back centuries, others are more superficial, simply defining polite and acceptable behavior. Making your targets feel that you are leading them past either kind of limit is immensely seductive. People yearn to explore their dark side. Once the desire to transgress draws your targets to you, it will be hard for them to stop. Take them farther than they imagined. The shared feeling of guilt and complicity will create a powerful bond. 19. Use spiritual lures. Page 359. Everyone has doubts and insecurities about their body, their self-worth, their sexuality. If your seduction appeals exclusively to the physical, you will stir up these doubts and make your targets self-conscious. Instead, lure them out of their insecurities by making them focus on something sublime and spiritual, a religious experience, a lofty work of art, the occult. Lost in a spiritual mist, the target will feel light and uninhibited. Deepen the effect of your seduction by making its sexual culmination seem like the spiritual union of two souls. 20. Mix pleasure with pain. Page 369. The greatest mistake in seduction is being too nice. At first, perhaps, your kindness is charming, but it soon grows monotonous. You are trying too hard to please and seem insecure. Instead of overwhelming your targets with niceness, try inflicting some pain. Make them feel guilty and insecure. Instigate a breakup, now a rapprochement, a return to your earlier kindness, will turn them weak at the knees. The lower the lows you create, the greater the highs. To heighten the erotic charge, create the excitement of fear. Contents. 17. Phase 4. Moving in for the kill. 21. Give them space to fall. The pursuer is pursued. Page 383. If your targets become too used to you as the aggressor, they will give less of their own energy, and the tension will slacken. You need to wake them up, turn the tables. Once they are under your spell, take a step back, and they will start to come after you. Hint that you are growing bored. Seem interested in someone else. Soon they will want to possess you physically, and restraint will go out the window. Create the illusion that the seducer is being seduced. 22. Use physical lures. Page 393. Targets with active minds are dangerous. If they see through your manipulations, they may suddenly develop doubts. Put their minds gently to rest and waken their dormant senses by combining a non-defensive attitude with a charged sexual presence. While your cool, nonchalant air is lowering their inhibitions, your glances, voice, and bearing, oozing sex and desire, are getting under their skin and raising their temperature. Never force the physical, instead infect your targets with heat, lure them into lust. Morality, judgment, and concern for the future will all melt away. 23. Master the art of the bold move. Page 405. A moment has arrived. Your victim clearly desires you, but is not ready to admit it openly, let alone act on it. This is the time to throw aside chivalry, kindness, and coquetry and to overwhelm with a bold move. Don't give the victim time to consider the consequences. Showing hesitation or awkwardness means you are thinking of yourself, as opposed to being overwhelmed by the victim's charms. One person must go on the offensive, and it is you. 24. Beware the after-effects. Page 415. Danger follows in the aftermath of a successful seduction. After emotions have reached a pitch, they often swing in the opposite direction, toward lassitude, distrust, disappointment. If you are to part, make the sacrifice swift and sudden. If you are to stay in a relationship, beware a flagging of energy, a creeping familiarity that will spoil the fantasy. A second seduction is required. Never let the other person take you for granted. Use absence, create pain and conflict, to keep the seduced on tenterhooks. Appendix A. Seductive environment, a seductive time. Page 431. Appendix B. Soft seduction. How to sell anything to the masses. Page 441. Selected bibliography, 455. Index, 457. Preface. Thousands of years ago, power was mostly gained through physical violence and maintained with brute strength. There was little need for subtlety. A king or emperor had to be merciless. Only a select few had power, but no one suffered under this scheme of things more than women. They had no way to compete, no weapon at their disposal that could make a man do what they wanted, politically, socially, or even in the home. Oppression and scorn. Of course, men had one weakness: their insatiable desire for sex. A thus, were and must-have woman could always toy with this desire, but once she gave in to sex, the being generally the share of women in emerging man was back in control, and if she withheld sex, he could simply look societies, this state lasted in elsewhere, or exert force. What good was a power that was so temporary, all its force until centuries and frail? Yet women had no choice but to submit to this condition. Their experience taught them to substitute skill for force. Were some, though, whose hunger for power was too great, and who, over women at last sensed that, the years, through much cleverness and creativity, invented a way of turn, since they were weaker, in the dynamic around, creating a more lasting and effective form of their only resource was to seduce. They understood power. That if they were dependent, these women, among them Bathsheba, from the Old Testament, on men through force, men Helen of Troy, the Chinese siren Hesha, and the greatest of them all, could become dependent on them through pleasure. Cleopatra invented seduction. First they would draw a man in with an more unhappy than men, luring appearance, designing their makeup and adornment to fashion that they must have thought image of a goddess come to life. By showing only glimpses of flesh, they unreflected earlier than would tease a man's imagination, stimulating the desire not just for sex, but did men. They were the first to know that pleasure was for something greater, the chance to possess a fantasy figure. Once they had always beneath the idea their victim's interest, these women would lure them away from the mascu, that one formed of it, and line world of war and politics, and get them to spend time in the feminine, that the imagination went farther than nature. Once world, a world of luxury, spectacle, and pleasure. They might also lead these basic truths were them astray literally, taking them on a journey, as Cleopatra lured Julius known, they loaned first Caesar on a trip down the Nile. Men would grow hooked on these refined, to veil their charms in order to awaken curiosity, their sensual pleasures, they would fall in love. But then, invariably, the women practiced the difficult art of would turn cold and indifferent, confusing their victims. Just when the refusing even as they men wanted more, they found their pleasures withdrawn. They would be wished to consent, from forced into pursuit, trying anything to win back the favors they once had that moment on. They knew how to set men's tasted and growing weak and emotional in the process. Men who had imagination afire, they physical force and all the social power, men like King David, the Trojan knew how to arouse, and Paris, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, King Fuchai, would find themselves direct desires as they pleased. Thus did beauty becoming the slave of a woman. And love come into being, in the face of violence and brutality, these women made seduction, and now the lot of women XX preface became less harsh, not that sophisticated art, the ultimate form of power and persuasion. They learned they had managed to work on the mind first, stimulating fantasies, keeping a man wanting liberate themselves entirely more, creating patterns of hope and despair, the essence of seduction. From the state of oppression to which their weakness their power was not physical, but psychological, not forceful, but indirect condemned them, but in and cunning. These first great seductresses were like military generals plan the state of perpetual warning the destruction of an enemy, and indeed early accounts of seduction, that continues to exist between women and men, often compare it to battle, the feminine version of warfare. For Cleopatra, one has seen them, with it was a means of consolidating an empire. In seduction, the woman was no the help of the caresses they longer a passive sex object. She had become an active agent, a figure of have been able to invent, power. Combat ceaselessly, sometimes vanquish, and with a few exceptions, the Latin poet Ovid, the medieval often more skillfully take troubadours, men did not much concern themselves with such a frivolous advantage of the forces art as seduction. Then, in the 17th century came a great change, directed against them. Sometimes, too, men grew interested in seduction as a way to overcome a young woman's turned against women resistance to sex. History's first great male seducers, the Duke de Lorraine, these weapons the women the different Spaniards who inspired the Don Juan legend, began to adopt had forged to combat them, and their slavery has the methods traditionally employed by women. They learned to dazzle become all the harsher with their appearance, often androgynous in nature, to stimulate the for it. Imagination, to play the coquette. They also added a new, masculine L, choderlos de laclos, on meant to the game. Seductive language, for they had discovered a woman's the education of women, weakness for soft words. These two forms of seduction, the feminine use translated by Lydia Davis, in The Libertine Reader, of appearances, and the masculine use of language, would often cross. Edited by Michael Fahey. Gender lines. Casanova would dazzle a woman with his clothes, Ninon de l'Enclos would charm a man with her words. At the same time that men were developing their version of seduction, much more genius is others began to adapt the art for social purposes. As Europe's feudal system needed to make love than of government faded into the past, courtiers needed to get their way into command armies. Court without the use of force. They learned the power to be gained by ninondellenclos, ducking their superiors and competitors through psychological games, soft words, a little coquetry. As culture became democratized, actors, dandies, and artists came to use the tactics of seduction as a way to charm and win Menelaus. If you are really going to kill her, then over their audience and social media. In the 19th century another My Blessing Go With You, great change occurred. Politicians like Napoleon consciously saw them, but you must do it now, selves as seducers, on a grand scale. These men depended on the art of before her looks so twist the strings of your heart ductive oratory, but they also mastered what had once been feminine that they turn your mind, strategies. Staging vast spectacles, using theatrical devices, creating a charged for her eyes are like armies, physical presence. All this, they learned, was the essence of charisma, and where her glances fall, their cities burn, remains so today. By seducing the masses, they could accumulate immense, until the dust of their power without the use of force. Ashes is blown by her today, we have reached the ultimate point in the evolution of seduction. I know her, tie-on. Now more than ever, force or brutality of any kind is discouraged. All men elans, and so do you. And all those who areas of social life require the ability to persuade people in a way that does know her suffer. Not offend or impose itself. Forms of seduction can be found everywhere, HECUBA speaking about blending male and female strategies. Advertisements insinuate, the soft sell Helen of Troy Indiana Euripides, dominates. If we are to change people's opinions, an affecting opinion is the Trojan women. Translated by Neil Curry basic to seduction, we must act in subtle, subliminal ways. Today no polity preface, Zykel campaign can work without seduction. Since the era of John F. No man hath it in his Kennedy, political figures are required to have a degree of charisma, a fashy power to overrule the deceitfulness of a woman. Nating presence to keep their audience's attention, which is half the battle. Marguerite of Navarre. The film world and media create a galaxy of seductive stars and images. We are saturated in the seductive. But even if much has changed in degree and scope, the essence of seduction is constant. Never be forceful or direct, instead, use pleasure as bait, playing on people's emotions, stirring desire and this important sidetrack, by which woman succeeded confusion, inducing psychological surrender. In seduction, as it is practiced in evading man's strength today, the methods of Cleopatra still hold. And establishing herself in power, has not been given due consideration, by people are constantly trying to influence us, to tell us what to do, and just historians. From the as often we tune them out, resisting their attempts at persuasion. There is a moment when the woman moment in our lives, however, when we all act differently, when we are in detached herself from the crowd, an individual love. We fall under a kind of spell. Our minds are usually preoccupied with finished product, offering our own concerns, now they become filled with thoughts of the loved one. Delights which could not be we grow emotional, lose the ability to think straight, act in foolish ways obtained by force, but only that we would never do otherwise. If this goes on long enough something by flattery. The reign of love's priestesses was inside us gives way, we surrender to the will of the loved one, and to our inaugurated. It was a desire to possess them. Development of far-reaching seducers are people who understand the tremendous power contained importance in the history of civilization. Only by in such moments of surrender. They analyze what happens when people the circuitous route of the are in love, study the psychological components of the process, what spurs art of love could woman the imagination, what casts a spell. By instinct and through practice they again assert authority, and this she did by asserting master the art of making people fall in love. As the first seductresses knew, herself at the very point, at it is much more effective to create love than lust. A person in love is emo, which she would normally tional, pliable, and easily misled. The origin of the word, seduction, is the be a slave at the man's mercy. She had discovered Latin for, to lead astray, a person in lust is harder to control, and, once the might of lust, the secret satisfied, may easily leave you. Seducers take their time, create enchantment of the art of love, and the bonds of love, so that when sex ensues it only further enslaves demonic power over the victim. Creating love and enchantment becomes the model for all passion artificially aroused and never satiated. The seductions, sexual, social, political. A person in love will surrender. Force tints unchained was it is pointless to try to argue against such power, to imagine that you are thenceforth, to count among not interested in it, or that it is evil and ugly. The harder you try to resist the most tremendous of the world's forces and at the law of seduction, as an idea, as a form of power, the more you will moments to have power find yourself fascinated. The reason is simple, most of us have known the even over life and death power of having someone fall in love with us. Our actions, gestures, the deliberate spell binding of man's senses, things we say, all have positive effects on this person. We may not was to have a magical effect, completely understand what we have done right, but this feeling of power is in upon him, opening up, intoxicating. It gives us confidence, which makes us more seductive. We may infinitely wider range of also experience this in a social or work setting. One day we are in an L sensation, and spurring him on as if impelled by an vat mood, and people seem more responsive, more charmed by us. These inspired dream moments of power are fleeting, but they resonate in the memory with Alexander von Gleiche in great intensity. We want them back. Nobody likes to feel awkward or timid, rusworm, worlds, or unable to reach people. The siren call of seduction is irresistible because law, translated by Hannah Waller, power is irresistible, and nothing will bring you more power in the modern world than the ability to seduce. Repressing the desire to seduce is a kind of preface, the first thing to get an hysterical reaction, revealing your deep down fascination with the process. Your head is that you are only making your desires stronger. Someday, they will come to the single girl can be surface caught, and that you'll catch her if you set you or to have such power, does not require a total transformation in your toils, right? Birds will character, or any kind of physical improvement in your looks. Seduction is a sooner fall dumb in game of psychology, not beauty, and it is within the grasp of any person to springtime, cicadas in summer, or a hunting dog become a master at the game. All that is required is that you look at the turn his back on a hare, world differently, through the eyes of a seducer. Then a lover's bland, a seducer does not turn the power off and on, every social, and per inducements can fail, so now interaction is seen as a potential seduction. There is never a moment with a woman, even one you suppose reluctant to waste. This is so for several reasons. The power seducers have over a man will want it. Or woman works in social environments, because they have learned how to, Ovid, the art of love, tone down the sexual element without getting rid of it. We may think we translated by Peter Greene see through them, but they are so pleasant to be around anyway that it does not matter. Trying to divide your life into moments in which you seduce and others in which you hold back will only confuse and constrain you. The combination of these erotic desire and love lurk beneath the surface of almost every human two elements, enchantment and surrender, is, then, better to give free rein to your skills than to try to use them only essential to the love which in the bedroom. In fact, the seducer sees the world as his or her bedroom, we are discussing. This attitude creates great seductive momentum, and with each seduction, what exists in love is you gain experience and practice. One social or sexual seduction makes the surrender due to enchantment. Next one easier, your confidence growing and making you more alluring. Jose Ortega y Gasset. People are drawn to you in greater numbers, as the seducer's aura descends love, translated by Toby upon you. Talbot seducers have a warrior's outlook on life. They see each person as a kind of walled castle to which they are laying siege. Seduction is a process of penetration, initially penetrating the target's mind, their first point of what is good. All that defense. Once seducers have penetrated the mind, making the target fanta heightens the feeling of power, the will to power, sighs about them, it is easy to lower resistance and create physical surrender. Power itself in man. Seducers do not improvise. They do not leave this process to chance. Like what is bad. That any good general, they plan and strategize, aiming at the target's particular proceeds from weakness. Weaknesses. What is happiness? The feeling that power the main obstacle to becoming a seducer is this foolish prejudice we increases, that a resistance have of seeing love and romance as some kind of sacred, magical realm is overcome, where things just fall into place, if they are meant to. This might seem romantic and quaint, but it is really just a cover for our laziness. What will say anti, Christ, translated byr, J. Hollingdale juice a person is the effort we expend on their behalf, showing how much we care, how much they are worth. Leaving things to chance is a recipe for disaster, and reveals that we do not take love and romance very seriously. It was the effort Casanova expended, the artfulness he applied to each affair that made him so devilishly seductive. Falling in love is a matter not of magic, but of psychology. Once you understand your target's psychology, and strategize to suit it, you will be better able to cast a magical spell. A seducer sees love not as sacred but as warfare, where all is fair. Seducers are never self-absorbed. Their gaze is directed outward, not inward. When they meet someone, their first move is to get inside that per preface 23 sun's skin, to see the world through their eyes. The reasons for this are the disaffection, neurosis, eral. First, self-absorption is a sign of insecurity, it is anti-seductive. Every anguish and frustration encountered by one has insecurities, but seducers manage to ignore them. Finding therapy psychoanalysis comes no for moments of self-doubt, by being absorbed in the world. This gives them doubt from being unable to a buoyant spirit, we want to be around them. Second, getting into some love or to be loved, from being unable to give or take one's skin, imagining what it is like to be them, helps the seducer gather pleasure, but the radical valuable information, learn what makes that person tick, what will make disenchantment comes from them lose their ability to think straight and fall into a trap. Armed with seduction and its failure. Only those who lie such information, they can provide focused and individualized attention, a completely outside rare commodity in a world in which most people see us only from behind seduction, are ill, even if the screen of their own prejudices. Getting into the target's skin is the first they remain fully capable of important tactical move in the war of penetration. Loving and making love. Psychoanalysis believes its seducers see themselves as providers of pleasure, like bees that gather treats the disorder of sex pollen from some flowers and deliver it to others. As children we mostly and desire, but in reality it devoted our lives to play and pleasure. Adults often have feelings of being is dealing with the disorders of seduction. Cut off from this paradise, of being weighed down by responsibilities. The most serious seducer knows that people are waiting for pleasure. They never get enough deficiencies, always concern of it from friends and lovers, and they cannot get it by themselves. A person charm and not pleasure, enchantment and not some who enters their lives offering adventure, and romance cannot be resisted. Vital or sexual satisfaction. Pleasure is a feeling of being taken past our limits, of being overwhelmed, Jean Baudrillard, by another person, by an experience. People are dying to be overwhelmed, seduction, to let go of their usual stubbornness. Sometimes their resistance to us is a way of saying, please seduce me. Seducers know that the possibility of pleasure will make a person follow them, and the experience of it will whatever is done from love make someone open up, weak to the touch. They also train themselves to always occurs beyond good be sensitive to pleasure, knowing that feeling pleasure themselves will make an evil. It that much easier for them to infect the people around them. Friedrich, beyond good and evil, a seducer sees all of life as theater, everyone an actor. Most people feel translated by Walter they have constricted roles in life, which makes them unhappy. Seducers, Kaufman on the other hand, can be anyone and can assume many roles. The archetype here is the god Zeus, insatiable seducer of young maidens, whose main weapon was the ability to assume the form of whatever person or animal would most appeal to his victim. Seducers take pleasure in performing and are not weighed down by their identity, or by some need to be themselves, or to be natural. This freedom of theirs, this fluidity in body and spirit, is what makes them attractive. What people lack in life is not more reality, but illusion, fantasy, play. The clothes that seducers wear, the places they take you to, their words and actions, are slightly heightened, not overly theatrical, but with a delightful edge of unreality, as if the two of you were living out a piece of fiction, or were characters in a film. Seduction is a kind of theater in real life, the meeting of illusion and reality. Finally, seducers are completely immoral in their approach to life. It is all a game, an arena for play. Knowing that the moralists, the crabbed repressed types who croak about the evils of the seducer, secretly envy their power, they do not concern themselves with other people's opinions. They do not deal in moral judgments, nothing could be less seductive. Everything is xiv preface should anyone hear in pliant, fluid, like life itself. Seduction is a form of deception, but people roam lack finesse at love want to be led astray, they yearn to be seduced. If they didn't, seducers making, let him try would not find so many willing victims. Get rid of any moralizing tenden me, read my book, and results are guaranteed. Size, adopt the seducer's playful philosophy, and you will find the rest of the technique is the secret. Process easy and natural. Charioteer, sailor, oarsman, all need it. Technique can control the art of seduction, is designed to arm you with weapons of persuasion and love himself. Charm, so that those around you will slowly lose their ability to resist with OVID, the art of love, out knowing how or why it has happened. It is an art of war for delicate. Translated by Peter Greene Times. Every seduction has two elements that you must analyze and understand. First, yourself and what is seductive about you, and second, your target and the actions that will penetrate their defenses and create surrender. The two sides are equally important. If you strategize without paying attention to the parts of your character that draw people to you, you will be seen as a mechanical seducer, slimy and manipulative. If you rely on your seductive personality, without paying attention to the other person, you will make terrible mistakes and limit your potential. Consequently, the art of seduction is divided into two parts. The first half, the seductive character, describes the 9 types of seducer, plus the anti-seducer. Studying these types will make you aware of what is inherently seductive in your character, the basic building block of any seduction. The second half, the seductive process, includes the 24 maneuvers and strategies that will instruct you on how to create a spell, break down people's resistance, give movement and force to your seduction, and induce surrender in your target. As a kind of bridge between the two parts, there is a chapter on the 18 types of victims of a seduction, each of them missing something from their lives, each cradling an emptiness you can fill. Knowing what type you are dealing with will help you put into practice the ideas in both sections. Ignore any part of this book, and you will be an incomplete seducer. The ideas and strategies in the art of seduction are based on the writings and historical accounts of the most successful seducers in history. The sources include the seducer's own memoirs, by Casanova, Errol Flynn, Natalie Barney, Marilyn Monroe, biographies of Cleopatra, Josephine Bonaparte, John F. Kennedy, Duke Ellington, handbooks on the subject, most notably Ovid's Art of Love, and fictional accounts of seductions, Chodolos de Laclose's Dangerous Liaisons, Soren Kierkegaard's The Seducer's Diary, Murawski Shikibu's The Tale of Genji. The heroes and heroines of these literary works are generally modeled on real-life seducers. The strategies they employ reveal the intimate connection between fiction and seduction, creating illusion and leading a person along. In putting the book's lessons into practice, you will be following in the path of the greatest masters of the art. Finally, the spirit that will make you a consummate seducer is the spirit in which you should read this book. The French writer Denis Diderot once wrote, "I give my mind the liberty to follow the first wise or foolish preface XXV idea that presents itself, just as in the Avenue de Foy our dissolute youths follow close on the heels of some strumpet, then leave her to pursue another, attacking all of them and attaching themselves to none. My thoughts are my strumpets. He meant that he let himself be seduced by ideas, following whichever one caught his fancy until a better one came along, his thoughts infused with a kind of sexual excitement. Once you enter these pages, do as Diderot advised. Let yourself be lured by the stories and ideas, your mind open and your thoughts fluid. Slowly you will find yourself absorbing the poison through the skin, and you will begin to see everything as a seduction, including the way you think and how you look at the world. Most virtue is a demand for greater seduction. Natalie Barney. We all have the power of attraction, the ability to draw people in and hold them in our thrall. Far from all of us, though, are aware of this inner potential, and we imagine attractiveness instead as a near mystical trait that a select few are born with and the rest will never command. Yet all we need to do to realize our potential is understand what it is in a person's character that naturally excites people and develop these latent qualities within us. Successful seductions rarely begin with an obvious maneuver or strategic device that is certain to arouse suspicion. Successful seductions begin with your character, your ability to radiate some quality that attracts people and stirs their emotions in a way that is beyond their control. Hypnotized by your seductive character, your victims will not notice your subsequent manipulations. It will then be child's play to mislead and seduce them. There are 9 seducer types in the world. Each type has a particular character trait that comes from deep within and creates a seductive pull. Sirens have an abundance of sexual energy and know how to use it. Rakes insatiably adore the opposite sex, and their desire is infectious. Ideal lovers have an aesthetic sensibility that they apply to romance. Dandies like to play with their image, creating a striking and androgynous allure. Naturals are spontaneous and open. Coquettes are self-sufficient, with a fascinating cool at their core. Charmers want and know how to please. They are social creatures. Charismatics have an unusual confidence in themselves. Stars are ethereal and envelop themselves in mystery. The chapters in this section will take you inside each of the 9 types. At least one of the chapters should strike a chord. You will recognize part of yourself. That chapter will be the key to developing your own powers of attraction. Let us say you have coquettish tendencies. The coquette chapter will show you how to build upon your own self-sufficiency, alternating heat and coldness to ensnare your victims. It will show you how to take your natural qualities further, becoming a grand coquette, the type we fight over. There is no point in being timid with a seductive quality. We are charmed by an unabashed rake and excuse his excesses, but a half-hearted rake gets no respect. Once you have cultivated your dominant character trait, adding some art to what nature has given you, you can then develop a second or third trait, adding depth and mystery to your persona. Finally, the section's 10th chapter, on the anti-seducer, will make you aware of the Op. 3-4, the Art of Seduction potential within you, the power of repulsion. At all costs you must root out any anti-seductive tendencies you may have. Think of the 9 types as shadows, silhouettes. Only by stepping into one of them and letting it grow inside you can begin to develop the seductive character that will bring you limitless power. A man is often secretly oppressed by the role he has to play, by always having to be responsible, in control, and rational. The siren is the ultimate male fantasy figure, because she offers a total release from the limitations of his life. In her presence, which is always heightened and sexually charged, the male feels transported to a world of pure pleasure. She is dangerous, and in pursuing her energetically the man can lose control over himself, something he yearns to do. The siren is a mirage. She lures men by cultivating a particular appearance and manner. In a world where women are often too timid to project such an image, learn to take control of the male libido by embodying his fantasy. The spectacular siren in the year 48 B.C. Ptolemy XIV of Egypt managed to depose and exile his sister and wife, Queen Cleopatra. He secured the country's borders against her return and began to rule on his own. Later that year, Julius Caesar came to Alexandria to ensure that despite the local power struggles, Egypt would remain loyal to Rome. One night Caesar was meeting with his generals in the Egyptian palace, in the meantime our good discussing strategy, when a guard entered to report that a Greek merchant ship, with that perfect wind, was at the door bearing a large and valuable gift for the Roman leader. To drive her, fast approached the Sirens' Isle. Caesar, in the mood for a little fun, gave the merchant permission to enter. But now the breeze the man came in, carrying on his shoulders a large rolled-up carpet. He dropped, some power lulled undid the rope around the bundle, and with a snap of his wrists unfurled the waves, and a breathless calm set in. Rising from it, revealing the young Cleopatra, who had been hidden inside, and who their seats my men drew rose up half-clothed before Caesar and his guests, like Venus emerging from in the sail and threw it into the waves. The hold, then sat down at the oars and churned the everyone was dazzled at the sight of the beautiful young queen, only water white, with their 21 at the time, appearing before them suddenly as if in a dream. Blades of polished pine. They were astounded at her daring and theatricality. Smuggled into the meanwhile I took a large harbor at night with only one man to protect her, risking everything on a round of wax, cut it up small with my sword, and bold move. No one was more enchanted than Caesar. According to the pieces with all Roman writer Dio Cassius, Cleopatra was in the prime of life. She had the strength of my fingers. Delightful voice, which could not fail to cast a spell over all who heard it. The wax soon yielded to my vigorous treatment, and such was the charm of her person, and her speech that they drew the cold grew warm, for I had the ist and most determined misogynist into her toils. Caesar was spellbound as rays of my lord the sun too soon as he set eyes on her, and she opened her mouth to speak. That same helped me. I took each of my men in turn and plugged evening Cleopatra became Caesar's lover. Their ears with it. Caesar had had numerous mistresses before, to divert him from the rig, then made me a prisoner, oars of his campaigns. But he had always disposed of them quickly to return on my ship by binding me hand and foot, standing to what really thrilled him, political intrigue, the challenges of warfare, me up by the step of the Roman theatre. Caesar had seen women try anything to keep him mast and tying the ropes stir their spell. Yet nothing prepared him for Cleopatra. One night she ends to the mast itself. Would tell him how together they could revive the glory of Alexander. This done, they sat down once more and struck the great, and rule the world like gods. The next she would entertain him grey water with their oars. Dressed as the goddess Isis, surrounded by the opulence of her court. We made good progress. Cleopatra initiated Caesar in the most decadent revelries, presenting herself, and had just come within call of the shore when as the incarnation of the Egyptian exotic. His life with her was a constant. Sirens became aware that a game, as challenging as warfare, for the moment he felt secure with her ship was swiftly bearing 7-8 the art of seduction down upon them, and would suddenly turn cold or angry, and he would have to find a way to rebroke into their liquid song. Gain her favor. Draw near, they sang, the weeks went by. Caesar got rid of all Cleopatra's rivals and found illustrious Odysseus, flower of Achaean chivalry, excuses to stay in Egypt. At one point she led him on a lavish historical and bring your ship to rest perdition down the Nile. In a boat of unimaginable splendor, towering so that you may hear our 54 feet out of the water, including several terraced levels and uphill voices. No seaman ever sailed his black ship past L'Art Temple to the god Dionysus. Caesar became one of the few Romans this spot without listening to gaze on the pyramids. And while he stayed long in Egypt, away from to the sweet tones that flow his throne in Rome, all kinds of turmoil erupted throughout the Roman from our lips. The empire. Lovely voices came to me across the water, and when Caesar was murdered, in 44 B.C., he was succeeded by a triumvirate, was filled with such a rate of rulers, including Mark Antony, a brave soldier, who loved pleasure, longing to listen that within spectacle, and fancied himself a kind of Roman Dionysus. A few years nod and frown I signed to my men to set me free. Later, while Antony was in Syria, Cleopatra invited him to come meet her, Homer, the Odyssey, book in the Egyptian town of Tarsus. There, once she had made him wait for XIITranslateedbyev. Her appearance was as startling in its way as her first before Caesar. A magnificent gold barge with purple sails appeared on the river Cydnus. The oarsmen rowed to the accompaniment of ethereal music. All around the charm of Cleopatra's boat were beautiful young girls dressed as nymphs and mythological figures. Presence was irresistible, and there was an attraction. Cleopatra sat on deck, surrounded and fanned by cupids, and posed as the in her person and talk, goddess Aphrodite, whose name the crowd chanted enthusiastically. Together with a peculiar, like all of Cleopatra's victims, Antony felt mixed emotions. The exotic force of character, which pervaded her every word, pleasures she offered were hard to resist. But he also wanted to tame her, to an action, and laid all defeat this proud and illustrious woman would prove his greatness. And so who associated with her he stayed, and like Caesar, fell slowly under her spell. She indulged him in under its spell. It was all of his weaknesses: gambling, raucous parties, elaborate rituals, lavish delight merely to hear the sound of her voice, with spectacles. To get him to come back to Rome, Octavius, another member of which, like an instrument the Roman triumvirate, offered him a wife, Octavius's own sister, Octavia, of many strings. She could one of the most beautiful women in Rome, known for her virtue and pass from one language to another. Goodness, she could surely keep Antony away from the Egyptian whore. Plutarch, makers of the ploy worked for a while, but Antony was unable to forget Cleopatra, Rome, translated Byan, and after 3 years he went back to her. This time it was for good. He had Scott Kilvert in essence become Cleopatra's slave, granting her immense powers, adopting Egyptian dress and customs, and renouncing the ways of Rome. The immediate attraction of a song, a voice, or scent. Only one image of Cleopatra survives, a barely visible profile on a coin, the attraction of the, but we have numerous written descriptions. She had a long thin face and a panther with his perfumed somewhat pointed nose. Her dominant features were her wonderfully large scent. According to the ancients, the panther's eyes. Her seductive power, however, did not lie in her looks. Indeed, many the only animal who emits among the women of Alexandria were considered more beautiful than she. A perfumed odor. It uses what she did have above all other women, was the ability to distract a man. This scent to draw and capture its victims. In reality, Cleopatra was physically unexceptional, and had no political, but what is it that seduces power? Yet both Caesar and Antony, brave and clever men, saw none of in a scent. What is it this? What they saw was a woman who constantly transformed herself in the song of the sirens for their eyes, a one-woman spectacle. Her dress and makeup changed that seduces us, or in the beauty of a face, in the depths from day to day, but always gave her a heightened, goddess-like appearance. The siren 9 her voice, which all writers talk of, was lilting and intoxicating. Her words of an abyss could be banal enough, but were spoken so sweetly that listeners would. Seduction lies in the annulment of signs, and find themselves remembering not what she said, but how she said it. Their meaning, in pure Cleopatra, provided constant variety, tributes, mock battles, expedie appearance. The eyes that tyans, costumed orgies. Everything had a touch of drama, and was a seduce have no meaning, plished with great energy. By the time your head lay on the pillow beside they end in the gaze, as the face with makeup her, your mind was spinning with images and dreams. And just when you ends in only pure thought you had this fluid, larger-than-life woman, she would turn distant appearance. The scent or angry, making it clear that everything was on her terms. "You never POS of the panther" is also a meaningless message, and says Cleopatra, "You worshipped her." In this way a woman who had been behind the message, the exiled and destined for an early death, managed to turn it all around, and panther is invisible, as is rule Egypt for close to 20 years. The woman beneath her makeup. The sirens too. From Cleopatra we learn that it is not beauty that makes a siren, but remained unseen. The rather a theatrical streak that allows a woman to embody a man's fantasies. Enchantment lies in what a man grows bored with a woman, no matter how beautiful, he yearns for is hidden. Different pleasures, and for adventure. All a woman needs to turn this, Jean Baudrillard, de la around is to create the illusion that she offers such variety and adventure. A seduction man is easily deceived by appearances, he has a weakness for the visual. Create the physical presence of a siren, heightened sexual allure mixed with a regal and theatrical manner, and he is trapped. He cannot grow bored with you, yet he cannot discard you. Keep up the distractions, and we're dazzled by feminine adornment, by the surface, never let him see who you really are. He will follow you until he drowns. All gold and jewels. So little of what we observe is the girl herself and the sex siren. Where, you may ask, amid such plenty can our object of passion be found? Norma Jean Mortensen, the future Marilyn Monroe, spent part of her the eyes-deceived by childhood in Los Angeles orphanages. Her days were filled with love-smart camouflage, chores and no play. At school, she kept to herself, smiled rarely, and OVID, cures for love. Translated by Peter Greene dreamed a lot. One day when she was 13, as she was dressing for school, she noticed that the white blouse the orphanage provided for her was torn, so she had to borrow a sweater from a younger girl in the house. The sweater was several sizes too small. That day, suddenly, boys seemed to he was herding his cattle gather around her wherever she went. She was extremely well developed on Mount Gargarus, the highest peak of Ida, when for her age. She wrote in her diary, "They stared at my sweater as if it were Hermes, accompanied by a gold mine. Hera, Athene, and the revelation was simple but startling. Previously ignored, and even Aphrodite delivered the golden apple, and Zeus is ridiculed by the other students. Norma Jean now sensed a way to gain at message, Paris, since you tention, maybe even power, for she was wildly ambitious. She started to are as handsome as you are, smile more, wear makeup, dress differently. And soon she noticed some wise in affairs of the heart. Zeus commands you to think equally startling, without her having to say or do anything. Boys fell judge which of these passionately in love with her. My admirers all said the same thing in different goddesses is the fairest. Entways, she wrote. It was my fault. They're wanting to kiss me and hug, so be it, sighed Paris. Me? Some said it was the way I looked at them, with eyes full of passion. But first I begged the losers not to be vexed with me. Others said it was my voice that lured them on. Still others said I gave off from only a human being, vibrations that floored them. Liable to make the stupidest 10, the Art of Seduction mistakes. A few years later Marilyn was trying to make it in the film business. Goddesses all agreed to producers would tell her the same thing. She was attractive enough in per abide by his decision. Son, but her face wasn't pretty enough for the movies. She was getting, will it be enough to judge them as they are, work as an extra, and when she was on screen, even if only for a few sec, Paris asked Hermes, or Ons, the men in the audience would go wild, and the theaters would should they he naked erupt in catcalls. But nobody saw any star quality in this. One day in 1949, the rules of the contest are for you to decide. Only 23 at the time and her career at a standstill, Monroe met Hermes answered with a someone at a diner who told her that a producer casting a new Groucho discreet smile. In that Marx movie, Love Happy, was looking for an actress for the part of a blonde case, with a kindly bombshell who could walk by Groucho in a way that would, in his words, disrobe. Hermes told the goddesses to do so, and arouse my elderly libido, and cause smoke to issue from my ears. Talking politely turned his back. Her way into an audition, she improvised this walk. It's Mae West, Theda Aphrodite was soon ready, Bara, and Bo Peep all rolled into one, said Groucho after watching her, but Athene insisted that she should remove the saunter by. We shoot the scene tomorrow morning. And so Marilyn Cree famous magic girdle, which aided her infamous walk, a walk that was hardly natural, but offered a strange gave her an unfair mix of innocence and sex advantage by making everyone fall in love over the next few years. Marilyn taught herself through trial and error with the wearer. Very raw how to heighten the effect she had on men. Her voice had always been well said Aphrodite attractive, it was the voice of a little girl. But on film it had limitations UN spitefully. I will, until someone finally taught her to lower it, giving it the deep, breathy tones condition that you remove your helmet, you look that became her seductive trademark, a mix of the little girl and the vixen. Hideous without it. Before appearing on set, or even at a party, Marilyn would spend hours be now, if you please, one for the mirror. Most people assumed this was vanity, she was in love with must judge you one at a time, announced her image. The truth was that image took hours to create. Marilyn spent Paris. Come here, years studying and practicing the art of makeup. The voice, the walk, the divine hero. Will you face and look were all constructions, an act. At the height of her fame, she other two goddesses be good enough to leave us for would get a thrill by going into bars in New York City without her makeup while examine me or glamorous clothes and passing unnoticed. Conscientiously, said Hera, success finally came, but with it came something deeply annoying to turning slowly around, and displaying her magnificent hair. The studios would only cast her as the blonde bombshell. She wanted her figure, and remember that Rias roles, but no one took her seriously for those parts, no matter how if you judge me the fairest. Hard she downplayed the siren qualities she had built up. One day, while she one will make you lord of all was rehearsing a scene from the Cherry Orchard, her acting instructor, M.I. Aisha, and the richest man alive. Bullet, I am not to be Shil Chekhov, asked her, were you thinking of sex while we played the bribed my lady? Very scene. When she said no, he continued, all through our playing of the well, thank you. Now I seen I kept receiving sex vibrations from you. As if you were a woman in have seen all that I need to see. Come, divine the grip of passion. I understand your problem with your studio now, Athene. Here I am, Marilyn. You are a woman who gives off sex vibrations, no matter what said Athene, striding you are doing or thinking. The whole world has already responded to those purposefully forward. Listen, Paris, if you have vibrations. They come off the movie screens when you are on them, enough common sense to award me the prize. I will. Marilyn Monroe loved the effect her body could have on the male libido. Make you victorious in all your battles. As well she tuned her physical presence like an instrument, making herself reek of as the handsomest and sex and gaining a glamorous, larger-than-life appearance. Other women wisest man in the world. Knew just as many tricks for heightening their sexual appeal, but what separ I am a humble rated Marilyn from them was an unconscious element. Her background the Siren 11 had deprived her of something critical, affection. Her deepest need was to herdsman, not a soldier, feel loved and desired, which made her seem constantly vulnerable, like a said Paris. But I promised to consider fairly little girl craving protection. She emanated this need for love before your claim to the apple. Camera, it was effortless, coming from somewhere real and deep inside. And now you are at liberty to look or gesture, that she did not intend to arouse desire would do so doubly put on your clothes and powerfully, just, because it was unintended, its innocence was precisely helmet again. Is Aphrodite ready? Aphrodite sidled what excited a man. Up to him, and Paris the sex siren has a more urgent and immediate effect than the speck blushed, because she came-tacular siren does. The incarnation of sex and desire, she does not bother so close that they were almost touching. Look to appeal to extraneous senses, or to create a theatrical build-up. Her time carefully, please, pass never seems to be taken up by work or chores. She gives the impression that nothing over. By she lives for pleasure and is always available. What separates the sex siren way? As soon as I saw you, I said to myself, upon my from the courtesan, or whore is her touch of innocence and vulnerability. Word, there goes the mix is perversely satisfying. It gives the male the critical illusion that he handsomest young man in is a protector, the father figure, although it is actually the sex siren who Phrygia. Why does he waste himself here in the controls the dynamic? Wilderness herding stupid. A woman doesn't have to be born with the attributes of a Marilyn cattle. Well, why do you, Monroe, to fill the role of the sex siren? Most of the physical elements are Paris. Why not move into a construction? The key is the air of schoolgirl innocence. While one part of a city, and lead a civilized life. What have you to lose? You seems to scream sex. The other part is coy and naive, as if you were in, by marrying someone like capable of understanding the effect you are having. Your walk, your voice, Helen of Sparta, who is as your manner are delightfully ambiguous. You are both the experienced, beautiful as I am, and no less passionate. I desiring woman and the innocent gamine. Suggest now that you tour Greece with my son Eros. Your next encounter will be with the sirens, who bewitch as your guide. Once you every man that approaches them. For with the music reach Sparta, he and I will see that Helen falls head of their song. The sirens cast their spell upon him, as they over heels in love with sit there in a meadow piled high with the mouldering skeel. You would you swear tons of men, whose withered skin still hangs upon there to that? Paris ashed bones. Excitedly. Aphrodite uttered a solemn oath, and Circe to Odysseus, the Odyssey, Book 12. Paris, without a second thought, awarded her the golden apple. Keys to the character, Robert Graves, the Greek Myths, Volume I. The siren is the most ancient seductress of them all. Her prototype is the goddess Aphrodite. It is her nature to have a mythic quality about her, but do not imagine she is a thing of the past, or of legend and history. She represents a powerful male fantasy of a highly sexual, supremely confident, alluring female offering endless pleasure and a bit of danger. In today's world this fantasy can only appeal the more strongly to the male psyche, for now more than ever he lives in a world that circumscribes his aggressive instincts, by making everything safe and secure. A world that offers less chance for adventure and risk than ever before. In the past, a man had some outlets for these drives: warfare, the high seas, political intrigue. In the sexual realm, courtesans and mistresses were practically a social institute. 12. The Art of Seduction, to whom, or I compare Tyon, and offered him the variety, and the chase that he craved. Without any the lovely girl, so blessed by outlets, his drives turn inward and gnaw at him, becoming all the more fortune, if not to the volatile for being repressed. Sometimes a powerful man will do the most. Ir sirens, who with their lodestone draw the ship's rational things, have an affair when it is least called for, just for a thrill that towards them. Thus, I danger of it all. The irrational can prove immensely seductive. Even more imagine, did Isolde attract so for men, who must always seem so reasonable. Many thoughts and hearts that deem themselves, if it is seductive power you are after, the siren is the most potent of all. Safe from loves, she operates on a man's most basic emotions, and if she plays her role prop disquietude, and indeed early, she can transform a normally strong and responsible male into a child. These two, Anchorless-ish slave. The siren operates well on the rigid masculine type. The soldier ships and stray thoughts provide a good comparison. Or hero, just as Cleopatra overwhelmed Mark Antony and Marilyn Mon. They are both so seldom Ro Joe DiMaggio. But never imagine that these are the only types the on a straight course lie so siren can affect. Julius Caesar was a writer and thinker, who had transferred often in unsure havens, pitching and tossing and his intellectual abilities onto the battlefield and into the political arena, the heaving to and fro. Just so, playwright Arthur Miller fell as deeply under Monroe's spell as DiMaggio. In the same way, the intellectual is often the one most susceptible to the siren call of pure aimless desire and random love-longing drift like an physical pleasure, because his life so lacks it. The siren does not have to anchorless ship this worry about finding the right victim. Her magic works on one and all. Charming young princess, first and foremost, a siren must distinguish herself from other women. Discreet and courteous Isolde drew thoughts from she is by nature a rare thing, mythic, only one to a group. She is also a value the hearts that enshrined able prize to be wrested away from other men. Cleopatra made herself diphthong as a lodestone draws ferent through her sense of high drama. The Empress Josephine Bonaparte's in ships to the sound of the device was her extreme languorousness. Marilyn Monroe's was her little siren's song. She sang openly and secretly, in girl quality. Physicality offers the best opportunities here, since a siren is through ears and eyes to preeminently a sight to behold. A highly feminine and sexual presence, where many a heart was even to the point of caricature, will quickly differentiate you, since most stirred. The song which she sang openly in this, and women lack the confidence to project such an image. Other places was her own. Once the siren has made herself stand out from others, she must have sweet singing and soft two other critical qualities, the ability to get the male to pursue her so sounding of strings that echoed for all to hear feverishly that he loses control, and a touch of the dangerous. Danger is through the kingdom of the surprisingly seductive. To get the male to pursue you is relatively simple. Her ears deep down into the highly sexual presence will do this quite well. But you must not resemble a heart. But her secret song courtesan or whore, whom the male may pursue only to quickly lose in turn, was her wondrous beauty that stole with its rapturous ist in her. Instead, you are slightly elusive and distant, a fantasy come to life. Music hidden and unseen during the Renaissance, the great sirens, such as Tulia di Aragona, would through the windows of the act and look like Grecian goddesses, the fantasy of the day. Today you eyes into many noble hearts, and smoothed on the might model yourself on a film goddess. Anything that seems larger than magic, which took thought's life, even, or inspiring. These qualities will make a man chase you vehe prisoner suddenly, and mentally, and the more he chases, the more he will feel that he is acting on taking them, fettered them with desire. His own initiative. This is an excellent way of disguising how deeply you, Gottfried von Strasberg, are manipulating him. Tristan, translated by the notion of danger, challenge, sometimes death, might seem outer. Hatto dated, but danger is critical in seduction. It adds emotional spice and is particularly appealing to men today, who are normally so rational and repressed. Danger is present in the original myth of the siren. In Homer's Odyssey, the hero Odysseus must sail by the rocks where the sirens, strange the siren 13 female creatures, sing and beckon sailors to their destruction. They sing of falling in love with statues, the glories of the past, of a world like childhood, without responsibilities, and paintings, even making love to them is a world of pure pleasure. Their voices are like water, liquid and inviting. Ancient fantasy, one of sailors would leap into the water to join them and drown, or, distracted, which the Renaissance was an entranced, they would steer their ship into the rocks. To protect his keenly aware Giorgio sailors from the sirens, Odysseus has their ears filled with wax. He himself is Vasari, writing in the introductory section of The Tide to the Mast. So he can both hear the sirens and live to tell of it. The lives about art and strange desire. Since the thrill of the sirens is giving in to the temptation to antiquity, tells how men follow them. Violated the laws, going into the temples at night just as the ancient sailors had to row and steer, ignoring all distractions, and making love with a man today must work and follow a straight path in life. The call of some statues of Venus. In the thing dangerous, emotional, unknown is all the more powerful, because it is morning, priests would enter the sanctuaries to find so forbidden. Think of the victims of the great sirens of history. Paris stains on the marble causes a war for the sake of Helen of Troy. Caesar risks an empire and figures. Antony loses his power and his life for Cleopatra. Napoleon becomes a Lynn Lorna, laughingstock over Josephine. DiMaggio never gets over Marilyn, and Lives of the Courtesans Arthur Miller can't write for years. A man is often ruined by a siren, yet cannot tear himself away. Many powerful men have a masochistic streak. An element of danger is easy to hint at, and will enhance your other siren characteristics. The touch of madness in Marilyn, for example, that pulled men in. Sirens are often fantastically irrational, which is immensely attractive to men who are oppressed by their own reasonableness. An element of fear is also critical. Keeping a man at a proper distance creates respect, so that he doesn't get close enough to see through you or notice your weaker qualities. Create such fear by suddenly changing your moods, keeping the man off balance, occasionally intimidating him with capricious behavior. The most important element for an aspiring siren is always the physical, the siren's main instrument of power. Physical qualities, a scent, a heightened femininity evoked through makeup, or through elaborate or seductive clothing, act all the more powerfully on men, because they have no meaning. In their immediacy they bypass rational processes, having the same effect that a decoy has on an animal, or the movement of a cape on a bull. The proper siren appearance is often confused with physical beauty, particularly the face. But a beautiful face does not a siren make, instead it creates too much distance and coldness. Neither Cleopatra nor Marilyn Monroe, the two greatest sirens in history, were known for their beautiful faces. Although a smile and an inviting look are infinitely seductive, they must never dominate your appearance. They are too obvious and direct. The siren must stimulate a generalized desire, and the best way to do this is by creating an overall impression that is both distracting and alluring. It is not one particular trait, but a combination of qualities, the voice. Clearly a critical quality, as the legend indicates, the siren's voice has an immediate animal presence with incredible suggestive power. Perhaps that power is regressive, recalling the ability of the mother's voice 14, The Art of Seduction, to calm or excite her child even before the child understood what she was saying. The siren must have an insinuating voice that hints at the erotic, more often subliminally than overtly. Almost everyone who met Cleopatra commented on her delightful, sweet-sounding voice, which had a mesmerizing quality. The Empress Josephine, one of the great seductresses of the late 18th century, had a languorous voice that men found exotic and suggestive of her Creole origins. Marilyn Monroe was born with her breathy, childlike voice, but she learned to lower to make it truly seductive. Lauren Bacall's voice is naturally low, its seductive power comes from its slow, suggestive delivery. The siren never speaks quickly, aggressively, or at a high pitch. Her voice is calm and unhurried, as if she had never quite woken up, or left her bed. Body and adornment. If the voice must lull, the body and its adornment must dazzle. It is with her clothes that the siren aims to create the goddess effect that Baudelaire described in his essay, In Praise of Makeup. Woman is well within her rights, and indeed she is accomplishing a kind of duty in striving to appear magical and supernatural. She must astonish and bewitch, an idol, she must adorn herself with gold in order to be adored. She must borrow from all of the arts in order to raise herself above nature, the better to subjugate hearts and stir souls. A siren who was a genius of clothes and adornment was Pauline Bonaparte, sister of Napoleon. Pauline consciously strove for a goddess effect, fashioning hair, makeup, and clothes to evoke the look and air of Venus, the goddess of love. No one in history could boast a more extensive and elaborate wardrobe. Pauline's entrance at a ball in 1798 created an astounding effect. She asked the hostess, Madame Pomon, if she could dress at her house, so no one would see her clothes as she came in. When she came down the stairs, everyone stopped dead in stunned silence. She wore the headdress of a bacchante, clusters of gold grapes interlaced in her hair, which was done up in the Greek style. Her Greek tunic, with its gold-embroidered hem, showed off her goddess-like figure. Below her breasts was a girdle of burnished gold, held by a magnificent jewel. "No words can convey the loveliness of her appearance," wrote the Duchess d'Abrantes. The very room grew brighter as she entered. The whole ensemble was so harmonious that her appearance was greeted with a buzz of admiration, which continued with utter disregard of all the other women. The key: everything must dazzle, but must also be harmonious, so that no single ornament draws attention. Your presence must be charged, larger than life, a fantasy come true. Ornament is used to cast a spell and distract. The siren can also use clothing to hint at the sexual, at times overtly, but more often by suggesting it rather than screaming it. That would make you seem manipulative. Related to this is the notion of selective disclosure, the revealing of only a part of the body, but a part that will excite and stir the imagination. In the late 16th century, Marguerite de Valois, the siren 15 Mou's daughter of Queen Catherine de Médicis of France, was one of the first women ever to incorporate décolletage in her wardrobe, simply because she had the most beautiful breasts in the realm. For Josephine Bonaparte it was her arms, which she carefully always left bare. Movement and demeanor. In the 5th century B.C., King Ku-Chien chose the Chinese siren he-she from among all the women of his realm to seduce and destroy his rival Fu-Chai, king of Wu. For this purpose, he had the young woman instructed in the arts of seduction. Most important of these was movement, how to move gracefully and suggestively. She learned to give the impression of floating across the floor in her court robes. When she was finally unleashed on Fu-Chai, he quickly fell under her spell. She walked and moved like no one he had ever seen. He became obsessed with her tremulous presence, her manner and nonchalant air. Fu-Chai fell so deeply in love that he let his kingdom fall to pieces, allowing Ku-Chien to march in and conquer it without a fight. The siren moves gracefully and unhurriedly. The proper gestures, movement, and demeanor for a siren are like the proper voice. They hint at something exciting, stirring desire without being obvious. Your air must be languorous, as if you had all the time in the world for love and pleasure. Your gestures must have a certain ambiguity, suggesting something both innocent and erotic. Anything that cannot immediately be understood is supremely seductive, and all the more so if it permeates your manner. Symbol: water. The song of the siren is liquid and enticing, and the siren herself is fluid and ungraspable. Like the sea, the siren lures you with the promise of infinite adventure and pleasure. Forgetting past and future, men follow her far out to sea, where they drown. 16. The art of seduction dangers. No matter how enlightened the age, no woman can maintain the image of being devoted to pleasure completely comfortably. And no matter how hard she tries to distance herself from it, the taint of being easy always follows the siren. Cleopatra was hated in Rome as the Egyptian whore. That hatred eventually led to her downfall, as Octavius and the Roman army sought to extirpate the stain on Roman manhood that she came to represent. Even so, men are often forgiving when it comes to the siren's reputation. But danger often lies in the envy she stirs up among other women. Much of Rome's hatred for Cleopatra originated in the resentment she provoked among the city's stern matrons. By playing up her innocence, by making herself seem the victim of male desire, the siren can somewhat blunt the effects of feminine envy. But on the whole there is little she can do. Her power comes from her effect on men, and she must learn to accept, or ignore, the envy of other women. Finally, the intense attention that the siren attracts can prove irritating and worse. Sometimes she will pine for relief from it. Sometimes, too, she will want to attract an attention that is not sexual. Also, unfortunately, physical beauty fades, although the siren effect depends not on a beautiful face, but on an overall impression. Past a certain age that impression gets hard to project. Both of these factors contributed to the suicide of Marilyn Monroe. It takes a genius on the level of Madame de Pompadour, the siren mistress of King Louis XV, to make the transition into the role of the spirited older woman who continues to seduce with her non-physical charms. Cleopatra had such an intellect, and had she lived long enough, she would have remained a potent seductress for many years. The siren must prepare for age by paying attention early on to the more psychological, less physical forms of coquetry that can continue to bring her power once her beauty starts to fade. A woman never quite feels desired and appreciated enough. She wants attention, but a man is too often distracted and unresponsive. The rake is a great female fantasy figure. When he desires a woman, brief though that moment may be, he will go to the ends of the earth for her. He may be disloyal, dishonest, and immoral, but that only adds to his appeal. Unlike the normal, cautious male, the rake is delightfully unrestrained, a slave to his love of women. There is the added law of his reputation. So many women have succumbed to him, there has to be a reason. Words are a woman's weakness, and the rake is a master of seductive language. Stir a woman's repressed longings by adapting the rake's mix of danger and pleasure. The ardent rake for the court of Louis XIV, the king's last years were gloomy, he was old, and had become both insufferably religious and personally unpleasant. The court was bored and desperate for novelty. So in 1710, the arrival of a 15-year-old lad, who was both devilishly handsome and charming, had a particularly strong effect on the ladies. His name was Frunzac, the future Duc de Richelieu, his granduncle being the infamous Cardinal, after an accident at Sect, Richelieu. He was impudent and witty. The ladies would play with him. Don Juan finds himself washed up on a beach, like a toy, but he would kiss them on the lips in return, his hands wandering where he is discovered by afar for an inexperienced boy. When those hands strayed up the skirts of a young woman, Tisbia, Duchess, who was not so indulgent, the king was furious, and sent the youth, "Wake up, handsomest of all men, and be yourself," to the Bastille to teach him a lesson. But the ladies who had found him so again. Don Juan, if the amusing could not endure his absence. Compared to the stiffs in court, here see gives me death, you was someone incredibly bold, his eyes boring into you, his hands quicker give me life. But the sea then was safe. Nothing could stop him, his novelty was irresistible. The really saved me only to be killed by you. Oh, the sea court ladies pleaded, and his stay in the Bastille was cut short. Tosses me from one torment. Several years later, the young Mademoiselle de Valois was walking in a to the other, for I no sooner Paris Park, with her chaperone, an older woman who never left her side. Depulled myself from the water than I met this Valois' father, the Duc d'Orleans, was determined to protect her, his siren, why ourself. Why Phil youngest daughter, from all the court seducers until she could be married my ears with wax, since off. So he had attached to her this chaperone, a woman of impeccable you kill me with your eyes. I was dying in the virtue and sourness. In the park, however, de Valois saw a young man who see, but from today I shall gave her a look that set her heart on fire. He walked on by, but the look was die of love. Tisbia, you intense and clear. It was her chaperone who told her his name, the now in have abundant breath for a man almost drowned. You famous Duc de Richelieu, blasphemer, seducer, heartbreaker. Someone to suffered much, but who avoid at all cost. Knows what suffering you. A few days later, the chaperone took de Valois to a different park, and are preparing for me. Lo and behold, Richelieu crossed their path again. This time he was in dis, I found you at my feet all water, and now you are all guise, dressed as a beggar, but the look in his eye was unforgettable. Made fire. If you burn when you Mademoiselle de Valois returned his gaze. At last something exciting in her drab are so wet, what will you life? Given her father's sternness, no man had dared approach her. And now do when you're dry again. You promise a scorching. This notorious courtier was pursuing her, instead of all the other ladies at Flame. I hope to God caught, what a thrill. Soon he was smuggling beautifully written notes to You're Not Lying. Don her expressing his uncontrollable desire for her. She responded timidly, "But Juan, dear girl, God should have drowned me soon." The notes were all she was living for. In one of them he promised to, before I could be charred by, arrange everything if she would spend the night with him, imagining it was you. Perhaps love was wise. 1920, The Art of Seduction, to drench me before I felt impossible to bring such a thing to pass. She did not mind playing along and your scalding touch, but agreeing to his bold proposal. Your fire is such that even Mademoiselle de Valois had a chambermaid named Angelique, who in water I burn. Tisbea, so cold and yet burning. Dressed her for bed, and slept in an adjoining room. One night as the chap Donjuan, so much fire Aaron was knitting, de Valois looked up from the book she was reading to his inu. Tisbea. How see Angelique carrying her mistress's nightclothes to her room, but for some well you talk. Donjuan. How well you strange reason. Angelique looked back at her and smiled. It was Richelieu, understand. Tisbea. I expertly dressed as the maid. De Valois nearly gasped from fright, but caught hope. To God you're not herself, realizing the danger she was in. If she said anything her family lying would find out about the notes, and about her part in the whole affair. Tirso de Molina, the playboy of Seville, what could she do? She decided to go to her room and talk the young translated by Adrian M. Duke out of his ridiculously dangerous maneuver. She said good night to her Schizzano and Oscar chaperone, but once she was in her bedroom, the words she had planned Mandel were useless. When she tried to reason with Richelieu, he responded with that look in his eye, and then with his arms around her. She could not yell, but now she was unsure what to do. His impetuous words, his caresses, the pleased with my first danger of it all, her head was whirling, she was lost. What was virtue and success? I determined to her prior boredom compared to an evening with the court's most notorious prophet by this happy reconciliation. I called them rake. So while the chaperone knitted away, the Duke initiated her into the my dear wives, my faithful rituals of libertinage. Companions, the two beings. Months later, de Valois' father had reason to suspect that Richelieu had chosen to make me happy. Broken through his lines of defense. The chaperone was fired, the preco I sought to turn their heads, and to rouse Antillans were doubled. D'Orleans did not realize that to Richelieu such may them desires the strength of choice were a challenge, and he lived for challenges. He bought the house, which I knew, and which next door under an assumed name, and secretly tunneled a trapdoor, through would drive away any reflections contrary to the wall adjoining the Duke's kitchen cupboard. In this cupboard, over the plans, the skillful man next few months, until the novelty wore off, de Valois and Richelieu who knows how to join endless trysts. Communicate gradually the heat of love to the senses of everyone in Paris knew of Richelieu's exploits, for he made it a point the most virtuous woman to publicize them as loudly as possible. Every week a new story, would sir is quite certain of soon circulate through the court. A husband had locked his wife in an upstairs being absolute master of her mind and her person, room at night, worried the Duke was after her. To reach her the Duke had you cannot reflect when crawled in darkness along a thin wooden plank suspended between two you have lost your head. Upper floor windows. Two women who lived in the same house, one and moreover, principles of widow, the other married and quite religious, had discovered to their wisdom, however deeply engraved they may be on tulle horror, that the Duke was having an affair with both of them at the mind, are effaced in same time, leaving one in the middle of the night to be with the other. That moment when they confronted him, the Duke, always on the prowl for something heart yearns only for pleasure alone novel, and a devilish talker, had neither apologized nor backed down, but then commands and is proceeded to talk them into a menage a trois, playing on the wounded obeyed. The man who has vanity of each woman, who could not stand the thought of him preferring had experience of conquests, nearly always succeeds the other. Year after year, the stories of his remarkable seductions spread. Where he who is only timid one woman admired his audacity and bravery, another his gallantry in love fails. Thwarting a husband. Women competed for his attention. If he did not when I had brought my want to seduce you, there had to be something wrong with you. To be the two bells to the state of abandonment, in which I target of his attentions, became a great fantasy. At one point 2 ladies the rake, 21 fought a pistol duel over the Duke, and one of them was seriously wanted them, I expressed a wounded. The Duchess d'Orleans, Richelieu's most bitter enemy, once more eager desire. Their eyes lit up. My caresses wrote, if I believed in sorcery I should think that the Duke possessed were returned, and it was some supernatural secret, for I have never known a woman to oppose the plain that their resistance, very least resistance to him, would not delay for more than a few moments the next scene. I desired them in seduction. There is often a dilemma. To seduce you need planning and cal to play. I proposed that culation, but if your victim suspects that you have ulterior motives, she will each should accompany me grow defensive. Furthermore, if you seem to be in control, you will inspire in turn into a charming closet, next to the room in fear instead of desire. The ardent rake solves this dilemma in the most art, which I full manner. Of course he must calculate and plan, he has to find a way wanted them to admire. Around the jealous husband, or whatever the obstacle is. It is exhausting. They both remained silent. You hesitate. I said to work. But by nature, the ardent rake also has the advantage of an uncon them. I will see which of trollable libido. When he pursues a woman, he really is aglow with desire. You is the more attached the victim senses this and is inflamed, even despite herself. How can she to me? The one who loves me the more will be the imagine, that he is a heartless seducer, who will abandon her when he so are first to follow the lover. She gently braves all dangers and obstacles to get to her. And even if she is wishes to convince of her aware of his rakish past, of his incorrigible immorality, it doesn't matter, beat affection. I knew cause she also sees his weakness. He cannot control himself, he actually is a my Puritan, and I was well aware that, after a few slave to all women. As such he inspires no fear. Struggles, she gave herself. The ardent rake teaches us a simple lesson, intense desire has a up completely to the tracting power on a woman, just as the siren's physical presence does on a present moment. This one appeared to be as agreeable man. A woman is often defensive, and can sense insincerity, or calculation. To her as the others we had, but if she feels consumed by your attentions, and is confident you will do previously spent together, anything for her, she will notice nothing else about you. Or will find a way she forgot that she was sharing me with madam to forgive your indiscretions. This is the perfect cover for a seducer. The Renault. When key is to show no hesitation, to abandon all restraint, to let yourself go. To her turn came, madam, show that you cannot control yourself, and are fundamentally weak. Do not. Renault responded with a transport, that proved her worry about inspiring mistrust. As long as you are the slave to her charms, contentment, and she left she will not think of the aftermath. The sitting only after having repeated continually, what a man. What a the demonic rake man. He is astonishing. How often you could be happy with him if he were in the early 1880s, members of Roman high society began to talk of her only faithful, young journalist, who had arrived on the scene, a certain Gabrielle Dion, the private life of the Marshal Duke of Richelieu, Nunzio. This was strange in itself, for Italian royalty had only the deepest translated byfs, flint contempt for anyone outside their circle, and a newspaper society reporter was almost as low as you could go. Indeed, well-born men paid D'Annunzio little attention. He had no money and few connections, coming from a strictly middle-class background. Besides, to them he was downright ugly, short and stocky, with a dark, splotchy complexion and bulging eyes. The men thought him so unappealing they gladly let him mingle with their wives and daughters, certain that their women would be safe with this gargoyle, and happy to get this gossip hunter off their hands. No, it was not the men who talked of D'Annunzio, it was their wives. 22. The Art of Seduction. His very successes in love, introduced to D'Annunzio by their husbands, these duchesses, and even more than the Kyonesses, would find themselves entertaining this strange-looking man, marvelous voice of this. When he was alone with them, his manner would suddenly change. Little, bald seducer with a nose like punch, swept within minutes these ladies would be spellbound. First, he had the most along in his train a whole magnificent voice they had ever heard, soft and low, each syllable article procession of enamored lated, with a flowing rhythm and inflection that was almost musical. One woman, both opulent and woman, compared it to the ringing of church bells in the distance. Others tormented. D'Annunzio had successfully revived the said his voice had a hypnotic effect. The words that voice spoke were in Byronic legend, as he toasting as well, alliterative phrases, charming locutions, poetic images, passed by full-breasted and a way of offering praise that could melt a woman's heart. D'Annunzio women, standing in his way as Boldoni would had mastered the art of flattery. He seemed to know each woman's weak paint them, strings of Ness, one he would call a goddess of nature, another an incomparable artist pearls anchoring them to in the making, another romantic figure out of a novel. A woman's heart life, princesses and actresses, Great Russian would flutter as he described the effect she had on him. Everything was ladies and even middle suggestive, hinting at sex or romance. That night she would ponder his class Bordeaux words, recalling little in particular that he had said, because he never said housewives, He would offer themselves up to him. Anything concrete, but rather the feeling it had given her. The next day she would receive from him a poem that seemed to have been written Philippe Julian, Prince of Aesthetes, Count Robert specifically for her. In fact he wrote dozens of very similar poems, slightly de Montesquieu, translated tailoring each one for its intended victim. By.John Haylock and Francis King. A few years after D'Annunzio began work as a society reporter, he married the daughter of the Duke and Duchess of Galles. Shortly thereafter, with the unshakable support of society ladies, he began publishing novels and books of poetry. The number of his conquests was remarkable, and in short, nothing is so sweet as to triumph over also the quality. Not only marchionesses would fall at his feet, but great the resistance of our artists, such as the actress Eleanor Duse, who helped him become a beautiful person, an inspect dramatist and literary celebrity. The dancer Isadora Duncan, and that I have the ambition of conquerors, who fly other who eventually fell under his spell, explained his magic. Perhaps the perpetually from victory to most remarkable lover of our time is Gabriele D'Annunzio. And this victory, and can never notwithstanding that he is small, bald, and except when his face lights up prevail with themselves to put a bound to their with enthusiasm, ugly but when he speaks to a woman he likes, his face is wishes. Nothing can transfigured, so that he suddenly becomes Apollo. His effect on women restrain the impetuosity of is remarkable. The lady he is talking to suddenly feels that her very soul and my desires, I have in being are lifted. Heart for the whole earth, and like Alexander, I could at the outbreak of World War I, the 52-year-old D'Annunzio wish for new worlds joined the army. Although he had no military experience, he had a flair for wherein to extend the dramatic, and a burning desire to prove his bravery. He learned to fly amorous conquests, and led dangerous but highly effective missions. By the end of the war, he, Molière, Don John or the Libertine, translated by was Italy's most decorated hero. His exploits made him a beloved national John Ozell figure, and after the war, crowds would gather outside his hotel wherever in Italy he went. He would address them from a balcony, discussing politics, railing against the current Italian government. A witness of one of these speeches, the American writer Walter Starkey, was initially disappointed at the appearance of the famous D'Annunzio on a balcony in Venice. He was short, and looked grotesque. Little by little, however, I began to sink under the fascination of the voice, which penetrated into my consciousness. The rake 23 never a hurried, jerky gesture. He played upon the emotions of the among the many modes of crowd as a supreme violinist does upon a Stradivarius. The eyes of the handling Don Juan's effect on women, the motif of the thousands were fixed upon him as though hypnotized by his power. Once irresistible hero is worth again. It was the sound of the voice and the poetic connotations of the singling out, for it words that seduced the masses. Arguing that modern Italy should reclaim illustrates a curious change in our sensibility. Dom the greatness of the Roman Empire, D'Annunzio would craft slogans for Juan did not become the audience to repeat, or would ask emotionally loaded questions for them irresistible to women until to answer. He flattered the crowd, made them feel they were part of some the romantic age, an I-drama. Everything was vague and suggestive. I'm disposed to think that it is a trait of the female. The issue of the day was the ownership of the city of Fiume, just across imagination, to make him the border in neighboring Yugoslavia. Many Italians believed that Italy's re so. When the female voice warred for siding with the Allies in the recent war should be the annexation, began to assert itself and even, perhaps, to dominate a Fiume. D'Annunzio championed this cause, and because of his status as in literature, Don Juan a war hero, the army was ready to side with him, although the government evolved to become the opposed any action. In September of 1919, with soldiers rallying around women's rather than the man's ideal. D'Annunzio led his infamous March on Fiume. When an Italian Gen Juan is now the woman's Earl stopped him along the way, and threatened to shoot him, D'Annunzio dream of the perfect lover, opened his coat to show his medals, and said in his magnetic voice, "If you fugitive, passionate, daring, must kill me, fire first on this." The general stood there stunned, then he gives her the one unforgettable moment, the broke into tears. He joined up with D'Annunzio. Magnificent exaltation of when D'Annunzio entered Fiume, he was greeted as a liberator. Though the flesh which is too often next day, he was declared leader of the free state of Fiume. Soon he was denied her by the real husband, who thinks that giving daily speeches from a balcony overlooking the town's main square, men are gross and women holding tens of thousands of people spellbound without benefit of loud, spiritual. To be the fatal speakers. He initiated all kinds of celebrations and rituals harking back to Don Juan may be the dream of a few men, but to the Roman Empire. The citizens of Fiume began to imitate him. Particu meet him is the dream of Lali his sexual exploits. The city became like a giant bordello. His popu many women. Larity was so high that the Italian government feared a march on Rome, Oscar Mandel, which at that point, had D'Annunzio decided to do it, and he had the legend of Don Juan, support of a large part of the military, might actually have succeeded. Theatre of Don Juan D'Annunzio could have beaten Mussolini to the punch and changed the course of history. He was not a fascist, but a kind of aesthetic socialist. He decided to stay in Fiume, however, and ruled there for 16 months, before the Italian government finally bombed him out of the city. Seduction is a psychological process that transcends gender, except in a few key areas where each gender has its own weakness. The male is traditionally vulnerable to the visual. The siren who can concoct the right physical appearance will seduce in large numbers. For women the weakness is language and words. As was written by one of D'Annunzio's victims, the French actress Simone, how can one explain his conquests except by his extraordinary verbal power, and the musical timbre of his voice, put to the service of exceptional eloquence? For my sex is susceptible to words, bewitched by them, longing to be dominated by them. The rake is as promiscuous with words as he is with women. He chooses words for their ability to suggest, insinuate, hypnotize, elevate. In 24, The Art of Seduction feat. The words of the rake are the equivalent of the bodily adornment of the siren, a powerful sensual distraction, a narcotic. The rake's use of language is demonic, because it is designed not to communicate, or convey information, but to persuade, flatter, stir emotional turmoil, much as the serpent in the Garden of Eden used words to lead Eve into temptation. The example of D'Annunzio reveals the link between the erotic rake, who seduces women, and the political rake, who seduces the masses. Both depend on words. Adapt the character of the rake, and you will find that the use of words as a subtle poison has infinite applications. Remember, it is the form that matters, not the content. The less your targets focus on what you say, and the more on how it makes them feel, the more seductive your effect. Give your words a lofty, spiritual, literary flavor, the better to insinuate desire in your unwitting victims. But what is this force, then, by which Don Juan seduces? It is desire, the energy of sensuous desire. He desires in every woman the whole of womanhood. The reaction to this gigantic passion beautifies and develops the wonder-sired, who flushes in enhanced beauty by his reflection. As the enthusiast's fire with seductive splendor illumines even those who stand in a casual relation to him, so Don Juan transfigures, in a far deeper sense, every girl. Soren Kierkegaard, either or keys to the character. At first it may seem strange that a man who is clearly dishonest, disloyal, and has no interest in marriage would have any appeal to a woman. But throughout all of history, and in all cultures, this type has had a fatal effect. What the rake offers is what society normally does not allow women: an affair of pure pleasure, an exciting brush with danger. A woman is often deeply oppressed by the role she is expected to play. She is supposed to be the tender, civilizing force in society, and to want commitment and lifelong loyalty. But often her marriages and relationships give her not romance and devotion, but routine and an endlessly distracted mate. It remains an abiding female fantasy to meet a man who gives totally of himself, who lives for her, even if only for a while. This dark, repressed side of female desire found expression in the legend of Don Juan. At first the legend was a male fantasy, the adventurous knight who could have any woman he wanted. But in the 17th and 18th centuries, Don Juan slowly evolved from the masculine adventurer to a more feminized version, a man who lived only for women. This evolution came from women's interest in the story, and was a result of their frustrated desires. Marriage for them was a form of indentured servitude, but Don Juan offered pleasure for its own sake, desire with no strings at the rake 25 tact. For the time he crossed your path, you were all he thought about. His desire for you was so powerful that he gave you no time to think, or to worry about the consequences. He would come in the night, give you an unforgettable moment, and then vanish. He might have conquered 1,000 women before you, but that only made him more interesting. Better to be abandoned than undesired by such a man. The great seducers do not offer the mild pleasures that society condones. They touch a person's unconscious, those repressed desires that cry out for liberation. Do not imagine that women are the tender creatures that some people would like them to be. Like men, they are deeply attracted to the forbidden, the dangerous, even the slightly evil. Don Juan ends by going to hell, and the word rake comes from rake hell, a man who rakes the coals of hell. The devilish component, clearly, is an important part of the fantasy. Always remember, if you are to play the rake, you must convey a sense of risk and darkness, suggesting to your victim that she is participating in something rare and thrilling, a chance to play out her own rakish desires. To play the rake, the most obvious requirement is the ability to let yourself go, to draw a woman into the kind of purely sensual moment in which past and future lose meaning. You must be able to abandon yourself to the moment. When the rake Valmorn, a character modeled after the Duc de Richelieu, in Laclau's 18th century novel Dangerous Liaisons, writes letters that are obviously calculated to have a certain effect on his chosen victim, Madame de Tourvel, she sees right through them, but when his letters really do burn with passion, she begins to relent. An added benefit of this quality is that it makes you seem unable to control yourself, a display of weakness that a woman enjoys. By abandoning yourself to the seduced, you make them feel that you exist for them alone, a feeling reflecting a truth, though a temporary one. Of the hundreds of women that Pablo Picasso, consummate rake, Seduced over the years, most of them had the feeling that they were the only one he truly loved. The rake never worries about a woman's resistance to him, or for that matter about any other obstacle in his path, a husband, a physical barrier. Resistance is only the spur to his desire, inflaming him all the more. When Picasso was seducing Françoise Gillet, in fact, he begged her to resist. He needed resistance to add to the thrill. In any case, an obstacle in your way gives you the opportunity to prove yourself, and the creativity you bring to matters of love. In the 11th century Japanese novel The Tale of Genji, by the court lady Murasaki Shikibu, the rake prince Nu is not disturbed by the sudden disappearance of Yukifune, the woman he loves. She has fled because although she is interested in the prince, she is in love with another man, but her absence allows the prince to go to extreme lengths to track her down. His sudden appearance to whisk her away to a house deep in the woods, and the gallantry he displays in doing so, overwhelm her. Remember, if no resistances or obstacles face you, you must create them. No seduction can proceed without them. 26. The Art of Seduction. The rake is an extreme personality. Impudent, sarcastic, and bitingly witty, he cares nothing for what anyone thinks. Paradoxically, this only makes him more seductive. In the court-like atmosphere of studio-era Hollywood, when most of the actors behaved like dutiful sheep, the great rake Errol Flynn stood out in his insolence. He defied the studio chiefs, engaged in the most extreme pranks, reveled in his reputation as Hollywood's supreme seducer, all of which enhanced his popularity. The rake needs a backdrop of convention, a stultified court, a humdrum marriage, a conservative culture, to shine, to be appreciated for the breath of fresh air he provides. Never worry about going too far. The rake's essence is that he goes further than anyone else. When the Earl of Rochester, 17th century England's most notorious rake and poet, abducted Elizabeth Malley, one of the most sought-after young ladies of the court, he was duly punished. But lo and behold, a few years later young Elizabeth, though wooed by the most eligible bachelors in the country, chose Rochester to be her husband. In demonstrating his audacious desire, he made himself stand out from the crowd. Related to the rake's extremism is the sense of danger, taboo, perhaps even the hint of cruelty about him. This was the appeal of another poet rake, one of the greatest in history, Lord Byron. Byron disliked any kind of convention, and happily played this up. When he had an affair with his half-sister, who bore a child by him, he made sure that all of England knew about it. He could be uncommonly cruel, as he was to his wife. But all of this only made him that much more desirable. Danger and taboo appeal to a repressed side in women, who are supposed to represent a civilizing, moralizing force in culture. Just as a man may fall victim to the siren through his desire to be free of his sense of masculine responsibility, a woman may succumb to the rake through her yearning to be free of the constraints of virtue and decency. Indeed, it is often the most virtuous woman who falls most deeply in love with the rake. Among the rake's most seductive qualities is his ability to make women want to reform him. How many thought they would be the one to tame Lord Byron? How many of Picasso's women thought they would finally be the one with whom he would spend the rest of his life? You must exploit this tendency to the fullest. When caught red-handed in rakishness, fall back on your weakness, your desire to change, and your inability to do so. With so many women at your feet, what can you do? You are the one who is the victim. You need help. Women will jump at this opportunity. They are uncommonly indulgent of the rake, for he is such a pleasant, dashing figure. The desire to reform him disguises the true nature of their desire, the secret thrill they get from him. When President Bill Clinton was clearly caught out as a rake, it was women who rushed to his defense, finding every possible excuse for him. The fact that the rake is so devoted to women, in his own strange way, makes him lovable and seductive to them. Finally, a rake's greatest asset is his reputation. Never downplay your bad name, or seem to apologize for it. Instead, embrace it, enhance it. It is the rake. 27. What draws women to you? There are several things you must be known for: your irresistible attractiveness to women, your uncontrollable devotion to pleasure, this will make you seem weak, but also exciting to be around, your disdain for convention, a rebellious streak that makes you seem dangerous. This last element can be slightly hidden, on the surface, be polite and civil, while letting it be known that behind the scenes you are incorrigible. Duke de Richelieu made his conquests as public as possible, exciting other women's competitive desire to join the club of the seduced. It was by reputation that Lord Byron attracted his willing victims. A woman may feel ambivalent about President Clinton's reputation, but beneath that ambivalence is an underlying interest. Do not leave your reputation to chance or gossip. It is your life's artwork, and you must craft it, hone it, and display it with the care of an artist. Symbol: fire. The rake burns with a desire that inflames the woman he is seducing. It is extreme, uncontrollable, and dangerous. The rake may end in hell, but the flames surrounding him often make him seem that much more desirable to women. 28. The Art of Seduction. Dangers. Like the siren, the rake faces the most danger from members of his own sex, who are far less indulgent than women are of his constant skirt chasing. In the old days, a rake was often an aristocrat, and no matter how many people he offended or even killed, in the end he would go unpunished. Today, only stars and the very wealthy can play the rake with impunity. The rest of us need to be careful. Elvis Presley had been a shy young man. Attaining early stardom, and seeing the power it gave him over women, he went berserk, becoming a rake almost overnight. Like many rakes, Elvis had a predilection for women who were already taken. He found himself cornered by an angry husband or boyfriend on numerous occasions, and came away with a few cuts and bruises. This might seem to suggest that you should step lightly around husbands and boyfriends, especially early on in your career. But the charm of the rake is that such dangers don't matter to them. You cannot be a rake by being fearful and prudent. The occasional pummeling is part of the game. Later on, in any case, at the height of Elvis's fame, no husband would dare touch him. The greater danger for the rake comes not from the violently offended husband, but from those insecure men who feel threatened by the Don Juan figure. Although they will not admit it, they envy the rake's life of pleasure, and like everyone envious, they will attack in hidden ways, often masking their persecutions as morality. The rake may find his career endangered by such men, or by the occasional woman who is equally insecure, and who feels hurt, because the rake does not want her. There is little the rake can do to avoid envy. If everyone was as successful in seduction, society would not function. So accept envy as a badge of honor. Don't be naive, be aware. When attacked by a moralist persecutor, do not be taken in by their crusade. It is motivated by envy, pure and simple. You can blunt it by being less of a rake, asking forgiveness, claiming to have reformed, but this will damage your reputation, making you seem less lovably rakish. In the end, it is better to suffer attacks with dignity and keep on seducing. Seduction is the source of your power, and you can always count on the infinite indulgence of women. Most people have dreams in their youth that get shattered or worn down with age. They find themselves disappointed by people, events, reality, which cannot match their youthful ideals. Ideal lovers thrive on people's broken dreams, which become lifelong fantasies. You long for romance, adventure, lofty spiritual communion. The ideal lover reflects your fantasy. He or she is an artist in creating the illusion you require, idealizing your portrait. In a world of disenchantment and baseness, there is limitless seductive power in following the path of the ideal lover. The romantic ideal. One evening around 1760, at the opera in the city of Cologne, a beautiful young woman sat in her box, watching the audience. Beside her was her husband, the town burgomaster, a middle-aged man and amiable enough, but dull. Through her opera glasses, the young woman noticed a handsome man wearing a stunning outfit. Evidently her stare was noticed, for after the opera the man introduced himself. His name was Giovanni Gi. If at first sight a girl does a como Casanova not make such a deep impression on a person that the stranger kissed the woman's hand. She was going to a ball the full, she awakens the ideal, lowing night, she told him, would he like to come? If I might dare to then ordinarily the hope, madam, he replied, that you will dance only with me. Actuality is not especially desirable, but if she does, the next night, after the ball, the woman could think only of Casanova. Then no matter how he had seemed to anticipate her thoughts, had been so pleasant, and yet experienced a person is he so bold. A few days later he dined at her house, and after her husband had usually is rather retired for the evening she showed him around. In her boudoir she pointed overwhelmed. Outer wing of the house, a chapel, just outside her window. Sure enough, as Soren Kierkegaard, The Seducer's Diary, translated, if he had read her mind, Casanova came to the chapel the next day to at by Howard v. Hong and tend mass, and seeing her at the theatre that evening he mentioned to her Edna H. Hong that he had noticed a door there that must lead to her bedroom. She laughed, and pretended to be surprised. In the most innocent of tones, he said that he would find a way to hide in the chapel the next day, and all a good lover will behave as most without thinking. She whispered she would visit him thereafter every elegantly at dawn as at any other time. He drags one had gone to bed. Himself out of bed with a so Casanova hid in the chapel's tiny confessional, waiting all day, and look of dismay on his face. Evening. There were rats, and he had nothing to lie upon, yet when the lady urges him on, come, my friend, its burgomaster's wife finally came, late at night, he did not complain, but key getting light. You don't followed her to her room. They continued their trysts for several days. Want anyone to find you by day she could hardly wait for night. Finally something to live for, and add here. He gives a deep sigh, as if to say that the venture. She left him food, books, and candles to ease his long and tedious night has not been nearly stays in the chapel. It seemed wrong to use a place of worship for such a long enough, and that it is purpose, but that only made the affair more exciting. A few days later, agony to leave. Once up, however, she had to take a journey with her husband. By the time she got he does not instantly pull on his trousers. Instead he back, Casanova had disappeared, as quickly and gracefully as he had come. Comes close to the lady and some years later, in London, a young woman named Miss Pauline No whispers whatever was left ticed an ad in a local newspaper. A gentleman was looking for a lady lodger unsaid during the night. Even when he is dressed, to rent a part of his house. Miss Pauline came from Portugal, and was if he still lingers, vaguely the nobility. She had eloped to London with a lover, but he had been pretending to be fastening 31-32, the Art of Seduction his sash. Presently he forced to return home, and she had had to stay on alone for some while he raises the lattice, and the she could join him. Now she was lonely, and had little money, and was two lovers stand together by depressed by her squalid circumstances. After all, she had been raised as of the side door while he tells her how he dreads the lady. She answered the ad. Coining day, which will the gentleman turned out to be Casanova, and what a gentleman he keep them apart, then he was. The room he offered was nice, and the rent was low, he asked only for slips away. The lady watches him go, and this occasional companionship. Miss Pauline moved in. They played chess, went moment of parting while riding, discussed literature. He was so well-bred, polite, and generous. A say remain among her most riotous and high-minded girl, she came to depend on their friendship, here charming memories. Was a man she could talk to for hours. Then one day Casanova seemed indeed, one's attachment to a man depends largely on changed, upset, excited. He confessed that he was in love with her. She was the elegance of his leave going back to Portugal soon, to rejoin her lover, and this was not what she taking. When he jumps wanted to hear. She told him he should go riding to calm down. Out of bed, scurries about the room, tightly fastens. Later that evening she received news, he had fallen from his horse. Feel his trouser sash, rolls up responsible for his accident. She rushed to him, found him in bed, and the sleeves of his coat fell into his arms, unable to control herself. The two became lovers. That cloak, overrobe, or hunting costume, stuffs his night, and remained so for the rest of Miss Pauline's stay in London. Yet belongings into the breast. When it came time for her to leave for Portugal, he did not try to stop her of his robe, and then briskly instead, he comforted her, reasoning that each of them had offered the secures the outer sash, one other the perfect, temporary antidote to their loneliness, and that they really begins to hate him. Would be friends for life. The Pillow Book of S.E.I. Shonigan, translated. And some years later, in a small Spanish town, a young and beautiful girl. Edited by Ivan Morris, named Ignazia, was leaving church after confession. She was approached by Casanova. Walking her home, he explained that he had a passion for dancing the fandango, and invited her to a ball the following evening. He was so different from anyone in the town, which bored her so, she desperately wanted to go. Her parents were against the arrangement, but she persuaded her mother to act as a chaperone. After an unforgettable evening of dancing, and he danced the fandango remarkably well for a foreigner, Casanova confessed that he was madly in love with her. She replied, very sadly, though, that she already had a fiancé. Casanova did not force the issue, but over the next few days he took Ignazia to more dances and to the bullfights. On one of these occasions he introduced her to a friend of his, a duchess, who flirted with him brazenly. Ignazia was terribly jealous. By now she was desperately in love with Casanova, but her sense of duty and religion forbade such thoughts. Finally, after days of torment, Ignazia sought out Casanova and took his hand. My confessor tried to make me promise to never be alone with you again, she said, and as I could not, he refused to give me absolution. It is the first time in my life such a thing has happened to me. I have put myself in God's hands. I have made up my mind, so long as you are here, to do all you wish. When to my sorrow you leave Spain, I shall find another confessor. My fancy for you is, after all, only a passing madness. Casanova was perhaps the most successful seducer in history. Few women could resist him. His method was simple. On meeting a woman, he would the ideal lover 33 study her, go along with her moods, find out what was missing in her life during the early 1970s, and provide it. He made himself the ideal lover. The bored burgomasters, against a turbulent political backdrop that included the wife needed adventure and romance. She wanted someone who would sack fiasco of American rifist time and comfort to have her. For Miss Pauline, what was missing was involvement in the friendship, lofty ideals, serious conversation. She wanted a man of breeding Vietnam War and the downfall of president and generosity, who would treat her like a lady. For Ignazia, what was Miss Richard Nixon's ing was suffering and torment. Her life was too easy, to feel truly alive, and presidency in the Watergate to have something real to confess. She needed to sin. In each case Casanova scandal, a me-generation, adapted himself to the woman's ideals, brought her fantasy to life. Once she sprang to prominence, Andy Warhol was there had fallen under his spell. A little ruse or calculation would seal the romance to hold up its mirror. A day among rats, a contrived fall from a horse, an encounter with another unlike the radicalized woman to make Ignazia jealous. Protesters of the 1960s, who wanted to change all the ideal lover is rare in the modern world, for the role takes effort. The ills of society, the self, you will have to focus intensely on the other person, fathom what she is absorbed, meet people missing, what he is disappointed by. People will often reveal this in subtle sort to improve their bodies and to get in ways, through gesture, tone of voice, a look in the eye. By seeming to be touch with their own what they lack, you will fit their ideal. feelings. They cared to create this effect requires patience and attention to detail. Most passionately about their appearance, health, life. People are so wrapped up in their own desires, so impatient, they are Inca style and bank accounts. Payable of the ideal lover role. Let that be a source of infinite opportunity. And dedicated to their self, be an oasis in the desert of the self-absorbed. Few can resist the temptation-centeredness, and inflated of following a person who seems so attuned to their desires, to bringing to pride by offering his services as a portraitist. By life their fantasies. And as with Casanova, your reputation as one who the end of the decade, he gives such pleasure will precede you and make your seductions that much would be internationally recognized as one of the leading portraitists of his era. Warhol offered the cultivation of the pleasures of the senses, was ever his client's an irresistible principal aim in life. Knowing that I was personally Calcu product, a stylish and lated to please the fair sex, I always strove to make myself flattering portrait by a famous artist who was agreeable to it. Himself a certified celebrity. Casanova conferring an alluring star presence upon even the most celebrated of faces, he transformed his subjects the beauty ideal into glamorous apparitions, presenting their faces as he thought they wanted to be in 1730, when Jeanne Poussin was a mere 9 years old, a fortune-teller seen and remembered. By predicted that one day she would be the mistress of Louis XV. The pre-filtering his sitter's good diction was quite ridiculous, since Jeanne came from the middle class, and features through his silkscreens, and it was a tradition stretching back for centuries that the king's mistress be exaggerating their vivacity, chosen from among the nobility. To make matters worse, Jeanne's father he enabled them to gain was a notorious rake, and her mother had been a courtesan. Entry to a more mythic and rarefied level of fortunately for Jeanne, one of her mother's lovers was a man of great existence. The possession wealth who took a liking to the pretty girl and paid for her education. Of great wealth and power Jeanne learned to sing, to play the clavichord, to ride with uncommon skill, might do for everyday life, to act and dance. She was schooled in literature and history as if she were but the commissioning of a portrait by Warhol was a boy. The playwright Crébillon instructed her in the art of conversation. 34. The Art of Seduction sure indication that on top of it all, Jeanne was beautiful, and had a charm and grace that set sitter intended to secure her apart early on. In 1741, she married a man of the lower nobility. Now posthumous fame as well. Known as Madame d'Étiolles, she could realize a great ambition. She opened Warhol's portraits were not so much realistic documents a literary salon. All of the great writers and philosophers of the time free of contemporary faces as quented the salon, many because they were enamored of the hostess. One they were designer icons of these was Voltaire, who became a lifelong friend. Awaiting future devotions. Through all Jeanne's success, she never forgot the fortune-teller's Davidbordon, Warhol diction, and still believed that she would one day conquer the king's heart. It happened that one of her husband's country estates bordered on King Louis's favorite hunting grounds. She would spy on him through the fence. Women have served all or find ways to cross his path, always while she happened to be wearing in these centuries, as looking glasses possessing the magic elegant, yet fetching outfit. Soon the king was sending her gifts of game and delicious power of when his official mistress died, in 1744. All of the court beauties vied to reflecting the figure of a take her place, but he began to spend more and more time with Madame Man at twice its natural size. D'Étiolles, dazzled by her beauty and charm. To the astonishment of the Virginia Woolf, a room court, that same year he made this middle-class woman his official mistress, of1's OWN ennobling her with the title of the Marquise de Pompadour. The king's need for novelty was notorious. A mistress would beguile him with her looks, but he would soon grow bored with her and find someone else. After the shock of his choice of Jeanne Poussin wore off, the courtiers reassured themselves that it could not last, that he had only chosen her for the novelty of having a middle-class mistress. Little did they know that Jean's first seduction of the king was not the last seduction she had in mind. As time went by, the king found himself visiting his mistress more and more often. As he ascended the hidden stair that led from his quarters to hers in the Palace of Versailles, anticipation of the delights that awaited him at the top would begin to turn his head. First, the room was always warm and was filled with delightful scents. Then there were the visual delights. Madame de Pompadour always wore a different costume, each one elegant and surprising in its own way. She loved beautiful objects, fine porcelain, Chinese fans, golden flower pots, and every time he visited, there would be something new and enchanting to see. Her manner was always light-hearted. She was never defensive or resentful. Everything for pleasure. Then there was their conversation. He had never been really able to talk with a woman before, or to laugh, but the marquise could discourse skillfully on any subject, and her voice was a pleasure to hear. And if the conversation waned, she would move to the piano, play a tune, and sing wonderfully. If ever the king seemed bored or sad, Madame de Pompadour would propose some project, perhaps the building of a new country house. He would have to advise in the design, the layout of the gardens, the decor. Back at Versailles, Madame de Pompadour put herself in charge of the palace amusements, building a private theatre for weekly performances under her direction. Actors were chosen from among the courtiers, but the female lead was always played by Madame de Pompadour, who was one of the finest amateur actresses in France. The king became obsessed with this, the ideal lover 35 theatre. He could barely wait for its performances. Along with this interest came an increasing expenditure of money on the arts, and an involvement in philosophy and literature. A man who had cared only for hunting and gambling was spending less and less time with his male companions, and becoming a great patron of the arts. Indeed, he stamped a whole era with an aesthetic style, which became known as Louis Quinze, rivaling the style associated with his illustrious predecessor, Louis XIV. Lo and behold, year after year went by without Louis tiring of his mistress. In fact, he made her a duchess, and her power and influence extended well beyond culture into politics. For 20 years, Madame de Pompadour ruled both the court and the king's heart, until her untimely death, in 1764, at the age of 43. Louis XV had a powerful inferiority complex. The successor to Louis XIV, the most powerful king in French history, he had been educated and trained for the throne, yet who could follow his predecessor's act? Eventually he gave up trying, devoting himself instead to physical pleasures, which came to define how he was seen. The people around him knew they could sway him by appealing to the basest parts of his character. Madame de Pompadour, genius of seduction, understood that inside Louis XV was a great man yearning to come out, and that his obsession with pretty young women indicated a hunger for a more lasting kind of beauty. Her first step was to cure his incessant bouts of boredom. It is easy for kings to be bored. Everything they want is given to them, and they seldom learn to be satisfied with what they have. The Marquise de Pompadour dealt with this by bringing all sorts of fantasies to life, and creating constant suspense. She had many skills and talents, and just as important, she deployed them so artfully that he never discovered their limits. Once she had accustomed him to more refined pleasures, she appealed to the crushed ideals within him. In the mirror she held up to him, he saw his aspiration to be great, a desire that, in France, inevitably included leadership in culture. His previous series of mistresses had tickled only his sensual desires. In Madame de Pompadour he found a woman who made him feel greatness in himself. The other mistresses could easily be replaced, but he could never find another Madame de Pompadour. Most people believe themselves to be inwardly greater than they outwardly appear to the world. They are full of unrealized ideals. They could be artists, thinkers, leaders, spiritual figures, but the world has crushed them, denied them the chance to let their abilities flourish. This is the key to their seduction, and to keeping them seduced over time. The ideal lover knows how to conjure up this kind of magic. Appeal only to people's physical side, as many amateur seducers do, and they will resent you for playing upon their basest instincts. But appeal to their better selves, to a higher standard of beauty, and they will hardly notice that they have been seduced. Make them feel elevated, lofty, spiritual, and your power over them will be limitless. 36. The Art of Seduction. Love brings to light a lover's noble and hidden qualities, his rare and exceptional traits. It is thus liable to be deceptive as to his normal character. Friedrich Nietzsche's keys to the character. Each of us carries inside us an ideal, either of what we would like to become, or of what we want another person to be for us. This ideal goes back to our earliest years, to what we once felt was missing in our lives, what others did not give to us, what we could not give to ourselves. Maybe we were smothered in comfort, and we long for danger and rebellion. If we want danger but it frightens us, perhaps we look for someone who seems at home with it. Or perhaps our ideal is more elevated, we want to be more creative, nobler, and kinder than we ever managed to be. Our ideal is something we feel is missing inside us. Our ideal may be buried in disappointment, but it lurks underneath, waiting to be sparked. If another person seems to have that ideal quality, or to have the ability to bring it out in us, we fall in love. That is the response to ideal lovers. Attune to what is missing inside you, to the fantasy that will stir you, they reflect your ideal, and you do the rest, projecting onto them your deepest desires and yearnings. Casanova and Madame de Pompadour did not merely seduce their targets into a sexual affair, they made them fall in love. The key to following the path of the ideal lover is the ability to observe. Ignore your target's words and conscious behavior, focus on the tone of their voice, a blush here, a look there, those signs that betray what their words won't say. Often the ideal is expressed in contradiction. King Louis XV seemed to care only about chasing deer and young girls, but that in fact covered up his disappointment in himself. He yearned to have his nobler qualities flattered. Never has there been a better moment than now to play the ideal lover. That is because we live in a world in which everything must seem elevated and well-intentioned. Power is the most taboo topic of all. Although it is the reality we deal with every day in our struggles with people, there is nothing noble, self-sacrificing, or spiritual about it. Ideal lovers make you feel nobler, make the sensual and sexual seem spiritual and aesthetic. Like all seducers, they play with power, but they disguise their manipulations behind the facade of an ideal. Few people see through them and their seductions last longer. Some ideals resemble Jungian archetypes. They go back a long way in our culture, and their hold is almost unconscious. One such dream is that of the chivalrous knight. In the courtly love tradition of the Middle Ages, a troubadour knight would find a lady, almost always a married one, the ideal lover 37, and would serve as her vassal. He would go through terrible trials on her behalf, undertake dangerous pilgrimages in her name, suffer awful tortures to prove his love. This could include bodily mutilation, such as tearing off of fingernails, the cutting of an ear, etc. He would also write poems and sing beautiful songs to her, for no troubadour could succeed without some kind of aesthetic or spiritual quality to impress his lady. The key to the archetype is a sense of absolute devotion. A man who will not let matters of warfare, glory, or money intrude into the fantasy of courtship has limitless power. The troubadour role is an ideal because people who do not put themselves and their own interests first are truly rare. For a woman to attract the intense attention of such a man is immensely appealing to her vanity. In 18th century Osaka, a man named Nissen took the courtesan Jua out walking, first taking care to sprinkle the clover bushes along the path with water, which looked like morning dew. Jua was greatly moved by this beautiful sight. "I have heard," she said, "that loving couples of deer are wont to lie behind clover bushes. How I should like to see this in real life." Nissen had heard enough. That very day, he had a section of her house torn down and ordered the planting of dozens of clover bushes in what had once been a part of her bedroom. That night, He arranged for peasants to round up wild deer from the mountains and bring them to the house. The next day Dura woke to precisely the scene she had described. Once she appeared overwhelmed and moved. He had the clover and deer taken away, and the house rebuilt. One of history's most gallant lovers, Sergei Saltykov, had the misfortune to fall in love with one of history's least available women, the Grand Duchess Catherine, future Empress of Russia. Catherine's every move was watched over by her husband, Peter, who suspected her of trying to cheat on him and appointed servants to keep an eye on her. She was isolated, unloved, and unable to do anything about it. Saltykov, a handsome young army officer, was determined to be her rescuer. In 1752 he befriended Peter, and also the couple in charge of watching over Catherine. In this way he was able to see her and occasionally exchange a word or two with her that revealed his intentions. He performed the most foolhardy and dangerous maneuvers to be able to see her alone, including diverting her horse during a royal hunt and riding off into the forest with her. He told her how much he sympathized with her plight, and that he would do anything to help her. To be caught courting Catherine would have meant death, and eventually Peter came to suspect that something was up between his wife and Saltykov, though he was never sure. His enmity did not discourage the dashing officer, who just put still more energy and ingenuity into finding ways to arrange secret trysts. The couple were lovers for 2 years, and Saltykov was undoubtedly the father of Catherine's son Paul, later the Emperor of Russia. When Peter finally got rid of him by sending him off to Sweden, news of his gallantry traveled ahead of him, and women swooned. 38, The Art of Seduction, to be his next conquest. You may not have to go to as much trouble or risk, but you will always be rewarded for actions that reveal a sense of self-sacrifice or devotion. The embodiment of the ideal lover for the 1920s was Rudolph Valentino, or at least the image created of him in film. Everything he did, the gifts, the flowers, the dancing, the way he took a woman's hand, showed a scrupulous attention to the details that would signify how much he was thinking of her. The image was of a man who made courtship take time, transforming it into an aesthetic experience. Men hated Valentino, because women now expected them to match the ideal of patience and attentiveness that he represented. Yet nothing is more seductive than patient attentiveness. It makes the affair seem lofty, aesthetic, not really about sex. The power of a Valentino, particularly nowadays, is that people like this are so rare. The art of playing to a woman's ideal has almost disappeared, which only makes it that much more alluring. If the chivalrous lover remains the ideal for women, men often idealize the Madonna whore, a woman who combines sensuality with an air of spirituality or innocence. Think of the great courtesans of the Italian Renaissance, such as Tullia di Aragona, essentially a prostitute, like all courtesans, but able to disguise her social role by establishing a reputation as a poet and philosopher. Tullia was what was then known as an honest courtesan. Honest courtesans would go to church, but they had an ulterior motive. For men, their presence at Mass was exciting. Their houses were pleasure palaces, but what made these homes so visually delightful was their artworks and shelves full of books, volumes of Petrarch and Dante. For the man, the thrill, the fantasy, was to sleep with a woman who was sexual yet had the ideal qualities of a mother and the spirit and intellect of an artist. Where the pure prostitute excited desire, but also disgust, the honest courtesan made sex seem elevated and innocent, as if it were happening in the Garden of Eden. Such women held immense power over men. To this day they remain an ideal, if for no other reason than that they offer such a range of pleasures. The key is ambiguity, to combine the appearance of sensitivity to the pleasures of the flesh with an air of innocence, spirituality, a poetic sensibility. This mix of the high and the low is immensely seductive. The dynamics of the ideal lover have limitless possibilities, not all of them erotic. In politics, Talleyrand essentially played the role of the ideal lover with Napoleon, whose ideal in both a cabinet minister and a friend was a man who was aristocratic, smooth with the ladies, all the things that Napoleon himself was not. In 1798, when Talleyrand was the French foreign minister, he hosted a party in Napoleon's honor after the great general's dazzling military victories in Italy. To the day Napoleon died, he remembered this party as the best he had ever attended. It was a lavish affair, and Talleyrand wove a subtle message into it by placing Roman busts around the house, and by talking to Napoleon of reviving the imperial glories of ancient Rome. This sparked a glint in the leader's eye, and indeed, a few years later, Napoleon gave himself the title of emperor, a move that the ideal lover, 39, only made Talleyrand more powerful. The key to Talleyrand's power was his ability to fathom Napoleon's secret ideal, his desire to be an emperor, a dictator. Talleyrand simply held up a mirror to Napoleon and let him glimpse that possibility. People are always vulnerable to insinuations like this, which stroke their vanity, almost everyone's weak spot. Hint at something for them to aspire to, reveal your faith in some untapped potential you see in them, and you will soon have them eating out of your hand. If ideal lovers are masters at seducing people by appealing to their higher selves, to something lost from their childhood, politicians can benefit by applying this skill on a mass scale, to an entire electorate. This was what John F. Kennedy quite deliberately did with the American public, most obviously in creating the Camelot aura around himself. The word, Camelot, was applied to his presidency only after his death, but the romance he consciously projected through his youth and good looks was fully functioning during his lifetime. More subtly, he also played with America's images of its own greatness and lost ideals. Many Americans felt that with the wealth and comfort of the late 1950s had come great losses. Ease and conformity had buried the country's pioneer spirit. Kennedy appealed to those lost ideals through the imagery of the new frontier, which was exemplified by the space race. The American instinct for adventure could find outlets here, even if most of them were symbolic. And there were other calls for public service, such as the creation of the Peace Corps. Through appeals like these, Kennedy resparked the uniting sense of mission that had gone missing in America during the years since World War II. He also attracted to himself a more emotional response than presidents commonly got. People literally fell in love with him and the image. Politicians can gain seductive power by digging into a country's past, bringing images and ideals that have been abandoned or repressed back to the surface. They only need the symbol. They do not really have to worry about recreating the reality behind it. The good feelings they stir up are enough to ensure a positive response. Symbol, the portrait painter. Under his eye, all of your physical imperfections disappear. He brings out noble qualities in you, frames you in a myth, makes you godlike, immortalizes you. For his ability to create such fantasies, he is rewarded with great power. 40. The Art of Seduction dangers. The main dangers in the role of the ideal lover are the consequences that arise if you let reality creep in. You are creating a fantasy that involves an idealization of your own character. And this is a precarious task, for you are human and imperfect. If your faults are ugly enough, or intrusive enough, they will burst the bubble you have blown, and your target will revile you. Whenever Tulia di Aragona was caught acting like a common prostitute, when, for instance, she was caught having an affair just for money, she would have to leave town and establish herself elsewhere. The fantasy of her as a spiritual figure was broken. Casanova too faced this danger, but was usually able to surmount it by finding a clever way to break off the relationship before the woman realized that he was not what she had imagined. He would find some excuse to leave town, or better still, he would choose a victim who was herself leaving town soon, and whose awareness that the affair would be short-lived would make her idealizing of him all the more intense. Reality and long intimate exposure have a way of dulling a person's perfection. The 19th century poet Alfred de Musset was seduced by the writer George Sand, whose larger-than-life character appealed to his romantic nature. But when the couple visited Venice together, and Sand came down with dysentery, she was suddenly no longer an idealized figure, but a woman with an unappealing physical problem. De Musset himself showed a whiny, babyish side on this trip, and the lovers separated. Once apart, however, they were able to idealize each other again, and reunited a few months later. When reality intrudes, distance is often a solution. In politics, the dangers are similar. Years after Kennedy's death, a string of revelations, his incessant sexual affairs, his excessively dangerous brinkmanship style of diplomacy, etc., belied the myth he had created. His image has survived this tarnishing. Poll after poll shows that he is still revered. Kennedy is a special case, perhaps, in that his assassination made him a martyr, reinforcing the process of idealization that he had already set in motion. But he is not the only example of an ideal lover whose attraction survives unpleasant revelations. These figures unleash such powerful fantasies, and there is such a hunger for the myths and ideals they have to sell, that they are often quickly forgiven. Still, it is always wise to be prudent, and to keep people from glimpsing the less than ideal side of your character. Most of us feel trapped within the limited roles that the world expects us to play. We are instantly attracted to those who are more fluid, more ambiguous, than we are, those who create their own persona. Dandies excite us, because they cannot be categorized, and hint at a freedom we want for ourselves. They play with masculinity and femininity. They fashion their own physical image, which is always startling. They are mystery OUs and elusive. They also appeal to the narcissism of each sex. To a woman they are psychologically female, to a man they are male. Dandies fascinate and seduce in large numbers. Use the power of the dandy to create an ambiguous, alluring presence that stirs repressed desires. The feminine dandy, when the 18-year-old Rodolfo Guglielmi emigrated from Italy to the United States in 1913, he came with no particular skills apart from his good looks and his dancing prowess. To put these qualities to advantage, he found work in the dancents, the Manhattan dance halls where young girls would go alone or with friends and hire a taxi dancer for a brief thrill. The taxi dancer would expertly twirl them around the dance once a son was born to floor, flirting and chatting, all for a small fee. Guglielmi soon made a name Mercury and the Goddess as one of the best, so graceful, poised and pretty. Venus, and he was brought up by the naiads in Idas in working as a taxi dancer. Guglielmi spent a great deal of time around caves. In his features, it women. He quickly learned what pleased them, how to mirror them in was easy to trace subtle ways, how to put them at ease, but not too much. He began to pay resemblance to his father and to his mother. He was attention to his clothes, creating his own dapper look. He danced with a cord after them, too, for corset under his shirt to give himself a trim figure, sported a wristwatch. His name was considered effeminate in those days, and claimed to be a marquis. In 1915, Hermaphroditus. As soon as he was 15, he landed a job demonstrating the tango in fancy restaurants, and changed his native hills, and Ida his name to the more evocative Rodolfo di Valentina. A year later, where he had been moved to Los Angeles. He wanted to try to make it in Hollywood. And for the sheer joy of now known as Rudolph Valentino, Guglielmi appeared as an extra in traveling visited remote places. He went as far several low-budget pictures. He eventually landed a somewhat larger role in As the Cities of Liscia, and the 1919 film Eyes of Youth, in which he played a seducer, and caught on to the Carians, who women's attention by how different a seducer he was. His movements would dwell nearby. In this region he spied a pool of water, so graceful and delicate, his skin so smooth and his face so pretty that when clear that he could see right, he swooped down on his victim and drowned her protests with a kiss, he to the bottom. The seemed more thrilling than sinister. Next came The Four Horsemen of the Water was like crystal, and The Edges of the Pool were Apocalypse, in which Valentino played the male lead, Julio the playboy, and ringed with fresh turf, and became an overnight sex symbol through a tango sequence, in which he said grass that was always ducked a young woman by leading her through the dance. The scene in Cap Green. A nymph Salmacis who dwelt sululated the essence of his appeal, his feet smooth and fluid, his poise almost there. Often she would feminine, combined with an air of control. Female members of the Audi gather flowers, and it so ends literally swooned as he raised a married woman's hands to his lips, or happened that she was shared the fragrance of a rose with his lover. He seemed so much more engaged in this pastime, when she caught sight of attentive to women than other men did, but mixed in with this delicacy was the boy, Hermaphroditus. A hint of cruelty and menace that drove women wild. As soon as she had seen in his most famous film, The Sheikh, Valentino played an Arab prince she longed to possess him. She addressed, later revealed to be a Scottish lord abandoned in the Sahara as a baby, who fair boy, you surely rescues a proud English lady in the desert, then conquers her in a manner deserve to be thought a 43-44, The Art of Seduction God. If you are, perhaps that borders on rape. When she asks, why have you brought me here, you may be Cupid. If he replies, are you not woman enough to know? Yet she ends up falling there as such a girl, engaged in love with him, as indeed women did in movie audiences all over the to you, let me enjoy your love in secret. But if there is world, thrilling at his strange blend of the feminine and the masculine. In not, then I pray that I may one scene in the Sheikh, the English lady points a gun at Valentino, his Rebe your bride, and that response is to point a delicate cigarette holder back at her. She wears pants, may enter upon marriage together. The Naiad said he wears long flowing robes and abundant eye makeup. Later films would know more, but a blush includes scenes of Valentino dressing and undressing. A kind of striptease stained the boy's cheeks, foreshowing glimpses of his trim body. In almost all of his films he played some he did not know what love exotic period character, a Spanish bullfighter, an Indian Raja, an Arab was. Even blushing became him, his cheeks were the Sheikh, a French nobleman, and he seemed to delight in dressing up in due color of ripe apples, earls and tight uniforms. Hanging in a sunny orchard, in the 1920s, women were beginning to play with a new sexual free like painted ivory, or like the moon when, in eclipse, dom. Instead of waiting for a man to be interested in them, they wanted to she shows a reddish hue be able to initiate the affair, but they still wanted the man to end up sweep beneath her brightness. Ing them off their feet. Valentino understood this perfectly. His off-screen incessantly the nymph demanded at least sisterly life corresponded to his movie image. He wore bracelets on his arm, dressed kisses, and tried to put her impeccably, and reportedly was cruel to his wife, and hit her. His adoring arms round his ivory neck. Public carefully ignored his 2 failed marriages and his apparently non-ex, will you stop, he cried, istent sex life. When he suddenly died, in New York in August 1926, at or I shall run away, and leave this place anew, the age of 31, from complications after surgery for an ulcer, the psalmist was afraid. One response was unprecedented. More than 100,000 people filed by his coffin, yield the spot to you, many female mourners became hysterical, and the whole nation was spell stranger. I shall not intrude, she said, and bound. Nothing like this had happened before for a mere actor. Turning from him, pretended to go away. The Boy, there is a film of Valentino's, Monsieur Bucaire, in which he plays a total meanwhile, thinking himself unobserved and fop, a much more effeminate role than he normally played, and without his alone, strolled this way, unusual hint of dangerousness. The film was a flop. Women did not respond that on the grassy sward, to Valentino as a swish. They were thrilled by the ambiguity of a man who dipped his toes in the lapping water, his shared many of their own feminine traits, yet remained a man. Valentino feet, up to the ankles. Dressed and played with his physicality like a woman, but his image was then, tempted by the masculine. He wooed as a woman would woo if she were a man, slowly, enticing coolness of the attentively, paying attention to details, setting a rhythm instead of hurrying waters, he quickly stripped his young body of its soft to a conclusion. Yet when the time came for boldness and conquest, his garments. At the sight, timing was impeccable, overwhelming his victim and giving her no chance. Salmacis was spellbound. To protest. In his movies, Valentino practiced the same gigolo's art of leading. She was on fire with passion to possess his, a woman on that he had mastered as a teenager on the dance floor, naked beauty, and her very chatting, flirting, pleasing, but always in control. Eyes flamed with a Valentino remains an enigma to this day. His private life and his Charac brilliance like that of the dazzling sun, when his toe are wrapped in mystery, his image continues to seduce as it did during Bright Disc is reflected in his lifetime. He served as the model for Elvis Presley, who was obsessed mirror. She longed to with this star of the silence, and also for the modern male dandy who plays embrace him then, and with difficulty restrained with gender, but retains an edge of danger and cruelty. Her frenzy. Seduction was and will always remain the female form of power and hermaphroditus, clapping warfare. It was originally the antidote to rape and violence. The man who his hollow palms against uses this form of power on a woman is in essence turning the game around, the dandy 45 employing feminine weapons against her, without losing his masculine his body, dived quickly into identity, the more subtly feminine he becomes the more effective the stream. As he raised first one arm and then the duction. Do not be one of those who believe that what is most seductive is other. His body gleamed in being devastatingly masculine. The feminine dandy has a much more sin the clear water, as if Easter effect. He lures the woman in with exactly what she wants, a familiar, someone had encased pleasing, graceful presence. Mirroring feminine psychology, he displays an ivory statue, or white lilies in transparent glass. Tention to his appearance, sensitivity to detail, a slight coquettishness, but I have one. He is also a hint of male cruelty. Women are narcissists, in love with the charms mine, cried the nymph, of their own sex. By showing them feminine charm, a man can mesmerize and flinging aside her garments, plunged into the and disarm them, leaving them vulnerable to a bold, masculine move. Heart of the pool. The boy the feminine dandy can seduce on a mass scale. No single woman fought against her, but she really possesses him. He is too elusive, but all can fantasize about doing so. Held him, and snatched kisses as he struggled. The key is ambiguity. Your sexuality is decidedly heterosexual, but your placing her hands beneath body and psychology float delightfully back and forth between the two him, stroking poles. His unwilling breast, and clinging to him, now on this side, and now on that. I am a woman. Every artist is a woman and should have finally, in spite of his taste for other women. Artists who are homosexual cannot efforts to slip from her be true artists, because they like men, and since they them grasp, she twined around selves are women they are reverting to normality. Him, like a serpent when it is being carried off into the Pablo Picasso air by the king of birds, for, as it hangs from the eagle's beak, the snake coils round his head and talons, and the masculine dandy with its tail hampers his beating wings. You may fight, you rogue, but in the 1870s, Pastor Henrik Guillot was the darling of the St. Petersburg. You will not escape. May intelligentsia. He was young, handsome, well-read in philosophy and lit. The gods grant me this, may Ericha, and he preached a kind of enlightened Christianity. Dozens of no time to come ever young girls had crushes on him, and would flock to his sermons, just to look separate him from me, or me from him. Her prayers at him. In 1878, however, he met a girl who changed his life. Her name found favor with the gods, was Lou von Salome, later known as Lou Andrea Salome, and she was 4, as they lay together, 17, he was 42. Their bodies were united and from being two persons Salome was pretty, with radiant blue eyes. She had read a lot, particu they became one. As when Lali for a girl her age, and was interested in the gravest philosophical, and a gardener grafts a branch religious issues. Her intensity, her intelligence, her responsiveness to ideas onto a tree, and sees the two unite as they grow, cast a spell over Guillot. When she entered his office for her increasingly free, and come to maturity quaint discussions with him, the place seemed brighter and more alive. Put together. So when there haps she was flirting with him, in the unconscious manner of a young limbs met in that clinging embrace the nymph and the girl, yet when Guillot admitted to himself that he was in love with her, and boy were no longer two, but proposed marriage, Salome was horrified. The confused pastor never quite a single form, possessed of got over Louvon Salome, becoming the first of a long string of famous a dual nature, which could mend to be the victim of a lifelong unfulfilled infatuation with her. Not be called male or female, but seemed to be at in 1882, the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche was wandering once both and neither. Around Italy alone. In Genoa he received a letter from his friend Paul Rie, Ovid, Metamorphoses, a Prussian philosopher whom he admired, recounting his discussions with a translated by Mary M. in this remarkable young Russian woman, Louvon Salome, in Rome. Salome was 46, the art of seduction dandyism is not even, as they're on holiday with her mother, Rie had managed to accompany her on many unthinking people long walks through the city, unchaperoned, and they had had many converse seem to suppose, and satirons. Her ideas on God and Christianity were quite similar to Nietzsche's immoderate interest in personal appearance and chaise, and when Rie had told her that the famous philosopher was a friend material elegance worthy of his, she had insisted that he invite Nietzsche to join them. In subsequent True Dandy These Things Are Letters Rie described how mysteriously captivating Salome was, and how only a symbol oj the aristocratic superiority of his anxious she was to meet Nietzsche. The philosopher soon went to Rome. Personality. What, when Nietzsche finally met Salome, he was overwhelmed. She had the then, is this ruling passion, most beautiful eyes he had ever seen, and during their first long talk those that has turned into a creed, and created its own skilled eyes lit up so intensely that he could not help feeling there was something tyrant's. What is this erotic about her excitement? Yet he was also confused. Salome kept her unwritten constitution that tance, and did not respond to his compliments. What a devilish young has created so haughty a woman. A few days later she read him a poem of hers, and he cried, her caste. It is, above all, a burning need to acquire ideas about life was so like his own. Deciding to seize the moment, Nietzsche's originality, within the Shea proposed marriage. He did not know that Rie had done so as well. Apparent bounds of Salome declined. She was interested in philosophy, life, adventure, not mere convention. It is a sort of cult of oneself, which can reage. Undaunted, Nietzsche continued to court her. On an excursion to dispense even with what a lake order with Rie, Salome, and her mother, he managed to get the girl commonly called Illusions. It alone, accompanying her on a walk up Monte Sacro, while the others stayed is the delight in causing astonishment, and the behind. Apparently the views and Nietzsche's words had the proper proud satisfaction of cyanate effect. In a later letter to her, he described this walk as the most never oneself being beautiful dream of my life. Now he was a man possessed, all he could astonished think about was marrying Salome and having her all to himself. Charles Baudelaire. A few months later Salome visited Nietzsche in Germany. They took Dandy, quoted in Vice, an anthology, edited by long walks together, and stayed up all night discussing philosophy. Ichard Davenport Hines roared his deepest thoughts, anticipated his ideas about religion. Yet when he again proposed marriage, she scolded him as conventional. It was Nietzsche, after all, who had developed a philosophical defense of the Superman. In the midst of this display the man above everyday morality, yet Salome was by nature far less conven of statesmanship, tional than he was. Her firm, uncompromising manner only deepened the eloquence, cleverness, and exalted ambition, spell she cast over him, as did her hint of cruelty when she finally left him. Alcibiades lived a life of making it clear that she had no intention of marrying him. Nietzsche was prodigious luxury, devastated. As an antidote to his pain, he wrote Thus Spake Zarathustra, a drunkenness, debauchery and insolence. He was book full of sublimated eroticism, and deeply inspired by his talks with her. Effeminate in his dress, and from then on Salome was known throughout Europe as the woman who would walk through the had broken Nietzsche's heart. Marketplace trailing his Salome moved to Berlin. Soon the city's greatest intellectuals were long purple robes, and he spent extravagantly. He falling under the spell of her independence and free spirit. The playwrights had the decks of his Gerhard Hauptmann, and Franz Wedekind became infatuated with her. In triremes cut away to allow 1897, the great Austrian poet Rainer Maria Rilke fell in love with her. By him to sleep more comfortably, and his that time her reputation was widely known, and she was a published novel. Bedding was slung on cords, This certainly played a part in seducing Rilke, but he was also attracted rather than spread on by a kind of masculine energy he found in her that he had never seen in a hard planks. He had a golden shield made for woman. Rilke was then 22, Salome 36. He wrote her love hymn, which was letters and poems, followed her everywhere, and began an affair with her emblazoned not with any that was to last several years. She corrected his poetry, imposed discipline the dandy 41 on his overly romantic verse, inspired ideas for new poems. But she was put ancestral device, but with off by his childish dependence on her, his weakness. Unable to stand weak the figure of Eros armed with a thunderbolt. The ness of any kind, she eventually left him. Consumed by her memory, Rilke leading men of Athens long continued to pursue her. In 1926, lying on his deathbed, he begged watched all this with his doctors, ask Lou what is wrong with me. She is the only one who disgust and indignation knows. And they were deeply disturbed by his one man wrote of Salome, there was something terrifying about her contemptuous and lawless embrace. Looking at you with her radiant blue eyes, she would say, the behavior, which seemed to reception of the semen is for me the height of ecstasy. And she had an in them monstrous, and suggested the habits of a satiable appetite for it. She was completely immoral. A vampire. The tyrant. The people's feelings. Swedish psychotherapist Paul Bjer, one of her later conquests, wrote, I towards him have been very think Nietzsche was right, when he said that Lou was a thoroughly evil aptly expressed by Aristophanes in the line, woman. Evil however in the Goethean sense, evil that produces good. They long for him, she may have destroyed lives and marriages, but her presence was exciting, hate him, they cannot do without him. The fact was that his voluntary the two emotions that almost every male felt in the presence of lewd nations, the public shows Andrea Salome were confusion and excitement, the two prerequisite he supported, his unrivaled feelings for any successful seduction. People were intoxicated by her strange munificence to the state, the mix of the masculine and the feminine. She was beautiful, with a radiant fame of his ancestry, the power of his oratory and smile and a graceful, flirtatious manner, but her independence and her in his physical strength and tensely analytical nature made her seem oddly male. This ambiguity was beauty. All combined to expressed in her eyes, which were both coquettish and probing. It was make the Athenians forgive him everything else, and fusion that kept men interested and curious. No other woman was like this. They were constantly finding they wanted to know more. The excitement stemmed from her ability to euphemisms for his lapses stir up repressed desires. She was a complete nonconformist, and to be in and putting them down to youthful high spirits involved with her was to break all kinds of taboos. Her masculinity made the an honorable ambition. Relationships seem vaguely homosexual. Her slightly cruel, slightly dommy Plutarch, the life of nearing streak could stir up masochistic yearnings, as it did in Nietzsche. Alcibiades, the rise and Salome radiated a forbidden sexuality. Her powerful effect on men, the fall of Athens, 9 Greek lifelong infatuations, the suicides, there were several, the periods of intense lives, translated by Ian Scott Kilvert creativity, the descriptions of her as a vampire, or a devil attest to the obscure depths of the psyche that she was able to reach and disturb. The masculine dandy succeeds, by reversing the normal pattern of male superiority, in matters of love and seduction. A man's apparent in further light, a whole flood of it. Is throne pendants, his capacity for detachment, often seems to give him the upper upon this attraction of hand in the dynamic between men and women. A purely feminine woman, the male in petticoats for will arouse desire, but is always vulnerable to the man's capricious loss of the female. In the diary of the Abbe de Choisy, one interest. The purely masculine woman, on the other hand, will not arouse that of the most brilliant men interest at all. Follow the path of the masculine dandy, however, and you women of history, of whom neutralize all a man's powers. Never give completely of yourself, while we shall hear a great deal are passionate and sexual, always retain an air of independence and self more later. The Abbé, a churchman of Paris, was a possession. You might move on to the next man, or so he will think. You constant masquerader in have other, more important matters to concern yourself with, such as your female attire. He lived in work. Men do not know how to fight women, who used their own weapons the days of Louis XIV, and was a great friend of Louis against them. They are intrigued, aroused, and disarmed. Few men can resist brother, also addicted to the taboo pleasures offered up to them by the masculine dandy. Women's clothes. A young 48, the Art of Seduction girl, Mademoiselle the seduction emanating from a person of uncertain, or Charlotte, thrown much simulated sex is powerful. Into his company fell Colette, desperately in love with the Abbé, and when the affair had progressed to a liaison, the Abbé asked her keys to the character how she came to be one. I stood in no need of caution, as I should have with a man. I saw nothing but a beautiful woman. Many of us today imagine that sexual freedom has progressed in recent years, that everything has changed, for better or worse. This is mostly an illusion. A reading of history reveals periods of licentiousness, and why should I be forbidden to love you? Imperial Rome, late 17th century England, the floating world, of what advantages of 18th century Japan, far in excess of what we are currently experiencing. Woman's dress gives you. Sing. Gender roles are certainly changing, but they have changed before. The heart of a man is there, and that makes a society is in a state of constant flux, but there is something that does not great impression upon us, change. The vast majority of people conform to whatever is normal for the and on the other hand, all time. They play the role allotted to them. Conformity is a constant, because the charms of the fair sex fascinate us, and prevent us. Humans are social creatures, who are always imitating one another. From taking precautions. Time points in history it may be fashionable to be different and rebellious, c.j. bulliet, but if a lot of people are playing that role, there is nothing different, or Venus Castina Bell IOUs about it. We should never complain about most people's slavish conformity, however, for it offers untold possibilities of power and seduction to those Beau Brummel was who are up for a few risks. Dandies have existed in all ages and cultures, all regarded as unbalanced in Alcibiades in ancient Greece, Korechika in late 10th century Japan, and his passion for daily wherever they have gone they have thrived on the conformist role-playing ablutions. His ritualistic morning toilet took upward of others. The dandy displays a true and radical difference from other PO of 5 hours, 1 hour plea, a difference of appearance and manner. Since most of us are secretly spent inching himself into oppressed by our lack of freedom, we are drawn to those who are more his skin tight, buckskin fluid and flaunt their difference. Breeches, an hour with the hairdresser, and another 2 dandies seduce socially as well as sexually. Groups form around them, hours tying and creasing their style is wildly imitated. An entire court or crowd will fall in love down a series of starched with them. In adapting the dandy character for your own purposes, re-cravats until perfection was achieved. But first of all remember that the dandy is by nature a rare and beautiful flower. For 2 hours were spent in ways that are both striking and aesthetic, never vulgar. Poke fun at scrubbing himself with current trends and styles, go in a novel direction, and be supremely uninterfetishal from head to toe in milk, water and odorist in what anyone else is doing. Most people are insecure, they will cologne. Beau wonder what you are up to, and slowly they will come to admire. And Imy Brummel said he used Tate you, because you express yourself with total confidence. Only the froth of champagne to polish his. The dandy has traditionally been defined by clothing, and certainly Hessian boots. He had most dandies create a unique visual style. Beau Brummel, the most famous 365 snuff boxes, those dandy of all, would spend hours on his toilette, particularly the inimitably suitable for summer wear styled knot in his necktie, for which he was famous throughout early being quite unthinkable in winter, and the fit of his 19th century England. But a dandy's style cannot be obvious, for gloves was achieved by dandies are subtle, and never try hard for attention. Attention comes to entrusting their cut to them. The person whose clothes are flagrantly different has little imaginer firms, one for the fingers, the other for the thumbs. Tie on or taste. Dandies show their difference in the little touches that mark the dandy. 49 Their disdain for convention. Théophile Gautier's red vest, Oscar Wilde's sometimes, however, the green velvet suit, Andy Warhol's silver wigs. The great English prime minute, tyranny of elegance, became altogether insupportable. Mr. Benjamin Disraeli had 2 magnificent canes, one for morning, one Mr. Boothby committed for evening. At noon he would change canes, no matter where he was. The suicide and left a note. Female dandy works similarly. She may adopt male clothing, say, but if she saying he could no longer does, a touch here or there will set her truly apart. No man ever dressed endure the ennui of buttoning and unbuttoning. Quite like George Sand. The overtall hat, the riding boots worn on the Game of Hearts, streets of Paris, made her a sight to behold. Harriet Wilson's Remember, there must be a reference point. If your visual style is to memoirs, edited by Leslie Talley unfamiliar, people will think you at best an obvious attention-getter, at Blanche worst crazy. Instead, create your own fashion sense by adapting and altering prevailing styles to make yourself an object of fascination. Do this right and you will be wildly imitated. The Count d'Orsay, a great London dandy of this royal manor which the dandy raises to the 1830s and 1840s, was closely watched by fashionable people. One day, height of true royalty, the court in a sudden London rainstorm, he bought a poltrock. The kind of heavy, dandy has taken this from hooded duffel coat, off the back of a Dutch sailor. The poltrock immediately women, who alone seem naturally made for such a became the coat to wear. Having people imitate you, of course, is a sign of role. It is a somewhat by your powers of seduction. Using the manner and the nonconformity of dandies, however, goes far beyond appearances. Method of women that it is an attitude toward life that sets them apart. Adopt that attitude and the dandy dominates. And this usurpation of circle of followers will form around you. Femininity, he makes dandies are supremely impudent. They don't give a damn about other women themselves approve people, and never try to please. In the court of Louis XIV, the writer La of this. The dandy has something antinatural. Brayer noticed that courtiers who tried hard to please were invariably on and androgynous about the way down. Nothing was more anti-seductive. As Barbey d'Aurevilly him, which is precisely how wrote, dandies please women by displeasing them, he is able to endlessly seduce. Impudence was fundamental to the appeal of Oscar Wilde. In a London theatre one night, after the first performance of one of Wilde's plays, Jules Le Maître, les contemporains, the ecstatic audience yelled for the author to appear on stage. Wilde made them wait and wait, then finally emerged, smoking a cigarette and wearing an expression of total disdain. It may be bad manners to appear here smoking, but it is far worse to disturb me when I am smoking, he scolded his fans. The Count d'Orsay was equally impudent. At a London club one night, a Rothschild, who was notoriously cheap, accidentally dropped a gold coin on the floor, then bent down to look for it. The Count immediately whipped out a 1,000-franc note, worth much more than the coin, rolled it up, lit it like a candle, and got down on all fours, as if to help light the way in the search. Only a dandy could get away with such audacity. The insolence of the rake is tied up with his desire to conquer a woman, he cares for nothing else. The insolence of the dandy, on the other hand, is aimed at society and its conventions. It is not a woman he cares to conquer, but a whole group, an entire social world. And since people are generally oppressed by the obligation of always being polite and self-sacrificing, they are delighted to spend time around a person who disdains such niceties. Dandies are masters of the art of living. They live for pleasure, not for work. They surround themselves with beautiful objects and eat and drink 50 the art of seduction, with the same relish they show for their clothes. This was how the great Roman writer Petronius, author of the Satyricon, was able to seduce the Emperor Nero. Unlike the dull Seneca, the great Stoic thinker and Nero's tutor, Petronius knew how to make every detail of life a grand aesthetic adventure, from a feast to a simple conversation. This is not an attitude you should impose on those around you. You can't make yourself a nuisance. But if you simply seem socially confident and sure of your taste, people will be drawn to you. The key is to make everything an aesthetic choice. Your ability to alleviate boredom by making life an art will make your company highly prized. The opposite sex is a strange country we can never know, and this excites us, creates the proper sexual tension. But it is also a source of annoyance and frustration. Men do not understand how women think, and vice versa. Each tries to make the other act more like a member of their own sex. Dandies may never try to please, but in this one area they have a pleasing effect. By adopting psychological traits of the opposite sex, they appeal to our inherent narcissism. Women identified with Rudolph Valentino's delicacy and attention to detail in courtship. Men identified with Lou Andrea Salome's lack of interest in commitment. In the Heian court of 11th century Japan, Issei Shonagon, the writer of the Pillow Book, was powerfully seductive for men, especially literary types. She was fiercely independent, wrote poetry with the best, and had a certain emotional distance. Men wanted more from her than just to be her friend or companion, as if she were another man. Charmed by her empathy for male psychology, they fell in love with her. This kind of mental transvestism, the ability to enter the spirit of the opposite sex, adapt to their way of thinking, mirror their tastes and attitudes, can be a key element in seduction. It is a way of mesmerizing your victim. According to Freud, the human libido is essentially bisexual. Most people are in some way attracted to people of their own sex, but social constraints, varying with culture and historical period, repress these impulses. The dandy represents a release from such constraints. In several of Shakespeare's plays, a young girl, back then, the female roles in the theatre were actually played by male actors, has to go into disguise and dresses up as a boy, eliciting all kinds of sexual interest from men, who later are delighted to find out that the boy is actually a girl. Think, for example, of Rosalind in As You Like It. Entertainers such as Josephine Baker, known as the Chocolate Dandy, and Marlene Dietrich would dress up as men in their acts, making themselves wildly popular among men. Meanwhile, the slightly feminized male, the pretty boy, has always been seductive to women. Valentino embodied this quality. Elvis Presley had feminine features, the face, the hips, wore frilly pink shirts and eye makeup, and attracted the attention of women early on. The filmmaker Kenneth Anger said of Mick Jagger that it was the bisexual charm, which constituted an important part of the attraction he had over young girls, and which acted upon their unconscious. In Western culture for centuries, in fact, feminine beauty has been far more the dandy 51 fetishized than male beauty, so it is understandable that a feminine-looking face like that of Montgomery Clift would have more seductive power than that of John Wayne. The dandy figure has a place in politics as well. John F. Kennedy was a strange mix of the masculine and feminine, virile in his toughness with the Russians, and in his White House lawn football games, yet feminine in his graceful and dapper appearance. This ambiguity was a large part of his appeal. Disraeli was an incorrigible dandy in dress and manner. Some were suspicious of him as a result, but his courage in not caring what people thought of him also won him respect. And women of course adored him, for women always adore a dandy. They appreciated the gentleness of his manner, his aesthetic sense, his love of clothes, in other words, his feminine qualities. The mainstay of Disraeli's power was in fact a female fan, Queen Victoria. Do not be misled by the surface disapproval your dandy pose may elicit. Society may publicize its distrust of androgyny. In Christian theology, Satan is often represented as androgynous, but this conceals its fascination. What is most seductive is often what is most repressed. Learn a playful dandyism, and you will become the magnet for people's dark, unrealized yearnings. The key to such power is ambiguity. In a society where the roles everyone plays are obvious, the refusal to conform to any standard will excite interest. Be both masculine and feminine, impudent and charming, subtle and outrageous. Let other people worry about being socially acceptable. Those types are a dime a dozen, and you are after a power greater than they can imagine. Symbol, the orchid. Its shape and color oddly suggest both sexes. Its odor is sweet and decadent. It is a tropical flower of evil. Delicate and highly cultivated, it is prized for its rarity. It is unlike any other flower. 52. The art of seduction dangers the dandy's strength, but also the dandy's problem, is that he or she often works through transgressive feelings relating to sex roles. Although this activity is highly charged and seductive, it is also dangerous, since it touches on a source of great anxiety and insecurity. The greater dangers will often come from your own sex. Valentino had immense appeal for women, but men hated him. He was constantly dogged with accusations of being perversely unmasculine, and this caused him great pain. Salome was equally disliked by women. Nietzsche's sister, and perhaps his closest friend, considered her an evil witch, and led a virulent campaign against her in the press long after the philosopher's death. There is little to be done in the face of resentment like this. Some dandies try to fight the image they themselves have created, but this is unwise. To prove his masculinity, Valentino would engage in a boxing match, anything to prove his masculinity. He wound up looking only desperate. Better to accept society's occasional jibes with grace and insolence. After all, the dandy's charm is that they don't really care what people think of them. That is how Andy Warhol played the game. When people tired of his antics or some scandal erupted, instead of trying to defend himself, he would simply move on to some new image, decadent bohemian, high society portraitist, etc. As if to say, with a hint of disdain, that the problem lay not with him, but with other people's attention span. Another danger for the dandy is the fact that insolence has its limits. Beau Brummel prided himself on two things: his trimness of figure and his acerbic wit. His main social patron was the Prince of Wales, who, in later years, grew plump. One night at dinner, the prince rang for the butler, and Brummel snidely remarked, "Do ring, Big Ben." The prince did not appreciate the joke, had Brummel shown out, and never spoke to him again. Without royal patronage, Brummel fell into poverty and madness. Even a dandy, then, must measure out his impudence. A true dandy knows the difference between a theatrically staged teasing of the powerful and a remark that will truly hurt, offend, or insult. It is particularly important to avoid insulting those in a position to injure you. In fact, the pose may work best for those who can afford to offend, artists, bohemians, etc. In the work world, you will probably have to modify and tone down your dandy image. Be pleasantly different, an amusement, rather than a person who challenges the group's conventions and makes others feel insecure. Childhood is the golden paradise we are always consciously or unconsciously trying to recreate. The natural embodies the longed-for qualities of childhood: spontaneity, sincerity, unpretentiousness. In the presence of naturals, we feel at ease, caught up in their playful spirit, transported back to that golden age. Naturals also make a virtue out of weakness, eliciting our sympathy for their trials, making us want to protect them and help them. As with a child, much of this is not real, but some of it is exaggerated, a conscious seductive maneuver. Adopt the pose of the natural to neutralize people's natural defensiveness and infect them with helpless delight. Psychological traits of the natural children are not as guileless as we like to imagine. They suffer from feelings of helplessness and sense early on the power of their natural charm to remedy their weakness in the adult world. They learn to play a game. If their natural innocence can persuade a parent to yield to their desires in one instance, then it is something they can use strategically in another instance, laying it on thick at the right moment to get their way. If long past ages have their vulnerability and weakness is so attractive, then it is something they great and often puzzling attraction for men's can use for effect. Imagination. Whenever why are we seduced by children's naturalness? First, because anything they are dissatisfied with natural has an uncanny effect on us. Since the beginning of time, natural their present surroundings, and this happens phenomena, such as lightning storms or eclipses, have instilled in human often enough, turn beings and or tinged with fear. The more civilized we become, the greater back to the past and hope the effect such natural events have on us. The modern world surrounds us, that they will now be able to prove the truth of the with so much that is manufactured and artificial that something sudden, an inextinguishable dream of inexplicable fascinates us. Children also have this natural power, but be a golden age. They are cause they are unthreatening and human, they are not so much, or in spur probably still under the ing as charming. Most people try to please, but the pleasantness of the child spell of their childhood, which is presented to them comes effortlessly, defying logical explanation, and what is irrational, is by their not impartial often dangerously seductive. Memory as a time of more important. A child represents a world from which we have been uninterrupted bliss. Forever exiled. Because adult life is full of boredom and compromise, we, Sigmund Freud, the STASDARDEDITIONOFTHE harbor an illusion of childhood as a kind of golden age, even though it can complete psychological often be a period of great confusion and pain. It cannot be denied, how works of Sigmund Freud, ever, that childhood had certain privileges, and as children we had a volume 23 showable attitude to life. Confronted with a particularly charming child, we often feel wistful, we remember our own golden past, the qualities we have lost and wish we had again. And in the presence of the child, we get a little when Hermes was born on Mount Selene his of that goldenness back. Mother Maya laid him in. Natural seducers are people who somehow avoided getting certain swaddling bands on a childish traits, drummed out of them by adult experience. Such people can winnowing fan, but he grew with astonishing be as powerfully seductive as any child, because it seems uncanny and mar quickness into a little boy, velous that they have preserved such qualities. They are not literally like and as soon as her back children, of course, that would make them obnoxious or pitiful. Rather it was turned, slipped off and is the spirit that they have retained. Do not imagine that this childishness is went looking for adventure. Arrived at Peria, where something beyond their control. Natural seducers learn early on the value Apollo was tending a fine of retaining a particular quality, and the seductive power it contains. They heard of cows. He decided to 56, the art of seduction steal them. But, fearing to adapt and build upon those childlike traits that they managed to preserve, be betrayed by their tracks, exactly as the child learns to play with its natural charm. This is the key. It he quickly made a number is within your power to do the same, since there is lurking within all of us OJ shoes from the bark of a fallen oak, and tied them devilish child straining to be let loose. To do this successfully, you have to until plaited grass to the be able to let go to a degree, since there is nothing less natural than seeming feet of the cows, which he hesitant. Remember the spirit you once had, let it return, without self then drove off by night along the road. Apollo consciousness. People are much more forgiving of those who go all the discovered the loss, but way, who seem uncontrollably foolish, than the half-hearted adult with a Hermes's trick-deceived childish streak. Remember who you were before you became so polite and him, and though he went self-effacing. To assume the role of the natural, mentally position yourself as far as Pylus in his westward search, and to in any relationship as the child, the younger one. Arnkestas in his eastern, the following are the main types of the adult natural. Keep in mind he was forced, in the end, that the greatest natural seducers are often a blend of more than one of to offer a reward for the apprehension of the thief. These qualities. Silenus and his satyrs, greedy of reward, spread out in different directions to track him down, but, for the innocent. The primary qualities of innocence are weakness and miss long while, without success. Understanding of the world. Innocence is weak, because it is doomed to at last, as a party of them vanish in a harsh, cruel world, the child cannot protect, or hold on to its in pass through Arcadia, nocence. The misunderstandings come from the child's not knowing about they heard the muffled sound of music such as good and evil, and seeing everything through uncorrupted eyes. The weak they had never heard ness of children elicit sympathy, their misunderstandings make us laugh, before, and the nymph and nothing is more seductive than a mixture of laughter and sympathy. Selene, from the mouth of a cave, told them that the adult natural is not truly innocent. It is impossible to grow up in most gifted child had this world and retain total innocence. Yet naturals yearn so deeply to hold recently been born there, to onto their innocent outlook that they manage to preserve the illusion of whom she was acting as nurse. He had constructed innocence. They exaggerate their weakness to elicit the proper sympathy. An ingenious musical toy, they act like they still see the world through innocent eyes, which in and from the shell of a tortoise adult proves doubly humorous. Much of this is conscious, but to be effic and some cowgut, with Tive, adult naturals must make it seem subtle and effortless, if they are which he had lulled his mother to sleep. And seen as trying to act innocent, it will come across as pathetic. It is better for from whom did he get them to communicate weakness indirectly, through looks and glances, or cowgut, ask the alert through the situations they get themselves into, rather than anything obvious satyrs, noticing two hides stretched outside the cave. OUs. Since this type of innocence is mostly an act, it is easily adaptable for, do you charge the poor your own purposes? Learn to play up any natural weaknesses or flaws. Child with theft, asked Selene. Harsh words were exchanged. At that moment Apollo came up, the imp. Impish children have a fearlessness that we adults have lost. That having discovered the is because they do not see the possible consequences of their actions. How thieves' identity by observing the suspicious behavior of some people might be offended. How they might physically hurt themselves a long-winged bird. In the process. Imps are brazen, blissfully uncaring. They infect you with entering the cave, he their light-hearted spirit. Such children have not yet had their natural energy awakened Maya, and told and spirit scolded out of them by the need to be polite and civil. Secretly, how severely that Hermes must restore the stolen we envy them, we want to be naughty too. Cows. Maya pointed to the adult imps are seductive, because of how different they are from the rest child, still wrapped in his of us. Breaths of fresh air in a cautious world, they go full throttle, as if the natural 57 their impishness were uncontrollable, and thus natural. If you play the part, swaddling bands and do not worry about offending people now and then, you are too lovable feigning sleep. What an absurd charge, she cried. And inevitably they will forgive you. Just don't apologize or look contrite, but Apollo had all ready for that would break the spell. Whatever you say or do, keep a glint in your recognize the hides. He eyed to show that you do not take anything seriously. Picked up Hermes, carried him to Olympus, and there formally accused him of theft, offering the hides as the wonder. A wonder child has a special, inexplicable talent, a gift for evidence. Zeus, loat to music, for mathematics, for chess, for sport. At work in the field in which believe that his own new-born son was a thief they have such prodigal skill, these children seem possessed, and their AC encouraged him to plead Tynes effortless. If they are artists or musicians, Mozart types, their work not guilty, but Apollo seems to spring from some inborn impulse, requiring remarkably little would not be put off, and Hermes, at last, weakened thought. If it is a physical talent that they have, they are blessed with UN and confessed. Very usual energy, dexterity, and spontaneity. In both cases they seem talented well, come with me, he beyond their years. This fascinates us. Said, and you may have adult wonders are often former wonder children who have managed your herd. I slaughtered only 2, and those I cut remarkably, to retain their youthful impulsiveness and improvisational skills. Up into 12 equal true spontaneity is a delightful rarity, for everything in life conspires to rob portions as a sacrifice to the us of it. We have to learn to act carefully and deliberately. To think about 12 gods, asked Apollo. How we look in other people's eyes. To play the wonder you need some, who is the 12th? Skill that seems easy and natural, along with the ability to improvise. If in your servant, sir, replied fact, your skill takes practice, you must hide this and learn to make your Hermes modestly. I ate no more than my share, work appear effortless. The more you hide the sweat behind what you do, though I was very hungry, the more natural and seductive it will appear. And duly burned the rest. The 2 gods, Hermes and Apollo, returned to Mount Selene, where the undefensive lover. As people get older, they protect themselves against. Hermes greeted his mother painful experiences by closing themselves off. The price for this is that they and retrieved something grow rigid, physically and mentally. But children are by nature unprotected, that he had hidden underneath a sheepskin. And open to experience, and this receptiveness is extremely attractive. In What Have You There, the presence of children we become less rigid, infected with their open, asked Apollo. In answer, Ness. That is why we want to be around them. Hermes showed his newly invented tortoiseshell lyre. Undefensive lovers have somehow circumvented the self-protective, and played such a process, retaining the playful, receptive spirit of the child. They often ravishing tune on it with manifest this spirit physically. They are graceful, and seem to age less rapidly. The plectrum he had also invented, at the same time than other people. Of all the natural's character qualities, this one is the singing in praise of most useful. Defensiveness is deadly in seduction, act defensive and you'll Apollo's nobility, bring out defensiveness in other people. The undefensive lover, on the intelligence and generosity, other hand, lowers the inhibitions of his or her target, a critical part of that he was forgiven at once. He led the surprise seduction. It is important to learn to not react defensively, bend instead of, and delighted Apollo to resist, be open to influence from others, and they will more easily fall under Pylus, playing all the way, your spell. And there gave him the remainder of the cattle, which he had hidden in a cave. A bargain, cried Apollo. You keep the cows, and I take the lyre. 58 The Art of Seduction agreed, said Hermes, examples of natural seducers, and they shook hands on it. Apollo, taking one. As a child growing up in England, Charlie Chaplin spent years in Dire the Child Back to Olympus, told Zeus all that had poverty, particularly after his mother was committed to an asylum. In his happened. Zeus warned early teens, forced to work to live. He landed a job in vaudeville, eventually Hermes that henceforth he gaining some success as a comedian. But Chaplin was wildly ambitious, and must respect the rights O.J. So, in 1910, when he was only 19, he emigrated to the United States, property and refrained from telling downright lies, but hoping to break into the film business. Making his way to Hollywood, he could not help being found occasional bit parts, but success seemed elusive, the competition was amused. You seem to be a fierce, and although Chaplin had a repertoire of gags that he had learned in very ingenious, eloquent, and persuasive godling, vaudeville, he did not particularly excel at physical humor, a critical part of said. Then make me silent comedy. He was not a gymnast like Buster Keaton. Your Herald, Father. In 1914, Chaplin managed to get the lead in a film short called Making Hermes Answered, and I Will He Responsible for the a Living. His role was that of a con artist. In playing around with the cost safety of all divine tune for the part, he put on a pair of pants several sizes too large, then property, and never tell lies, added a derby hat, enormous boots that he wore on the wrong feet, a walk though I cannot promise in cane, and a pasted-on mustache. With the clothes, a whole new character always to tell the whole truth. That would not seem to come to life, first the silly walk, then the twirling of the be expected of you, said Kane, then all sorts of gags. Mack Sennett, the head of the studio, did not Zeus with a smile. Find making a living very funny, and doubted whether Chaplin had a future. Zeus gave him a Herald staff with white ribbons, in the movies, but a few critics felt otherwise. A review in a trade magazine, which everyone was ordered read, the clever player, who takes the role of a nervy and very nifty to respect, a round hat sharper in this picture, is a comedian of the first water, who acts like one of Against the Rain, and Winged Golden Sandals Nature's Own Naturals. And audiences also responded, the film made which carried him about money. With the swiftness of the what seemed to touch a nerve in Making a Living, setting Chaplin apart. Wind. From the horde of other comedians working in silent film, was the almost, Robert Graves, the Greek myths, volume I pathetic naivete of the character he played. Sensing he was onto something, Chaplin shaped the role further in subsequent movies, rendering him more and more naive. The key was to make the character seem to see the world through the eyes of a child. In The Bank, he is the bank janitor, who day a man may meet a woman and be shocked by her dreams of great deeds while robbers are at work in the building, in The Ugliness. Soon, if she is pawnbroker, he is an unprepared shop assistant who wreaks havoc on a natural and unaffected, her grandfather clock, in Shoulder Arms. He is a soldier in the bloody trenches of expression makes him overlook the fault of her World War I, reacting to the horrors of war like an innocent child. Chaplin features. He begins to find made sure to cast actors in his films who were physically larger than he was, her charming, it enters his subliminally positioning them as adult bullies and himself as the helpless in head that she might be loved, and a week later he fant. And as he went deeper into his character, something strange is living in hope. The penned, the character and the real-life man began to merge. Although he following week he has been had a troubled childhood, he was obsessed with it. For his film Easy snubbed into despair, and Street he built a set in Hollywood that duplicated the London streets, he had the week afterwards he has gone mad. Known as a boy. He mistrusted the adult world, preferring the company of Stendhal, love, the young, or the young at heart. 3 of his 4 wives were teenagers. Translated B.Y. Gilbert, and when he married them. Suzanne Sale. More than any other comedian, Chaplin aroused a mix of laughter and sentiment. He made you empathize with him as the victim, feel sorry for the natural 59 him the way you would for a lost dog. You both laughed and cried. And geographical, escapism. Audiences sensed that the role Chaplin played came from somewhere deep has been rendered ineffective by the spread of inside, that he was sincere, that he was actually playing himself. Within Air Roots. What remains is a few years after Making a Living, Chaplin was the most famous actor, evolutionary escapism, in the world. There were Chaplin dolls, comic books, toys, popular songs, a downward course in one's development, back to the and short stories were written about him, he became a universal icon. In Ideas and Emotions of 1921, when he returned to London for the first time since he had left it, he golden childhood, which was greeted by enormous crowds, as if at the triumphant return of a great may well be defined as general. Regress towards infantilism, escape to a personal world of childish. The greatest seducers, those who seduce mass audiences, nations, the ideas. In a strictly world, have a way of playing on people's unconscious, making them react. Regulated society, where life follows strictly defined in a way they can neither understand nor control. Chaplin inadvertently hit cannons, the urge to escape on this power, when he discovered the effect he could have on audiences by from the chain of things playing up his weakness, by suggesting that he had a child's mind in an adult established once and for all must be felt body. In the early 20th century, the world was radically and rapidly, particularly strongly changing. People were working longer and longer hours at increasingly and the most perfect of mechanical jobs. Life was becoming steadily more inhuman and heartless. As the comedians, does this the ravages of World War I made clear. Caught in the midst of revolution, with utmost perfection, for he, Chaplin, serves this airy change, people yearned for a lost childhood that they imagined as a principle. Through the golden paradise. Subtlety of his method. An adult child like Chaplin has immense seductive power, for he offers offering the spectator and infantile the illusion that life was once simpler and easier, and that for a moment, or pattern to be imitated, for as long as the movie lasts, you can win that life back. In a cruel, immoral psychologically infects him world, Navid has enormous appeal. The key is to bring it off with an air with infantilism, and draws him into the golden age of total seriousness, as the straight man does in stand-up comedy. More imn of the infantile paradise of Portant, however, is the creation of sympathy. Overt strength and power is childhood. Rarely seductive, it makes us afraid, or envious. The Royal Road to Seduction, Sergei Eisenstein, Charlie is to play up your vulnerability and helplessness. You cannot make this of the kid. From Notes of a Vice, to seem to be begging for sympathy is to seem needy, which is film director entirely anti-seductive. Do not proclaim yourself a victim or underdog, but reveal it in your manner, in your confusion. A display of natural weakness will make you instantly lovable, both lowering people's defenses and making them feel delightfully superior to you. Put yourself in situations that make you seem weak, in which someone else has the advantage. They are the bully, you are the innocent lamb. Without any effort on your part, people will feel sympathy for you. Once people's eyes cloud over with sentimental mist, they will not see how you are manipulating them. 2. Emma Crouch, born in 1842 in Plymouth, England, came from a respectable middle-class family. Her father was a composer and music professor, who dreamed of success in the world of light opera. Among his many children, Emma was his favorite. She was a delightful child, lively and flirtatious, with red hair and a freckled face. Her father doted on her, and promised her a brilliant future in the theatre. Unfortunately, Mr. Crouch had a 60. The Art of Seduction. Prince Gorchakov used dark side. He was an adventurer, a gambler, and a rake, and in 1849 he to say that she and Cora abandoned his family and left for America. The Crouches were now in dire peril, was the last word in straits. Emma was told that her father had died in an accident, and she was luxury, and that he would have tried to steal the son sent off to a convent. The loss of her father affected her deeply, and as the to satisfy one of her whims. Years went by. She seemed lost in the past, acting as if he still doted on her. Gustave Claudin, Cora. One day in 1856, when Emma was walking home from church, a well-pale, contemporary-dressed gentleman invited her home for some cakes. She followed him to his house, where he proceeded to take advantage of her. The next morning this man, a diamond merchant, promised to set her up in a house of her apparently the possession of own, treat her well, and give her plenty of money. She took the money, but humor implies the left him, determined to do what she had always wanted, never see her possession of a number of typical habit systems. The family again, never depend on anyone, and lead the grand life that her fa first is an emotional one, that there had promised her. Habit of playfulness. Why with the money the diamond merchant had given her, Emma bought should one be proud of being playful. For a double nice clothes and rented a cheap flat. Adopting the flamboyant name of reason. First, playfulness. Cora Pearl, she began to frequent London's Argyle Rooms, a fancy gin connotes childhood and palace where harlots, and gentlemen rubbed elbows. The proprietor of the youth. If one can be playful, one still possesses something Argyle, a Mr. Bignell, took note of this newcomer to his establishment, of the vigor and the joy of she was so brazen for a young girl. At 45, he was much older young life. But there than she was, but he decided to be her lover and protector, lavishing her is a deeper implication. To with money and attention. The following year he took her to Paris, which be playful is, in a sense, to be free. When a person was at the height of its Second Empire prosperity. Cora was enthralled by playful, he momentarily Paris, and of all its sights, but what impressed her the most was the parade disregards the binding of rich coaches in the Bois de Boulogne. Here the fashionable came to take necessities which compel him, in business and morals, the heir, the empress, the princesses, and not least the grand courtesans, in domestic and community, who had the most opulent carriages of all. This was the way to lead the life. What galls us is kind of life Cora's father had wanted for her. She promptly told Bignell that the binding necessities do not permit us to shape. When he went back to London, she would stay on alone. Our world as we please. Frequenting all the right places, Cora soon came to the attention of what we most deeply wealthy French gentlemen. They would see her walking the streets in a desire, however, is to create bright pink dress, to complement her flaming red hair, pale face, and freck our world for ourselves. Whenever we can do les. They would glimpse her riding wildly through the Bois de Boulogne, that, even in the slightest cracking her whip left and right. They would see her in cafes surrounded degree, we are happy. Now by men, her witty insults making them laugh. They also heard of her in play we create our own world. Exploits, of her delight in showing her body to one and all. The elite of Professorh. Paris society began to court her, particularly the older men, who had grown overstreet, influencing tired of the cold and calculating courtesans, and who admired her girlish human behavior spirit. As money began to pour in from her various conquests, the Duc de Mornay, heir to the Dutch throne, Prince Napoleon, cousin to the Emperor, Cora spent it on the most outrageous things. A multicolored carriage pulled by a team of cream-colored horses, a rose marble bathtub with her initials inlaid in gold. Gentlemen vied to be the one who would spoil her the most. An Irish lover wasted his entire fortune on her, in only 8 weeks. But money could not buy Cora's loyalty. She would leave a man on the slightest whim. Cora Pearl's wild behavior and disdain for etiquette had all of Paris on the natural 61 edge. In 1864, she was to appear as Cupid in the Offenbach operetta All Was Quiet Again. Genji fierce in the underworld. Society was dying to see what she would do to slip the latch open, and tried the doors. They had caused a sensation, and soon found out. She came on stage practically naked, not been bolted. A curtain except for expensive diamonds here and there, barely covering her. As she had been set up just inside, pranced on stage, the diamonds fell off, each one worth a fortune. She did, and in the dim light he not stooped to pick them up, but let them roll off into the footlights. They could make out Chinese chests and other furniture gentlemen in the audience, some of whom had given her those diamonds, scattered in some disorder. Applauded her wildly. Antics like this made Cora the toast of Paris, and he made his way through reigned as the city's supreme courtesan for over a decade, until the Franco to her side. She lay by herself, a slight little figure. Prussian War of 1870 put an end to the Second Empire. Though vaguely annoyed at being disturbed, people often mistakenly believe that what makes a person desirable and evidently took him for the woman Chujo, until he ductive is physical beauty, elegance, or overt sexuality. Yet Cora Pearl was pulled back the covers. Not dramatically beautiful, her body was boyish, and her style was garish. His manner was so untasteless. Even so, the most dashing men of Europe vied for her favors, gently persuasive that devils and demons could often ruining themselves in the process. It was Cora's spirit and attitude that not have gainsaid him. Enthralled them. Spoiled by her father, she imagined that spoiling her was. She was so small natural, that all men should do the same. The consequence was that, like that he lifted her easily. As child, she never felt she had to try to please. It was Cora's powerful air of he passed through the doors to his own room, he came independence that made men want to possess her, tame her. She never upon Chujo, who had been tended to be anything more than a courtesan, so the brazenness that in a summoned earlier. He lady would have been uncivil in her seemed natural and fun. And as with a called out in surprise. Surprised in turn, Chujo spoiled child, a man's relationship with her was on her terms. The moment peered into the darkness. He tried to change that, she lost interest. This was the secret of her astound, the perfume that caming success. From his robes like a cloud of smoke told her, who he spoiled children have an undeservedly bad reputation, while those who was. Chujo followed are spoiled with material things are indeed often insufferable, those who are after, but Genji was quite spoiled with affection know themselves to be deeply seductive. This be unmoved by her pleas. Come for her and there comes a distinct advantage when they grow up. According to Freud, who morning, he said, Sliding was speaking from experience, since he was his mother's darling, spoiled the doors closed. The children have a confidence that stays with them all their lives. This quality lady was bathed in radiates outward, drawing others to them, and in a circular process, making perspiration, and quite beside herself at the people spoil them still more. Since their spirit and natural energy were thought of what Chujo, never tamed by a disciplining parent, as adults they are adventurous and the others too, would bold and often impish or brazen. Be thinking. Genji had to feel sorry for her. Yet the lesson is simple. It may be too late to be spoiled by a parent, but its sweet words poured forth, is never too late to make other people spoil you. It is all in your attitude. The whole gamut of pretty people are drawn to those who expect a lot out of life, whereas they tend devices for making a woman surrender. To disrespect those who are fearful and undemanding. Wild independence one may imagine that has a provocative effect on us. It appeals to us, while also presenting us with he found many kind a challenge. We want to be the one to tame it. To make the spirited person promises with which to dependent on us. Half of seduction is stirring such competitive desires. Comfort her. Muraski Shikabu, The Tale of Genji, translated by Edward G. 3. In October of 1925, Paris society was all excited about the opening of Seidensticker, the Revue Nigre. Jazz, or in fact anything that came from Black America. 62, The Art of Seduction, was the latest fashion, and the Broadway dancers and performers who made up the Revue Nigre were African American. On opening night, artists and high society packed the hall. The show was spectacular, as they expected, but nothing prepared them for the last number, performed by a somewhat gawky long-legged woman with the prettiest face, Josephine Baker, a 20-year-old chorus girl from East St. Louis. She came on stage bare-breasted, wearing a skirt of feathers over a satin bikini bottom, with feathers around her neck and ankles. Although she performed her number, called Dance Sauvage, with another dancer, also clad in feathers, all eyes were riveted on her. Her whole body seemed to come alive in a way the audience had never seen before, her legs moving with the litheness of a cat, her rear end gyrating in patterns that one critic likened to a hummingbird's. As the dance went on, she seemed possessed, feeding off the crowd's ecstatic reaction. And then there was the look on her face. She was having such fun. She radiated a joy that made her erotic dance oddly innocent, even slightly comic. By the following day, word had spread, a star was born. Josephine became the heart of the Revue Nigre, and Paris was at her feet. Within a year, her face was on posters everywhere. There were Josephine Baker perfumes, dolls, clothes. Fashionable French women were slicking their hair back a la Baker, using a product called Baker Fix. They were even trying to darken their skin. Such sudden fame represented quite a change, for just a few years earlier, Josephine had been a young girl growing up in East St. Louis, one of America's worst slums. She had gone to work at the age of 8, cleaning houses for a white woman who beat her. She had sometimes slept in a rat-infested basement. There had never been heat in the winter. She had taught herself to dance in her wild fashion to help keep herself warm. In 1919, Josephine had run away and become a part-time vaudeville performer, landing in New York 2 years later without money or connections. She had had some success as a clowning chorus girl, providing comic relief with her crossed eyes and screwed-up face, but she hadn't stood out. Then she was invited to Paris. Some other black performers had declined, fearing things might be still worse for them in France than in America, but Josephine jumped at the chance. Despite her success with the Revue Négrier, Josephine did not delude herself. Parisians were notoriously fickle. She decided to turn the relationship around. First, she refused to be aligned with any club, and developed a reputation for breaking contracts at will, making it clear that she was ready to leave in an instant. Since childhood she had been afraid of dependence on anyone. Now no one could take her for granted. This only made impresarios chase her, and the public appreciate her the more. Second, she was aware that although black culture had become the vogue, what the French had fallen in love with was a kind of caricature. If that was what it took to be successful, so be it, but Josephine made it clear that she did not take the caricature seriously. Instead she reversed it, becoming the natural 63 Frenchwoman of fashion, a caricature not of blackness but of whiteness. Everything was a role to play, the comédienne, the primitive dancer, the ultra-stylish Parisian. And everything Josephine did, she did with such a light spirit, such a lack of pretension, that she continued to seduce the jaded French for years. Her funeral, in 1975, was nationally televised, a huge cultural event. She was buried with the kind of pomp normally reserved only for heads of state. From very early on, Josephine Baker could not stand the feeling of having no control over the world. Yet what could she do in the face of her unpromising circumstances? Some young girls put all their hopes on a husband, but Josephine's father had left her mother soon after she was born, and she saw marriage as something that would only make her more miserable. Her solution was something children often do. Confronted with a hopeless environment, she closed herself off in a world of her own making, oblivious to the ugliness around her. This world was filled with dancing, clowning, dreams of great things. Let other people wail and moan, Josephine would smile, remain confident and self-reliant. Almost everyone who met her, from her earliest years to her last, commented on how seductive this quality was. Her refusal to compromise, or to be what she was expected to be, made everything she did seem authentic and natural. A child loves to play, and to create a little self-contained world. When children are absorbed in make-believe, they are hopelessly charming. They infuse their imaginings with such seriousness and feeling. Adult naturals do something similar, particularly if they are artists. They create their own fantasy world, and live in it as if it were the real one. Fantasy is so much more pleasant than reality, and since most people do not have the power or courage to create such a world, they enjoy being around those who do. Remember, the role you were given in life is not the role you have to accept. You can always live out a role of your own creation, a role that fits your fantasy. Learn to play with your image, never taking it too seriously. The key is to infuse your play with the conviction and feeling of a child, making it seem natural. The more absorbed you seem in your own joy-filled world, the more seductive you become. Do not go halfway. Make the fantasy you inhabit as radical and exotic as possible, and you will attract attention like a magnet. 4. It was the festival of the cherry blossom at the Heian court, in late 10th century Japan. In the emperor's palace, many of the courtiers were drunk, and others were fast asleep, but the young Princess Oborozukiyo, the emperor's sister-in-law, was awake and reciting a poem, "What can compare with a misty moon of spring?" Her voice was smooth and delicate. She moved to the door of her apartment to look at the moon. Then, suddenly, she smelled something sweet, and a hand clutched the sleeve of her robe. "Who are you?" she said, frightened. "There is nothing to be 64, the art of seduction, afraid of," came a man's voice, and continued with a poem of his own. "Late in the night we enjoy a misty moon. There is nothing misty about the bond between us." Without another word, the man pulled the princess to him and picked her up, carrying her into a gallery outside her room, sliding the door closed behind him. She was terrified, and tried to call for help. In the darkness she heard him say, a little louder now, "It will do you no good. I am always allowed my way. Just be quiet, if you will, please." Now the princess recognized the voice and the scent. It was Genji, the young son of the late emperor's concubine, whose robes bore a distinctive perfume. This calmed her somewhat, since the man was someone she knew, but on the other hand she also knew of his reputation. Genji was the court's most incorrigible seducer, a man who stopped at nothing. He was drunk, it was near dawn, and the watchmen would soon be on their rounds. She did not want to be discovered with him. But then she began to make out the outlines of his face, so pretty, his look so sincere, without a trace of malice. Then came more poems, recited in that charming voice, the words so insinuating. The images he conjured filled her mind, and distracted her from his hands. She could not resist him. As the light began to rise, Genji got to his feet. He said a few tender words, they exchanged fans, and then he quickly left. The serving women were coming through the emperor's rooms by now, and when they saw Genji scurrying away, the perfume of his robes lingering after him, they smiled, knowing he was up to his usual tricks, but they never imagined he would dare approach the sister of the emperor's wife. In the days that followed, Oborozukiyo could only think of Genji. She knew he had other mistresses, but when she tried to put him out of her mind, a letter from him would arrive, and she would be back to square one. In truth, she had started the correspondence, haunted by his midnight visit. She had to see him again. Despite the risk of discovery, and the fact that her sister Kokiden, the emperor's wife, hated Genji, she arranged for further trysts in her apartment. But one night an envious courtier found them together. Word reached Kokiden, who naturally was furious. She demanded that Genji be banished from court, and the emperor had no choice but to agree. Genji went far away, and things settled down. Then the emperor died and his son took over. A kind of emptiness had come to the court. The dozens of women whom Genji had seduced could not endure his absence, and flooded him with letters. Even women who had never known him intimately would weep over any relic he had left behind, a robe, for instance, in which his scent still lingered. And the young emperor missed his jocular presence. And the princesses missed the music he had played on the koto. And Oborozukiyo pined for his midnight visits. Finally even Kokiden broke down, realizing that she could not resist him. So Genji was summoned back to the court. And not only was he forgiven, he was given a hero's welcome. The young emperor himself greeted the scoundrel with tears in his eyes. The natural 65. The story of Genji's life is told in the 11th century novel The Tale of Genji, written by Murasaki Shikibu, a woman of the Heian court. The character was most likely based on a real-life man, Fujiwara no Korechika. Indeed, another book of the period, the Pillow Book of Issei Shonagon, describes an encounter between the female author and Korechika, and reveals his incredible charm, and his almost hypnotic effect on women. Genji is a natural, an undefensive lover, a man who has a lifelong obsession with women, but whose appreciation of an affection for them makes him irresistible. As he says to Oborozukiyo in the novel, "I am always allowed my way." This self-belief is half of Genji's charm. Resistance does not make him defensive. He retreats gracefully, reciting a little poetry, and as he leaves, the perfume of his robes trailing behind him, his victim wonders why she has been so afraid, and what she is missing by spurning him, and she finds a way to let him know that the next time things will be different. Genji takes nothing seriously or personally, and at the age of 40, an age at which most men of the 11th century were already looking old and worn, he still seems like a boy. His seductive powers never leave him. Human beings are immensely suggestible. Their moods will easily spread to the people around them. In fact, seduction depends on mimesis, on the conscious creation of a mood or feeling that is then reproduced by the other person. But hesitation and awkwardness are also contagious, and are deadly to seduction. If in a key moment you seem indecisive or self-conscious, the other person will sense that you are thinking of yourself, instead of being overwhelmed by his or her charms. The spell will be broken. As an undefensive lover, though, you produce the opposite effect. Your victim might be hesitant or worried, but confronted with someone so sure and natural, he or she will be caught up in the mood. Like dancing with someone you lead effortlessly across the dance floor, it is a skill you can learn. It is a matter of rooting out the fear and awkwardness that have built up in you over the years, of becoming more graceful with your approach, less defensive when others seem to resist. Often people's resistance is a way of testing you, and if you show any awkwardness or hesitation, you not only will fail the test, but you will risk infecting them with your doubts. Symbol, the lamb. So soft and endearing. At 2 days old the lamb can gambol gracefully, within a week it is playing follow the leader. Its weakness is part of its charm. The lamb is pure innocence, so innocent we want to possess it, even devour it. 66. The art of seduction. Dangers. A kildish quality can be charming, but it can also be irritating. The innocent have no experience of the world, and their sweetness can prove cloying. In Milan Kundera's novel The Book of Laughter and Forgetting, the hero dreams that he is trapped on an island with a group of children. Soon their wonderful qualities become intensely annoying to him. After a few days of exposure to them he cannot relate to them at all. The dream turns into a nightmare, and he longs to be back among adults, with real things to do and talk about. Because total childishness can quickly grate, the most seductive naturals are those who, like Josephine Baker, combine adult experience and wisdom with a childlike manner. It is this mixture of qualities that is most alluring. Society cannot tolerate too many naturals. Given a crowd of Cora Pearls or Charlie Chaplins, their charm would quickly wear off. In any case, it is usually only artists, or people with abundant leisure time, who can afford to go all the way. The best way to use the natural character type is in specific situations, when a touch of innocence or impishness will help lower your target's defenses. A con man plays dumb to make the other person trust him and feel superior. This kind of feigned naturalness has countless applications in daily life, where nothing is more dangerous than looking smarter than the next person. The natural pose is the perfect way to disguise your cleverness. But if you are uncontrollably childish and cannot turn it off, you run the risk of seeming pathetic, earning not sympathy but pity and disgust. Similarly, the seductive traits of the natural work best in one who is still young enough for them to seem natural. They are much harder for an older person to pull off. Cora Pearl did not seem so charming when she was still wearing her pink flouncy dresses in her 50s. The Duke of Buckingham, who seduced everyone in the English court in the 1620s, including the homosexual King James I himself, was wondrously childish in looks and manner, but this became obnoxious and off-putting as he grew older, and he eventually made enough enemies that he ended up being murdered. As you age, then, your natural qualities should suggest more the child's open spirit, less an innocence that will no longer convince anyone. The ability to delay satisfaction is the ultimate art of seduction. While waiting, the victim is held in thrall. Coquettes are the grand masters of this game, orchestrating a back-and-forth movement between hope and frustration. They bait with the promise of reward, the hope of physical pleasure, happiness, fame by association, power, all of which, however, proves elusive, yet this only makes their targets pursue them the more. Coquettes seem totally self-sufficient. They do not need you, they seem to say, and their narcissism proves devilishly attractive. You want to conquer them, but they hold the cards. The strategy of the coquette is never to offer total satisfaction. Imitate the alternating heat and coolness of the coquette, and you will keep the seduced at your heels. The hot and cold coquette. In the autumn of 1795, Paris was caught up in a strange giddiness. The reign of terror that had followed the French Revolution had ended, the sound of the guillotine was gone. The city breathed a collective sigh of relief, and gave way to wild parties and endless festivals. The young Napoleon Bonaparte, 26 at the time, had no interest in such revelries. He had made a name for himself as a bright, audacious general who had helped quell rebellion in the provinces, but his ambition, there are indeed men who are attached more by, was boundless, and he burned with desire for new conquests. So when, in resistance than by yielding, October of that year, the infamous 33-year-old widow Josephine, and who unwittingly preferred a Beauharnais, visited his offices, he couldn't help but be confused. Jose, a variable sky, now splendid, now black and fine, was so exotic, and everything about her was languorous and sensual. Vexed by lightnings, too, she capitalized on her foreignness. She came from the island of Mar, love's unclouded blue. Let Tunique. On the other hand, she had a reputation as a loose woman, and the us not forget that Josephine had to deal with a shy Napoleon believed in marriage. Even so, when Josephine invited him conqueror, and that love to one of her weekly soirees, he found himself accepting. Resembles war. She did not at the soiree, he felt totally out of his element. All of the city's great surrender, she let herself be, writers and wits were there, as well as the few of the nobility who had conquered. Had she been more tender, more survived, Josephine herself was a vicomtesse, and had narrowly escaped attentive, more loving, the guillotine. The women were dazzling, some of them more beautiful perhaps Bonaparte would than the hostess, but all the men congregated around Josephine, drawn by, have loved her less. Her graceful presence and queenly manner. Several times she left the men, Imbert de Saint-Armand, quoted in The Empress behind, and went to Napoleon's side. Nothing could have flattered his Josephine, Napoleon's pure ego, more than such attention. Enchantress, Philip W. He began to pay her visits. Sometimes she would ignore him, and he sergeant would leave in a fit of anger. Yet the next day a passionate letter would arrive from Josephine, and he would rush to see her. Soon he was spending most of his time with her. Her occasional shows of sadness, her bouts of coquettes know how to please, not how to love, anger or of tears, only deepened his attachment. In March of 1796, Napo, which is why men love Leon, married Josephine. Them so much. 2 days after his wedding, Napoleon left to lead a campaign in northern, Pierre Marivaux's Italy against the Austrians. You are the constant object of my thoughts, he wrote to his wife from abroad. My imagination exhausts itself in guessing what you are doing. His generals saw him distracted. He would leave meetings early, spend hours writing letters, or stare at the miniature of Josephine he wore around his neck. He had been driven to this state by the unbearable distance between them, and by a slight coldness he now detected. 6970 The Art of Seduction and Absence, the declining in her. She wrote infrequently, and her letters lacked passion, nor did she, of an invitation to dinner, join him in Italy. He had to finish his war fast, so that he could return to an unintentional, her side. Engaging the enemy with unusual zeal, he began to make Miss Unconscious harshness are of more service than all takes. To live for Josephine, he wrote to her. I work to get near you. I the cosmetics and fine kill myself to reach you. His letters became more passionate and erotic, a clothes in the world. Friend of Josephine's who saw them wrote, the handwriting was almost, Marcel Proust, indecipherable, the spelling shaky, the style bizarre and confused. What a position for a woman to find herself in, being the motivating force behind the triumphal march of an entire army. There's also nightly, to the months went by in which Napoleon begged Josephine to come to Italy uninitiated, / a peril, not, and she made endless excuses. But finally she agreed to come, and left Paris indeed like love or marriage, / but not the less for Brescia, where he was headquartered. A near encounter with the enemy for this he depreciated / along the way, however, forced her to detour to Milan. Napoleon was away I mean from Brescia, in battle. When he returned to find her still absent, he blamed not to disparage / the show of virtue even in his foe General Wurmser, and swore revenge. For the next few months he vitiated / it adds and seemed to pursue two targets with equal energy, Wurmser and Josephine. Outward grace unto their his wife was never where she was supposed to be. I reach Milan, rush to carriage, / but to your house, having thrown aside everything in order to clasp you in my denounce the amphibious sort of harlot, / couleur arms. You are not there. Napoleon would turn angry and jealous, but de Rose, whose neither when he finally caught up with Josephine, the slightest of her favors melted white nor scarlet. / such is his heart. He took long rides with her in a darkened carriage, while your cold coquette, who can't say no, / and generals fumed, meetings were missed, orders and strategies improvised. Won't say yes, and keeps never, he later wrote to her, has a woman been in such complete mars you on and offing / on a terry of another's heart. And yet their time together was so short. During a lee shore, till it begins to blow, / then seize your campaign that lasted almost a year, Napoleon spent a mere 15 nights heart-wrecked with his new bride. Inward scoffing. / this Napoleon later heard rumors that Josephine had taken a lover while he works a world of sentimental woe, / and was in Italy. His feelings toward her cooled, and he himself took an endless sense knew what his yearly series of mistresses. Yet Josephine was never really concerned about this to the coffin, / but yet his threat to her power over her husband, the few tears, some theatrics, a little merely innocent flirtation, / coldness on her part, and he remained her slave. In 1804, he had her not quite adultery, but adulteration. Crowned empress, and had she borne him a son, she would have remained, Lordbyon, empress to the end. When Napoleon lay on his deathbed, the last word the cold coquette uttered was Josephine. During the French Revolution, Josephine had come within minutes of loss there as a way to representing her head on the guillotine. The experience left her without illusions, one's cause, and in doing so and with two goals in mind, to live a life of pleasure, and to find the man to treat the audience in such a cool and who could best supply it. She set her sights on Napoleon early on. He was condescending manner that young, and had a brilliant future. Beneath his calm exterior, Josephine they are bound to notice sensed, he was highly emotional and aggressive, but this did not intimidate one is not doing it to please her, it only revealed his insecurity and weakness. He would be easy to end them. The principle should always be not to make slave. First, Josephine adapted to his moods, charmed him with her femmy concessions to those who nine grace, warmed him with her looks and manner. He wanted to possess, don't have anything to give her. And once she had aroused this desire, her power lay in postponing it, but who have everything to gain from us. We can wait satisfaction, withdrawing from him, frustrating him. In fact the torture of the coquette, 71 the chase gave Napoleon a masochistic pleasure. He yearned to subdue her until they are begging on independent spirit, as if she were an enemy in battle. Their knees even if it takes a very long time. People are inherently perverse. An easy conquest has a lower value than a difficult one, we are only really excited by what is denied us, by what we, Sigmund Freud, in a letter to a pupil, quoted in Paul cannot possess in full. Your greatest power in seduction is your ability to rosen, Freud and his turn away, to make others come after you, delaying their satisfaction. Most followers people miscalculate and surrender too soon, worried that the other person will lose interest, or that giving the other what he or she wants will grant the giver a kind of power. The truth is the opposite. Once you satisfy someone when her time was come, 1. You no longer have the initiative, and you open yourself to the posse, that nymph most fair ability, that he or she will lose interest at the slightest whim. Remember, brought forth a child with whom one could have vanity is critical in love. Make your targets afraid that you may be with fallen in love even in his drawing, that you may not really be interested, and you arouse their innate cradle, and she called him insecurity, their fear that as you have gotten to know them they have been Narcissus. Cephases come less exciting to you. These insecurities are devastating. Then, once child had reached his 16th year, and could you have made them uncertain of you and of themselves, reignite their be counted as at once boy hope, making them feel desired again. Hot and cold, such an man. Many lads and coquetry is perversely pleasurable, heightening interest, and keeping the innate many girls fell in love with him, but his soft young titative on your side. Never be put off by your target's anger. It is a sure sign body housed a pride so of enslavement. Unyielding that none of those boys or girls dared to touch him. One day, as she who would long retain her power must use her lover ill, was driving timid deer into his nets, he was seen by that talkative nymph, who cannot stay silent when another speaks, but yet has the cold coquette not learned to speak first herself. Her name is Echo, and she always answers in 1952, the writer Truman Capote, a recent success in literary and social back. So when she began to receive an almost daily barrage of fan mail from a young sore Narcissus wandering man named Andy Warhol. An illustrator for shoe designers, fashion maker, through the lonely zines, and the like, Warhol made pretty, stylized drawings, some of which countryside. Echo fell in love with him and followed he sent to Capote, hoping the author would include them in one of his secretly in his steps. The books. Capote did not respond. One day he came home to find Warhol more closely she followed, talking to his mother, with whom Capote lived. And Warhol began to tell the nearer was the fire which scorched her, just as phone almost daily. Finally Capote put an end to all this. He seemed one sulphur, smeared round thee of those hopeless people that you just know nothing's ever going to happen. Tops of torches, is quickly to just a hopeless, born loser, the writer later said. Kindled when a flame is brought near it. How often 10 years later, Andy Warhol, aspiring artist, had his first one-man she wished to make show at the Stable Gallery in Manhattan. On the walls were a series of flattering overtures to him, silk-screened paintings based on the Campbell's soup can and the Coca-Cola, to approach him with bottle. At the opening and at the party afterward, Warhol stood to the side, tender pleas. The boy, by chance, had wandered staring blankly, talking little. What a contrast he was to the older generation away from his faithful band of artists, the abstract expressionists, mostly hard-drinking womanizers full of comrades, and he called of bluster and aggression, big talkers who had dominated the art scene for out. Is there anybody here? Echo answered, the previous 15 years. And what a change from the Warhol who had here. Narcissus stood badgered Capote, and art dealers and patrons as well. The critics were both still in astonishment. 72, The Art of Seduction, looking round in every baffled and intrigued by the coldness of Warhol's work. They could not fig direction. He looked you out how the artist felt about his subjects. What was his position? What behind him, and when no was he trying to say? When they asked, he would simply reply, I just do it. One appeared, cried again, why are you avoiding? Because I like it, or I love soup. The critics went wild with their interme. But all he heard protestations. An art like Warhol's is necessarily parasitic upon the myths of where his own words echoed its time. One wrote, another, the decision not to decide is a paradox that back. Still he persisted, deceived by what he took to as equal to an idea which expresses nothing, but then gives it dimension, be another's voice, and the show was a huge success, establishing Warhol as a leading figure in a said, "Come here, and let new movement, pop art. Us meet." Echo answered, "Let us meet." Never in 1963, Warhol rented a large Manhattan loft space that he called the Again, Would She Reply More factory, and that soon became the hub of a large entourage, hangers-on, willingly to any sound. To actors, aspiring artists. Here, particularly at night, Warhol would simply make good her words, she came out of the wood and wander about, or stand in a corner. People would gather around him, fight made to throw her arms for his attention, throw questions at him, and he would answer, in his non-round the neck she loved, committal way. But no one could get close to him, physically or mentally, but he fled from her, crying he would not allow it. At the same time, if he walked by you without give as he did so, away with these embraces. I would dying you his usual, "Oh, hi, you were devastated. He hadn't noticed you, before I would have you perhaps you were on the way out. Touch me." Thus increasingly interested in filmmaking, Warhol cast his friends in his scorned, she concealed herself in the woods, hiding movies. In effect he was offering them a kind of instant celebrity, their ashamed face in the 15 minutes of fame. The phrase is Warhol's. Soon people were shelter of the leaves, and competing for roles. He groomed women in particular for stardom, Edie ever since that day she dwells in lonely caves. Yet Sedgwick, Viva, Nico. Just being around him offered a kind of celebrity, by still her love remained association. The factory became the place to be seen, and stars like Judy firmly rooted in her heart. Garland and Tennessee Williams would go to parties there, rubbing elbows, and was increased by the with Sedgwick, Viva, and the bohemian lower echelons whom Warhol had pain of having been rejected. Narcissus befriended. People began sending limos to bring him to parties of their had played with her own. His presence alone was enough to turn a social evening into a scene. Affections, treating her as he even though he would pass through in near silence, keeping to himself, and had previously treated other spirits of the waters and leaving early. The woods, and his mail in 1967, Warhol was asked to lecture at various colleges. He hated to admirers too. Then one of talk, particularly about his own art, the less something has to say, he felt, those he had scorned raised up his hands to heaven the more perfect it is. But the money was good and Warhol always found and prayed, may he it hard to say no. His solution was simple, he asked an actor, Alan himself fall in love with Midget, to impersonate him. Midget was dark-haired, tan, part Chero another, as we have done Key Indian. He did not resemble Warhol in the least. But Warhol and with him. May he too be unable to gain his loved friends covered his face with powder, sprayed his brown hair silver, gave one nemesis heard and him dark glasses, and dressed him in Warhol's clothes. Since Midget knew granted his righteous nothing about art, his answers to students' questions tended to be a short prayer. Narcissus, wearied with hunting in and enigmatic as Warhol's own. The impersonation worked. Warhol may the heat of the day, lay have been an icon, but no one really knew him, and since he often wore down here, by a clear dark glasses, even his face was unfamiliar in any detail. The lecture Audi pool, for he was attracted by the beauty of the place, Ences were far enough away to be teased by the thought of his presence and by the spring. While and no one got close enough to catch the deception. He remained elusive. He sought to quench his thirst. Another thirst grew the coquette 73 early on in life. Andy Warhol was plagued by conflicting emotions. He in him, and as he drank, parately wanted fame, but he was naturally passive and shy. I've always had he was enchanted by the beautiful reflection that he a conflict, he later said, because I'm shy and yet I like to take up a lot of sore. He fell in love with personal space. Mom always said, don't be pushy, but let everyone know an insubstantial hope you're around. At first Warhol tried to make himself more aggressive, mistaking a mere shadow for a real body. spellbound, straining to please and court. It didn't work. After 10 futile years by his own self, he stopped trying and gave in to his own passivity, only to discover the power remained there motionless, that withdrawal commands. With fixed gaze, like a Warhol began this process in his artwork, which changed dramatically, statue carved from Paiyan marble. Unwittingly, in the early 1960s, his new paintings of soup cans, green stamps, and other he desired himself, and was widely known images, did not assault you with meaning. In fact, their mean himself, the object of his ing, was totally elusive, which only heightened their fascination. They drew own approval, at once seeking and sought himself you in by their immediacy, their visual power, their coldness. Having kindling the flame with formed his art, Warhol also transformed himself. Like his paintings, he be which he burned. How came pure surface? He trained himself to hold himself back, to stop talking. Often did he vainly kiss the treacherous pool. How often the world is full of people who try, people who impose themselves, plunge his arms deep in aggressively. They may gain temporary victories, but the longer they are waters, as he tried to clasp around, the more people want to confound them. They leave no space the neck he saw. But he could not lay hold upon around themselves, and without space there can be no seduction. Cold himself. He did not know quets create space by remaining elusive and making others pursue them. What he was looking at, their coolness suggests a comfortable confidence that is exciting to be, but was fired by the sight around, even though it may not actually exist. Their silence makes you want and excited by the very illusion that deceived his to talk. Their self-containment, their appearance of having no need for eyes. Poor foolish boy, why other people, only makes us want to do things for them, hungry for the vainly grasp at the fleeting slightest sign of recognition and favor. Cold coquettes may be maddening image that eludes you. The thing you are seeking to deal with, never committing, but never saying no, never allowing close, does not exist. Only turn-ness, but more often than not we find ourselves coming back to them. Add aside and you will lose dict to the coldness they project. Remember, seduction is a process of what you love. What you see is but the shadow cast drawing people in, making them want to pursue and possess you. Seen this by your reflection, in itself tant and people will go mad to win your favor. Humans, like nature, hater it is nothing. It comes with vacuum, and emotional distance and silence make them strain to fill up the you, and lasts while you empty space with words and heat of their own. Like Warhol, stand back are there, it will go when you go, if go you can. And let them fight over you. He laid down his weary head on the green grass. Narcissistic women have the greatest fascination for and death closed the eyes which so admired their men. The charm of a child lies to a great extent in his owner's beauty. Even then, narcissism, his self-sufficiency and inaccessibility, just as when he was received into does the charm of certain animals which seem not to con the abode of the dead, he cern themselves about us, such as cats. It is as if we kept looking at himself, in envied them their power of retaining a blissful state of the waters of the styx. His sisters, the nymphs of the mind, an unassailable libido position which we ourselves mourned for him, have since abandoned. And cut off their hair in tribute to their brother. The Sigmund Freud would nymphs mourned him too, and Echo sang her refrain to their lament. The pyre, the tossing 74, the art of seduction torches, and the beer, were keys to the character now being prepared, but his body was nowhere to be found. Instead of his corpse, they discovered according to the popular concept, coquettes are consummate teases, experts at arousing desire through a provocative appearance, or an old flower with a circle of white luring attitude. But the real essence of coquettes is in fact their ability to petals round a yellow trap people emotionally, and to keep their victims in their clutches long AF center. That first titillation of desire. This is the skill that puts them in the ranks. OVID, METAMORPHOSES, of the most effective seducers. Their success may seem somewhat odd. Translated by Mary M. In since they are essentially cold and distant creatures, should you ever get to know one well, you will sense his or her inner core of detachment and self-love. It may seem logical that once you become aware of this quality, your selfishness is one of the will see through the coquette's manipulations and lose interest, but more qualities apt to inspire love. Often we see the opposite. After years of Josephine's coquettish games, Nathaniel Hawthorne Napoleon was well aware of how manipulative she was. Yet this conqueror of kingdoms, this skeptic and cynic, could not leave her. To understand the peculiar power of the coquette, you must first the Socrates, whom you understand a critical property of love and desire. The more obviously you see has a tendency to fall and pursue a person, the more likely you are to chase them away. Too much at love with good-looking tentation can be interesting for a while, but it soon grows cloying and finally young men, and is always in their society, and becomes claustrophobic and frightening. It signals weakness and neediness, ecstasy about but an unseductive combination. How often we make this mistake, thinking once you see beneath our persistent presence will reassure. But coquettes have an inherent surface. You will discover a degree of self-control of understanding of this particular dynamic. Masters of selective withdrawal, which you can hardly form, they hint at coldness, absenting themselves at times to keep their victim off a notion, gentlemen. Balance, surprised, intrigued. Their withdrawals make them mysterious. He spends his whole life pretending and playing, and we build them up in our imaginations. Familiarity, on the other hand, with people, and I doubt undermines what we have built. A bout of distance engages the emotions whether anyone has ever further. Instead of making us angry, it makes us insecure. Perhaps they seem the treasures which don't really like us. Perhaps we have lost their interest. Once our vanity is revealed, when he grows serious and exposes what's stake, we succumb to the coquette, just to prove we are still desirable. He keeps inside. Member, the essence of the coquette lies not in the tease and temptation. Believing that he was, but in the subsequent step back, the emotional withdrawal. That is the key. Serious in his admiration of my charms, I suppose that to enslaving desire. A wonderful piece of good to adopt the power of the coquette. You must understand one other luck had befallen me, quality, narcissism. Sigmund Freud characterized the narcissistic woman, should now be able, in return for my favors, to most often obsessed with her appearance, as the type with the greatest find out all that Socrates fecked on men. As children, he explains, we pass through a narcissistic phase new, for you must know that is immensely pleasurable. Happily self-contained and self-involved, that there was no limit to the pride that I felt in my have little psychic need of other people. Then, slowly, we are socialized and good looks. With this end taught to pay attention to others, but we secretly yearn for those blissful in view. I sent away my early days. The narcissistic woman reminds a man of that period, and makes attendant, whom hitherto I him envious. Perhaps contact with her will restore that feeling of self had always kept with me in my encounters with involvement. Socrates, and left myself a man, is also challenged by the female coquette's independence, he alone with him. I must tell wants to be the one to make her dependent, to burst her bubble. It is far you the whole truth, attend carefully, and do you, more likely, though, that he will end up becoming her slave, giving her in the coquette 75 cessant attention to gain her love, and failing. For the narcissistic woman is Socrates, pull me up if not emotionally needy, she is self-sufficient. And this is surprisingly seduct, anything I say is false. I allowed myself to be a lone tyve. Self-esteem is critical in seduction. Your attitude toward yourself is with him, I say, read by the other person in subtle and unconscious ways. Low self-esteem, gentlemen, and I naturally repels, confidence and self-sufficiency attract. The less you seem to need supposed that he would other people, the more likely others will be drawn to you. Understand the embark on conversation of the type that a lover importance of this in all relationships, and you will find your neediness usually addresses to his easier to suppress. But do not confuse self-absorption with seductive narciss, darling, when they are schism. Talking endlessly about yourself is eminently anti-seductive, revealing tete-a-tete, and I was glad. Nothing of the kind, not self-sufficiency but insecurity. He spent the day with me. The coquette is traditionally thought of as female, and certainly the sort of talk, which is strategy, was for centuries one of the few weapons women had to engage habitual with him, and then left me and went and enslave a man's desire. One ploy of the coquette is the withdrawal of away. Next I invited him sexual favors, and we see women using this trick throughout history. That to train with me in the great 17th century French courtesan Ninon de l'Enclos was desired gymnasium, and I accompanied him there, by all the preeminent men of France, but only attained real power when believing that I should. She made it clear that she would no longer sleep with a man as part of her succeed with him now. He duty. This drove her admirers to despair, which she knew how to make. Took exercise and wrestled worse by favoring a man temporarily, granting him access to her body for a with me frequently, with no one else present, but I few months, then returning him to the pack of the unsatisfied. Queen need hardly say that I was Elizabeth, the first of England. Took coquettishness to the extreme, deliberately no nearer my goal. Finding arousing the desires of her courtiers, but sleeping with none of them. That this was no good either, I resolved to make along a tool of social power for women. Coquettishness was slowly adapted direct assault on him, and by men, particularly the great seducers of the 17th and 18th, not to give up what I had centuries who envied the power of such women. One 17th century once undertaken, I felt that I must get to the bottom of seducer. The Duc de Lauzun was a master at exciting a woman, then stood the matter. So I invited Denley, acting aloof. Women went wild over him. Today, coquetry is gender him to dine with me less. In a world that discourages direct confrontation, teasing, coldness, and behaving just like a lover, who has designs upon his selective aloofness, are a form of indirect power that brilliantly disguises its favorite. He was in no own aggression. Hurry to accept this. The coquette must first and foremost be able to excite the target of his invitation, but at last he agreed to come. The first or her attention. The attraction can be sexual, the law of celebrity. What time he came he rose to go ever it takes. At the same time, the coquette sends contrary signals that away immediately after stimulate contrary responses, plunging the victim into confusion. The dinner, and on that occasion eponymous heroine of Marivaux's 18th century French novel Marie, was ashamed and let him go. But I return to the Anne is the consummate coquette. Going to church, she dresses tastefully, attack, and this time I kept, but leaves her hair slightly uncombed. In the middle of the service she him in conversation, after seems to notice this error and starts to fix it, revealing her bare arm as she dinner far into the night, and then, when he wanted does so. Such things were not to be seen in an 18th century church. To be going, I compelled and all male eyes fix on her for that moment. The tension is much more him to stay, on the plea powerful than if she were outside, or were tardily dressed. Remember, that it was too late for him to go. So he betook vice. Flirting will reveal your intentions too clearly. Better to be ambiguous himself to rest, using as and even contradictory, frustrating at the same time that you stimulate. Bed. The couch on which he, the great spiritual leader Jiddu Krishnamurti, was an unconscious had reclined at dinner, next to mine, and there was Ket. Revered by theosophists as their world teacher, Krishnamurti was nobody sleeping in the also a dandy. He loved elegant clothing and was devilishly handsome. At the 76, the Art of Seduction room, but ourselves. Same time, he practiced celibacy, and had a horror of being touched. In Swear by All the Gods in 1929 he shocked theosophists around the world by proclaiming that he was heaven, that for anything that had happened between not a god, or even a guru, and did not want any followers. This only hit us when I got up after his appeal. Women fell in love with him in great numbers, and his ad sleeping with Socrates, our vices grew even more devoted. Physically and psychologically, Krishnamurti might have been sleeping was sending contrary signals. While preaching a generalized love and accept with my father or elder brother. What do you chance? In his personal life he pushed people away. His attractiveness, and his supposed to have been my obsession with his appearance might have gained him attention, but by state of mind after that themselves would not have made women fall in love with him. His lessons of on the one hand I realized that I had been celibacy and spiritual virtue would have created disciples, but not physical slighted, but on the other I love. The combination of these traits, however, both drew people in and felt a reverence for Socrates frustrated them, a coquettish dynamic that created an emotional and physical character, his self-control and courage. The result attachment to a man who shunned such things. His withdrawal from the was that I could neither world had the effect of only heightening the devotion of his followers. Bring myself to be angry coquetry depends on developing a pattern to keep the other person off with him and tear myself balance. The strategy is extremely effective. Experiencing a pleasure once, away from his society, nor find a way of subduing we yearn to repeat it. So the coquette gives us pleasure, then withdraws it. Him to my will. I was the alternation of heat and cold is the most common pattern, and has sev utterly disconcerted, and eerie variations. The 8th century Chinese coquette Yang Kuei to wandered about in a state of enslavement, to the man Tali enslaved the Emperor Ming Huang through a pattern of kindness, and the like of which has never bitterness. Having charmed him with kindness, she would suddenly get and be known. Gry, blaming him harshly for the slightest mistake. Unable to live without, Alcibiades, quoted I and the pleasure she gave him, the emperor would turn the court upside down Plato, the symposium to please her when she was angry or upset. Her tears had a similar effect. What had he done? Why was she so sad? He eventually ruined himself, and his kingdom trying to keep her happy. Tears, anger, and the production of guilt are all the tools of the coquette. A similar dynamic appears in a lover's quarrel, when a couple fights, then reconciles, the joys of reconciliation only make the attachment stronger. Sadness of any sort is also seductive, particularly if it seems deep-rooted, even spiritual, rather than needy or pathetic, it makes people come to you. Coquettes are never jealous, that would undermine their image of fundamental self-sufficiency. But they are masters at inciting jealousy, by paying attention to a third party, creating a triangle of desire, they signal to their victims that they may not be that interested. This triangulation is extremely seductive, in social contexts, as well as erotic ones. Interested in narcissistic women, Freud was a narcissist himself, and his aloofness drove his disciples crazy. They even had a name for it, his God complex. Behaving like a kind of messiah, too lofty for petty emotions, Freud always maintained a distance between himself and his students, hardly ever inviting them over for dinner, say, and keeping his private life shrouded in mystery. Yet he would occasionally choose an acolyte to confide in, Carl Jung, Otto Rank, Lou Andreas Salome. The result was that his disciples went berserk trying to win his favor, to be the one he chose. Their jealousy, when he suddenly favored one of them, only increased his power over them. People's natural insecurities are heightened in group settings. By the coquette 77 maintaining aloofness, coquettes start a competition to win their favor. If the ability to use third parties to make targets jealous is a critical seductive skill, Sigmund Freud was a grand coquette. All of the tactics of the coquette have been adapted by political leaders to make the public fall in love. While exciting the masses, these leaders remain inwardly detached, which keeps them in control. The political scientist Roberto Michels has even referred to such politicians as cold coquettes. Napoleon played the coquette with the French. After the grand successes of the Italian campaign had made him a beloved hero, he left France to conquer Egypt, knowing that in his absence the government would fall apart, the people would hunger for his return, and their love would serve as the base for an expansion of his power. After exciting the masses with a rousing speech, Mao Zedong would disappear from sight for days on end, making himself an object of cultish worship. And no one was more of a coquette than Yugoslav leader Joseph Tito, who alternated between distance from an emotional identification with his people. All of these political leaders were confirmed narcissists. In times of trouble, when people feel insecure, the effect of such political coquetry is even more powerful. It is important to realize that coquetry is extremely effective on a group, stimulating jealousy, love, and intense devotion. If you play such a role with a group, remember to keep an emotional and physical distance. This will allow you to cry and laugh on command, project self-sufficiency, and with such detachment you will be able to play people's emotions like a piano. Symbol: the shadow. It cannot be grasped. Chase your shadow and it will flee, turn your back on it and it will follow you. It is also a person's dark side, the thing that makes them mysterious. After they have given us pleasure, the shadow of their withdrawal makes us yearn for their return, much as clouds make us yearn for the sun. 78. The Art of Seduction. Dangers. Coquettes face an obvious danger: they play with volatile emotions. Every time the pendulum swings, love shifts to hate. So they must orchestrate everything carefully. Their absences cannot be too long, their bouts of anger must be quickly followed by smiles. Coquettes can keep their victims emotionally entrapped for a long time, but over months or years the dynamic can begin to prove tiresome. Jiang Qing, later known as Madame Mao, used coquettish skills to capture the heart of Mao Tse-tung, but after 10 years the quarreling, the tears and the coolness became intensely irritating, and once irritation proved stronger than love, Mao was able to detach. Josephine, a more brilliant coquette, was able to adapt, by spending a whole year without playing coy or withdrawing from Napoleon. Timing is everything. On the other hand, though, the coquette stirs up powerful emotions, and breakups often prove temporary. The coquette is addictive. After the failure of the social plan Mao called the Great Leap Forward, Madame Mao was able to re-establish her power over her devastated husband. The cold coquette can stimulate a particularly deep hatred. Valerie Solanas was a young woman who fell under Andy Warhol's spell. She had written a play that amused him, and she was given the impression he might turn it into a film. She imagined becoming a celebrity. She also got involved in the feminist movement, and when, in June 1968, it dawned on her that Warhol was toying with her, she directed her growing rage at men on him and shot him 3 times, nearly killing him. Cold coquettes may stimulate feelings that are not so much erotic as intellectual, less passion and more fascination. The hatred they can stir up is all the more insidious and dangerous, for it may not be counterbalanced by a deep love. They must realize the limits of the game, and the disturbing effects they can have on less stable people. Charm is seduction without sex. Charmers are consummate manipulators, masking their cleverness by creating a mood of pleasure and comfort. Their method is simple: they deflect attention from themselves and focus it on their target. They understand your spirit, feel your pain, adapt to your moods. In the presence of a charmer you feel better about yourself. Charmers do not argue or fight, complain, or pester. Could be more seductive. By drawing you in with their indulgence, they make you dependent on them, and their power grows. Learn to cast the charmer's spell by aiming at people's primary weaknesses, vanity and self-esteem. The art of charm sexuality is extremely disruptive. The insecurities and emotions it stirs up can often cut short a relationship that would otherwise be deeper and longer lasting. The charmer's solution is to fulfill the aspects of sexuality that are so alluring and addictive: the focused attention, the boosted self-esteem, the pleasurable wooing, the understanding, real or illusory, but subtract the sex itself. It's not that the charmer represses birds are taken with pipes or discourages sexuality. Lurking beneath the surface of any attempt at that imitate their own charm is a sexual tease, a possibility. Charm cannot exist without a hint of voices, and men with those sayings that are most sexual tension. It cannot be maintained, however, unless sex is kept at bay agreeable to their own, or in the background. Opinions. The word charm comes from the Latin carmen, a song, but also an in Samuel Butler cantation tied to the casting of a magical spell. The charmer implicitly grasps this history, casting a spell by giving people something that holds their attention, that fascinates them. And the secret to capturing people's go with the bow, you'll attention, while lowering their powers of reason, is to strike at the things bend it, / use brute force, they have the least control over. Their ego, their vanity, and their self-little snap. / go with the esteem. As Benjamin Disraeli said, talk to a man about himself and current. That's how to swim, he will listen for hours. The strategy can never be obvious. Subtlety is the across rivers, / fighting upstream's no good. / go charmer's great skill. If the target is to be kept from seeing through easy with lions or tigers, if the charmer's efforts, and from growing suspicious, maybe even tiring of the you aim to tame them, / attention, a light touch is essential. The charmer is like a beam of light, that the bull gets inured to the plow by slow degrees. / doesn't play directly on a target, but throws a pleasantly diffused glow over it. So, yield if she shows charm, can be applied to a group as well as to an individual. A leader resistance / that way can charm the public. The dynamic is similar. The following are the laws of you'll win in the end. First, be sure to play / the part charm, culled from the stories of the most successful charmers in history. She allots you. Censure the things she censures, / endorse her endorsements, echo her every word, / pro make your target the center of attention. Charmers fade into the back or con, and laugh whenever ground. Their targets become the subject of their interest. To be a charmer she laughs, remember, / if you have to learn to listen and observe. Let your targets talk, revealing she weeps, to weep too, themselves in the process. As you find out more about them, they take your cue / from her every expression. Suppose strengths, and more important their weaknesses, you can individualize. She's playing a board game, your attention, appealing to their specific desires and needs, tailoring your / then throw the dice flatteries to their insecurities. By adapting to their spirit and empathizing carelessly, move / your pieces all wrong. / with their woes, you can make them feel bigger and better, validating their don't jib at a slavish task sense of self-worth. Make them the star of the show and they will become like holding / her mirror. 81-82, The Art of Seduction. Slavish or not, such addicted to you and grow dependent on you. On a mass level, make Jez attentions please. Choose of self-sacrifice, no matter how fake, to show the public that you, Ovid, The Art of Love, share their pain and are working in their interest, self-interest being the translated by Peter Greene public form of egotism. Disraeli was asked to be a source of pleasure. No one wants to hear about your problems and dinner, and came in green troubles. Listen to your target's complaints, but more important, distract velvet trousers, with a canary waistcoat, buckle them from their problems by giving them pleasure. Do this often enough. Shoes and lace cuffs. His and they will fall under your spell. Being light-hearted and fun is always appearance at first proved more charming than being serious and critical. An energetic presence is disquieting, but on leaving the table the guests likewise more charming than lethargy, which hints at boredom. And Ina remarked to each other that moose social taboo, and elegance and style will usually win out over the wittiest talker at the Garrity. Since most people like to associate themselves with whatever they luncheon party, was the man in the yellow think elevated and cultured. In politics, provide illusion and myth rather waistcoat. Benjamin had than reality. Instead of asking people to sacrifice for the greater good, talk made great advances in of grand moral issues. An appeal that makes people feel good will translate social conversation, since the intervotes and power. Days of Murray's dinners. Faithful to his method, he noted the stages. Do not talk too much at present, bring antagonism into harmony. The court is a cauldron of resentment, do not try to talk. But whenever you speak, speak in envy, where the sourness of a single brooding Cassius can quickly turn with self-possession. Speak into a conspiracy. The charmer knows how to smooth out conflict. Never in a subdued tone, and stir up antagonisms that will prove immune to your charm. In the face of always look at the person whom you are addressing. Those who are aggressive, retreat, let them have their little victories. Yield before one can engage in an indulgence will charm the fight out of any potential enemies. General conversation with never criticize people overtly, that will make them insecure and resistant any effect, there is a certain to change. Plant ideas, insinuate suggestions. Charmed by your diplomatic acquaintance with trifling but amusing subjects, which skills, people will not notice your growing power. Must be first attained. You will soon pick up sufficient by listening and observing. Never argue. In society lull your victims into ease and comfort. Charm is like the hypnotist's nothing must be discussed, trick with the swinging watch. The more relaxed the target, the easier it is give only results. If any to bend him or her to your will. The key to making your victims feel person differ from you, bow and turn the conversation. Forteable is to mirror them, adapt to their moods. People are narcissists, in society never think. They are drawn to those most similar to themselves. Seem to share their always be on the watch, or values and tastes, to understand their spirit, and they will fall under your you will miss many spell. This works particularly well if you are an outsider, showing that you opportunities, and say many disagreeable things. Share the values of your adopted group or country, you have learned their talk to women, talk to language, you prefer their customs, etc., is immensely charming, since for women as much as you this preference is a choice, not a question of birth. Never pester or be can. This is the best school. This is the way to overly persistent. These encharming qualities will disrupt the relaxation gain fluency, because you need to cast your spell. Need not care what you say, and had better not be sensible. They, too, will rally you on many points. The charmer 83 show calm and self-possession in the face of adversity. Adversity, and as they are women you setbacks actually provide the perfect setting for charm. Showing a calm, will not be offended. Nothing is of so much ruffled exterior, in the face of unpleasantness puts people at ease. You seem important and of so patient, as if waiting for destiny to deal you a better card, or as if you were much used to a young man confident you could charm the fates themselves. Never show anger, ill-entering life as to be well-temper, or vengefulness, all disruptive emotions that will make people criticized by women. Offensive. In the politics of large groups, welcome adversity as a chance to andr moroa, Disraeli. Translated by Hamish Miles, show the charming qualities of magnanimity and poise. Let others get flustered and upset, the contrast will redound to your favor. Never whine, never complain, never try to justify yourself. You know what charm is. A way of getting the answer yes, without having asked make yourself useful. If done subtly, your ability to enhance the lives of any clear question. Others will be devilishly seductive. Your social skills will prove important. Albert Camus here. Creating a wide network of allies will give you the power to link people up with each other, which will make them feel that by knowing you they can make their lives easier. This is something no one can resist. A speech that carries its follow-through is key. So many people will charm by promising a person audience along with it and is applauded is often less great things, the better job, a new contact, the big favor. But if they do not suggestive simply, because it follow through they make enemies instead of friends. Anyone can make it clear that it sets out to be promise. What sets you apart, and makes you charming, is your ability to persuasive. People talking come through in the end, following up your promise with a definite action. Together influence each other in close proximity by conversely, if someone does you a favor, show your gratitude concretely. Means of the tone of voice in a world of bluff and smoke, real action, and true helpfulness are perhaps they adopt and the way the ultimate charm. They look at each other, and not only by the kind of language they use. We are right to call a good examples of charmers conversationalist a charmer, in the magical sense of the word. 1. In the early 1870s, Queen Victoria of England had reached a low point, Gustave Tard, opinion in her life. Her beloved husband, Prince Albert, had died in 1861, leaving Etla Fowl, quoted in Surge her more than grief-stricken. In all of her decisions, she had relied on his Moscovici, the age of the crowd advice. She was too uneducated and inexperienced to do otherwise, or so everyone made her feel. In fact, with Albert's death, political discussions and policy issues had come to bore her to tears. Now Victoria gradually withdrew from the public eye. As a result, the monarchy became less popular and therefore less powerful. In 1874, the Conservative Party came to power, and its leader, the 70-year-old Benjamin Disraeli, became Prime Minister. The protocol of his accession to his seat demanded that he come to the palace for a private meeting with the Queen, who was 55 at the time. Two more unlikely associates could not be imagined. Disraeli, who was Jewish by birth, had dark skin and exotic features by English standards. As a young man, he had been a dandy, his dress bordering on the flamboyant, and he had written popular novels that were romantic, or even Gothic in style. The Queen, on the other hand, was dour and stubborn, formal in manner and simple in 84, The Art of Seduction wax, a substance naturally tastes. To please her, Disraeli was advised, he should curb his natural hard and brittle, can be gance, but he disregarded what everyone had told him and appeared before made soft by her as a gallant prince, falling to one knee, taking her hand, and kissing it, application of a little warmth, so that it will take saying, I plight my troth to the kindest of mistresses. Disraeli pledged that any shape you please. In his work now was to realize Victoria's dreams. He praised her qualities so the same way, by being fulsomely that she blushed, yet strangely enough, she did not find him polite and friendly. You can make people pliable and comical or offensive, but came out of the encounter smiling. Perhaps she obliging, even though they should give this strange man a chance, she thought, and she waited to see her apt to be crabbed and what he would do next. Malevolent. Hence Victoria soon began receiving reports from Disraeli, on parliamentary politeness, is to human nature what warmth is to debates, policy issues and so forth, that were unlike anything other Minnie's wax. Ters had written, addressing her as the Fairy Queen, and giving the Arthu Schopenhauer, monarchy's various enemies all kinds of villainous code names. He filled his counsels and maxims, notes with gossip. In a note about a new cabinet member, Disraeli wrote, translated Byt. Bailey. Saunders, he is more than 6 feet 4 inches in stature. Like St. Peter's at Rome, no one is at first aware of his dimensions. But he has the sagacity of the elephant as well as its form. The minister's blithe, informal spirit bordered on never explain, never disrespect, but the Queen was enchanted. She read his reports voraciously, complain. And almost without her realizing it, her interest in politics was rekindled. Benjamin Disraeli. At the start of their relationship, Disraeli sent the Queen all of his novels as a gift. She in return presented him with the one book she had written, Journal of Our Life in the Highlands. From then on he would toss out in his letters and conversations with her the phrase, we authors. The Queen would beam with pride. She would overhear him praising her to others. Her ideas, common sense, and feminine instincts, he said, made her the equal of Elizabeth I. He rarely disagreed with her. At meetings with other ministers, he would suddenly turn and ask her for advice. In 1875, when Disraeli managed to finagle the purchase of the Suez Canal from the debt-ridden Khedive of Egypt, he presented his accomplishment to the Queen, as if it were a realization of her own ideas about expanding the British Empire. She did not realize the cause, but her confidence was growing by leaps and bounds. Victoria once sent flowers to her Prime Minister. He later returned the favor, sending primroses, a flower so ordinary that some recipients might have been insulted, but his gift came with a note: "Of all the flowers, the one that retains its beauty longest is sweet primrose." Disraeli was enveloping Victoria in a fantasy atmosphere, in which everything was a metaphor, and the simplicity of the flower of course symbolized the Queen, and also the relationship between the two leaders. Victoria fell for the bait. Primroses were soon her favorite flower. In fact, everything Disraeli did now met with her approval. She allowed him to sit in her presence, an unheard-of privilege. The two began to exchange valentines every February. The Queen would ask people what Disraeli had said at a party. When he paid a little too much attention to Empress Augusta of Germany, she grew jealous. The courtiers wondered what had happened to the stubborn, formal woman they had known. She was acting like an infatuated girl. The charmer 85 in 1876, Disraeli steered through Parliament a bill declaring Queen Victoria a Queen Empress. The Queen was beside herself with joy. Out of gratitude and certainly love, she elevated this Jewish dandy and novelist to the peerage, making him Earl of Beaconsfield, the realization of a lifelong dream. Disraeli knew how deceptive appearances can be. People were always judging him by his face and by his clothes, and he had learned never to do the same to them. So he was not deceived by Queen Victoria's sober exterior. Beneath it, he sensed, was a woman who yearned for a man to appeal to her feminine side, a woman who was affectionate, warm, even sexual. The extent to which this side of Victoria had been repressed merely revealed the strength of the feelings he would stir once he melted her reserve. Disraeli's approach was to appeal to two aspects of Victoria's personality that other people had squashed: her confidence and her sexuality. He was a master at flattering a person's ego. As one English princess remarked, "When I left the dining room after sitting next to Mr. Gladstone, I thought he was the cleverest man in England. But after sitting next to Mr. Disraeli, I thought I was the cleverest woman in England." Disraeli worked his magic with a delicate touch, insinuating an atmosphere of amusement and relaxation, particularly in relation to politics. Once the Queen's guard was down, he made that mood a little warmer, a little more suggestive, subtly sexual, though of course without overt flirtation. Disraeli made Victoria feel desirable as a woman and gifted as a monarch. How could she resist? How could she deny him anything? Our personalities are often molded by how we are treated. If a parent or spouse is defensive or argumentative in dealing with us, we tend to respond the same way. Never mistake people's exterior characteristics for reality, for the character they show on the surface may be merely a reflection of the people with whom they have been most in contact, or a front disguising its own opposite. A gruff exterior may hide a person dying for warmth. A repressed, sober-looking type may actually be struggling to conceal uncontrollable emotions. That is the key to charm, feeding what has been repressed or denied. By indulging the Queen, by making himself a source of pleasure, Disraeli was able to soften a woman who had grown hard and cantankerous. Indulgence is a powerful tool of seduction. It is hard to be angry or defensive with someone who seems to agree with your opinions and tastes. Charmers may appear to be weaker than their targets, but in the end they are the more powerful side, because they have stolen the ability to resist. 2. In 1971, the American financier and Democratic Party power player Averell Harriman saw his life drawing to a close. He was 79, his wife of many years, Marie, had just died, and with the Democrats out 86, the art of seduction of office, his political career seemed over. Feeling old and depressed, he resigned himself to spending his last years with his grandchildren in quiet retirement. A few months after Marie's death, Harriman was talked into attending a Washington party. There he met an old friend, Pamela Churchill, whom he had known during World War II, in London, where he had been sent as a personal envoy of President Franklin D. Roosevelt. She was 21 at the time, and was the wife of Winston Churchill's son Randolph. There had certainly been more beautiful women in the city, but none had been more pleasant to be around. She was so attentive, listening to his problems, befriending his daughter, they were the same age, and calming him whenever he saw her. Marie had remained in the States, and Randolph was in the army, so while bombs rained on London, Avril and Pamela had begun an affair. And in the many years since the war, she had kept in touch with him. He knew about the breakup of her marriage, and about her endless series of affairs with Europe's wealthiest playboys. Yet he had not seen her since his return to America, and to his wife. What a strange coincidence to run into her at this particular moment in his life. At the party, Pamela pulled Harriman out of his shell, laughing at his jokes and getting him to talk about London in the glory days of the war. He felt his old power returning. It was as if he were charming her. A few days later, she dropped in on him at one of his weekend homes. Harriman was one of the wealthiest men in the world, but was no lavish spender. He and Marie had lived a Spartan life. Pamela made no comment, but when she invited him to her own home, he could not help but notice the brightness and vibrancy of her life, flowers everywhere, beautiful linens on the bed, wonderful meals. She seemed to know all of his favorite foods. He had heard of her reputation as a courtesan, and understood the law of his wealth, yet being around her was invigorating, and 8 weeks after that party, he married her. Pamela did not stop there. She persuaded her husband to donate the art that Marie had collected to the National Gallery. She got him to part with some of his money, a trust fund for her son Winston, new houses, constant redecorations. Her approach was subtle and patient. She made him somehow feel good about giving her what she wanted. Within a few years, hardly any traces of Marie remained in their life. Harriman spent less time with his children and grandchildren. He seemed to be going through a second youth. In Washington, politicians and their wives viewed Pamela with suspicion. They saw through her, and were immune to her charm, or so they thought. Yet they always came to the frequent parties she hosted, justifying themselves with the thought that powerful people would be there. Everything at these parties was calibrated to create a relaxed, intimate atmosphere. No one felt ignored. The least important people would find themselves talking to Pamela, opening up to that attentive look of hers. She made them feel powerful and respected. Afterward she would send them the charmer 87 personal note or gift, often referring to something they had mentioned in conversation. The wives who had called her a courtesan, and worse, slowly changed their minds. The men found her not only beguiling but useful. Her worldwide contacts were invaluable. She could put them in touch with exactly the right person, without them even having to ask. The Harriman's parties soon evolved into fundraising events for the Democratic Party. Put at their ease, feeling elevated by the aristocratic atmosphere Pamela created and the sense of importance she gave them, visitors would empty their wallets without realizing quite why. This, of course, was exactly what all the men in her life had done. In 1986, Avril Harriman died. By then Pamela was powerful and wealthy enough that she no longer needed a man. In 1993, she was named the U.S. ambassador to France, and easily transferred her personal and social charm into the world of political diplomacy. She was still working when she died, in 1997. We often recognize charmers as such, we sense their cleverness. Surely Harriman must have realized that his meeting with Pamela Churchill in 1971 was no coincidence. Nevertheless, we fall under their spell. The reason is simple. The feeling that charmers provide is so rare as to be worth the price we pay. The world is full of self-absorbed people. In their presence, we know that everything in our relationship with them is directed toward themselves, their insecurities, their neediness, their hunger for attention. That reinforces our own egocentric tendencies. We protectively close ourselves up. It is a syndrome that only makes us the more helpless with charmers. First, they don't talk much about themselves, which heightens their mystery and disguises their limitations. Second, they seem to be interested in us, and their interest is so delightfully focused that we relax and open up to them. Finally, charmers are pleasant to be around. They have none of most people's ugly qualities: nagging, complaining, self-assertion. They seem to know what pleases. Theirs is a diffused warmth, union without sex. You may think a geisha is sexual as well as charming. Her power, however, lies not in the sexual favors she provides, but in her rare self-effacing attentiveness. Inevitably, we become addicted and dependent. And dependence is the source of the charmer's power. People who are physically beautiful, and who play on their beauty to create a sexually charged presence, have little power in the end. The bloom of youth fades. There is always someone younger and more beautiful, and in any case people tire of beauty without social grace. But they never tire of feeling their self-worth validated. Learn the power you can wield by making the other person feel like the star. The key is to diffuse your sexual presence, create a vaguer, more beguiling sense of excitement through a generalized flirtation, a socialized sexuality that is constant, addictive, and never totally satisfied. 88. The Art of Seduction 3. In December of 1936, Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the Chinese nationalists, was captured by a group of his own soldiers who were angry with his policies. Instead of fighting the Japanese, who had just invaded China, he was continuing his civil war against the communist armies of Mao Zedong. The soldiers saw no threat in Mao. Chiang had almost annihilated the communists. In fact, they believed he should join forces with Mao against the common enemy. It was the only patriotic thing to do. The soldiers thought by capturing him they could compel Chiang to change his mind, but he was a stubborn man. Since Chiang was the main impediment to a unified war against the Japanese, the soldiers contemplated having him executed, or turned over to the communists. As Chiang lay in prison, he could only imagine the worst. Several days later he received a visit from Zhou Enlai, a former friend and now a leading communist. Politely and respectfully, Zhou argued for a united front, communists and nationalists against the Japanese. Chiang could not begin to hear such talk. He hated the communists with a passion, and became hopelessly emotional. To sign an agreement with the communists in these circumstances, he yelled, would be humiliating, and would lose me all honor among my own army. It's out of the question. Kill me if you must. Zhou listened, smiled, said barely a word. As Chiang's rant ended, he told the nationalist general that a concern for honor was something he understood, but that the honorable thing for them to do was actually to forget their differences and fight the invader. Chiang could lead both armies. Finally, Zhou said that under no circumstances would he allow his fellow communists, or anyone for that matter, to execute such a great man as Chiang Kai-shek. The nationalist leader was stunned and moved. The next day, Chiang was escorted out of prison by communist guards, transferred to one of his own army's planes, and sent back to his own headquarters. Apparently Zhou had executed this policy on his own, for when word of it reached the other communist leaders, they were outraged. Zhou should have forced Chiang to fight the Japanese, or else should have ordered his execution. To release him without concessions was the height of pusillanimity, and Zhou would pay. Zhou said nothing and waited. A few months later, Chiang signed an agreement to halt the civil war and join with the communists against the Japanese. He seemed to have come to his decision on his own, and his army respected it. They could not doubt his motives. Working together, the nationalists and the communists expelled the Japanese from China. But the communists, whom Chiang had previously almost destroyed, took advantage of this period of collaboration to regain strength. Once the Japanese had left, they turned on the nationalists, who, in 1949, were forced to evacuate mainland China for the island of Formosa, now Taiwan. Now Mao paid a visit to the Soviet Union. China was in terrible shape and in desperate need of assistance, but Stalin was wary of the Chinese, and lectured Mao about the many mistakes he had made. Mao argued back. The charmer, 89 Stalin decided to teach the young upstart a lesson: he would give China nothing. Tempers rose. Mao sent urgently for Zhu Enlai, who arrived the next day, and went right to work. In the long negotiating sessions, Zhu made a show of enjoying his host's vodka. He never argued, and in fact agreed that the Chinese had made many mistakes, had much to learn from the more experienced Soviets. "Comrade Stalin," he said, "we are the first large Asian country to join the socialist camp under your guidance." Zhu had come prepared with all kinds of neatly drawn diagrams and charts, knowing the Russians loved such things. Stalin warmed up to him. The negotiations proceeded, and a few days after Zhu's arrival, the two parties signed a treaty of mutual aid, a treaty far more useful to the Chinese than to the Soviets. In 1959, China was again in deep trouble. Mao's Great Leap Forward, an attempt to spark an overnight industrial revolution in China, had been a devastating failure. The people were angry. They were starving while Beijing bureaucrats lived well. Many Beijing officials, Zhu among them, returned to their native towns to try to bring order. Most of them managed by bribes, by promising all kinds of favors. But Zhu proceeded differently. He visited his ancestral graveyard, where generations of his family were buried, and ordered that the tombstones be removed and the coffins buried deeper. Now the land could be farmed for food. In Confucian terms, and Zhu was an obedient Confucian, this was sacrilege, but everyone knew what it meant. Zhu was willing to suffer personally. Everyone had to sacrifice, even the leaders. His gesture had immense symbolic impact. When Zhu died, in 1976, an unofficial and unorganized outpouring of public grief caught the government by surprise. They could not understand how a man, who had worked behind the scenes, and had shunned the adoration of the masses, could have won such affection. The capture of Chiang Kai-shek was a turning point in the Civil War. To execute him might have been disastrous. It had been Chiang who had held the nationalist army together, and without him it could have broken up into factions, allowing the Japanese to overrun the country. To force him to sign an agreement would have not helped either. He would have lost face before his army, would never have honored the agreement, and would have done everything he could to avenge his humiliation. Zhu knew that to execute, or compel a captive will only embolden your enemy, and will have repercussions you cannot control. Charm, on the other hand, is a manipulative weapon that disguises its own manipulativeness, letting you gain a victory without stirring the desire for revenge. Zhu worked on Chiang perfectly, paying him respect, playing the inferior, letting him pass from the fear of execution to the relief of unexpected release. The general was allowed to leave with his dignity intact. Zhu knew all this would soften him up, planting the seed of the idea that perhaps the communists were not so bad after all, and that he could change The Art of Seduction his mind about them without looking weak, particularly if he did so independently rather than while he was in prison. Zhu applied the same philosophy to every situation: play the inferior, unthreatening and humble. What will this matter if in the end you get what you want? Time to recover from a civil war, a treaty, the goodwill of the masses. Time is the greatest weapon you have. Patiently keep in mind a long-term goal, and neither person nor army can resist you. And charm is the best way of playing for time, of widening your options in any situation. Through charm you can seduce your enemy into backing off, giving you the psychological space to plot an effective counter-strategy. The key is to make other people emotional while you remain detached. They may feel grateful, happy, moved, arrogant, it doesn't matter, as long as they feel. An emotional person is a distracted person. Give them what they want, appeal to their self-interest, make them feel superior to you. When a baby has grabbed a sharp knife, do not try to grab it back. Instead, stay calm, offer candy, and the baby will drop the knife to pick up the tempting morsel you offer. 4. In 1761, Empress Elizabeth of Russia died, and her nephew ascended to the throne as Tsar Peter III. Peter had always been a little boy at heart. He played with toy soldiers long past the appropriate age, and now, as Tsar, he could finally do whatever he pleased and the world be damned. Peter concluded a treaty with Frederick the Great that was highly favorable to the foreign ruler. Peter adored Frederick, and particularly the disciplined way his Prussian soldiers marched. This was a practical debacle, but in matters of emotion and etiquette, Peter was even more offensive. He refused to properly mourn his aunt the Empress, resuming his war games and parties a few days after the funeral. What a contrast he was to his wife, Catherine. She was respectful during the funeral, was still wearing black months later, and could be seen at all hours beside Elizabeth's tomb, praying and crying. She was not even Russian, but a German princess, who had come east to marry Peter in 1745 without speaking a word of the language. Even the lowest peasant knew that Catherine had converted to the Russian Orthodox Church, and had learned to speak Russian with incredible speed and beautifully. At heart, they thought, she was more Russian than all of those fops in the court. During these difficult months, while Peter offended almost everyone in the country, Catherine discreetly kept a lover, Gregory Orloff, a lieutenant in the Guards. It was through Orloff that word spread of her piety, her patriotism, her worthiness for rule. How much better to follow such a woman than to serve Peter. Late into the night, Catherine and Orloff would talk, and he would tell her the army was behind her and would urge her to stage a coup. She would listen attentively, but would always reply that this was not the time for such things. Orloff wondered to himself, perhaps she was too gentle and passive for such a great step. The charmer 91 Peter's regime was repressive, and the arrests and executions piled up. He also grew more abusive toward his wife, threatening to divorce her and marry his mistress. One drunken evening, driven to distraction by Catherine's silence and his inability to provoke her, he ordered her arrest. The news spread fast, and Orloff hurried to warn Catherine that she would be imprisoned or executed unless she acted fast. This time Catherine did not argue. She put on her simplest morning gown, left her hair half undone, followed Orloff to a waiting carriage, and rushed to the army barracks. Here the soldiers fell to the ground, kissing the hem of her dress. They had heard so much about her, but had never seen her in person, and she seemed to them like a statue of the Madonna come to life. They gave her an army uniform, marveling at how beautiful she looked in men's clothes, and set off under Orloff's command for the Winter Palace. The procession grew as it passed through the streets of St. Petersburg. Everyone applauded Catherine, everyone felt that Peter should be dethroned. Soon priests arrived to give Catherine their blessing, making the people even more excited. And through it all, she was silent and dignified, as if all were in the hands of fate. When news reached Peter of this peaceful rebellion, he grew hysterical, and agreed to abdicate that very night. Catherine became empress without a single battle, or even a single gunshot. As a child, Catherine was intelligent and spirited. Since her mother had wanted a daughter who was obedient rather than dazzling, and who would therefore make a better match, the child was subjected to a constant barrage of criticism, against which she developed a defense. She learned to seem to defer to other people totally as a way to neutralize their aggression. If she was patient and did not force the issue, instead of attacking her they would fall under her spell. When Catherine came to Russia, at the age of 16, without a friend or ally in the country, she applied the skills she had learned in dealing with her difficult mother. In the face of all the court monsters, the imposing Empress Elizabeth, her own infantile husband, the endless schemers and betrayers, she curtsied, deferred, waited, and charmed. She had long wanted to rule as empress, and knew how hopeless her husband was. But what good would it do to seize power violently, laying a claim that some would certainly see as illegitimate, and then have to worry endlessly that she would be dethroned in turn? No, the moment had to be ripe, and she had to make the people carry her into power. It was a feminine style of revolution. By being passive and patient, Catherine suggested that she had no interest in power. The effect was soothing, charming. There will always be difficult people for us to face, the chronically insecure, the hopelessly stubborn, the hysterical complainers. Your ability to disarm these people will prove an invaluable skill. You do have to be careful, though. If you are passive, they will run all over you. If assertive, you will make their monstrous qualities worse. Seduction and charm are the most effective counterweapons. Outwardly, be gracious. Adapt to their every 92, the Art of Seduction mood. Enter their spirit. Inwardly, calculate and wait. Your surrender is a strategy, not a way of life. When the time comes, and it inevitably will, the tables will turn. Their aggression will land them in trouble, and that will put you in a position to rescue them, regaining superiority. You could also decide that you had had enough, and consign them to oblivion. Your charm has prevented them from foreseeing this or growing suspicious. A whole revolution can be enacted without a single act of violence, simply by waiting for the apple to ripen and fall. Symbol, the mirror. Your spirit holds a mirror up to others. When they see you, they see themselves, their values, their tastes, even their flaws. Their lifelong love affair with their own image is comfortable and hypnotic, so feed it. No one ever sees what is behind the mirror. The charmer, 93 dangers. There are those who are immune to a charmer, particularly cynics, and confident types, who do not need validation. These people tend to view charmers as slippery and deceitful, and they can make problems for you. The solution is to do what most charmers do by nature: befriend and charm as many people as possible. Secure your power through numbers, and you will not have to worry about the few you cannot seduce. Catherine the Great's kindness to everyone she met created a vast amount of good that paid off later. Also, it is sometimes charming to reveal a strategic flaw. There is one person you dislike. Confess it openly. Do not try to charm such an enemy, and people will think you more human, less slippery. Disraeli had such a scapegoat with his great nemesis, William Gladstone. The dangers of political charm are harder to handle. Your conciliatory, shifting, flexible approach to politics will make enemies out of everyone who is a rigid believer in a cause. Social seducers such as Bill Clinton and Henry Kissinger could often win over the most hardened opponent with their personal charm, but they could not be everywhere at once. Many members of the English Parliament thought Disraeli a shifty conniver. In person, his engaging manner could dispel such feelings, but he could not address the entire Parliament one-on-one. In difficult times, when people yearn for something substantial and firm, the political charmer may be in danger. As Catherine the Great proved, timing is everything. Charmers must know when to hibernate, and when the times are ripe for their persuasive powers. Known for their flexibility, they should sometimes be flexible enough to act inflexibly. Zhou Enlai, the consummate chameleon, could play the hardcore communist when it suited him. Never become the slave to your own powers of charm. Keep it under control, something you can turn off and on at will. Charisma is a presence that excites us. It comes from an inner quality, self-confidence, sexual energy, sense of purpose, contentment, most people lack and want. This quality radiates outward, permeating the gestures of charismatics, making them seem extraordinary and superior, and making us imagine there is more to them than meets the eye. They are gods, saints, stars. Charismatics can learn to heighten their charisma with a piercing gaze, fiery oratory, an air of mystery. They can seduce on a grand scale. Learn to create the charismatic illusion by radiating intensity while remaining detached. Charisma and seduction. Charisma is seduction on a mass level. Charismatics make crowds of people fall in love with them, then lead them along. The process of making them fall in love is simple and follows a path similar to that of a one-on-one seduction. Charismatics have certain qualities that are powerfully attractive, and that make them stand out. This could be their self-belief, their boldness, their serenity. They keep the source of these qualities mysterious. They do not explain where their confidence or contentment, charisma, shall be understood to refer to and comes from, but it can be felt by everyone. It radiates outward, without the extraordinary quality of appearance of conscious effort. The face of the charismatic is usually any person, regardless of mated, full of energy, desire, alertness, the look of a lover, one that is in whether this quality is actual, alleged or stantly appealing, even vaguely sexual. We happily follow charismatics presumed. Charismatic, because we like to be led, particularly by people who promise adventure or authority, hence, shall prosperity. We lose ourselves in their cause, become emotionally attached, refer to a rule over men, to them, feel more alive by believing in them, we fall in love. Charisma, whether predominantly external or predominantly plays on repressed sexuality, creates an erotic charge. Yet the origins of the internal, to which the word lie not in sexuality, but in religion, and religion remains deeply governed submit, because of bedded in modern charisma. Their belief in the extraordinary quality of the thousands of years ago, people believed in gods and spirits, but few specific person could ever say that they had witnessed a miracle, a physical demonstration, Max Weber, from Max of divine power. A man, however, who seemed possessed by a divine Weber, essays in sociology, spirit, speaking in tongues, ecstatic raptures, the expression of intense edited by Hansgirth and C. WRIGHTMILLS visions, would stand out as one whom the gods had singled out. And this man, a priest or a prophet, gained great power over others. What made the Hebrews believe in Moses, follow him out of Egypt, and remain loyal to him despite their endless wandering in the desert? The look in his eye, his inspired and inspiring words, the face that literally glowed when he came down from Mount Sinai, all these things gave him the appearance of having direct communication with God, and were the source of his authority. And these were what was meant by charisma, a Greek word referring to prophets and to Christ himself. In early Christianity, charisma was a gift or talent vouchsafed by God's grace and revealing his presence. Most of the great religions were founded by a charismatic, a person who physically displayed the signs of God's favor. Over the years, the world became more rational. Eventually people came to hold power not by divine right, but because they won votes, or proved their competence. The great early 20th century German Sophie 97-98, The Art of Seduction, and the Lord said to ologist Max Weber, however, noticed that despite our supposed progress, Moses, write these there were more charismatics than ever. What characterized a modern words, in accordance with charismatic, according to Weber, was the appearance of an extraordinary these words, I have made a covenant with you, and quality in their character, the equivalent of a sign of God's favor. How else with Israel? And he was to explain the power of a Robespierre, or a Lenin. More than anything it there with the Lord 40 was the force of their magnetic personalities, that made these men stand out days and 40 nights, he and was the source of their power. They did not speak of God, but of a neither ate bread nor drank water. And he wrote upon great cause, visions of a future society. Their appeal was emotional, they the tables the words of the seemed possessed. And their audiences reacted as euphorically as earlier AU Covenant, the 10 dances had to a prophet. When Lenin died, in 1924, a cult formed around commandments. When Moses came down from his memory, transforming the communist leader into a deity. Mount Sinai, with the two today, anyone who has presence, who attracts attention, when he or she tables of the testimony and enters a room, is said to possess charisma. But even these less exalted types his hand as he came down from the mountain, Moses reveal a trace of the quality suggested by the word's original meaning. Did not know that the skin their charisma is mysterious and inexplicable, never obvious. They have an of his face shone, because he unusual confidence. They have a gift, often a smoothness with language, had been talking with God. And when Aaron that makes them stand out from the crowd. They express a vision. We may and all the people of Israel not realize it, but in their presence we have a kind of religious experience. Saw Moses, behold, that we believe in these people, without having any rational evidence for doing skin of his face shone, and so. When trying to concoct an effect of charisma, never forget the religious they were afraid to come near him. But Moses' source of its power. You must radiate an inward quality, that has a saintly or called to them, an Aaron spiritual edge to it. Your eyes must glow with the fire of a prophet. Your and all the leaders of the charisma must seem natural, as if it came from something mysteriously be congregation returned to him, and Moses talked beyond your control, a gift of the gods. In our rational, disenchanted world, with them. And afterward people crave a religious experience, particularly on a group level. Any sign all the people of Israel came of charisma plays to this desire to believe in something. And there is nothing near, and he gave them in commandment all that being more seductive than giving people something to believe in and follow. Lord had spoken with him charisma must seem mystical, but that does not mean you cannot learn in Mount Sinai. And certain tricks that will enhance the charisma you already possess, or will when Moses had finished speaking with them, he put give you the outward appearance of it. The following are basic qualities a veil on his face, but that will help create the illusion of charisma. Whenever Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he took the veil off, until he came out, and purpose. If people believe you have a plan, that you know where you are when he came out, and going, they will follow you instinctively. The direction does not matter. Told the people of Israel pick a cause, an ideal, a vision and show that you will not sway from your what he was commanded. The people of Israel saw the goal. People will imagine that your confidence comes from something face of Moses, that the skin real, just as the ancient Hebrews believed Moses was in communion with of Moses' face shone, and God, simply because he showed the outward signs. Moses would put the veil upon his face again, until purposefulness is doubly charismatic in times of trouble. Since most he went in to speak people hesitate, before taking bold action, even when action is what is with him. Quiet, single-minded self-assurance will make you the focus of attention. Exodus 34:27 OLD people will believe in you through the simple force of your character. When Testament Franklin Delano Roosevelt came to power amidst the Depression, much of the public had little faith he could turn things around. But in his first few months in office he displayed such confidence, such decisiveness and clarity the charismatic 99 in dealing with the country's many problems, that the public began to see that devil of a man him as their savior, someone with intense charisma. Exercises a fascination on me that I cannot explain even to myself, and in such a degree that, though I fear mystery lies at charisma's heart, but it is a particular kind of neither God nor devil, mystery, a mystery expressed by contradiction. The charismatic may be when I am in his presence I am ready to tremble like both proletarian and aristocratic, Mao Zedong, both cruel and kind, Peter a child, and he could make the great, both excitable and icily detached, Charles de Gaulle, both intimely go through the eye of a mate and distant, Sigmund Freud. Since most people are predictable, the needle to throw myself into the fire. Effect of these contradictions is devastatingly charismatic. They make you, General Vandam, hard to fathom, add richness to your character, make people talk about you. Napoleon Bonaparte. It is often better to reveal your contradictions slowly and subtly. If you throw them out one on top of the other, people may think you have an erratic personality. Show your mysteriousness gradually, and word will spread. The masses have never. You must also keep people at arm's length, to keep them from figuring thirsted after truth. They you out. Demand illusions, and another aspect of mystery is a hint of the uncanny. The appearance of cannot do without them. They constantly give what prophetic or psychic gifts will add to your aura. Predict things authorita is unreal precedence over Tively, and people will often imagine that what you have said has come true. What is real? They are almost as strongly influenced by what is untrue as by what is true. Saintliness. Most of us must compromise constantly to survive. Saints do they have an evident not. They must live out their ideals without caring about the consequences. Tendency not to distinguish between the two. The saintly effect bestows charisma. Saintliness goes far beyond religion. Politicians as disparate as George, Sigmund Freud, the Standard Edition of Washington, and Lenin won saintly reputations by living simply, despite complete psychological their power, by matching their political values to their personal lives. Both works of Sigmund Freud. Volume I. 8 men were virtually deified after they died. Albert Einstein too had a saintly aura, childlike, unwilling to compromise, lost in his own world. The key is that you must already have some deeply held values. That part cannot be faked, at least not without risking accusations of charlatanry that will destroy your charisma in the long run. The next step is to show, as simply and subtly as possible, that you live what you believe. Finally, the appearance of being mild and unassuming can eventually turn into charisma, as long as you seem completely comfortable with it. The source of Harry Truman's charisma, and even of Abraham Lincoln's, was to appear to be an everyman. Eloquence. A charismatic relies on the power of words. The reason is simple: words are the quickest way to create emotional disturbance. They can uplift, elevate, stir anger, without referring to anything real. During the Spanish Civil War, Dolores Gómez Ibarruri, known as La Pasionaria, gave pro-communist speeches that were so emotionally powerful as to determine several key moments in the war. To bring off this kind of eloquence, it helps if the speaker is as emotional, as caught up in words, as the audience is. Yet eloquence can be learned. The devices La Pasionaria used, 100 The Art of Seduction catchwords, slogans, rhythmic repetitions, phrases for the audience to repeat, can easily be acquired. Roosevelt, a calm, patrician type, was able to make himself a dynamic speaker, both through his style of delivery, which was slow and hypnotic, and through his brilliant use of imagery, alliteration, and biblical rhetoric. The crowds at his rallies were often moved to tears. The slow, authoritative style is often more effective than passion in the long run, for it is more subtly spellbinding and less tiring. Theatricality. A charismatic is larger than life, has extra presence. Actors have studied this kind of presence for centuries. They know how to stand on a crowded stage and command attention. Surprisingly, it is not the actor who screams the loudest or gestures the most wildly who works this magic best, but the actor who stays calm, radiating self-assurance. The effect is ruined by trying too hard. It is essential to be self-aware, to have the ability to see yourself as others see you. De Gaulle understood that self-awareness was key to his charisma. In the most turbulent circumstances, the Nazi occupation of France, the national reconstruction after World War II, an army rebellion in Algeria, he retained an Olympian composure that played beautifully against the hysteria of his colleagues. When he spoke, no one could take their eyes off him. Once you know how to command attention this way, heighten the effect by appearing in ceremonial and ritual events that are full of exciting imagery, making you look regal and godlike. Flamboyancy has nothing to do with charisma, it attracts the wrong kind of attention. Uninhibitedness. Most people are repressed, and have little access to their unconscious, a problem that creates opportunities for the charismatic, who can become a kind of screen on which others project their secret fantasies and longings. You will first have to show that you are less inhibited than your audience, that you radiate a dangerous sexuality, have no fear of death, are delightfully spontaneous. Even a hint of these qualities will make people think you more powerful than you are. In the 1850s, a bohemian American actress, Oda Isaacs Menken, took the world by storm through her unbridled sexual energy and her fearlessness. She would appear on stage half naked, performing death-defying acts. Few women could dare such things in the Victorian period, and a rather mediocre actress became a figure of cult-like adoration. An extension of your being uninhibited is a dreamlike quality in your work and character that reveals your openness to your unconscious. It was the possession of this quality that transformed artists like Wagner and Picasso into charismatic idols. Its cousin is a fluidity of body and spirit. While the repressed are rigid, charismatics have an ease and an adaptability that show their openness to experience. The charismatic, 101 fervency. You need to believe in something, and to believe in it strongly enough for it to animate all your gestures and make your eyes light up. This cannot be faked. Politicians inevitably lie to the public. What distinguishes charismatics is that they believe their own lies, which makes them that much more believable. A prerequisite for fiery belief is some great cause to rally around, a crusade. Become the rallying point for people's discontent, and show that you share none of the doubts that plague normal humans. In 1490, the Florentine Girolamo Savonarola railed at the immorality of the Pope and the Catholic Church. Claiming to be divinely inspired, he became so animated during his sermons that hysteria would sweep the crowd. Savonarola developed such a following that he briefly took over the city, until the Pope had him captured and burned at the stake. People believed in him because of the depth of his conviction. His example has more relevance today than ever. People are more and more isolated and long for communal experience. Let your own fervent and contagious faith, in virtually anything, give them something to believe in. Vulnerability. Charismatics display a need for love and affection. They are open to their audience, and in fact feed off its energy. The audience in turn is electrified by the charismatic, the current increasing as it passes back and forth. This vulnerable side to charisma softens the self-confident side, which can seem fanatical and frightening. Since charisma involves feelings akin to love, you in turn must reveal your love for your followers. This was a key component to the charisma that Marilyn Monroe radiated on camera. "I knew I belonged to the public," she wrote in her diary, "and to the world, not because I was talented or even beautiful, but because I had never belonged to anything or anyone else. The public was the only family, the only Prince Charming and the only home I had ever dreamed of." In front of a camera, Monroe suddenly came to life, flirting with and exciting her unseen public. If the audience does not sense this quality in you, they will turn away from you. On the other hand, you must never seem manipulative or needy. Imagine your public as a single person whom you are trying to seduce. Nothing is more seductive to people than the feeling that they are desired. Adventurousness. Charismatics are unconventional. They have an air of adventure and risk that attracts the bored. Be brazen and courageous in your actions. Be seen taking risks for the good of others. Napoleon made sure his soldiers saw him at the cannons in battle. Lenin walked openly on the streets, despite the death threats he had received. Charismatics thrive in troubled waters. A crisis situation allows them to flaunt their daring, which enhances their aura. John F. Kennedy came to life in dealing with the Cuban Missile Crisis. Charles de Gaulle, when he confronted rebellion in 1902, The Art of Seduction, in such conditions, where Algeria. They needed these problems to seem charismatic, and in fact some half the battle was hand, have even accused them of stirring up situations. Kennedy threw his to hand, concentrated into brinkmanship style of diplomacy, for instance, that play to their love of a small space, the spirit and example of the lead adventure. Show heroism to give yourself a charisma that will last you accounted for much. When lifetime. Conversely, the slightest sign of cowardice or timidity will ruin. We remember this, it whatever charisma you had. Becomes easier to understand the astonishing effect of Joan's presence upon the French troops. Magnetism. If any physical attribute is crucial in seduction, it is the eyes. Her position as a leader, they reveal excitement, tension, detachment, without a word. Being SPO was a unique one. She was not a professional soldier, Ken. Indirect communication is critical in seduction, and also in charisma. She was not really a soldier. The demeanor of charismatics may be poised and calm, but their eyes are at all. She was not even a magnetic. They have a piercing gaze that disturbs their target's emotions, man. She was ignorant of war. She was a girl dressed exerting force without words or action. Fidel Castro's aggressive gaze can up. But she believed, and reduce his opponents to silence. When Benito Mussolini was challenged, had made others willing to, he would roll his eyes, showing the whites in a way that frightened people. Believe that she was the mouthpiece of God. On President Kusnososro Sukarno of Indonesia, had a gaze that seemed as if it Friday, April 29, 1429, could have read thoughts. Roosevelt could dilate his pupils at will, making the news spread in Orleans his stare both hypnotizing and intimidating. The eyes of the charismatic that a force, led by the never show fear or nerves. Pucelle of Domremy was on its way to the relief of all of these skills are acquirable. Napoleon spent hours in front of the city, a piece of news mirror, modeling his gaze on that of the great contemporary actor Tama. Which, as the chronicler, the key is self-control. The look does not necessarily have to be aggressive, remarks, comforted them greatly. It can also show contentment. Remember, your eyes can emanate charisma, via Sackville West, but they can also give you away as a faker. Do not leave such an important St. Joan of Arc attribute to chance. Practice the effect you desire. Genuine charisma thus means the ability to internally generate and externally express extreme excitement, an ability which makes one the object of intense attention, and unreflective imitation by others. Liah Greenfield charismatic types. Historical examples: the miraculous prophet. In the year 1425, Joan of Arc, a peasant girl from the French village of Domremy, had her first vision. I was in my 13th year when God sent a voice to guide me. The voice was that of Saint Michael, and he came with a message from God. Joan had been chosen to rid France of the English invaders, who now ruled most of the country, and of the resulting chaos and war. She was also to restore the French crown to the prince, the Dauphin, later Charles VII, who was its rightful heir. Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret also spoke to Joan. Her visions were extraordinarily vivid. She saw Saint Michael, touched him, smelled him. The charismatic 103. At first Joan told no one what she had seen, for all anyone knew, she amongst the surplus was a quiet farm girl. But the visions became even more intense, and so in population living on the margin of society, in the 1429, she left Domremy, determined to realize the mission for which God Middle Ages, had chosen her. Her goal was to meet Charles in the town of Chinon, always a strong tendency to where he had established his court in exile. The obstacles were Ina, take as leader a layman, or Muse. Chinon was far, the journey was dangerous, and Charles, even if she may be an apostate friar or monk, who imposed reached him, was a lazy and cowardly young man, who was unlikely to crew himself not simply as a charade against the English. Undaunted, she moved from village to village, ex-holy man, but as a prophet planing her mission to soldiers and asking them to escort her to Chinon. Or even as a living God. On the strength of inspirations, young girls with religious visions were a dime a dozen at the time, or revelations for which there was nothing in Joan's appearance to inspire confidence. One soldier claimed divine origin. This, however, Jean de Metz, was intrigued with her. What fascinated him was leader would decree for his followers a communal the detail of her visions. She would liberate the besieged town of Orleans, mission of vast dimensions, have the king crowned at the cathedral in Reims, lead the army to Paris, and world-shaking she knew how she would be wounded and where, the words she attributed importance. The conviction of having such a mission, to Saint Michael were quite unlike the language of a farm girl, and she was of being divinely appointed so calmly confident. She glowed with conviction. De Metz fell under her to carry out a prodigious spell. He swore allegiance and set out with her for Chinon. Soon others of task provided the third assistance, too, and word reached Charles of the strange young girl on disoriented and the frustrated with knew her way to meet him. Bearings and new hope. It on the 350-mile road to Chinon, accompanied only by a handful of gave them not simply a soldiers, through a land infested with warring bands, Joan showed neither place in the world, but a unique and resplendent fear nor hesitation. The journey took several months. When she finally our place, a fraternity of this arrived, the Dauphin decided to meet the girl who had promised to restore kind felt itself an elite, set him to his throne, despite the advice of his counselors, but he was bored, infinitely apart from and above ordinary mortals, and wanted amusement, and decided to play a trick on her. She was to sharing also in his meet him in a hall packed with courtiers, to test her prophetic powers, he miraculous powers. Disguised himself as one of these men, and dressed another man as the Norman Con, prince. Yet when Joan arrived, to the amazement of the crowd, she walked the pursuit of The straight up to Charles and curtsied. The King of Heaven sends me to millennium you with the message that ye shall be the lieutenant of the King of Heaven, who is the King of France. In the talk that followed, Joan seemed to echo Charles's most private thoughts, while once again recounting in extraordinary detail the feats she would accomplish. Days later, this indecisive, flighty man declared himself convinced and gave her his blessing to lead a French army against the English. Miracles and saintliness aside, Joan of Arc had certain basic qualities that made her exceptional. Her visions were intense. She could describe them in such detail that they had to be real. Details have that effect. They lend a sense of reality to even the most preposterous statements. Furthermore, in a time of great disorder, she was supremely focused, as if her strength came from somewhere unworldly. She spoke with authority, and she predicted things people wanted. The English would be defeated, prosperity would return. She also had a peasant's earthy common sense. She had surely heard descriptions of Charles on the road to Chinon, once at court. She could 104 the art of seduction, how peculiar, have sensed the trick he was playing on her, and could have confidently Rasputin's eyes are, picked out his pampered face in the crowd. The following year, her visions confesses a woman who abandoned her, and her confidence as well. She made many mistakes, had made efforts to resist his influence. She goes on leading to her capture by the English. She was indeed human. To say that every time we may no longer believe in miracles, but anything that hints at met him she was always strange, unworldly, even supernatural powers will create charisma. The PSY amazed afresh at the power of his glance, which it was collegy is the same. You have visions of the future, and of the wondrous impossible to withstand for things you can accomplish. Describe these things in great detail, with an air any considerable time of authority, and suddenly you stand out. And if your prophecy, of prose there was something oppressive in this kind and parity, say, is just what people want to hear, they are likely to fall under gentle, but at the same your spell and to see later events as a confirmation of your predictions. X time sly and cunning, hibit remarkable confidence and people will think your confidence comes glance, people were helpless from real knowledge. You will create a self-fulfilling prophecy, peoples be under the spell of the powerful will which could leave in you will translate into actions that help realize your visions. Any hint be felt in his whole being of success will make them see miracles, uncanny powers, the glow of however tired you might charisma. Be of this charm, and however much you wanted to escape it, somehow or other you always found the authentic animal. One day in 1905, the St. Petersburg salon of yourself attracted back, and Countess Ignativ was unusually full. Politicians, society ladies, and courtiers held. A young girl, who had heard of the strange, had all arrived early to await the remarkable guest of honor. Grigory Effie new saint came from Hermovich Rasputin, a 40-year-old Siberian monk, who had made a name province to the capital, and for himself throughout Russia as a healer, perhaps a saint. When Rasputin visited him in search of edification and spiritual arrived, few could disguise their disappointment. His face was ugly, his hair instruction. She had never was stringy, he was gangly and awkward. They wondered why they had seen either him or a cum. But then Rasputin approached them one by one, wrapping his big portrait of him before, and met him for the first time, hands around their fingers, and gazing deep into their eyes. At first his gaze in his house. When he was unsettling, as he looked them up and down, he seemed to be probing, came up to her and spoke and judging them. Yet suddenly his expression would change, and kindness, to her, she thought him like joy, and understanding would radiate from his face. Several of the ladies one of the peasant preachers, she had often actually hugged, in a most effusive manner. This startling contrast had prose seen in her own country found effects. Home. His gentle, monastic, the mood in the salon soon changed from disappointment to excite gaze, and the plainly parted light brown hair around the ment. Rasputin's voice was so calm and deep, his language was coarse, yet worthy, simple face, all at the ideas it expressed were delightfully simple, and had the ring of great first inspired her confidence. Spiritual truth. Then, just as the guests were beginning to relax with this, but when he came nearer to her, she felt immediately dirty-looking peasant, his mood suddenly changed to anger. I know you, that another quite different, I can read your souls. You are all too pampered. These fine clothes and man, mysterious, crafty, arts of yours are useless and pernicious. Men must learn to humble them and corrupting, looked out from behind the eyes that selves. You must be simpler, far, far simpler. Only then will God come radiated goodness and nearer to you. The monk's face grew animated, his pupils expanded, he gentleness. He sat down, looked completely different. How impressive that angry look was, recalling opposite her, edged quite Jesus throwing the moneylenders from the temple. Now Rasputin calmed close up to her, and his light blue eyes changed down, returned to being gracious, but the guests already saw him as some color, and became deep and one strange and remarkable. Next, in a performance he would soon repeat the charismatic 105 in salons throughout the city, he led the guests in a folk song, and as they dark. A keen glance sang, he began to dance, a strange uninhibited dance of his own design, reached her from the corner of his eyes, bored into her, and as he danced, he circled the most attractive women there, and with his and held her fascinated eyes invited them to join him. The dance turned vaguely sexual. As his leaden heaviness partners fell under his spell, he whispered suggestive comments in their overpowered her limbs as his great wrinkled face, ears. Yet none of them seemed to be offended. Distorted with desire, came over the next few months, women from every level of St. Petersburg closer to hers. She felt his society visited Rasputin in his apartment. He would talk to them of spiry, hot breath on her cheeks, trivial matters, but then without warning he would turn sexual, murmuring and saw how his eyes, burning from the depths of the crassest commons. He would justify himself through spiritual dogma. Their sockets, furtively roved. How can you repent if you have not sinned? Salvation only comes to those over her helpless body, until who go astray. One of the few who rejected his advances was asked by he dropped his lids with a sensuous expression. His friend, how can one refuse anything to a saint? Does a saint need sinful voice had fallen to a love, she replied. Her friend said, he makes everything that comes near passionate whisper, and he him holy. I have already belonged to him, and I am proud and happy to murmured strange, voluptuous words in her have done so. But you are married. What does your husband say? He just as she was on considers it a very great honor. If Rasputin desires a woman, we all think it the point of abandoning a blessing and a distinction, our husbands as well as ourselves, herself to her seducer. A memory stirred in her. Rasputin's spell soon extended over Tsar Nicholas and more particular dimly and as if from some lali over his wife, the Tsarina Alexandra. After he apparently healed their far distance, she recalled son from a life-threatening injury. Within a few years, he had become the that she had come to ask most powerful man in Russia, with total sway over the royal couple. Him about God. René Fulop Miller, Rasputin, the holy devil people are more complicated than the masks they wear in society. The man who seems so noble and gentle is probably disguising a dark side, which will often come out in strange ways. If his nobility and refinement are in fact a put on, sooner or later the truth will out, and his hypocrisy will disappoint and alienate. On the other hand, we are drawn to people who seem more comfortably human, who do not bother to disguise their contradictions. This was the source of Rasputin's charisma. A man so authentically himself, so devoid of self-consciousness or hypocrisy, was immensely appealing. His wickedness and saintliness were so extreme that it made him seem larger than life. The result was a charismatic aura that was immediate and pre-verbal. It radiated from his eyes, and from the touch of his hands. Most of us are a mix of the devil and the saint, the noble and the ignoble, and we spend our lives trying to repress the dark side. Few of us can give free rein to both sides, as Rasputin did, but we can create charisma to a smaller degree by ridding ourselves of self-consciousness, and of the discomfort most of us feel about our complicated natures. You cannot help being the way you are, so be genuine. That is what attracts us to animals, beautiful and cruel, they have no self-doubt. That quality is doubly fascinating in humans. Outwardly people may condemn your dark side, but it is not virtue alone that creates charisma, anything extraordinary will do. Do not apologize or go halfway. The more unbridled you seem, the more magnetic the effect. 106 The Art of Seduction, by its very nature, the demonic performer. Throughout his childhood Elvis Presley was existence of charismatic thought a strange boy who kept pretty much to himself. In high school in authority is specifically Memphis, Tennessee, he attracted attention with his pompadoured hair and unstable. The holder may forego his charisma, his sideburns, his pink and black clothing, but people who tried to talk to him may feel forsaken by his found nothing there. He was either terribly bland or hopelessly shy. At the God, as Jesus did on the high school prom, he was the only boy who didn't dance. He seemed lost cross. He may prove to his followers that virtue in a private world, in love with the guitar he took everywhere. At the Ellis is gone out of him. It is auditorium, at the end of an evening of gospel music or wrestling, then that his mission concessions manager would often find Elvis on stage, miming a performer is extinguished, and hope mance, and taking bows before an imaginary audience. Asked to leave, he waits and searches for a new holder of charisma. Would quietly walk away. He was a very polite young man. Max Weber, from Max in 1953, just out of high school, Elvis recorded his first song, in a local Weber, Essays in Sociology, studio. The record was a test, a chance for him to hear his own voice. Edited by Hansgarth, and year later the owner of the studio, Sam Phillips, called him in to record 2C, write MILLS blues songs, with a couple of professional musicians. They worked for hours, but nothing seemed to click. Elvis was nervous and inhibited. Then, near the end of the evening, giddy with exhaustion, he suddenly let loose and started to jump around like a child, in a moment of complete self-abandon. The other musicians joined in, the song getting wilder and wilder. Phillips's eyes lit up, he had something here. A month later Elvis gave his first public performance, outdoors in a Memphis park. He was as nervous as he had been at the recording session, and could only stutter when he had to speak, but once he broke into song, the words came out. The crowd responded excitedly, rising to peaks at certain moments. Elvis couldn't figure out why. I went over to the manager after the song, he later said, and I asked him what was making the crowd go nuts. He told me, I'm not really sure, but I think that every time you wiggle your left leg, they start to scream. Whatever it is, just don't stop. A single Elvis recorded in 1954 became a hit. Soon he was in demand. Going on stage filled him with anxiety and emotion, so much so that he became a different person, as if possessed. I've talked to some singers and they get a little nervous, but they say their nerves kind of settle down after they get into it. Mine never do. It's sort of this energy. Something maybe like sex. Over the next few months he discovered more gestures and sounds, twitching dance movements, a more tremulous voice, that made the crowds go crazy, particularly teenage girls. Within a year he had become the hottest musician in America. His concerts were exercises in mass hysteria. Elvis Presley had a dark side, a secret life. Some have attributed it to the death, at birth, of his twin brother. This dark side he deeply repressed as a young man. It included all kinds of fantasies, which he could only give in to when he was alone, although his unconventional clothing may also have been a symptom of it. When he performed, though, he was able to let these demons loose. They came out as a dangerous sexual power. Twitch the charismatic, 107ing, androgynous, uninhibited, he was a man enacting strange fantasies. He is their god. He leads for the public. The audience sensed this and was excited by it. It wasn't to them like a thing / made by some other deity than flamboyant style and appearance that gave Elvis charisma, but rather the nature / that shapes man electrifying expression of his inner turmoil. Better, and they follow him. A crowd or group of any sort has a unique energy. Just below the sir / against us brats, with no less confidence / than boys face is desire, a constant sexual excitement that has to be repressed, because pursuing summer butterflies, it is socially unacceptable. If you have the ability to rouse those desires, the / or butcher's killing crowd will see you as having charisma. The key is learning to access your flies. Own unconscious, as Elvis did when he let go. You are full of an excite, William Shakespeare, meant that seems to come from some mysterious inner source. Your union Coriolanus hibitedness will invite other people to open up, sparking a chain reaction. Their excitement in turn will animate you still more. The fantasies you bring to the surface do not have to be sexual, any social taboo, anything the roof did lift as Presley came on stage. He sang for repressed and yearning for an outlet, will suffice. Make this felt in your 25 minutes while recordings, your artwork, your books. Social pressure keeps people so the audience erupted like pressed, that they will be attracted to your charisma, before they have even Mount Vesuvius. I never met you in person. Saw such excitement and screaming in my entire life, ever before or since, said film director Hal Kanter. The Savior. In March of 1917, the Russian parliament forced the Khan as an observer. He described being stunned by Tri's ruler, Tsar Nicholas, to abdicate and established a provisional government. An exhibition of public meant. Russia was in rums. Its participation in World War I had been a mass hysteria. A tidal disaster, famine was spreading widely, the vast countryside was riven by wave of adoration surging up from 9,000 people, looting and lynch law, and soldiers were deserting from the army en masse. Over the wall of police politically the country was bitterly divided. The main factions were the flanking the stage, up over right, the Social Democrats, and the left-wing revolutionaries, and each of the floodlights, to the performer and beyond him, these groups was itself afflicted by dissension. Lifting him to frenzied into this chaos, came the 47-year-old Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. A heights of response. Marxist revolutionary, the leader of the Bolshevik Communist Party, a description of Elvis had suffered a 12-year exile in Europe until, recognizing the chaos Presley's concert, at the overcoming Russia, as the chance he had long been waiting for, he had Hayride Theatre, Shreveport, Louisiana, December 17, 1956, rid back home. Now he called for the country to end its participation in Iron Peter Whitmer, the inner the war and for an immediate socialist revolution. In the first weeks after his Elvis, a psychological arrival, nothing could have seemed more ridiculous. As a man, Lenin biography of Elvis Aaron Presley looked unimpressive. He was short and plain-featured. He had also spent years away in Europe, isolated from his people and immersed in reading and intellectual argument. Most important, his party was small, representing only a splinter group within the loosely organized left coalition. Few took him seriously as a national leader. Undaunted, Lenin went to work. Wherever he went, he repeated the same simple message: end the war, establish the rule of the proletariat, abolish private property, redistribute wealth. Exhausted with the nation's endless political infighting and the complexity of its problems, people began to listen. Lenin was so determined, so confident. He never lost his cool. In the midst of a raucous debate, he would simply and logically debunk each one of his adversaries' points. Workers and Soldiers were Im 108, The Art of Seduction. No one could so fire others pressed by his firmness. Once, in the midst of a brewing riot, Lenin amazed with thief plans, no one his chauffeur by jumping onto the running board of his car and directing could so impose his will the way through the crowd, at considerable personal risk. Told that his ideas and conquer by force of his personality, as this had nothing to do with reality, he would answer, so much the worse for seemingly so ordinary an reality. Somewhat coarse man, who allied to Lenin's messianic confidence in his cause was his ability to, or lacked any obvious sources of charm. Neither Ganais. Exiled in Europe, his party had been scattered and diminished. In Plekhanov nor Martov nor keeping them together, he had developed immense practical skills. In front anyone else possessed the of a large crowd, he was also powerful orator. His speech at the first all-secret radiating from Lenin-Russian-Soviet Congress made a sensation, either revolution, or a bourgeois of positively hypnotic effect upon people. I would government, he cried, but nothing in between, enough of this compro even say, domination of mise in which the left was sharing. At a time when other politicians were them. Plekhanov was scrambling desperately to adapt to the national crisis, and seemed weak and treated with deference. Martov was loved, but the process, Lenin was rock stable. His prestige soared, as did the member. Lenin alone was followed ship of the Bolshevik party unhesitatingly, as the only most astounding of all was Lenin's effect on workers, soldiers, and P's indisputable leader. For only Lenin represented that ants. He would address these common people wherever he found them, in rare phenomenon, the street, standing on a chair, his thumbs in his lapel, his speech an odd especially rare in Russia, of mix of ideology, peasant aphorisms, and revolutionary slogans. They would a man of iron will and listen, enraptured. When Lenin died, in 1924, 7 years after single indomitable energy, who combines fanatical faith in handedly opening the way to the October Revolution of 1917, which had the movement, the cause, swept him and the Bolsheviks into power. These same ordinary Russians with no less faith in went into mourning. They worshipped at his tomb, where his body was himself preserved on view. They told stories about him, developing a body of A.N.P.O.T.R.E.S.O.V. Q-U-O-T-E-D-I-N-D-A-N-K-W-A-R-T-A. R-U-S-T-O-W-E-D. Lenin folklore. Thousands of newborn girls were christened Ninel, Lenin philosophers and kings. Spelled backwards. This cult of Lenin assumed religious proportions. Studies in leadership. There are all kinds of misconceptions about charisma, which, paradoxically, only add to its mystique. Charisma has little to do with an exciting physical. I had hoped to see the appearance, or a colorful personality, qualities that elicit short-term interest. Mountain eagle of our party, the great man, great particularly in times of trouble. People are not looking for entertainment, physically as well as they want security, a better quality of life, social cohesion. Believe it or not, politically. I had fancied a plain-looking man or woman with a clear vision, a quality of single Lenin as a giant, stately and imposing. Great-mindedness and practical skills can be devastatingly charismatic, provided it was my disappointment to is matched with some success. Never underestimate the power of success in a most ordinary-looking enhancing one's aura. But in a world teeming with compromisers and man, below average height, fudgers whose indecisiveness only creates more disorder, one clear-minded in no way, literally in no way distinguishable from soul, will be a magnet of attention, will have charisma. Ordinary mortals. One-on-one, or in a Zurich cafe before the revolution, Lenin had little, Joseph Stalin, on meeting or no charisma. His confidence was attractive, but many found his strident Lenin for the first time in manner irritating. He won charisma when he was seen as the man who 1905, quoted in Ronald W. Clark, Lenin, the man could save the country. Charisma is not a mysterious quality that inhabits behind the mask you outside your control. It is an illusion in the eyes of those who see you as having what they lack. Particularly in times of trouble, you can enhance that illusion through calmness, resolution, and clear-minded practicality. It also helps to have a seductively simple message. Call it the savior sin, the charismatic, 109 drome. Once people imagine you can save them from chaos, they will fall in thirst and foremost their love with you, like a person who melts in the arms of his or her rescuer. Can be no prestige without mystery, for familiarity and mass love equals charisma. How else to explain the love ordinary Rus breeds contempt? Ian Shans felt for a man as emotionless and unexciting as Vladimir Lenin. The design, the demeanor and the mental operations of a leader there must always be as something the guru. According to the beliefs of the Theosophical Society, every two which others cannot 1,000 years, or so the spirit of the world teacher, Lord Maitreya, inhab altogether fathom, which it's the body of a human. First there was Sri Krishna, born 2,000 puzzles them, stirs them, and rivets their years before Christ. Then there was Jesus himself, and at the start of the attention. To hold in 20th century another incarnation was due. One day in 1909, the reserve some piece of secret theosophist Charles Leadbeater saw a boy on an Indian beach, and had a knowledge which may any moment intervene, and the epiphany, this 14-year-old lad, Jiddu Krishnamurti, would be the more effectively from being world teacher's next vehicle. Leadbeater was struck by the simplicity of in the nature of a surprise. The boy, who seemed to lack the slightest trace of selfishness. The members the latent faith of the Theosophical Society agreed with his assessment and adopted this masses will do the rest. Once the leader has been scraggly underfed youth, whose teachers had repeatedly beaten him for stew fudged capable of adding pidity. They fed and clothed him and began his spiritual instruction. The weight of his scruffy urchin turned into a devilishly handsome young man. Personality to the known factors of any situation, in 1911, the Theosophists formed the Order of the Star in the East, an ensuing hope and group intended to prepare the way for the coming of the world teacher. Confidence will add Krishnamurti was made head of the order. He was taken to England, where immensely to the faith reposed in him. His education continued, and everywhere he went he was pampered and revered. His air of simplicity and contentment could not help but impress. Charles de Gaulle, the EDGE of the sword, in David Soon Krishnamurti began to have visions. In 1922 he declared, I have Schoenbrun, the three drunk at the fountain of joy and eternal beauty. I am God intoxicated. Lives of Charles de Gaulle. Over the next few years, he had psychic experiences that the Theosophists interpreted as visits from the world teacher. But Krishnamurti had actually had a different kind of revelation. The truth of the universe came from within. No God, no guru, no dogma could ever make one realize it. He himself was no God or Messiah, but just another man. The reverence that he was treated with disgusted him. In 1929, much to his followers' shock, he disbanded the Order of the Star and resigned from the Theosophical Society. And so Krishnamurti became a philosopher, determined to spread the truth he had discovered. You must be simple, removing the screen of language and past experience. Through these means anyone could attain contentment of the kind that radiated from Krishnamurti. The Theosophists abandoned him, but his following grew larger than ever. In California, where he spent much of his time, the interest in him verged on cultic adoration. The poet Robinson Jeffers said that whenever Krishnamurti entered a room, you could feel a brightness filling the space. The writer Aldous Huxley met him in Los Angeles and fell under his spell. Hearing him speak, he wrote, "It was like listening to the discourse of the Buddha, such power, such intrinsic authority." The man radiated enlightenment. The actor John Barrymore asked him to play the role of Buddha in a film. 110 The Art of Seduction, only a month after Evita's, Krishnamurti politely declined. When he visited India, hands would death, the newspaper reach out from the crowd to try to touch him through the open car when Vendors Union put forward Dow. People prostrated themselves before him. Her name for canonization, and although this gesture repulsed by all this adoration, Krishnamurti grew more and Mauda was an isolated one and tact. He even talked about himself in the third person. In fact, the ability was never taken seriously to disengage from one's past and view the world anew as part of his FI by the Vatican, the idea of philosophy, yet once again the effect was the opposite of what he expected. Evita's holiness remained with many people, and was the affection and reverence people felt for him only grew. His followers reinforced by the fought jealously for signs of his favor. Women in particular fell deeply in publication of devotional love with him, although he was a lifelong celibate. Literature subsidized by the government. By the renaming of cities, schools, Krishnamurti had no desire to be a guru, or a charismatic, but he in Advar, and subway stations, intently discovered a law of human psychology that disturbed him. People do by the stamping of medallions, the casting not want to hear that your power comes from years of effort, or discipline. Of busts, and the issuing of they prefer to think that it comes from your personality, your character, ceremonial stamps. The something you were born with. They also hope that proximity to the guru time of the evening news broadcast was changed from or charismatic, will make some of that power rub off on them. They did 8:30 p.m. to 8:25 p.m. not want to have to read Krishnamurti's books, or to spend years practicing the time when Evita had his lessons. They simply wanted to be near him, soak up his aura, hear him passed into immortality, speak, feel the light that entered the room with him. Krishnamurti Advo, and each month there were torchlit processions on the Cape Simplicity as a way of opening up to the truth, but his own simplicity 26th of the month just allowed people to see what they wanted in him, attributing powers to the day of her death. On him that he not only denied but ridiculed. The first anniversary of her death, La Prensa printed of this is the Guru effect, and it is surprisingly simple to create. The aura story about one of its you are after is not the fiery one of most charismatics, but one of Incan readers seeing Evita's face descents, enlightenment. An enlightened person has understood some in the face of the moon, and after this there were thing that makes him or her content, and this contentment radiates outward. Many more such sightings that is the appearance you want. You do not need anything or anyone, you reported in the newspapers. Are fulfilled. People are naturally drawn to those who emit happiness. For the most part, official maybe they can catch it from you. The less obvious you are, the better. Let publications stopped short of claiming sainthood for people conclude that you are happy, rather than hearing it from you. Let her, but their restraint was them see it in your unhurried manner, your gentle smile, your ease and not always convincing. Comfort. Keep your words vague, letting people imagine what they will. In the calendar for 1953 of the Buenos Aires remember, being aloof and distant only stimulates the effect. People newspaper vendors, as in will fight for the slightest sign of your interest. A guru is content and other unofficial images, detached, a deadly charismatic combination. She was depicted in the traditional blue robes of the Virgin, her hands crossed, her sad head to one side the drama saint. It began on the radio. Throughout the late 1930s and surrounded by a halo. Early 1940s, Argentine women would hear the plaintive, musical voice of Nicholas Fraser and Eva Duarte in one of the lavishly produced soap operas that was so popular Marisa Nyaro. Evita la at the time. She never made you laugh, but how often she could make you cry, with the complaints of a betrayed lover, or the last words of Marie Antoinette. The very thought of her voice made you shiver with emotion. And she was pretty, with her flowing blonde hair and her serious face, which was often on the covers of the gossip magazines. The Charismatic, 111 in 1943. Those magazines published a most exciting story. Eva had us for me. I have the gift begun an affair with one of the most dashing men in the new military of electrifying men. Government, Colonel Juan Perón. Now Argentines heard her doing proper Napoleon Bonaparte. I enganda spots for the government, lauding the new Argentina, that glispita gyl, Napoleon, for and against tend in the future. And finally, this fairy tale story reached its perfect conclusion. In 1945 Juan and Eva married, and the following year, the handsome colonel, after many trials and tribulations, including a spell in I do not pretend to be a prison, from which he was freed by the efforts of his devoted wife, was divine man, but I do elected president. He was a champion of the descamisados, the shirtless believe in divine guidance, ones, the workers and the poor, just as his wife was. Only 26 at the divine power, and divine prophecy. I am not time, she had grown up in poverty herself. Educated, nor am I, and now that this star was the First Lady of the Republic, she seemed too expert in any particular change. She lost weight, most definitely, her outfits became less flamboyant, but I am sincere and my sincerity is my aunt, even downright austere, and that beautiful flowing hair was now pulled credentials back, rather severely. It was a shame, the young star had grown up. But as Malcolm X quoted Ian Argentines saw more of the new Evita, as she was now known, her new Eugene Victorwolfenstein, look affected them more strongly. It was the look of a saintly, serious the victims of democracy, woman, one who was indeed what her husband called the bridge of Malcolm X, and this black revolution love between himself and his people. She was now on the radio all the time, and listening to her was as emotional as ever, but she also spoke magnificently in public. Her voice was lower and her delivery slower. She stabbed the air with her fingers, reached out as if to touch the audience. And her words pierced you to the core. I left my dreams by the wayside in order to watch over the dreams of others. I now place my soul at the side of the soul of my people. I offer them all my energies so that my body may be a bridge erected toward the happiness of all. Pass over it. Toward the supreme destiny of the new fatherland. It was no longer only through magazines and the radio that Evita made herself felt. Almost everyone was personally touched by her in some way. Everyone seemed to know someone who had met her, or who had visited her in her office, where a line of supplicants wound its way through the hallways to her door. Behind her desk she sat, so calm and full of love. Film crews recorded her acts of charity. To a woman who had lost everything, Evita would give a house. To one with a sick child, free care in the finest hospital. She worked so hard, no wonder rumor had it that she was ill. And everyone heard of her visits to the shanty towns and to hospitals for the poor, where, against the wishes of her staff, she would kiss people with all kinds of maladies, lepers, syphilitic men, etc. on the cheek. Once an assistant appalled by this habit tried to dab Evita's lips with alcohol, to sterilize them. This saint of a woman grabbed the bottle, and smashed it against the wall. Yes, Evita was a saint, a living Madonna. Her appearance alone could heal the sick. And when she died of cancer, in 1952, no outsider to Argentina could possibly understand the sense of grief and loss she left behind. For some, the country never recovered. ****************** 112 The Art of Seduction. Most of us live in a semi-somnambulistic state. We do our daily tasks, and the days fly by. The two exceptions to this are childhood and those moments when we are in love. In both cases, our emotions are more engaged, more open and active. And we equate feeling emotional with feeling more alive. A public figure who can affect people's emotions, who can make them feel communal sadness, joy, or hope, has a similar effect. An appeal to the emotions is far more powerful than an appeal to reason. Eva Peron knew this power early on, as a radio actress. Her tremulous voice could make audiences weep. Because of this, people saw in her great charisma. She never forgot the experience. Her every public act was framed in dramatic and religious motifs. Drama is condensed emotion, and the Catholic religion is a force that reaches into your childhood, hits you where you cannot help yourself. Evita's uplifted arms, her staged acts of charity, her sacrifices for the common folk, all this went straight to the heart. It was not her goodness alone that was charismatic, although the appearance of goodness is alluring enough. It was her ability to dramatize her goodness. You must learn to exploit the two great purveyors of emotion, drama and religion. Drama cuts out the useless and banal in life, focusing on moments of pity and terror. Religion deals with matters of life and death. Make your charitable actions dramatic, give your loving words religious import, bathe everything in rituals and myths going back to childhood. Caught up in the emotions you stir, people will see over your head the halo of charisma. The Deliverer. In Harlem in the early 1950s, few African Americans knew much about the Nation of Islam, or ever stepped into its temple. The nation preached that white people were descended from the devil, and that someday Allah would liberate the black race. This doctrine had little meaning for Harlemites, who went to church for spiritual solace and turned in practical matters to their local politicians. But in 1954, a new minister for the Nation of Islam arrived in Harlem. The minister's name was Malcolm X, and he was well-read and eloquent, yet his gestures and words were angry. Word spread, whites had lynched Malcolm's father. He had grown up in a juvenile facility, then had survived as a small-time hustler before being arrested for burglary and spending 6 years in prison. His short life, he was only 29 at the time, had been one long run-in with the law, yet look at him now, so confident and educated. No one had helped him, he had done it all on his own. Harlemites began to see Malcolm X everywhere, handing out flyers, addressing the young. He would stand outside their churches, and as the congregation dispersed, he would point to the preacher and say, "He represents the white man's God, I represent the black man's God." The curious began to come to hear him preach at a Nation of Islam temple. He would ask them to look at the actual conditions of their lives. When you get the charismatic 113 through looking at where you live, then take a walk across Central Park, he would tell them. Look at the white man's apartments. Look at his Wall Street. His words were powerful, particularly coming from a minister. In 1957, a young Muslim in Harlem witnessed the beating of a drunken black man by several policemen. When the Muslim protested, the police pummeled him senseless and carted him off to jail. An angry crowd gathered outside the police station, ready to riot. Told that only Malcolm X could forestall violence, the police commissioner brought him in and told him to break up the mob. Malcolm refused. Speaking more temperately, the commissioner begged him to reconsider. Malcolm calmly set conditions for his cooperation: medical care for the beaten Muslim and proper punishment for the police officers. The commissioner reluctantly agreed. Outside the station, Malcolm explained the agreement and the crowd dispersed. In Harlem and around the country, he was an overnight hero, finally a man who took action. Membership in his temple soared. Malcolm began to speak all over the United States. He never read from a text. Looking out at the audience, he made eye contact, pointed his finger. His anger was obvious, not so much in his tone, he was always controlled and articulate, as in his fierce energy, the veins popping out on his neck. Many earlier black leaders had used cautious words, and had asked their followers to deal patiently and politely with their social lot, no matter how unfair. What a relief Malcolm was. He ridiculed the racists, he ridiculed the liberals, he ridiculed the president. No white person escaped his scorn. If whites were violent, Malcolm said, the language of violence should be spoken back to them, for it was the only language they understood. Hostility is good, he cried out. It's been bottled up too long. In response to the growing popularity of the nonviolent leader Martin Luther King, Jr., Malcolm said, anybody can sit. An old woman can sit. A coward can sit. It takes a man to stand. Malcolm X had a bracing effect on many who felt the same anger he did, but were frightened to express it. At his funeral, he was assassinated in 1965. At one of his speeches, the actor Ossie Davis delivered the eulogy before a large and emotional crowd. Malcolm, he said, was our own black shining prince. Malcolm X was a charismatic of Moses' kind. He was a deliverer. The power of this sort of charismatic comes from his or her expression of dark emotions that have built up over years of oppression. In doing so, the deliverer provides an opportunity for the release of bottled-up emotions by other people, of the hostility masked by forced politeness and smiles. Deliverers have to be one of the suffering crowd, only more so, their pain must be exemplary. Malcolm's personal history was an integral part of his charisma. His lesson, that blacks should help themselves, not wait for whites to lift them up, meant a great deal more because of his own years in prison, and because he had followed his own doctrine by educating him. 114 The Art of Seduction. Lifting himself up from the bottom. The deliverer must be a living example of personal redemption. The essence of charisma is an overpowering emotion that communicates itself in your gestures, in your tone of voice, in subtle signs that are the more powerful for being unspoken. You feel something more deeply than others, and no emotion is more powerful and more capable of creating a charismatic reaction than hatred, particularly if it comes from deep-rooted feelings of oppression. Express what others are afraid to express, and they will see great power in you. Say what they want to say but cannot. Never be afraid of going too far. If you represent a release from oppression, you have the leeway to go still farther. Moses spoke of violence, of destroying every last one of his enemies. Language like this brings the oppressed together and makes them feel more alive. This is not, however, something that is uncontrollable on your part. Malcolm X felt rage from early on, but only in prison did he teach himself the art of oratory and how to channel his emotions. Nothing is more charismatic than the sense that someone is struggling with great emotion rather than simply giving into it. The Olympian actor. On January 24, 1960, an insurrection broke out in Algeria, then still a French colony. Led by right-wing French soldiers, its purpose was to forestall the proposal of President Charles de Gaulle to grant Algeria the right of self-determination. If necessary, the insurrectionists would take over Algeria in the name of France. For several tense days, the 70-year-old de Gaulle maintained a strange silence. Then on January 29, at 8 p.m, he appeared on French national television. Before he had uttered a word, the audience was astonished, for he wore his old uniform from World War II, a uniform that everyone recognized and that created a strong emotional response. De Gaulle had been the hero of the resistance, the savior of the country at its darkest moment. But that uniform had not been seen for quite some time. Then de Gaulle spoke, reminding his public, in his cool and confident manner, of all they had accomplished together in liberating France from the Germans. Slowly he moved from these charged patriotic issues to the rebellion in Algeria, and the affront it presented to the spirit of the liberation. He finished his address by repeating his famous words of June 18, 1940, "Once again I call all Frenchmen, wherever they are, whatever they are, to reunite with France. Vive la République! Vive la France!" The speech had two purposes. It showed that de Gaulle was determined not to give an inch to the rebels, and it reached for the heart of all patriotic Frenchmen, particularly in the army. The insurrection quickly died, and no one doubted the connection between its failure and de Gaulle's performance on television. The following year, the French voted overwhelmingly in favor of Algerian self-determination. On April 11, 1961, de Gaulle gave a press conference, in which he made it clear that France would soon grant the charismatic 115 country full independence. 11 days later, French generals in Algeria issued a communiqué stating that they had taken over the country and declaring a state of siege. This was the most dangerous moment of all. Faced with Algeria's imminent independence, these right-wing generals would go all the way. A civil war could break out, toppling de Gaulle's government. The following night, de Gaulle appeared once again on television, once again wearing his old uniform. He mocked the generals, comparing them to a South American junta. He talked calmly and sternly. Then, suddenly, at the very end of the address, his voice rose and even trembled as he called out to the audience, "Français, Français, aidez-moi. Frenchwomen, Frenchmen, help me." It was the most stirring moment of all his television appearances. French soldiers in Algeria, listening on transistor radios, were overwhelmed. The next day, they held a mass demonstration in favor of de Gaulle. 2 days later, the generals surrendered. On July 1, 1962, de Gaulle proclaimed Algeria's independence. In 1940, after the German invasion of France, de Gaulle escaped to England to recruit an army that would eventually return to France for the liberation. At the beginning, he was alone, and his mission seemed hopeless. But he had the support of Winston Churchill, and with Churchill's blessing he gave a series of radio talks that the BBC broadcast to France. His strange, hypnotic voice, with its dramatic tremolos, would enter French living rooms in the evenings. Few of his listeners even knew what he looked like, but his tone was so confident, so stirring, that he recruited a silent army of believers. In person, de Gaulle was a strange, brooding man whose confident manner could just as easily irritate as win over. But over the radio that voice had intense charisma. De Gaulle was the first great master of modern media, for he easily transferred his dramatic skills to television, where his iciness, his calmness, his total self-possession, made audiences feel both comforted and inspired. The world has grown more fractured. A nation no longer cunnies together on the streets, or in the squares. It is brought together in living rooms, where people watching television all over the country can simultaneously be alone and with others. Charisma must now be communicable over the airwaves, or it has no power. But it is in some ways easier to project on television, both because television makes a direct one-on-one appeal, the charismatic seems to address you, and because charisma is fairly easy to fake for the few moments you spend in front of the camera. As de Gaulle understood, when appearing on television it is best to radiate calmness and control, to use dramatic effects sparingly. De Gaulle's overall iciness made doubly effective the brief moments in which he raised his voice, or let loose a biting joke. By remaining calm and underplaying it, he hypnotized his audience. Your face can express much more if your voice is less strident. He conveyed emotion visually, the uniform, the setting, and through the use of certain charged words, the liberation, Joan of Arc. The less he strained for effect, the more sincere he appeared. 1:16 The Art of Seduction. All this must be carefully orchestrated. Punctuate your calmness with surprises, rise to a climax, keep things short and terse. The only thing that cannot be faked is self-confidence, the key component to charisma since the days of Moses. Should the camera lights betray your insecurity, all the tricks in the world will not put your charisma back together again. Symbol, the lamp. Invisible to the eye, a current flowing through a wire in a glass vessel generates a heat that turns into incandescence. All we see is the glow. In the prevailing darkness, the lamp lights the way. Dangers. On a pleasant May day in 1794, the citizens of Paris gathered in a park for the festival of the Supreme Being. The focus of their attention was Maximilien de Robespierre, head of the Committee of Public Safety, and the man who had thought up the festival in the first place. The idea was simple: to combat atheism, to recognize the existence of a supreme being and the immortality of the soul as the guiding forces of the universe. It was Robespierre's day of triumph. Standing before the masses in his sky-blue suit and white stockings, he initiated the festivities. The crowd adored him. After all, he had safeguarded the purposes of the French Revolution through the intense politicking that had followed it. The year before, he had initiated the Reign of Terror, which cleansed the revolution of its enemies by sending them to the guillotine. He had also helped guide the country through a war against the Austrians and the Prussians. What made crowds, and particularly women, love him was his incorruptible virtue. He lived very modestly, his refusal to compromise, the passion for the revolution that was evident in everything he did, and the romantic language of his speeches, which could not fail to inspire. He was a god. The day was beautiful and augured a great future for the revolution. 2 months later, on July 26, Robespierre delivered a speech that he, the charismatic 117, thought would ensure his place in history, for he intended to hint at the end of the Terror and a new era for France. Rumor also had it that he was to call for a last handful of people to be sent to the guillotine, a final group that threatened the safety of the revolution. Mounting the rostrum to address the country's governing convention, Robespierre wore the same clothes he had worn on the day of the festival. The speech was long, almost 3 hours, and included an impassioned description of the values and virtues he had helped protect. There was also talk of conspiracies, treachery, unnamed enemies. The response was enthusiastic, but a little less so than usual. The speech had tired many representatives. Then a lone voice was heard, that of a man named Bourdon, who spoke against printing Robespierre's speech, a veiled sign of disapproval. Suddenly others stood up on all sides, and accused him of vagueness. He had talked of conspiracies and threats without naming the guilty. Asked to be specific, he refused, preferring to name names later on. The next day Robespierre stood to defend his speech, and the representatives shouted him down. A few hours later, he was the one sent to the guillotine. On July 28, amid a gathering of citizens, who seemed to be in an even more festive mood than at the festival of the Supreme Being, Robespierre's head fell into the basket, to resounding cheers. The Reign of Terror was over. Many of those who seemed to admire Robespierre actually harbored a gnawing resentment of him. He was so virtuous, so superior, it was oppressive. Some of these men had plotted against him, and were waiting for the slightest sign of weakness, which appeared on that fateful day when he gave his last speech. In refusing to name his enemies, he had shown either a desire to end the bloodshed, or a fear that they would strike at him before he could have them killed. Fed by the conspirators, this one spark turned into fire. Within 2 days, first a governing body and then a nation turned against a charismatic, who 2 months before had been revered. Charisma is as volatile as the emotions it stirs. Most often it stirs sentiments of love. But such feelings are hard to maintain. Psychologists talk of erotic fatigue, the moments after love in which you feel tired of it, resentful. Reality creeps in, love turns to hate. Erotic fatigue is a threat to all charismatics. The charismatic often wins love by acting the savior, rescuing people from some difficult circumstance, but once they feel secure, charisma is less seductive to them. Charismatics need danger and risk. They are not plodding bureaucrats. Some of them deliberately keep danger going, as de Gaulle and Kennedy were wont to do, or as Robespierre did through the Reign of Terror. But people tire of this, and at your first sign of weakness they turn on you. The love they showed before will be matched by their hatred now. The only defense is to master your charisma. Your passion, your anger, your confidence make you charismatic, but too much charisma for too long creates fatigue, and a desire for calmness and order. The better kind of 118, the Art of Seduction, Charisma, is created consciously, and is kept under control. When you need to, you can glow with confidence and fervor, inspiring the masses. But when the adventure is over, you can settle into a routine, turning the heat, not out, but down. Robespierre may have been planning that move, but it came a day too late. People will admire your self-control and adaptability. Their love affair with you will move closer to the habitual affection of a man and wife. You will even have the leeway to look a little boring, a little simple, a role that can also seem charismatic, if played correctly. Remember, charisma depends on success, and the best way to maintain success, after the initial charismatic rush, is to be practical and even cautious. Mao Zedong was a distant, enigmatic man, who for many had an awe-inspiring charisma. He suffered many setbacks that would have spelled the end of a less clever man, but after each reversal he retreated, becoming practical, tolerant, flexible, at least for a while. This protected him from the dangers of a counterreaction. There is another alternative: to play the armed prophet. According to Machiavelli, although a prophet may acquire power through his charismatic personality, he cannot long survive without the strength to back it up. He needs an army. The masses will tire of him, they will need to be forced. Being an armed prophet may not literally involve arms, but it demands a forceful side to your character, which you can back up with action. Unfortunately, this means being merciless with your enemies for as long as you retain power. And no one creates more bitter enemies than the charismatic. Finally, there is nothing more dangerous than succeeding a charismatic. These characters are unconventional, and their rule is personal in style, being stamped with the wildness of their personalities. They often leave chaos in their wake. The one who follows after a charismatic is left with a mess, which the people, however, do not see. They miss their inspirer and blame the successor. Avoid this situation at all costs. If it is unavoidable, do not try to continue what the charismatic started. Go in a new direction. By being practical, trustworthy, and plain speaking, you can often generate a strange kind of charisma through contrast. That was how Harry Truman not only survived the legacy of Roosevelt, but established his own type of charisma. Daily life is harsh, and most of us constantly seek escape from it in fantasies and dreams. Stars feed on this weakness. Standing out from others through a distinctive and appealing style, they make us want to watch them. At the same time, they are vague and ethereal, keeping their distance, and letting us imagine more than is there. Their dreamlike quality works on our unconscious. We are not even aware how much we imitate them. Learn to become an object of fascination by projecting the glittering but elusive presence of the star. The fetishistic star. One day in 1922, in Berlin, Germany, a casting call went out for the part of a voluptuous young woman in a film called Tragedy of Love. Of the hundreds of struggling young actresses who showed up, most would do anything to get the casting director's attention, including exposing themselves. There was one young woman in the line, however, who was simply dressed, and performed none of the other girls' desperate antics. Yet she stood out anyway. The cool, bright face which didn't ask for anything, the girl carried a puppy on a leash, and had draped an elegant necklace, which simply existed, around the puppy's neck. The casting director noticed her immediately. He waiting. It was an empty watched her as she stood in line, calmly holding the dog in her arms and face, he thought. A face that could change with any keeping to herself. When she smoked a cigarette, her gestures were slow wind of expression. One and suggestive. He was fascinated by her legs and face, the sinuous way she could dream into it moved, the hint of coldness in her eyes. By the time she had come to the anything, it was like a beautiful empty house front. He had already cast her. Her name was Marlene Dietrich. Waiting for carpets, and by 1929, when the Austrian-American director Joseph von Sternberg pictures. It had all arrived in Berlin to begin work on the film The Blue Angel, The 20 Possibilities. It could become a palace, or a 7-year-old Dietrich, was well known in the Berlin film and theater brothel. It depended on the world. The Blue Angel was to be about a woman called Lola Lola, who praised one who filled it. How sadistically on men, and all of Berlin's best actresses wanted the part, except, limited by comparison was apparently, Dietrich, who made it known that she thought the role demean all that was already completed and labeled. Von Sternberg should choose from the other actresses he had in mind. Erichmaria remark. Shortly after arriving in Berlin, however, von Sternberg attended a Perfo and Marlene Dietrich, mounts of a musical to watch a male actor he was considering for the Blue Arch of Triumph Angel. The star of the musical was Dietrich, and as soon as she came on stage, von Sternberg found that he could not take his eyes off her. She stared at him directly, insolently, like a man, and then there were those legs. Marlene Dietrich is not and the way she leaned provocatively against the wall. Von Sternberg forgot actress, like Sarah Bernhardt. She is a myth, about the actor he had come to see. He had found his Lola Lola. Like Frein. Von Sternberg managed to convince Dietrich to take the part, and Malrose, quoted immediately he went to work, molding her into the Lola of his imagination. Edgar Morin, The Stars, he changed her hair, drew a silver line down her nose to make it seem translated by Richard. Howard Thinner, taught her to look at the camera with the insolence he had seen on stage. When filming began, he created a lighting system just for her, a light that tracked her wherever she went, and was strategically heightened when Pygmalion saw by gauze and smoke. Obsessed with his creation, he followed her these women, living such where no one else could go near her. Wicked Lives, he was 122. The Art of Seduction, revolted by the many faults. The Blue Angel was a huge success in Germany. Audiences were fashy, which nature has innate with Dietrich. That cold, brutal stare as she spread her legs over implanted in the female stool, bearing her underwear, her effortless way of commanding attention, sex, and long-lived a bachelor existence, without on-screen. Others besides von Sternberg became obsessed with her. A man any wife to share his home. Dying of cancer, Count Sasha Kolowrat had one last wish, to see Ma, but meanwhile, with Lena's legs in person. Dietrich obliged, visiting him in the hospital and lift marvelous artistry, heeing up her skirt, he sighed and said thank you. Now I can die happy, skillfully carved a snowy ivory statue. He made it soon. Paramount Studios brought Dietrich to Hollywood, where everyone lovelier than any woman was quickly talking about her. At a party, all eyes would turn toward her and fell in love with when she came into the room. She would be escorted by the most his own creation. The statue had all the some men in Hollywood, and would be wearing an outfit both beautiful appearance of a real girl, so an unusual, gold lame pajamas, a sailor suit with a yachting cap. That it seemed to be alive. Next day the look would be copied by women all over town, next it would to want to move, did not modesty forbid. So cleverly spread to magazines, and a whole new trend would start. Did his art conceal its art? The real object of fascination, however, was unquestionably Dietrich's Pygmalion gazed-in face. What had enthralled von Sternberg was her blankness, with a simple wonder, and in his heart-lighting trick he could make that face do whatever he wanted. Dietrich there rose a passionate love for this image of a human. Eventually stopped working with von Sternberg, but never forgot what he formed. Often he ran his had taught her. One night in 1951, the director Fritz Lang, who was about hands over the work, to direct her in the film Rancho Notorious, was driving past his office when feeling it to see whether it was flesh or ivory, and he saw a light flash in the window. Fearing a burglary, he got out of his car, would not yet admit that, crept up the stairs, and peeked through the crack in the door. It was diet ivory was all it was. He rich taking pictures of herself in the mirror, studying her face from every kiss the statue, and imagined that it kissed him angle back, spoke to it and embraced it, and thought Marlene Dietrich had a distance from her own self, She could study how he felt his fingers sink into the limbs he touched, so face, her legs, her body, as if she were someone else. This gave her that he was afraid lest her ability to mold her look, transforming her appearance for effect. She could bruise appear where he had pose in just the way that would most excite a man, her blankness letting press the flesh. Him see her according to his fantasy, whether of sadism, voluptuousness, or sometimes he addressed it in flattering speeches, danger. And every man who met her, or who watched her on screen, fans sometimes brought the kind tarzized endlessly about her. The effect worked on women as well. In the of presence that girl's words of one writer, she projected sex without gender. But this self-enjoy. He dressed the limbs of his statue in distance gave her a certain coldness, whether on film or in person. She was woman's robes, and put like a beautiful object, something to fetishize and admire the way we add rings on its fingers, long mire work of art. Necklaces round its neck. All this finery the fetish is an object that commands an emotional response and that became the image well, but makes us breathe life into it. Because it is an object we can imagine, what it was no less lovely ever we want to about it. Most people are too moody, complex, and reek unadorned. Pygmalion then placed the statue on a tithe to let us see them as objects that we can fetishize. The power of the couch that was covered with fetishistic star comes from an ability to become an object, and not just any cloths of Tynan purple object, but an object we fetishize, one that stimulates a variety of fantasies. Laid its head to rest on soft fetishistic stars are perfect, like the statue of a Greek god or goddess. The down pillows, as if it could appreciate them, and called effect is startling and seductive. Its principal requirement is self-distance. If it is bedfellow, the you see yourself as an object, then others will too. An ethereal, dreamlike festival of Venus, which is air will heighten the effect. Celebrated with the greatest the star, 123 you are a blank screen. Float through life non-committally and people pomp all through Cyprus, will want to seize you and consume you. Of all the parts of your body that was now in progress, and heifers, their crooked horns draw this fetishistic attention, the strongest is the face. So learn to tune your gilded for the occasion, had face like an instrument, making it radiate a fascinating vagueness for effect. Fallen at the altar as and since you will have to stand out from other stars in the sky, you will axe struck their snowy need to develop an attention-getting style. Dietrich was the great practi nex. Smoke was rising from the incense, when Tyana of this art. Her style was chic enough to dazzle, weird enough to en Pygmalion, having made thrall. Remember, your own image and presence are materials you can his offering, stood by the control. The sense that you are engaged in this kind of play will make Pio alter and timidly prayed, saying, if you gods can please see you as superior and worthy of imitation. Give all things, may I have as my wife, I pray, she had such natural poise. Such an economy of jazz, did not dare to say, the cure, that she became as absorbing as a Modigliani. Ivory maiden, but finished, one like the she had the one essential star quality, she could be mag ivory maid. However, nificent doing nothing. Golden Venus, present at a festival in person, BERLINACTRESSLILI Davas ONMARLENEDIET, understood what his prayers meant. And as a sign that the gods were the mythic star kindly disposed, the flames burned up 3 times, shooting a tongue of fire on July 2, 1960, a few weeks before that year's Democratic National into the air. When convention, former President Harry Truman publicly stated that Pygmalion returned home, he made straight for the John F. Kennedy, who had won enough delegates to be chosen his party's statue of the girl he loved, candidate for the presidency, was too young and inexperienced for the leaned over the couch and job. Kennedy's response was startling. He called a press conference to be kissed her. She seemed warm. He laid his lips on televised live and nationwide on July 4th. The conference's drama was hers again, and touched her heightened by the fact that he was away on vacation, so that no one saw or breast with his hands, heard from him until the event itself. Then, at the appointed hour, his touch the ivory lost its Kennedy strode into the conference room like a sheriff entering Dodge hardness, and grew soft. City. He began by stating that he had run in all of the state primaries at Ovid, Metamorphoses, TRANSLATEDBYMARYM. INNES considerable expense of money and effort, and had beaten his opponents fairly and squarely. Who was Truman to circumvent the democratic process? This is a young country, Kennedy went on, his voice getting louder, founded by young men. And still young in heart. The John F. Kennedy world is changing, the old ways will not do. It is time for a new genre, brought to television news and photojournalism, the tie-on of leadership to cope with new problems, and new opportunities. Components, most prevalent. Even Kennedy's enemies agreed that his speech that day was stirring. He in the world of film, star turned Truman's challenge around. The issue was not his inexperience, but quality and mythic story. With his telegenic looks, the older generation's monopoly on power. His style was as eloquent as skills at self-presentation. His words, for his performance, evoked films of the time, Alan Ladd in Heroic Fantasies, and Shane confronting the corrupt older ranchers, or James Dean in Rebel with creative intelligence. Kennedy was brilliantly out of cause. Kennedy even resembled Dean, particularly in his air of cool, prepared to project a major detachment. Screen persona. He a few months later, now approved as the Democrats' presidential candidate, appropriated the discourses of mass culture, especially did 8. Kennedy squared off against his Republican opponent, Richard of Hollywood, and Nixon in their first nationally televised debate. Nixon was sharp. He knew transferred them to the 124, The Art of Seduction news. By this strategy, he the answers to the questions and debated with aplomb, quoting statistics on made the news like dreams, the accomplishments of the Eisenhower administration, in which he had, unlike the movies, served as vice president. But beneath the glare of the cameras, on black and realm in which images played out scenarios that white television, he was a ghastly figure, his 5 o'clock shadow covered accorded with the viewers up with powder, streaks of sweat on his brow and cheeks, his face drooping deepest yearnings. With fatigue, his eyes shifting and blinking, his body rigid. What was he so never appearing in an actual film, but rather worried about? The contrast with Kennedy was startling. If Nixon looked turning the television only at his opponent, Kennedy looked out at the audience, making eye apparatus into his screen, contact with his viewers, addressing them in their living rooms as no polity. He became the greatest Kean had ever done before. If Nixon talked data and niggling points of the movie star of the 20th century. Bait, Kennedy spoke of freedom, of building a new society, of recapturing, John Hellman, The America's pioneer spirit. His manner was sincere and emphatic. His words, Kennedy obsession, The were not specific, but he made his listeners imagine a wonderful future. American MYTH of JFK. The day after the debate, Kennedy's poll numbers soared miraculously, and wherever he went he was greeted by crowds of young girls, screaming and jumping. His beautiful wife Jackie by his side, he was a kind of demo, but we have seen that, Cratic Prince. Now his television appearances were events. He was in due considered as a total course elected president, and his inaugural address, also broadcast on Talavi Phenomenon, the history of Sion, was stirring. It was a cold and wintry day. In the background, Eyes in the Stars repeats, in its own proportions, the history of how sat huddled in coat and scarf, looking old and beaten. But Kennedy the gods. Before the gods stood hatless and coatless to address the nation. I do not believe that any of before the stars, the us would exchange places with any other people, or any other generation. Mythical universe, the screen, was peopled with the energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor. Will specters or phantoms light our country and all who serve it? And the glow from that fire can endowed with the glamour truly light the world. and magic of the double. Several of these presences, over the months to come Kennedy gave innumerable live press confer have progressively assumed ensigns before the TV cameras, something no previous president had dared. Body and substance, have facing the firing squad of lenses and questions, he was unafraid, speaking taken form, amplified, and flowered into gods and coolly and slightly ironically. What was going on behind those eyes, that goddesses? And even a smile. People wanted to know more about him. The magazines teased its certain major gods of the readers with information, photographs of Kennedy with his wife and ancient pantheons meta children, or playing football on the White House lawn, interviews creating morphos themselves into hero gods of salvation, a sense of him as a devoted family man, yet one who mingled as an equal star goddesses humanize with glamorous stars. The images all melted together, the space race, the themselves and become new Peace Corps, Kennedy facing up to the Soviets during the Cuban Missile Mediators between the fantastic world of dreams crisis, just as he had faced up to Truman. And man's daily life on after Kennedy was assassinated, Jackie said in an interview that before Earth, the heroes of He Went to Bed, he would often play the soundtracks to Broadway musicals, the movies. In an obviously attenuated way, and his favorite of these was Camelot, with its lines, "Don't let it be forgot the mythological heroes in this that once there was a spot of for one brief shining moment, that was sense of becoming divine." Known as Camelot. There would be great presidents again, Jackie said, but the star is the actor or never another Camelot. The name, Camelot, seemed to stick, making actress who absorbs some of the heroic, i.e., divinized Kennedy's 1,000 days in office resonate as myth. And mythic, substance of the hero, or heroine of the Kennedy's seduction of the American public was conscious and calculated. Movies, and who in turn enriches this substance by it was also more Hollywood than Washington, which was not surprising. The star of 125 Kennedy's father, Joseph, had once been a movie producer, and Kennedy his or her own contrib himself had spent time in Hollywood, hobnobbing with actors and trying Yushin. When we speak of the myth of the star, we to figure out what made them stars. He was particularly fascinated with first of all the process Gary Cooper, Montgomery Clift, and Cary Grant. He often called Grant of divinization, which the for advice. Movie actor undergoes, a process that makes him the Hollywood had found ways to unite the entire country around so idol of crowds. Time themes, or myths, often the great American myth of the West. The Edgar Morin, the stars, great stars embodied mythic types, John Wayne the patriarch, Clift translated B.Y. Richard the Promethean rebel, Jimmy Stewart the noble hero, Marilyn Monroe the Howard siren. These were not mere mortals, but gods and goddesses to be dreamed and fantasized about. All of Kennedy's actions were framed in the conventions of Hollywood. He did not argue with his opponents, he confronted age, 22, sex, female, them dramatically. He posed, and in visually fascinating ways, whether nationality, British, with his wife, with his children, or alone on stage. He copied the facial profession. Medical student Deanna Dubin became expressions, the presence of a Dean or a Cooper. He did not discuss my first and only screen policy details, but waxed eloquent about grand mythic themes, the kind idol I wanted to be as that could unite a divided nation. And all this was calculated for television, much like her as possible, for Kennedy mostly existed as a televised image. That image haunted both in my manners and clothes. Whenever I was to our dreams. Well before his assassination, Kennedy attracted fantasies of get a new dress. I would America's lost innocence with his call for a renaissance of the pioneer spirit, find from my collection, a new frontier. Particularly nice picture of Deanna and ask for a dress of all the character types. The mythic star is perhaps the most powerful like she was wearing. I did of all. People are divided by all kinds of consciously recognized categories, my hair as much like hers race, gender, class, religion, politics. It is impossible, then, to gain power on as one could manage. If I found myself in any a grand scale, or to win an election, by drawing on conscious awareness, an annoying or aggravating appeal to any one group will only alienate another. Unconsciously, how situation? I found ever, there is much we share. All of us are mortal, all of us know fear, all of myself wondering what Diana would do, and us have been stamped with the imprint of parent figures, and nothing con modified my own reactions raise up this shared experience more than myth. The patterns of myth, accordingly. H. Born out of warring feelings of helplessness on the one hand and thirst for 26, sex, female, nation, immortality on the other, are deeply engraved in us all. Ality, British, I only fell in love once with a movie. Mythic stars are figures of myth come to life. To appropriate their actor. It was Conrad Veidt. Power, you must first study their physical presence, how they adopted his magnetism, and his tinctive style, are cool and visually arresting. Then you must assume the personality got me. His voice and gestures fasten pose of a mythic figure, the rebel, the wise patriarch, the adventurer. The hated me. I hated him, pose of a star who has struck one of these mythic poses might do the trick. Feared him, loved him. Make these connections vague. They should never be obvious to the con. When he died it seemed to me that a vital part of my scious mind. Your words and actions should invite interpretation, beyond imagination died too, and their surface appearance. You should seem to be dealing not with specific, my world of dreams was nitty-gritty issues and details, but with matters of life and death, love and bear, hate, authority and chaos. Your opponent, similarly, should be framed, J. P. Meyer, British, not merely as an enemy for reasons of ideology or competition, but as a vil cinemas and their audience's lane, a demon. People are hopelessly susceptible to myth, so make yourself the hero of a great drama. And keep your distance, let people identify with you without being able to touch you. They can only watch and dream. 126. The Art of Seduction. The savage worships idols. Jack's life had more to do with myth, magic, legend, saga, of wood and stone, the story than with political theory, or political science. Civilized man, idols of flesh, Jacqueline Kennedy, a week after John Kennedy's death and blood. George Bernard Shaw. Keys to the character. When the eye's rays encounter some clear, well-polished object, be it seduction, is a form of persuasion that seeks to bypass consciousness, stirring the unconscious mind instead. The reason for this is simple. We are burnished steel or glass, or so surrounded by stimuli that compete for our attention, bombarding us water, a brilliant stone, or with obvious messages, and by people who are overtly political and any other polished and gleaming substantiative, that we are rarely charmed or deceived by them. We have grown having luster, glitter, and increasingly cynical. Try to persuade a person by appealing to their sparkle. Those rays of scienceness, by saying outright what you want, by showing all your cards, and the eye are reflected back, what hope do you have? You are just one more irritation to be tuned out. And the observer then beholds himself, and to avoid this fate you must learn the art of insinuation, of reaching the obtains an ocular vision of unconscious. The most eloquent expression of the unconscious is his own person. This is dream, which is intricately connected to myth. Waking from a dream, what you see when you look into a mirror, in that are often haunted by its images and ambiguous messages. Dreams obsess our situation, you are as it were, because they mix the real and the unreal. They are filled with real Sharak looking at yourself through tears, and often deal with real situations, yet they are delightfully irrational, the eyes of another. Pushing realities to the extremes of delirium. If everything in a dream were IBNHAZM, the ring of the DOVE, a treatise on THE realistic, it would have no power over us. If everything were unreal, we art and practice of Arab would feel less involved in its pleasures and fears. Its fusion of the two is love, translated BYA, what makes it haunting. This is what Freud called the uncanny, some ARBERY thing that seems simultaneously strange and familiar. We sometimes experience the uncanny in waking life, in a déjà vu, a miraculous coincidence, a weird event that recalls a childhood experience. The only important constellation of collective people can have a similar effect. The gestures, the words, the very being of seduction produced by men like Kennedy or Andy Warhol, for example, evoke both the real and modern times is that of the unreal. We may not realize it, and how could we, really, but they are film stars or cinema-like dream figures to us. They have qualities that anchor them in reality, idols. They were our only myth in an age: sincerity, playfulness, sensuality, but at the same time their aloofness, they're incapable of generating superiority, their almost surreal quality makes them seem like something great myths, or figures of out of a movie. Seduction comparable to those of mythology, or art. These types have a haunting, obsessive effect on people. Whether in the cinema's power lives in public, or in private, they seduce us, making us want to possess them both. It's myth. It's stones, it's physically and psychologically. But how can we possess a person from a psychological portraits, its imagination, or realism, dream, or a movie star, or political star, or even one of those real-life fasci the meaningful impressions natus, like a Warhol, who may cross our path? Unable to have them, we it leaves, teehees are all become obsessed with them, they haunt our thoughts, our dreams, our secondary. Only the myth fantasies. We imitate them unconsciously. The psychologist Sander Fur is powerful, and at the heart of the Enchi calls this introjection, another person, becomes part of our ego, we cinematographic myth lies internalize their character. That is the insidious seductive power of a star, a seduction, that of the power you can appropriate by making yourself into a cipher, a mix of the renowned seductive figure, a man or woman, but real and the unreal. Most people are hopelessly banal, that is, far too real. The star 127, what you need to do is etherealize yourself. Your words and actions seem above all a woman, linked to come from your unconscious, have a certain looseness to them. You to the ravishing, but specious power of the hold yourself back, occasionally revealing a trait that makes people wonder cinematographic image whether they really know you. Itself. The Star is by the Star is a creation of modern cinema. That is no surprise. Film no means an ideal or sublime being. She creates the dream world. We watch a movie in the dark, in a semisomno artificial. Her presence lent state. The images are real enough, and to varying degrees depict serves to submerge all realistic situations, but they are projections, flickering lights, images, we sensibility and expression know they are not real. It as if we were watching someone else's dream. It beneath a ritual fascination with the void, beneath was the cinema, not the theater, that created the star. Ecstasy of her gaze and the on a theater stage, actors are far away, lost in the crowd, too real in nullity of her smile. This is their bodily presence. What enabled film to manufacture the star was the how she achieves mythical status and becomes subject close-up, which suddenly separates actors from their contexts, filling your to collective rights of mind with their image. The close-up seems to reveal something not sacrificial adulation. The so much about the character they are playing but about themselves. We ascension of the cinema idols. The masses glimpse something of Greta Garbo herself when we look so closely into divinities, was and remains her face. Never forget this while fashioning yourself as a star. First, your central story of modern must have such a large presence that you can fill your target's mind the way times. There is no point in dismissing it as a close-up fills the screen. You must have a style or presence that makes you merely the dreams of stand out from everyone else. Be vague and dreamlike, yet not distant or mystified masses. It is our absent. You don't want people to be unable to focus on or remember you. Seductive occurrence. They have to be seeing you in their minds when you're not there. To be sure, seduction in the age of the masses is no second. Cultivate a blank, mysterious face, the center that radiates star longer like that of Les Ness. This allows people to read into you whatever they want to, imagining liaisons dangereuses, or they can see your character, even your soul. Instead of signaling moods and the seducer's diary, nor for that matter, like that emotions, instead of emoting or over-emoting, the star draws an interpreter found in ancient tie-ins. That is the obsessive power in the face of Garbo or Dietrich, or even mythology, which of Kennedy, who molded his expressions on James Dean's, undoubtedly contains the story's richest in seduction. A living thing is dynamic and changing while an object or image is in these seduction is hot, sieve, but in its passivity it stimulates our fantasies. A person can gain that while that of our modern power by becoming a kind of object. The great 18th century Charla idols is cold, being at the intersection of two cold tan Count Saint-Germain, was in many ways a precursor of the star. He mediums, that of the image would suddenly appear in town, no one knew from where, he spoke many and that of the languages, but his accent belonged to no single country. Nor was it clear masses. The great how old he was, not young, clearly, but his face had a healthy glow. The stars or seductresses never dazzle, because of their count only went out at night. He always wore black, and also spectacular talent or intelligence, but jewels. Arriving at the court of Louis XV, he was an instant sensation, he because of their absence. Wreaked wealth, but no one knew its source. He made the king and madame they are dazzling in their nullity, and in their de Pompadour believe he had fantastic powers, including even the ability to coldness of turn base matter into gold, the gift of the philosopher's stone, but he make-up and ritual never made any great claims for himself, it was all insinuation. He never hieratism. These great seductive effigies are said yes or no, only perhaps. He would sit down for dinner, but was never our masks, our Eastern scene eating. He once gave Madame de Pompadour a gift of candies in a island statues. Box that changed color and aspect depending on how she held it. This, Jean Baudrillard, entrancing object, she said, reminded her of the Count himself. Saint Seduction, translated by German, painted the strangest paintings anyone had ever seen. The colors Bryan Singer 128, The Art of Seduction, if you want to know, all were so vibrant that when he painted jewels, people thought they were real. About Andy Warhol, just painters were desperate to know his secrets, but he never revealed them. He looked at the surface of my would leave town as he had entered, suddenly and quietly. His greatest ad paintings and films and me, and there I am. Myra was Casanova, who met him and never forgot him. When he died, there's nothing behind it. No one believed it. Years, decades, a century later, people were certain he, Andywwarhol, quoted IN was hiding somewhere. A person with powers like his never dies. Stephen Koch, Stargazer, the Count had all the star qualities. Everything about him was ambigu. The life, world and films of Andy Warhol use and open to interpretation. Colorful and vibrant, he stood out from the crowd. People thought he was immortal, just as a star seems neither to age nor to disappear. His words were like his presence, fascinating, diverse, strange, their meaning unclear. Such is the power you can command by transforming yourself into a glittering object. Andy Warhol too obsessed everyone who knew him. He had a distinctive style, those silver wigs, and his face was blank and mysterious. People never knew what he was thinking. Like his paintings, he was pure surface. In the quality of their presence, Warhol and Saint-Germain recall the great Trompe l'oeil paintings of the 17th century, or the Prince of M. C. Escher, fascinating mixtures of realism and impossibility, which make people wonder if they are real or imaginary. A star must stand out, and this may involve a certain dramatic flair, of the kind that Dietrich revealed in her appearances at parties. Sometimes, though, a more haunting, dreamlike effect can be created by subtle touches. The way you smoke a cigarette, a vocal inflection, a way of walking. It is often the little things that get under people's skin and make them imitate you. The lock of hair over Veronica Lake's right eye, Cary Grant's voice, Kennedy's ironic smile. Although these nuances may barely register to the conscious mind, subliminally they can be as attractive as an object with a striking shape or odd color. Unconsciously, we are strangely drawn to things that have no meaning beyond their fascinating appearance. Stars make us want to know more about them. You must learn to stir people's curiosity by letting them glimpse something in your private life, something that seems to reveal an element of your personality. Let them fantasize and imagine. A trait that often triggers this reaction is a hint of spirituality, which can be devilishly seductive, like James Dean's interest in Eastern philosophy and the occult. Hints of goodness and big-heartedness can have a similar effect. Stars are like the gods on Mount Olympus, who live for love and play. The things you love, people, hobbies, animals, reveal the kind of moral beauty that people like to see in a star. Exploit this desire by showing people peaks of your private life, the causes you fight for, the person you are in love with or for the moment. Another way stars seduce is by making us identify with them, giving us a vicarious thrill. This was what Kennedy did in his press conference about Truman, in positioning himself as a young man wronged by an older man, evoking an archetypal generational conflict. He made young people identify with him. The popularity in Hollywood movies of the figure of the disaffected, wronged adolescent helped him here. The key is to represent the star 129 type, as Jimmy Stewart represented the quintessential Middle American, Cary Grant the smooth aristocrat. People of your type will gravitate to you, identify with you, share your joy or pain. The attraction must be unconscious, conveyed not in your words but in your pose, your attitude. Now more than ever, people are insecure, and their identities are in flux. Help them fix on a role to play in life, and they will flock to identify with you. Simply make your type dramatic, noticeable, and easy to imitate. The power you have in influencing people's sense of self in this manner is insidious and profound. Remember, everyone is a public performer. People never know exactly what you think or feel. They judge you on your appearance. You are an actor. And the most effective actors have an inner distance. Like Dietrich, they can mold their physical presence as if they perceived it from the outside. This inner distance fascinates us. Stars are playful about themselves, always adjusting their image, adapting it to the times. Nothing is more laughable than an image that was fashionable 10 years ago, but isn't anymore. Stars must always renew their luster or face the worst possible fate, oblivion. Symbol, the idol. A piece of stone carved into the shape of a god, perhaps glittering with gold and jewels. The eyes of the worshippers fill the stone with life, imagining it to have real powers. Its shape allows them to see what they want to see, a god, but it is actually just a piece of stone. The god lives in their imaginations. 130. The Art of Seduction. Dangers. Stars create illusions that are pleasurable to see. The danger is that people tire of them, the illusion no longer fascinates, and turn to another star. Let this happen, and you will find it very difficult to regain your place in the galaxy. You must keep all eyes on you at any cost. Do not worry about notoriety, or about slurs on your image. We are remarkably forgiving of our stars. After the death of President Kennedy, all kinds of unpleasant truths came to light about him, the endless affairs, the addiction to risk and danger. None of this diminished his appeal, and in fact the public still considers him one of America's greatest presidents. Errol Flynn faced many scandals, including a notorious rape case. They only enhanced his rakish image. Once people have recognized a star, any kind of publicity, even bad, simply feeds the obsession. Of course you can go too far. People like a star to have a transcendent beauty, and too much human frailty will eventually disillusion them. But bad publicity is less of a danger than disappearing for too long, or growing too distant. You cannot haunt people's dreams if they never see you. At the same time, you cannot let the public get too familiar with you, or let your image become predictable. People will turn against you in an instant if you begin to bore them, for boredom is the ultimate social evil. Perhaps the greatest danger stars face is the endless attention they elicit. Obsessive attention can become disconcerting and worse. As any attractive woman can attest, it is tiring to be gazed at all the time, and the effect can be destructive, as is shown by the story of Marilyn Monroe. The solution is to develop the kind of distance from yourself that Dietrich had. Take the attention and idolatry with a grain of salt, and maintain a certain detachment from them. Approach your own image playfully. Most important, never become obsessed with the obsessive quality of people's interest in you. Seducers draw you in by the focused, individualized attention they pay to you. Anti-seducers are the opposite, insecure, self-absorbed, and unable to grasp the psychology of an other person. They literally repel. Anti-seducers have no self-awareness, and never realize when they are pestering, imposing, talking too much. They lack the subtlety to create the promise of pleasure that seduction requires. Root out anti-seductive qualities in yourself, and recognize them in others. There is no pleasure or profit in dealing with the anti-seducer. Typology of the anti-seducers. Anti-seducers come in many shapes and kinds, but almost all of them share a single attribute, the source of their repellence: insecurity. We are all insecure, and we suffer for it. Yet we are able to surmount these feelings at times. A seductive engagement can bring us out of our usual self-absorption, and to the degree that we seduce, or are seduced, we feel charged and confident. Anti-seducers, however, are insecure to such a degree. Count Lodovico then agree that they cannot be drawn into the seductive process. Their needs, remarked with a smile, I promise you that are their anxieties, their self-consciousness close them off. They interpret the sensible courtier will never slightest ambiguity on your part as a slight to their ego. They see the merest act so stupidly to gain a hint of withdrawal as a betrayal, and are likely to complain bitterly about it. Woman's favor. Césaire, it seems easy, anti-seducers repel, so be repelled, avoid them. Unfor Gonzaga replied, nor so stupidly as a gentleman I tunately, however, many anti-seducers cannot be detected as such at first remember, of some repute, glance. They are more subtle, and unless you are careful they will ensnare whom to spare men's you in a most unsatisfying relationship. You must look for clues to their blushes, I don't wish to mention by name. Self-involvement and insecurity, perhaps they are ungenerous, or they argue well, at least tell us what with unusual tenacity, or are excessively judgmental. Perhaps they lavish. He did, said the Duchess. You with undeserved praise, declaring their love before knowing anything. Then Césaire continued, he was loved by a very about you. Or, most important, they pay no attention to details. Since they great lady, and at her cannot see what makes you different, they cannot surprise you with a new request. He came secretly to Anne's attention. The town where she was. After he had seen her, and it is critical to recognize anti-seductive qualities, not only in others, but enjoyed her company for us also in ourselves. Almost all of us have one or two of the anti-seducers long as she would let him qualities latent in our character, and to the extent that we can consciously in the time, he sighed and root them out, we become more seductive. A lack of generosity, Forin wept bitterly, to show the anguish he was suffering at stance, need not signal an anti-seducer if it is a person's only fault, but in having to leave her, and he ungenerous person is seldom truly attractive. Seduction implies opening. Begged her never to forget yourself up, even if only for the purposes of deception, being unable to him, and then he added that she should pay for his give by spending money usually means being unable to give in general. Lodging at the inn, since it stamp ungenerosity out. It is an impediment to power and a gross sin, in was she who had sent for seduction. Him and he thought it only right, therefore, that he it is best to disengage from anti-seducers early on, before they sink shouldn't be involved in their needy tentacles into you, so learn to read the signs. These are the any expense over the main types. Journey. At this, all the 134, The Art of Seduction ladies began to laugh and the brute. If seduction is a kind of ceremony or ritual, part of the plea to say that the man sure is its duration, the time it takes, the waiting that increases anticipa concerned hardly deserved tie-on. Brutes have no patience for such things. They are concerned only with the name of gentleman, and many of the men felt their own pleasure, never with yours. To be patient is to show that you are as ashamed as he should thinking of the other person, which never fails to impress. Impatience has have been, had he ever had the opposite effect. Assuming you are so interested in them you have no the sense to recognize such disgraceful behavior for son to wait, brutes offend you with their egotism. Underneath that ego what it was. Tism, too, there is often a gnawing sense of inferiority, and if you spurn, Baldassare Castiglione, them or make them wait, they overreact. If you suspect you are dealing the book of the courtier with a brute, do a test, make that person wait. His or her response will tell. Translated by George Boole you everything you need to know. Let us see now how love is the suffocator. Suffocators fall in love with you before you are even half diminished. This happens aware of their existence. The trait is deceptive. You might think they have through the easy accessibility of its found you overwhelming, but the fact is they suffer from an inner void, the consolations, through one's deep well of need that cannot be filled. Never get involved with suffoca being able to see and tours. They are almost impossible to free yourself from without trauma. They converse lengthily with a lover, through a lover's cling to you until you are forced to pull back, whereupon they smother you unsuitable garb and gait, with guilt. We tend to idealize a loved one, but love takes time to develop. And by the sudden onset of recognized suffocators, by how quickly they adore you. To be so admired poverty. Another cause of diminution of love may give a momentary boost to your ego, but deep inside you sense that is the realization of their intense emotions are not related to anything you have done. Trust notoriety of one's lover and these instincts. Accounts of his miserliness. A subvariant of the suffocator is the doormat, a person whose slavishly bad character and general wickedness, also any affair imitates you. Spot these types early on by seeing whether they are capable with another woman, even of having an idea of their own. An inability to disagree with you is a bad if it involves no feelings of sign. Love. Love is also diminished if a woman realizes that her lover is foolish and undiscerning, or the moralizer. Seduction is a game, and should be undertaken with her if she sees him going too far in demands of love, giving light heart. All is fair in love and seduction, morality never enters the pick no thought to his partner's tour. The character of the moralizer, however, is rigid. These are people modesty nor wishing to who follow fixed ideas, and try to make you bend to their standards. They pardon her blushes. I want to change you, to make you a better person, so they endlessly criticize faithful lover ought to choose the harshest pains of and judge, that is their pleasure in life. In truth, their moral ideas stem love rather than by his from their own unhappiness, and mask their desire to dominate those demands cause his partner around them. Their inability to adapt and to enjoy makes them easy to wreak embarrassment, or take pleasure in spurning her oakney eyes. Their mental rigidity may also be accompanied by a physical stiff modesty, for one who ness. It is hard not to take their criticisms personally, so it is better to avoid thinks only of the outcome their presence and their poisoned comments. Of his own pleasure, and ignores the welfare of his partner, should be called a traitor rather than a lover. The tightwad. Cheapness signals more than a problem with money. It is a love also suffers decrease if sign of something constricted in a person's character, something that the woman realizes that her lover is fearful in war, keeps them from letting go, or taking a risk. It is the most anti-seductive, the anti-seducer, 135 trait of all, and you cannot allow yourself to give in to it. Most tightwads or sees that he has no do not realize they have a problem. They actually imagine that when they patience, or is stained with the vice of pride, there is give someone some paltry crumb, they are being generous. Take a hard nothing which appears look at yourself, you are probably cheaper than you think. Try giving more appropriate to the more freely of both your money and yourself, and you will see the seduct character of any lover than tithe potential in selective generosity. Of course you must keep your Gina, to be clad in the adornment of humility, utterly osity under control. Giving too much can be a sign of desperation, as if untouched by the you were trying to buy someone. Nakedness of pride. Then too the prolixity of a fool, or a madman often diminishes love. There arc the bumbler. Bumblers are self-conscious, and their self-consciousness many keen to prolong their heightens your own. At first you may think they are thinking about you, crazy words in the presence of a woman, thinking that and so much so that it makes them awkward. In fact they are only thinking they please her if they of themselves, worrying about how they look, or about the consequences employ foolish, ill-judged for them of their attempt to seduce you. Their worry is usually contagious, language, but in fact they soon you are worrying too, about yourself. Bumblers rarely reach the final are strangely deceived. Indeed, he who thinks that stages of a seduction, but if they get that far, they bungle that too. In say, his foolish behavior pleases duction, the key weapon is boldness, refusing the target the time to stop a wise woman suffers from and think. Bumblers have no sense of timing. You might find it amusing the greatest poverty of sense to try to train or educate them, but if they are still bumblers past a certain age, the case is probably hopeless. They are incapable of getting outside, Andreas Capellanus, How Love is Diminished, themselves. Translated by G. Walsh the Windbag. The most effective seductions are driven by looks, indirect real men / shouldn't actions, physical lures. Words have a place, but too much talk will generally primp their good break the spell, heightening surface differences, and weighing things down. Looks / keep pleasantly clean, take people who talk a lot most often talk about themselves. They have never exercise, work up and acquired that inner voice that wonders, am I boring you? To be a windbag outdoor / tan, make quite, is to have a deep-rooted selfishness. Never interrupt or argue with these sure that your toga fits / types, that only fuels their windbaggery. At all costs learn to control your and doesn't show spots, don't lace your shoes to own tongue. Tightly / or ignore any rusty buckles, or slop / around in too large a fitting. Don't let some the reactor. Reactors are far too sensitive, not to you but to their own incompetent barber / ruin egos. They comb your every word and action for signs of a slight to their your looks, both hair and vanity. If you strategically back off, as you sometimes must in seduction, beard demand / expert attention. Keep your nails, they will brood and lash out at you. They are prone to whining and compared, and dirt-free, / planing, two very anti-seductive traits. Test them by telling a gentle joke, or don't let those long hair story at their expense. We should all be able to laugh at ourselves a little, but sprout / in your nostrils, the reactor cannot. You can read the resentment in their eyes. Erase any, make sure your breath is never offensive, / avoid the reactive qualities in your own character, they unconsciously repel people. Rank male stench / that wrinkles noses. / I was about to warn you women, against rank the vulgarian. Vulgarians are inattentive to the details that are so goatish armpits / and tant in seduction. You can see this in their personal appearance, their bristling hair on your legs, / 136, The Art of Seduction, but I'm not instructing clothes are tasteless by any standard, and in their actions. They do not hillbilly girls from the know that it is sometimes better to control oneself and refuse to give in to Caucasus, / or Mysian one's impulses. Vulgarians will blab, saying anything in public. They have riverhoidens. So what need / to remind you not no sense of timing and are rarely in harmony with your tastes. Indiscretion to let your teeth get all is a sure sign of the vulgarian, talking to others of your affair. For example, discolored / through it may seem impulsive, but its real source is their radical selfishness, their neglect, or forget to wash / your hands every morning. Ability to see themselves as others see them. More than just avoiding you know how to brighten Garians, you must make yourself their opposite. Tact, style, and attention to your complexion / with detail are all basic requirements of a seducer. Powder, add rouge to a bloodless face, / skillfully block in the crude outline of an eyebrow, / stick examples of the anti-seducer patch on one flawless cheek. / you don't shrink from lining your eyes with one. Claudius, the step-grandson of the great Roman Emperor Augustus, was dark mascara / or a touch considered something of an imbecile as a young man, and was treated badly of Cilician saffron / by almost everyone in his family. His nephew Caligula, who became M, but don't let your lover find all those jars and pair in A.D. 37, made it a sport to torture him, making him run around bottles / on your dressing the palace at top speed as penance for his stupidity, having soiled Sandal's table, the best / makeup tied to his hands at supper, and so on. As Claudius grew older, he seemed remains unobtrusive. To become even more slow-witted, and while all of his relatives lived under face so thickly plastered / with pancake it runs the constant threat of assassination, he was left alone. So it came as a great down your sweaty neck / is surprise to everyone, including Claudius himself, that when, in A.D. 41, bound to create repulsion, cabal of soldiers assassinated Caligula, they also proclaimed Claudius M, and that goo from unwashed fleeces / pair. Having no desire to rule, he delegated most of the governing to Athenian maybe, but my confidants, a group of freed slaves, and spent his time doing what he loved dear, the smell / that's best, eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring. Used for face cream, avoid it. When you have Claudius's wife, Valeria Messalina, was one of the most beautiful company / don't dab stuff women in Rome. Although he seemed fond of her, Claudius paid her no on your pimples, don't start attention, and she started to have affairs. At first she was discreet, but over cleaning your teeth / the result may be attractive, but the years, provoked by her husband's neglect, she became more and more the process is debauched. She had a room built for her in the palace where she entered sickening. Tined scores of men, doing her best to imitate the most notorious prosti, Ovid, the Art of Love, tute in Rome, whose name was written on the door. Any man who refused. Translated by Peter Greene, her advances was put to death. Almost everyone in Rome knew about these frolics, but Claudius said nothing, he seemed oblivious. So great was Messalina's passion for her favorite lover, Gaius Silius, that she decided to marry him, although both of them were married already. While Claudius was away, they held a wedding ceremony, authorized by a marriage contract that Claudius himself had been tricked into signing. After the ceremony, Gaius moved into the palace. Now the shock and disgust of the whole city finally forced Claudius into action, and he ordered the execution of Gaius and of Messalina's other lovers, but not of Messalina herself. Nevertheless, a gang of soldiers, inflamed by the scandal, hunted her down and stabbed her to death. When this was reported to the emperor, he merely ordered more wine and continued his meal. Several nights the anti-seducer, 137 later, to the amazement of his slaves, he asked why the empress was not, but if, like the winter cat joining him for dinner. Upon the hearth, the lover clings when he is dismissed, and cannot bear nothing is more infuriating than being paid no attention. In the process of to-go, certain means must seduction, you may have to pull back at times, subjecting your target to be taken to make him moments of doubt. But prolonged inattention will not only break the understand, and these should be progressively ductive spell, it can create hatred. Claudius was an extreme of this behavior. Ruder and ruder, until his insensitivity was created by necessity. In acting like an imbecile, he had touched him to the quick of his ambition and protected himself among dangerous competitors. But his flesh. She should refuse him the bed, and insensitivity became second nature. Claudius grew slovenly, and no longer jeer at him, and make him notice what was going on around him. His inattentiveness had a profound angry. She should stir up effect on his wife. How, she wondered, can a man, especially a physically her mother's enmity against him, she should treat him unappealing man like Claudius, not notice me, or care about my affairs with an obvious lack of with other men. But nothing she did seemed to matter to him. Candor, and spread herself Claudius marks the extreme, but the spectrum of inattention is wide. In long considerations about his ruin, his lot of people pay too little attention to the details. The signals another per departure should be openly son gives. Their senses are dulled by work, by hardship, by self-absorption. Anticipated, his tastes, and we often see this turning off the seductive charge between two people. No desires should be thwarted, tably between couples who have been together for years. Carried further, it is poverty outraged. She should let him see that she will stir angry, bitter feelings. Often, the one who has been cheated on by is in sympathy with partner started the dynamic by patterns of inattention. Another man, she should blame him with harsh words on every occasion. She should tell lies about too. In 1639, a French army besieged and took possession of the Italian city of him to her parasites, Turin. Two French officers, the Chevalier, later Count de Gramont, and should interrupt his sentences, and send him on his friend Matter, decided to turn their attention to the city's beautiful frequent errands away from women. The wives of some of Turin's most illustrious men were more than the house. She should seek susceptible, their husbands were busy, and kept mistresses of their own. The occasions of quarrel, and wives' only requirement, was that the suitor play by the rules of gallantry. Make him the victim of 1,000 domestic. The Chevalier and Matter were quick to find partners. The Chevalier perfidies. She should rack choosing the beautiful Mademoiselle de Saint-Germain, who was soon to her brains to vex him. She be betrothed, and Matter offering his services to an older and more experienced, should play with the glances of another in his instwoman, Madame de Senantes. The Chevalier took to wearing green, presents, and give herself Matter blue, these being their lady's favorite colors. On the second day of up to reprehensible their courtships, the couples visited a palace outside the city. The Chevalier profligacy before his face. She should leave the house was all charm, making Mademoiselle de Saint-Germain laugh uproariously as often as possible, and let at his witticisms, but Matter did not fare so well. He had no patience for this. It be seen that she has no gallantry business, and when he and Madame de Senantes took a stroll, he real need to do so. All these means are good for squeezed her hand and boldly declared his affections. The lady, of course, showing a man the door, was aghast, and when they got back to Turin she left without looking at Eastern Love, Volume 2, him. Unaware that he had offended her, Matter imagined that she was over the harlot's breviary of come with emotion and felt rather pleased with himself. But the Chevalier Kshemendra, translated by de Gramont, wondering why the pair had parted, visited Madame de Powys Mathis Senantes, and asked her how it went. She told him the truth. Matter had dispensed with the formalities, and was ready to bed her. The Chevalier 138, The Art of Seduction, just as ladies do love men, laughed, and thought to himself how differently he would manage affairs, if which be valiant and bold he were the one wooing the lovely Madame. Under arms. So likewise do over the next few days. Matter continued to misread the signs. He did they love such as be of like sort in love, and the man not pay a visit to Madame de Senantes' husband, as custom required. He which is cowardly and over did not wear her colors. When the two went riding together, he went chosen above respectful to warding after hares, as if they were the more interesting prey, and when he took them, will never win their good favor. Not that they snuff he failed to offer her some. Meanwhile he continued to make his would-have-them-so over-forward advances. Finally Madam had had enough, and complained to overweening, bold, and him directly. Matter apologized. He had not realized his errors. Moved by his presumptuous, as that they should by main force lay apology, the lady was more than ready to resume the courtship, but a few them on the floor. But days later, after a few trifling stabs at wooing, matter once again assumed rather they desire in them that she was ready for bed. To his dismay, she refused him as before. I do certain hardy modesty, or not think that women can be mightily offended, matter told the Cheever perhaps better a certain modest hardihood. For liar, if one sometimes leaves off trifling, to come to the point. But while themselves are not Madame de Senantes would have nothing more to do with him, and the exactly wantons, and will Chevalier de Grammourne, seeing an opportunity he could not pass by, took neither solicit a man nor yet actually offer their advantage of her displeasure by secretly courting her properly, and eventu favors. Yet do they know ally winning the favors that matter had tried to force. Well, how to rouse the appetites and passions, and there is nothing more anti-seductive than feeling that someone has assumed prettily allure to the skirmish in such wise that you are theirs, that you cannot possibly resist them. The slightest ap he which doth not take parents of this kind of conceit is deadly to seduction. You must prove occasion by the forelock and yourself, take your time, win your target's heart. Perhaps you fear that he or join encounter, and that without the least, or if she will be offended by a slower pace, or will lose interest. It is more likely, rank and greatness, without however, that your fear reflects your own insecurity, and insecurity is always a scruple of conscience, or anti-seductive. In truth, the longer you take, the more you show the depth fear, or any sort of hesitation, he verily is of your interest, and the deeper the spell you create. Fool and a spiritless in a world of few formalities and ceremony, seduction is one of the few poltroon, and one which remnants from the past that retains the ancient patterns. It is a ritual, and its doth merit to be forever abandoned of kind fortune. Rites must be observed. Haste reveals not the depth of your feelings, but that I have heard of 2 degrees of your self-absorption. It may be possible sometimes to hurry honorable gentlemen and someone into love, but you will only be repaid by the lack of pleasure this comrades, for the which 2 kind of love affords. If you are naturally impetuous, do what you can to very honorable ladies, and of by no means humble disguise it. Strangely enough, the effort you spend on holding yourself quality, made tryst one day back may be read by your target as deeply seductive. At Paris to go walking in a garden. Being come thither, each lady did separate apart one from the other, 3. In Paris in the 1730s lived a young man named Mailcourt, who was just each alone with her own of an age to have his first affair. His mother's friend Madame de Lursay, a cavalier, each in a several alley of the garden, that widow of around 40, was beautiful and charming, but had a reputation, was so close covered in with for being untouchable. As a boy, Mailcourt had been infatuated with her, but a fair trellis of boughs as never expected his love would be returned. So it was with great surprise that daylight could really and excitement that he realized that now that he was old enough, Madame scarce penetrate there at all, and the coolness of the de Lursay's tender looks seemed to indicate a more than motherly interest place was very grateful. In him. The anti-seducer, 139, for 2 months Mailcourt trembled in de Lursay's presence. He was now one of the twain was afraid of her, and did not know what to do. One evening they were dis the bold man, and well knowing how the party cussing a recent play. How well one character had declared his love to her had been made for woman, Madame remarked. Noting Mailcourt's obvious discomfort, she something else than merely went on, if I am not mistaken, a declaration can only seem such an aim to walk and take the air, embarrassing matter, because you yourself have one to make. Madame de, and judging by his lady's face, which he saw to be all Lursay knew full well that she was the source of the young man's awkward fire, that she had ness, but she was a tease. You must tell me, she said, with whom you are in longings to taste other fair love. Finally Mailcourt confessed. It was indeed Madame whom he desired. than the muscatels that hung on the trellis, as also his mother's friend advised him to not think of her that way, but she also by her hot, wanton, and sighed, and gave him a long and languid look. Her words said one thing, wild speech, he did her eyes another, perhaps she was not as untouchable as he had thought. Promptly seize on so fair an opportunity. So catching as the evening ended, though, Madame de Lursay said she doubted his hold of her without the feelings would last, and she left young Mailcore troubled that she had said least ceremony, he did lay nothing about reciprocating his love. Her on a little couch, that was there made of turf, and over the next few days, Mailcore repeatedly asked de Lursay to declare clods of earth, and did vary her love for him, and she repeatedly refused. Eventually the young man did pleasantly work his will of Sid his cause was hopeless, and gave up, but a few nights later, at a soirée her, without her ever at her house, her dress seemed more enticing than usual, and her looks at uttering a word but only, heavens! Sir, what a hymn stirred his blood. He returned them, and followed her around, while you at. Surely you be the she took care to keep a bit of distance, lest others sense what was happen maddest and strangesting. Yet she also managed to arrange, that he could stay without arousing fellow ever was. If anyone comes, whatever will they suspicion when the other visitors left? Say. Great heavens! Get when they were finally alone, she made him sit beside her on the sofa. Out? But the gentleman, he could barely speak, the silence was uncomfortable. To get him talking without disturbing himself, did so well continue what she raised the same old subject. His youth would make his love for her he had begun that he did passing fancy. Instead of denying it he looked dejected, and continued to finish, and she to boot, keep a polite distance. So that she finally exclaimed, with obvious irony, if with such content as that after taking 3 or 4 it were known that you were here with my consent, that I had voluntarily turns up and down the arranged it with you. What might not people say? And yet how wrong alley, they did presently they would be, for no one could be more respectful than you are. Go did start afresh. Anon, coming into action, Mailcore grabbed her hand and looked her in the eye. She forth into another, open, alley, they did see and blushed and told him he should go, but the way she arranged herself on the another part of the garden sofa and looked back at him suggested he should do the opposite. Yet Mail, the other pair, who were cowards still hesitated. She had told him to go, and if he disobeyed she might walking about together just as they had left them at cause a scene, and might never forgive him. He would have made a fool of first. Whereupon the lady, himself, and everyone, including his mother, would hear of it. He soon got well content, did say to the up, apologizing for his momentary boldness. Her astonished and somewhat gentleman in the like condition, I verily believe cold look meant he had indeed gone too far, he imagined, and he said so and so hath played the goodbye and left. Silly prude, and hath given his lady no other entertainment, but only Mailcore, and Madame de Lursay appear in the novel The Wayward Head Words, Fine Speeches, and an Heart, written in 1738, by Crabillon Fils, who based his characters on promenading. Afterward libertines he knew in the France of the time. For Crabillon Fils, seduction is when all 4 were come all about signs, about being able to send them and read them. This is not together, the 2 ladies did fall to asking one another 140 the art of seduction how it had fared with each. Because sexuality is repressed and requires speaking in code. It is rather be than the one which was cause wordless communication, through clothes, gestures, actions, is the well content did reply she most pleasurable, exciting, and seductive form of language. Was exceeding well, indeed she was, indeed for the in Crabillon Fils's novel, Madame de Lursay is an ingenious seductress, nonce, she could scarce be who finds it exciting to initiate young men. But even she cannot overcome better. The other, which the youthful stupidity of Mailcore, who is incapable of reading her signs was ill content, did declare for her part, she had had to because he is absorbed in his own thoughts. Later in the story, she does do with the biggest fool and manage to educate him, but in real life there are many who cannot be most coward lover she had educated. They are too literal and insensitive to the details that contain ever-seen and all the time seductive power. They do not so much repel as irritate and infuriate you. The two gentlemen could see them laughing together by their constant misinterpretations, always viewing life from behind as they walked and crying the screen of their ego and unable to see things as they really are. Malecore out, OH. The silly fool is so caught up in himself, he cannot see that Madam is expecting him to the shamefaced poltroon and coward. At this they make the bold move to which she will have to succumb. His hesitation successful gallant said to his shows that he is thinking of himself, not of her, that he is worrying about companion. Hark to our how he will look, not feeling overwhelmed by her charms. Nothing could ladies, which do cry out at you, and mock you sore, be more anti-seductive. Recognize such types, and if they are past the you will find you have young age that would give them an excuse. Do not entangle yourself in overplayed the prude and their awkwardness. They will infect you with doubt. Coxcomb this bout. So much he did allow, but there was no more time to remedy his error, for in the Heian court of late 10th century Japan, the young nobleman opportunity gave him Kaoru, purported son of the great seducer Genji himself, had had nothing no other handle to seize her by but misfortune in love. He had become infatuated with a young princess, Seigneur de Brantome, Oijimi, who lived in a dilapidated home in the countryside, her father lives of fair and gallant having fallen on hard times. Then one day he had an encounter with ladies, translated by Oijimi's sister, Nakono Kimi, that convinced him she was the one he actuallinson ally loved. Confused, he returned to court, and did not visit the sisters for some time. Then their father died, followed shortly thereafter by Oijimi herself. Now Kaoru realized his mistake. He had loved Oijimi all along, and she had died out of despair that he did not care for her. He would never meet her like again. She was all he could think about. When Nakono Kimi, her father and sister dead, came to live at court, Kaoru had the house where Oijimi and her family had lived turned into a shrine. One day, Nakono Kimi, seeing the melancholy into which Kaoru had fallen, told him that there was a third sister, Yukifune, who resembled his beloved Oijimi and lived hidden away in the countryside. Kaoru came to life. Perhaps he had a chance to redeem himself, to change the past. But how could he meet this woman? There came a time when he visited the shrine to pay his respects to the departed Oijimi, and heard that the mysterious Yukifune was there as well. Agitated and excited, he managed to catch a glimpse of her through the crack in a door. The sight of her took his breath away. Although she was a plain-looking country girl, in Kaoru's eyes she was the living incarnation of Oijimi. Her voice, meanwhile, was like the anti-seducer 141, the voice of Nakono Kimi, whom he had loved as well. Tears welled up in his eyes. A few months later Kaoru managed to find the house in the mountains where Yukifune lived. He visited her there, and she did not disappoint. I once had a glimpse of you through a crack in a door, he told her, and you have been very much on my mind ever since. Then he picked her up in his arms and carried her to a waiting carriage. He was taking her back to the shrine, and the journey there brought back to him the image of Oijimi. Again his eyes clouded with tears. Looking at Yukifune, he silently compared her to Oijimi. Her clothes were less nice, but she had beautiful hair. When Oijimi was alive, she and Kaoru had played the koto together, so once at the shrine he had kotos brought out. Yukifune did not play as well as Oijimi had, and her manners were less refined. Not to worry, he would give her lessons, change her into a lady. But then, as he had done with Oijimi, Kaoru returned to court, leaving Yukifune languishing at the shrine. Some time passed before he visited her again. She had improved, was more beautiful than before, but he could not stop thinking of Oijimi. Once again he left her, promising to bring her to court, but more weeks passed, and finally he received the news that Yukifune had disappeared, last seen heading toward a river. She had most likely committed suicide. At the funeral ceremony for Yukifune, Kaoru was racked with guilt. Why had he not come for her earlier? She deserved a better fate. Kaoru and the others appear in the 11th century Japanese novel The Tale of Genji, by the noblewoman Murasaki Shikibu. The characters are based on people the author knew, but Kaoru's type appears in every culture and period. These are men and women who seem to be searching for an ideal partner. The one they have is never quite right. At first glance a person excites them, but they soon see faults, and when a new person crosses their path, he or she looks better, and the first person is forgotten. These types often try to work on the imperfect mortal, who has excited them, to improve them culturally and morally. But this proves extremely unsatisfactory for both parties. The truth about this type is not that they are searching for an ideal, but that they are hopelessly unhappy with themselves. You may mistake their dissatisfaction for a perfectionist's high standards, but in point of fact nothing will really satisfy them, for their unhappiness is deep-rooted. You can recognize them by their past, which will be littered with short-lived, stormy romances. Also, they will tend to compare you to others, and to try to remake you. You may not realize at first what you have gotten into, but people like this will eventually prove hopelessly anti-seductive, because they cannot see your individual qualities. Cut the romance off before it happens. These types are closet sadists, and will torture you with their unreachable goals. 142, The Art of Seduction 5. In 1762, in the city of Turin, Italy, Giovanni Giacomo Casanova made the acquaintance of one Count A Milanese gentleman who seemed to like him enormously. The Count had fallen on hard times and Casanova lent him some money. In gratitude, the Count invited Casanova to stay with him and his wife in Milan. His wife, he said, was from Barcelona, and was admired far and wide for her beauty. He showed Casanova her letters, which had an intriguing wit. Casanova imagined her as a prize worth seducing. He went to Milan. Arriving at the house of Count A. Casanova found that the Spanish lady was certainly beautiful, but that she was also quiet and serious. Something about her bothered him. As he was unpacking his clothes, the Countess saw a stunning red dress, trimmed with sable, among his belongings. It was a gift, Casanova explained, for any Milanese lady who won his heart. The following evening at dinner, the Countess was suddenly more friendly, teasing and bantering with Casanova. She described the dress as a bribe. He would use it to persuade a woman to give in to him. On the contrary, said Casanova, he only gave gifts afterward, as tokens of his appreciation. That evening, in a carriage on the way back from the opera, she asked him if a wealthy friend of hers could buy the dress, and when he said no, she was clearly vexed. Sensing her game, Casanova offered to give her the sable dress, if she was kind to him. This only made her angry, and they quarreled. Finally Casanova had had enough of the Countess's moods. He sold the dress for 15,000 francs to her wealthy friend, who in turn gave it to her, as she had planned all along. But to prove his lack of interest in money, Casanova told the Countess he would give her the 15,000 francs, no strings attached. "You are a very bad man," she said, "but you can stay, you amuse me." She resumed her coquettish manner, but Casanova was not fooled. "It is not my fault, madam, if your charms have so little power over me," he told her. "Here are 15,000 francs to console you." He laid the money on a table and walked out, leaving the Countess fuming and vowing revenge. When Casanova first met the Spanish lady, two things about her repelled him. First, her pride. Rather than engaging in the give-and-take of seduction, she demanded a man's subjugation. Pride can reflect self-assurance, signaling that you will not abase yourself before others. Just as often, though, it stems from an inferiority complex, which demands that others abase themselves before you. Seduction requires an openness to the other person, a willingness to bend and adapt. Excessive pride, without anything to justify it, is highly anti-seductive. The second quality that disgusted Casanova was the Countess's greed. Her coquettish little games were designed only to get the dress. She had no interest in romance. For Casanova, seduction was a light-hearted game that people played for their mutual amusement. In his scheme of things, it was fine if a woman wanted money and gifts as well. He could understand that desire, and he was a generous man. But he also felt that this was a desire the anti-seducer, 143 woman should disguise. She should create the impression that what she was after was pleasure. The person who is obviously angling for money or other material reward can only repel. If that is your intention, if you are looking for something other than pleasure, for money, for power, never show it. The suspicion of an ulterior motive is anti-seductive. Never let anything break the illusion. 6. In 1868, Queen Victoria of England hosted her first private meeting with the country's new Prime Minister, William Gladstone. She had met him before, and knew his reputation as a moral absolutist, but this was to be a ceremony, an exchange of pleasantries. Gladstone, however, had no patience for such things. At that first meeting he explained to the Queen his theory of royalty. The Queen, he believed, had to play an exemplary role in England, a role she had lately failed to live up to, for she was overly private. This lecture set a bad tone for the future, and things only got worse. Soon Victoria was receiving letters from Gladstone, addressing the subject in even greater depth. Half of them she never bothered to read, and soon she was doing everything she could to avoid contact with the leader of her government. If she had to see him, she made the meeting as brief as possible. To that end, she never allowed him to sit down in her presence, hoping that a man his age would soon tire and leave. For once he got going on a subject dear to his heart, he did not notice your look of disinterest, or the tears in your eyes from yawning. His memoranda on even the simplest of issues would have to be translated into plain English for her by a member of her staff. Worst of all, Gladstone argued with her, and his arguments had a way of making her feel stupid. She soon learned to nod her head and appear to agree with whatever abstract point he was trying to make. In a letter to her secretary, referring to herself in the third person, she wrote, she always felt in Gladstone's manner an overbearing obstinacy and imperiousness, which she never experienced from anyone else, and which she found most disagreeable. Over the years, these feelings hardened into an unwaning hatred. As the head of the Liberal Party, Gladstone had a nemesis, Benjamin Disraeli, the head of the Conservative Party. He considered Disraeli immoral, a devilish Jew. At one session of Parliament, Gladstone tore into his rival, scoring point after point as he described where his opponent's policies would lead. Growing angry as he spoke, as usually happened when he talked of Disraeli, he pounded the speaker's table with such force that pens and papers went flying. Through all of this Disraeli seemed half asleep. When Gladstone had finished, he opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and calmly walked up to the table. "The right honourable gentleman," he said, "has spoken with much passion, much eloquence and much, violence." Then, after a drawn-out pause, he continued, "But the damage can be repaired," and he proceeded to gather up everything that had fallen 144, The Art of Seduction, from the table and put them back in place. The speech that followed was all the more masterful for its calm and ironic contrast to Gladstone's. The members of Parliament were spellbound, and all of them agreed he had won the day. If Disraeli was the consummate social seducer and charmer, Gladstone was the anti-seducer. Of course he had supporters, mostly among the more puritanical elements of society. He twice defeated Disraeli in a general election. But he found it hard to broaden his appeal beyond the circle of believers. Women in particular found him insufferable. Of course they had no vote at the time, so they were little political liability, but Gladstone had no patience for a feminine point of view. A woman, he felt, had to learn to see things as a man did, and it was his purpose in life to educate those he felt were irrational or abandoned by God. It did not take long for Gladstone to wear on anyone's nerves. That is the nature of people who are convinced of some truth, but have no patience for a different perspective, or for dealing with someone else's psychology. These types are bullies, and in the short term they often get their way, particularly among the less aggressive. But they stir up a lot of resentment and unspoken antipathy, which eventually trips them up. People see through their righteous moral stance, which is most often a cover for a power play. Morality is a form of power. A seducer never seeks to persuade directly, never parades his or her morality, never lectures or imposes. Everything is subtle, psychological, and indirect. Symbol: the crab. In a harsh world, the crab survives by its hardened shell, by the threat of its pincers, and by burrowing into the sand. No one dares get too close. But the crab cannot surprise its enemy and has little mobility. Its defensive strength is its supreme limitation. The anti-seducer, 145 uses of anti-seduction. The best way to avoid entanglements with anti-seducers is to recognize them right away and give them a wide berth, but they often deceive us. Involvements with these types are painful and are hard to disengage from, because the more emotional response you show, the more engaged you seem to be. Do not get angry. That may only encourage them or exacerbate their anti-seductive tendencies. Instead, act distant and indifferent, pay no attention to them, make them feel how little they matter to you. The best antidote to an anti-seducer is often to be anti-seductive yourself. Cleopatra had a devastating effect on every man who crossed her path. Octavius, the future Emperor Augustus, and the man who would defeat and destroy Cleopatra's lover Mark Antony, was well aware of her power, and defended himself against it by being always extremely amiable with her, courteous to the extreme, but never showing the slightest emotion, whether of interest or dislike. In other words, he treated her as if she were any other woman. Facing this front, she could not sink her hooks into him. Octavius made anti-seduction his defense against the most irresistible woman in history. Remember, seduction is a game of attention, of slowly filling the other person's mind with your presence. Distance and inattention will create the opposite effect, and can be used as a tactic when the need arises. Finally, if you really want to anti-seduce, simply feign the qualities listed at the beginning of the chapter. Nag, talk a lot, particularly about yourself, dress against the other person's tastes, pay no attention to detail, suffocate, and so on. A word of warning, with the arguing type, the windbag, never talk back too much. Words will only fan the flames. Adopt the Queen Victoria strategy, nod, seem to agree, then find an excuse to cut the conversation short. This is the only defense. The 18 types: the people around you are all potential victims of a seduction, but first you must know what type of victim you are dealing with. Victims are categorized by what they feel they are missing in life: adventure, attention, romance, a naughty experience, mental or physical stimulation, etc. Once you identify their type, you have the necessary ingredients for a seduction. You will be the one to give them what they lack and cannot get on their own. In studying potential victims, learn to see the reality behind the appearance. A timid person may yearn to play the star. A prude may long for a transgressive thrill. Never try to seduce your own type. Victim theory. Nobody in this world feels whole and complete. We all sense some gap in our character, something we need or want, but cannot get on our own. When we fall in love, it is often with someone who seems to fill that gap. The process is usually unconscious and depends on luck. We wait for the right person to cross our path, and when we fall for them we hope they return our love. But the seducer does not leave such things to chance. Look at the people around you. Forget their social exterior, their obvious character traits. Look behind all of that, focusing on the gaps, the missing pieces in their psyche. That is the raw material of any seduction. Pay close attention to their clothes, their gestures, their offhand comments, the things in their house, certain looks in their eyes. get them to talk about their past, particularly past romances. And slowly the outline of those missing pieces will come into view. Understand, people are constantly giving out signals as to what they lack. They long for completeness, whether the illusion of it or the reality, and if it has to come from another person, that person has tremendous power over them. We may call them victims of a seduction, but they are almost always willing victims. This chapter outlines the 18 types of victims, each one of which has a dominant lack. Although your target may well reveal the qualities of more than one type, there is usually a common need that ties them together. Perhaps you see someone as both a new prude and a crushed star, but what is common to both is a feeling of repression, and therefore a desire to be naughty, along with a fear of not being able or daring enough. In identifying your victim's type, be careful to not be taken in by outward appearances. Both deliberately and unconsciously, we often develop a social exterior designed specifically to disguise our weaknesses and lacks. For instance, you may think you are dealing with someone who is tough and cynical, without realizing that deep inside they have a soft sentimental core. They secretly pine for romance. And unless you identify their type and the emotions beneath their toughness, you lose the chance to truly seduce them. Most important, expunge the nasty habit of thinking that other people have the same lacks you do. You may crave comfort and security, but in giving comfort and security to someone else, on the assumption they must want them as well, you are more likely smothering and pushing them away. Never try to seduce someone who is of your own type. You will be like two puzzles missing the same parts. 149-150, The Art of Seduction, the 18 types. The reformed rake or siren. People of this type were once happy-go-lucky seducers who had their way with the opposite sex. But the day came when they were forced to give this up. Someone corralled them into a relationship. They were encountering too much social hostility. They were getting older and decided to settle down. Whatever the reason, you can be sure they feel some resentment and a sense of loss, as if a limb were missing. We are always trying to recapture pleasures we experienced in the past, but the temptation is particularly great for the reformed rake or siren, because the pleasures they found in seduction were intense. These types are ripe for the picking. All that is required is that you cross their path and offer them the opportunity to resume their rakish or siren ways. Their blood will stir and the call of their youth will overwhelm them. It is critical, though, to give these types the illusion that they are the ones doing the seducing. With the reformed rake, you must spark his interest indirectly, then let him burn and glow with desire. With the reformed siren, you want to give her the impression that she still has the irresistible power to draw a man in and make him give up everything for her. Remember that what you are offering these types is not another relationship, another constriction, but rather the chance to escape the corral and have some ran. Do not be put off if they are in a relationship. A pre-existing commitment is often the perfect foil. If hooking them into a relationship is what you want, hide it as best you can and realize it may not be possible. The rake or siren is unfaithful by nature. Your ability to spark the old feeling gives you power, but then you will have to live with the consequences of their feckless ways. The disappointed dreamer. As children, these types probably spent a lot of time alone. To entertain themselves, they developed a powerful fantasy life, fed by books and films and other kinds of popular culture. And as they get older, it becomes increasingly difficult to reconcile their fantasy life with reality, and so they are often disappointed by what they get. This is particularly true in relationships. They have been dreaming of romantic heroes, of danger and excitement, but what they have is lovers with human frailties, the petty weaknesses of everyday life. As the years pass, they may force themselves to compromise, because otherwise they would have to spend their lives alone, but beneath the surface they are bitter, and still hungering for something grand and romantic. You can recognize this type by the books they read and films they go to, the way their ears prick up when told of the real-life adventures some people manage to live out. In their clothes and home furnishings, a taste for exuberant romance or drama will peek through. They are often trapped in drab relationships, and little comments here and there will reveal their disappointment and inattention. The seducer's victims, the 18 types, 151. These types make for excellent and satisfying victims. First, they usually have a great deal of pent-up passion and energy, which you can release and focus on yourself. They also have great imaginations, and will respond to anything vaguely mysterious or romantic that you offer them. All you need do is disguise some of your less than exalted qualities, and give them a part of their dream. This could be the chance to live out their adventures, or be courted by a chivalrous soul. If you give them a part of what they want, they will imagine the rest. At all cost, do not let reality break the illusion you are creating. One moment of pettiness and they will be gone, more bitterly disappointed than ever. The pampered royal. These people were the classic spoiled children. All of their wants and desires were met by an adoring parent, endless entertainments, a parade of toys, whatever kept them happy for a day or two. Where many children learn to entertain themselves, inventing games and finding friends, pampered royals are taught that others will do the entertaining for them. Being spoiled, they get lazy, and as they get older and the parent is no longer there to pamper them, they tend to feel quite bored and restless. Their solution is to find pleasure in variety, to move quickly from person to person, job to job, or place to place before boredom sets in. They do not settle into relationships well, because habit and routine of some kind are inevitable in such affairs. But their ceaseless search for variety is tiring for them and comes with a price: work problems, strings of unsatisfying romances, friends scattered across the globe. Do not mistake their restlessness and infidelity for reality. What the pampered prince or princess is really looking for is one person, that parental figure, who will give them the spoiling they crave. To seduce this type, be ready to provide a lot of distraction, new places to visit, novel experiences, color, spectacle. You will have to maintain an air of mystery, continually surprising your target with a new side to your character. Variety is the key. Once pampered royals are hooked, things get easier, for they will quickly grow dependent on you and you can put out less effort. Unless their childhood pampering has made them too difficult and lazy, these types make excellent victims. They will be as loyal to you as they once were to mommy or daddy. But you will have to do much of the work. If you are after a long relationship, disguise it. Offer long-term security to a pampered royal and you will induce a panicked flight. Recognize these types by the turmoil in their past, job changes, travel, short-term relationships, and by the air of aristocracy, no matter their social class, that comes from once being treated like royalty. The new prude. Sexual prudery still exists, but it is less common than it was. Prudery, however, is never just about sex. A prude is someone who is excessively concerned with appearances, with what society considers AP 152, the art of seduction, appropriate and acceptable behavior. Prudes rigorously stay within the boundaries of correctness, because more than anything they fear society's judgment. Seen in this light, prudery is just as prevalent as it always was. The new prude is excessively concerned with standards of goodness, fairness, political sensitivity, tastefulness, etc. What marks the new prude, though, as well as the old one, is that deep down they are actually excited and intrigued by guilty, transgressive pleasures. Frightened by this attraction, they run in the opposite direction and become the most correct of all. They tend to wear drab colors. They certainly never take fashion risks. They can be very judgmental and critical of people who do take risks and are less correct. They are also addicted to routine, which gives them a way to tamp down their inner turmoil. New prudes are secretly oppressed by their correctness and long to transgress. Just as sexual prudes make prime targets for a rake or siren, the new prude will often be most tempted by someone with a dangerous or naughty side. If you desire a new prude, do not be taken in by their judgments of you or their criticisms. That is only a sign of how deeply you fascinate them. You are on their mind. You can often draw a new prude into a seduction, in fact, by giving them the chance to criticize you or even try to reform you. Take nothing of what they say to heart, of course, but now you have the perfect excuse to spend time with them, and new prudes can be seduced simply through being in contact with you. These types actually make excellent and rewarding victims. Once you open them up and get them to let go of their correctness, they are flooded with feelings and energies. They may even overwhelm you. Perhaps they are in a relationship with someone as drab as they themselves seem to be. Do not be put off. They are simply asleep, waiting to be awakened. The crushed star. We all want attention, we all want to shine, but with most of us these desires are fleeting and easily quieted. The problem with crushed stars is that at one point in their lives they did find themselves the center of attention. Perhaps they were beautiful, charming and effervescent, perhaps they were athletes, or had some other talent, but those days are gone. They may seem to have accepted this, but the memory of having once shone is hard to get over. In general, the appearance of wanting attention, of trying to stand out, is not seen too kindly in polite society, or in the workplace. So to get along, crushed stars learn to tamp down their desires, but failing to get the attention they feel they deserve, they also become resentful. You can recognize crushed stars by certain unguarded moments. They suddenly receive some attention in a social setting, and it makes them glow. They mention their glory days, and there is a little glint in the eye, a little wine in the system, and they become effervescent. Seducing this type is simple. Just make them the center of attention. When you are with them, act as if they were stars and you were basking in their glow. Get them to talk, particularly about themselves. In social situa, the seducer's victims, the 18 types, 153 tie-ins, mute your own colors, and let them look funny and radiant by comparison. In general, play the charmer. The reward of seducing crushed stars is that you stir up powerful emotions. They will feel intensely grateful to you for letting them shine. To whatever extent they had felt crushed and bottled up, the easing of that pain releases intensity and passion, all directed at you. They will fall madly in love. If you yourself have any star or dandy tendencies, it is wise to avoid such victims. Sooner or later those tendencies will come out, and the competition between you will be ugly. The novice. What separates novices from ordinary innocent young people is that they are fatally curious. They have little or no experience of the world, but have been exposed to it second-hand, in newspapers, films, books. Finding their innocence a burden, they long to be initiated into the ways of the world. Everyone sees them as so sweet and innocent, but they know this isn't so. They cannot be as angelic as people think them. Seducing a novice is easy. To do it well, however, requires a bit of art. Novices are interested in people with experience, particularly people with a touch of corruption and evil. Make that touch too strong, though, and it will intimidate and frighten them. What works best with a novice is a mix of qualities. You are somewhat childlike yourself, with a playful spirit. At the same time, it is clear that you have hidden depths, even sinister ones. This was the secret of Lord Byron's success with so many innocent women. You are initiating your novices not just sexually, but experientially, exposing them to new ideas, taking them to new places, new worlds both literal and metaphoric. Do not make your seduction ugly or seedy. Everything must be romantic, even including the evil and dark side of life. Young people have their ideals. It is best to initiate them with an aesthetic touch. Seductive language works wonders on novices, as does attention to detail. Spectacles and colorful events appeal to their sensitive senses. They are easily misled by these tactics, because they lack the experience to see through them. Sometimes novices are a little older, and have been at least somewhat educated in the ways of the world. Yet they put on a show of innocence, for they see the power it has over older people. These are coy novices, aware of the game they are playing, but novices they remain. They may be less easily misled than purer novices, but the way to seduce them is pretty much the same: mix innocence and corruption, and you will fascinate them. The conqueror. These types have an unusual amount of energy, which they find difficult to control. They are always on the prowl for people to conquer, obstacles to surmount. You will not always recognize conquerors by their exterior. They can seem a little shy in social situations, and can have a degree of reserve. Look not at their words or appearance, but at their 154, The Art of Seduction actions, in work and in relationships. They love power, and by hook or by crook they get it. Conquerors tend to be emotional, but their emotion only comes out in outbursts, when pushed. In matters of romance, the worst thing you can do with them is lie down and make yourself easy prey. They may take advantage of your weakness, but they will quickly discard you and leave you the worse for wear. You want to give conquerors a chance to be aggressive, to overcome some resistance or obstacle, before letting them think they have overwhelmed you. You want to give them a good chase. Being a little difficult or moody, using coquetry, will often do the trick. Do not be intimidated by their aggressiveness and energy. That is precisely what you can turn to your advantage. To break them in, keep them charging back and forth like a bull. Eventually they will grow weak and dependent, as Napoleon became the slave of Josephine. The conqueror is generally male, but there are plenty of female conquerors out there. Lou Andrea Salome and Natalie Barney are famous ones. Female conquerors will succumb to coquetry, though, just as the male ones will. The exotic fetishist. Most of us are excited and intrigued by the exotic. What separates exotic fetishists from the rest of us is the degree of this interest, which seems to govern all their choices in life. In truth, they feel empty inside and have a strong dose of self-loathing. They do not like wherever it is they come from, their social class, usually middle or upper, and their culture, because they do not like themselves. These types are easy to recognize. They like to travel. Their houses are filled with objets from faraway places. They fetishize the music or art of this or that foreign culture. They often have a strong rebellious streak. Clearly, the way to seduce them is to position yourself as exotic. If you do not at least appear to come from a different background or race, or to have some alien aura, you should not even bother. But it is always possible to play up what makes you exotic, to make it a kind of theater for their amusement. Your clothes, the things you talk about, the places you take them, make a show of your difference. Exaggerate a little and they will imagine the rest, because such types tend to be self-deluders. Exotic fetishists, however, do not make particularly good victims. Whatever exoticism you have will soon seem banal to them, and they will want something else. It will be a struggle to hold their interest. Their underlying insecurity will also keep you on edge. One variation on this type is the man or woman who is trapped in a stultifying relationship, a banal occupation, a dead-end town. It is circumstance, as opposed to personal neurosis, that makes such people fetishize the exotic, and these exotic fetishists are better victims than the self-loathing kind, because you can offer them a temporary escape from whatever the seducer's victims, the 18 types, 155 presses them. Nothing, however, will offer true exotic fetishists escape from themselves. The drama queen. There are people who cannot do without some constant drama in their lives. It is their way of deflecting boredom. The greatest mistake you can make in seducing these drama queens is to come offering stability and security. That will only make them run for the hills. Most often, drama queens, and there are plenty of men in this category, enjoy playing the victim. They want something to complain about, they want pain. Pain is a source of pleasure for them. With this type, you have to be willing and able to give them the mental rough treatment they desire. That is the only way to seduce them in a deep manner. The moment you turn too nice, they will find some reason to quarrel or get rid of you. You will recognize drama queens by the number of people who have hurt them, the tragedies and traumas that have befallen them. At the extreme, they can be hopelessly selfish and anti-seductive, but most of them are relatively harmless, and will make fine victims, if you can live with the Sturm und Drang. If for some reason you want something long-term with this type, you will constantly have to inject drama into your relationship. For some this can be an exciting challenge, and a source for constantly renewing the relationship. Generally, however, you should see an involvement with a drama queen as something fleeting and a way to bring a little drama into your own life. The professor. These types cannot get out of the trap of analyzing and criticizing everything that crosses their path. Their minds are overdeveloped and overstimulated. Even when they talk about love or sex, it is with great thought and analysis. Having developed their minds at the expense of their bodies, many of them feel physically inferior and compensate by lauding their mental superiority over others. Their conversation is often wry or ironic. You never quite know what they are saying, but you sense them looking down on you. They would like to escape their mental prisons. They would like pure physicality, without any analysis, but they cannot get there on their own. Professor types sometimes engage in relationships with other professor types, or with people they can treat as inferiors. But deep down they long to be overwhelmed by someone with physical presence, a rake or a siren, for instance. Professors can make excellent victims, for underneath their intellectual strength lie gnawing insecurities. Make them feel like Don Juans or sirens, to even the slightest degree, and they are your slaves. Many of them have a masochistic streak that will come out once you stir their dormant senses. You are offering an escape from the mind, so make it as complete as possible. If you have intellectual tendencies yourself, hide them. They will only 156, The Art of Seduction. Stir your target's competitive juices, and get their minds turning. Let your professors keep their sense of mental superiority, let them judge you. You will know what they will try to hide, that you are the one in control, for you are giving them what no one else can give them, physical stimulation. The beauty. From early on in life, the beauty is gazed at by others. Their desire to look at her is the source of her power, but also the source of much unhappiness. She constantly worries that her powers are waning, that she is no longer attracting attention. If she is honest with herself, she also senses that being worshipped only for one's appearance is monotonous and unsatisfying and lonely. Many men are intimidated by beauty and prefer to worship it from afar. Others are drawn in, but not for the purpose of conversation. The beauty suffers from isolation. Because she has so many lacks, the beauty is relatively easy to seduce, and if done right, you will have won not only a much prized catch, but someone who will grow dependent on what you provide. Most important in this seduction is to validate those parts of the beauty that no one else appreciates. Her intelligence, generally higher than people imagine, her skills, her character. Of course you must worship her body. You cannot stir up any insecurities in the one area in which she knows her strength, and the strength on which she most depends. But you also must worship her mind and soul. Intellectual stimulation will work well on the beauty, distracting her from her doubts and insecurities, and making it seem that you value that side of her personality. Because the beauty is always being looked at, she tends to be passive. Beneath her passivity, though, there often lies frustration. The beauty would love to be more active and to actually do some chasing of her own. A little coquettishness can work well here. At some point in all your worshipping, you might go a little cold, inviting her to come after you. Train her to be more active, and you will have an excellent victim. The only downside is that her many insecurities require constant attention and care. The aging baby. Some people refuse to grow up. Perhaps they are afraid of death, or of growing old. Perhaps they are passionately attached to the life they led as children. Disliking responsibility, they struggle to turn everything into play and recreation. In their 20s they can be charming, in their 30s interesting, but by the time they reach their 40s they are beginning to wear thin. Contrary to what you might imagine, one aging baby does not want to be involved with another aging baby, even though the combination might seem to increase the chances for play and frivolity. The aging baby does not want competition, but an adult figure. If you desire to seduce this type, you must be prepared to be the responsible, stage 1. That may be the seducer's victims, the 18 types, 157 strange way of seducing, but in this case it works. You should appear to like the aging baby's youthful spirit. It helps if you actually can engage with it, but you remain the indulgent adult. By being responsible, you free the baby to play. Act the loving adult to the hilt, never judging or criticizing their behavior, and a strong attachment will form. Aging babies can be amusing for a while, but, like all children, they are often potently narcissistic. This limits the pleasure you can have with them. You should see them as short-term amusements, or temporary outlets for your frustrated parental instincts. The rescuer. We are often drawn to people who seem vulnerable or weak. Their sadness or depression can actually be quite seductive. There are people, however, who take this much further, who seem to be attracted only to people with problems. This may seem noble, but rescuers usually have complicated motives. They often have sensitive natures and truly want to help. At the same time, solving people's problems gives them a kind of power they relish. It makes them feel superior and in control. It is also the perfect way to distract them from their own problems. You will recognize these types by their empathy. They listen well and try to get you to open up and talk. You will also notice they have histories of relationships with dependent and troubled people. Rescuers can make excellent victims, particularly if you enjoy chivalrous or maternal attention. If you are a woman, play the damsel in distress, giving a man the chance so many men long for, to act the knight. If you are a man, play the boy who cannot deal with this harsh world. A female rescuer will envelop you in maternal attention, gaining for herself the added satisfaction of feeling more powerful and in control than a man. An air of sadness will draw either gender in. Exaggerate your weaknesses, but not through overt words or gestures. Let them sense that you have had too little love, that you have had a string of bad relationships, that you have gotten a raw deal in life. Having lured your rescuer in with the chance to help you, you can then stoke the relationship's fires with a steady supply of needs and vulnerabilities. You can also invite moral rescue. You are bad. You have done bad things. You need a stern yet loving hand. In this case, the rescuer gets to feel morally superior, but also the vicarious thrill of involvement with someone naughty. The roue. These types have lived the good life and experienced many pleasures. They probably have, or once had, a good deal of money to finance their hedonistic lives. On the outside they tend to seem cynical and jaded, but their worldliness often hides a sentimentality that they have struggled to repress. Roués are consummate seducers, but there is one type that can easily seduce them, the young and the innocent. As they get 158, the Art of Seduction older, they hanker after their lost youth, missing their long-lost innocence. They begin to covet it in others. If you should want to seduce them, you will probably have to be somewhat young and to have retained at least the appearance of innocence. It is easy to play this up, make a show of how little experience you have in the world, how you still see things as a child. It is also good to seem to resist their advances. Roués will think it lively and exciting to chase you. You can even seem to dislike or distrust them. That will really spur them on. By being the one who resists, you control the dynamic. And since you have the youth that they are missing, you can maintain the upper hand and make them fall deeply in love. They will often be susceptible to such a fall, because they have tamped down their own romantic tendencies for so long that when it bursts forth, they lose control. Never give in too early, and never let your guard down. Such types can be dangerous. The idol worshipper. Everyone feels an inner lack, but idol worshippers have a bigger emptiness than most people. They cannot be satisfied with themselves, so they search the world for something to worship, something to fill their inner void. This often assumes the form of a great interest in spiritual matters, or in some worthwhile cause. By focusing on something supposedly elevated, they distract themselves from their own void, from what they dislike about themselves. Idol worshippers are easy to spot. They are the ones pouring their energies into some cause or religion. They often move around over the years, leaving one cult for another. The way to seduce these types is to simply become their object of worship, to take the place of the cause or religion to which they are so dedicated. At first you may have to seem to share their spiritual interest, joining them in their worship, or perhaps exposing them to a new cause. Eventually you will displace it. With this type you have to hide your flaws, or at least to give them a saintly sheen. Be banal and idol worshippers will pass you by. But mirror the qualities they aspire to have for themselves, and they will slowly transfer their adoration to you. Keep everything on an elevated plane, let romance and religion flow into one. Keep two things in mind when seducing this type. First, they tend to have overactive minds, which can make them quite suspicious. Because they often lack physical stimulation, and because physical stimulation will distract them, give them some, a mountain trek, a boat trip, or sex will do the trick. But this takes a lot of work, for their minds are always ticking. Second, they often suffer from low self-esteem. Do not try to raise it. They will see through you, and your efforts at praising them will clash with their own self-image. They are to worship you, you are not to worship them. Idol worshippers make perfectly adequate victims in the short term, but their endless need to search will eventually lead them to look for something new to adore. The seducer's victims, the 18 types. 159. The sensualist. What marks these types is not their love of pleasure, but their overactive senses. Sometimes they show this quality in their appearance, their interest in fashion, color, style. But sometimes it is more subtle. Because they are so sensitive, they are often quite shy, and they will shrink from standing out or being flamboyant. You will recognize them by how responsive they are to their environment, how they cannot stand a room without sunlight, are depressed by certain colors, or excited by certain smells. They happen to live in a culture that de-emphasizes sensual experience, except perhaps for the sense of sight. And so what the sensualist lacks is precisely enough sensual experiences to appreciate and relish. The key to seducing them is to aim for their senses, to take them to beautiful places, pay attention to detail, envelop them in spectacle, and of course use plenty of physical lures. Sensualists, like animals, can be baited with colors and smells. Appeal to as many senses as possible, keeping your targets distracted and weak. Seductions of sensualists are often easy and quick, and you can use the same tactics again and again to keep them interested, although it is wise to vary your sensual appeal somewhat, in kind if not in quality. That is how Cleopatra worked on Mark Antony, an inveterate sensualist. These types make superb victims, because they are relatively docile if you give them what they want. The lonely leader. Powerful people are not necessarily different from everyone else, but they are treated differently, and this has a big effect on their personalities. Everyone around them tends to be fawning and courtier-like, to have an angle, to want something from them. This makes them suspicious and distrustful, and a little hard around the edges, but do not mistake the appearance for the reality. Lonely leaders long to be seduced, to have someone break through their isolation and overwhelm them. The problem is that most people are too intimidated to try, or use the kind of tactics, flattery, charm, that they see through and despise. To seduce such types, it is better to act like their equal or even their superior, the kind of treatment they never get. If you are blunt with them you will seem genuine, and they will be touched. You care enough to be honest, even perhaps at some risk. Being blunt with the powerful can be dangerous. Lonely leaders can be made emotional by inflicting some pain, followed by tenderness. This is one of the hardest types to seduce, not only because they are suspicious, but because their minds are burdened with cares and responsibilities. They have less mental space for a seduction. You will have to be patient and clever, slowly filling their minds with thoughts of you. Succeed, though, and you can gain great power in turn, for in their loneliness they will come to depend on you. 160. The Art of Seduction, the Floating Gender. All of us have a mix of the masculine and the feminine in our characters, but most of us learn to develop and exhibit the socially acceptable side while repressing the other. People of the floating gender type feel that the separation of the sexes into such distinct genders is a burden. They are sometimes thought to be repressed or latent homosexuals, but this is a misunderstanding. They may well be heterosexual, but their masculine and feminine sides are in flux, and because this may discomfort others if they show it, they learn to repress it, perhaps by going to one extreme. They would actually love to be able to play with their gender, to give full expression to both sides. Many people fall into this type without its being obvious. A woman may have a masculine energy, a man a developed aesthetic side. Do not look for obvious signs, because these types often go underground, keeping it under wraps. This makes them vulnerable to a powerful seduction. What floating gender types are really looking for is another person of uncertain gender, their counterpart from the opposite sex. Show them that in your presence and they can relax, express the repressed side of their character. If you have such proclivities, this is the one instance where it would be best to seduce the same type of the opposite sex. Each person will stir up repressed desires in the other and will suddenly have license to explore all kinds of gender combinations, without fear of judgment. If you are not of the floating gender, leave this type alone. You will only inhibit them and create more discomfort. Most of us understand that certain actions on our part will have a pleasing and seductive effect on the person we would like to seduce. The problem is that we are generally too self-absorbed. We think more about what we want from others than what they could want from us. We may occasionally do something that is seductive, but often we follow this up with a selfish or aggressive action. We are in a hurry to get what we want, or unaware of what we are doing, we show a side of ourselves that is petty and banal, deflating any illusions or fantasies a person might have about us. Our attempts at seduction usually do not last long enough to create much of an effect. You will not seduce anyone by simply depending on your engaging personality, or by occasionally doing something noble or alluring. Seduction is a process that occurs over time. The longer you take and the slower you go, the deeper you will penetrate into the mind of your victim. It is an art that requires patience, focus, and strategic thinking. You need to always be one step ahead of your victim, throwing dust in their eyes, casting a spell, keeping them off balance. The 24 chapters in this section will arm you with a series of tactics that will help you get out of yourself and into the mind of your victim, so that you can play it like an instrument. The chapters are placed in a loose order, going from the initial contact with your victim to the successful conclusion. This order is based on certain timeless laws of human psychology. Because people's thoughts tend to revolve around their daily concerns and insecurities, you cannot proceed with a seduction until you slowly put their anxieties to sleep and fill their distracted minds with thoughts of you. The opening chapters will help you accomplish this. There is a natural tendency in relationships for people to become so familiar with one another that boredom and stagnation set in. Mystery is the lifeblood of seduction, and to maintain it you have to constantly surprise your victims, stir things up, even shock them. A seduction should never settle into a comfortable routine. The middle and later chapters will instruct you in the art of alternating hope and despair, pleasure and pain, until your victims weaken and succumb. In each instance, one tactic is setting up the next one, allowing you to push it further with something bolder and more violent. A seducer cannot be timid or merciful. To help you move the seduction along, the chapters are arranged in 163-164, The Art of Seduction, 4 phases, each phase with a particular goal to aim for: getting the victim to think of you, gaining access to their emotions by creating moments of pleasure and confusion, going deeper by working on their unconscious, stirring up repressed desires, and finally, inducing physical surrender. The phases are clearly marked and explained with a short introduction. By following these phases, you will work more effectively on your victim's mind and create the slow and hypnotic pace of a ritual. In fact, the seductive process may be thought of as a kind of initiation ritual, in which you are uprooting people from their habits, giving them novel experiences, putting them through tests, before initiating them into a new life. It is best to read all of the chapters and gain as much knowledge as possible. When it comes time to apply these tactics, you will want to pick and choose which ones are appropriate for your particular victim. Sometimes only a few are sufficient, depending on the level of resistance you meet and the complexity of your victim's problems. These tactics are equally applicable to social and political seductions, minus the sexual component in Phase 4. At all cost, resist the temptation to hurry to the climax of your seduction, or to improvise. You are not being seductive, but selfish. Everything in daily life is hurried and improvised, and you need to offer something different. By taking your time and respecting the seductive process, you will not only break down your victim's resistance, you will make them fall in love. Phase 1 Separation. Stirring interest and desire. Your victims live in their own worlds, their minds occupied with anxieties and daily concerns. Your goal in this initial phase is to slowly separate them from that closed world and fill their minds with thoughts of you. Once you have decided whom to seduce, 1. Choose the right victim. Your first task is to get your victim's attention, to stir interest in you. For those who might be more resistant or difficult, you should try a slower and more insidious approach, first winning their friendship. 2. Create a false sense of security. Approach indirectly. For those who are bored and less difficult to reach, a more dramatic approach will work, either fascinating them with a mysterious presence. 3. Send mixed signals, or seeming to be someone who is coveted and fought over by others. 4. Appear to be an object of desire. Once the victim is properly intrigued, you need to transform their interest into something stronger, desire. Desire is generally preceded by feelings of emptiness, of something missing inside that needs fulfillment. You must deliberately instill such feelings, make your victims aware of the adventure and romance that are lacking in their lives. 5. Create a need, stir anxiety and discontent. If they see you as the one to fill their emptiness, interest will blossom into desire. The desire should be stoked by subtly planting ideas in their minds, hints of the seductive pleasures that await them. 6. Master the art of insinuation. Mirroring your victim's values, indulging them in their wants and moods will charm and delight them. 7. Enter their spirit. Without realizing how it has happened, more and more of their thoughts now revolve around you. The time has come for something stronger. Lure them with an irresistible pleasure or adventure. 8. Create temptation, and they will follow your lead. Choose the right victim. Everything depends on the target of your seduction. Study your prey thoroughly, and choose only those who will prove susceptible to your charms. The right victims are those for whom you can fill a void, who see in you something exotic. They are often isolated or at least somewhat unhappy, perhaps, because of recent adverse circumstances, or can easily be made so, for the completely contented person is almost impossible to seduce. The perfect victim has some natural quality that attracts you. The strong emotions this quality inspires will help make your seductive maneuvers seem more natural and dynamic. The perfect victim allows for the perfect chase. Preparing for the hunt, the young Vicomte de Valmorne was a notorious libertine in the Paris of the 1770s, the ruin of many a young girl, and the ingenious seducer of the wives of illustrious aristocrats. But after a while the repetitiveness of it all began to bore him. His successes came too easily. So one year, during the sweltering, slow month of August, he decided to take a break from Paris and visit his aunt at her chateau in the provinces. Life there was not what the ninth have I he was used to. There were country walks, chats with the local vicar, card become blind. Has the games. His city friends, particularly his fellow libertine and confidant, the inner eye of the soul lost its power. I have seen her, but Marquise de Machuel expected him to hurry back. It is as if I had seen her. There were other guests at the chateau, however, including the Prezi heavenly revelation, S.O. Dent de Tourvel, a 22-year-old woman whose husband was completely has her image vanished again for me. Temporarily absent, having work to do elsewhere. The president had been vain. Do I summon all the languishing at the chateau, waiting for him to join her? Valmorn had met powers of my soul in order her before. She was certainly beautiful, but had a reputation as a prude who to conjure up this image. If I ever see her again, I shall was extremely devoted to her husband. She was not a court lady. Her taste be able to recognize her in clothing was atrocious. She always covered her neck with ghastly frills, instantly, even though she and her conversation lacked wit. For some reason, however, far from Paris, stands among 100 others. Now she has fled, Valmorn began to see these traits in a new light. He followed her to the eye of my soul tries chapel, where she went every morning to pray. He caught glimpses of her at in vain to overtake her dinner, or playing cards. Unlike the ladies of Paris, she seemed unaware of with its longing. I was her charms, this excited him. Because of the heat, she wore a simple linen walking along Langelini, seemingly nonchalantly dress, which revealed her figure. A piece of muslin covered her breasts, let and without paying him more than imagine them. Her hair, unfashionable in its slight disattention to my order, conjured the bedroom. And her face, he had never noticed how surroundings, although my reconnoitering glance left expressive it was. Her features lit up when she gave alms to a beggar, she nothing unobserved, and blushed at the slightest praise. She was so natural and unself-conscious. And then my eyes fell upon her. When she talked of her husband, or religious matters, he could sense my eyes fixed unswervingly upon her. Depth of her feelings. If such a passionate nature were ever detoured into a they no longer obeyed love affair. Their master's will, it was Valmorn extended his stay at the chateau, much to the delight of his. Impossible for me to shift my gaze and thus overlook aunt, who could not have guessed at the reason. And he wrote to the Mar, the object I wanted to quies de Matuil, explaining his new ambition, to seduce Madame de C. I did not look, I Tourvel. The Marquise was incredulous. He wanted to seduce this prude. Stared. As a fencer freezes if he succeeded, how little pleasure she would give him, and if he failed, in his lunge. So my eyes were fixed, petrified in the what a disgrace. The great libertine unable to seduce a wife whose husband direction initially taken. It was far away. She wrote a sarcastic letter, which only inflamed Valmorn fur. Was impossible to look 169, 170, The Art of Seduction down, impossible to the conquest of this notoriously virtuous woman would prove his withdraw my glance, greatest seduction. His reputation would only be enhanced. Impossible to see, because there was an obstacle, though, that seemed to make success almost so far too much. The only thing I have retained possible, everyone knew Valmont's reputation, including the president, is that she had on a Greene. She knew how dangerous it was to ever be alone with him, how people cloak, that is all. Oh, any would talk about the least association with him. Valmorn did everything could call it capturing the cloud instead of Juno, she to belie his reputation, even going so far as to attend church services, and has escaped me. And seem repentant of his ways. The president noticed, but still kept her left only her cloaked aunts. The challenge she presented to Valmorn was irresistible, but could he behind? The girl made meet it. An impression on me. The 16th. I feel Valmorn decided to test the waters. One day he arranged a little walk, no impatience, for she must with the president and his aunt. He chose a delightful path, that they had lived here in the city, and had never taken before, but at a certain point they reached a little ditch, unsuit this moment that is enough for me. This possibility is able for a lady to cross on her own. And yet, Valmorn said, the rest of the condition for the proper walk was too nice for them to turn back, and he gallantly picked up his appearance of her image, aunt in his arms and carried her across the ditch, making the president everything will be enjoyed in slow laugh uproariously. But then it was her turn, and Valmorn purposefully drafts. They picked her up a little awkwardly, so that she caught at his arms, and while 19th Cordelia, he was holding her against him, he could feel her heart beating faster, and then, is her name. Saw her blush. His aunt saw this too, and cried out, "The child is afraid." Cordelia. It is a beautiful name, and that, too, is, but Valmorn sensed otherwise. Now he knew that the challenge could be important, since it can met, that the president could be won. The seduction could proceed. Often be very disturbing to have to name an ugly name together with the most tender adjectives. Interpretation. Valmorn, the President de Tourvel, and the Marquise de Soren Kierkegaard, The Mertuel are all characters in the 18th century French novel Danger, Seducer's Diary, translated aux Liaisons, by Chodelos de Laclos. The character of Valmorn was in by Howard V. Hong and Edna Hong, spied by several real-life libertines of the time, most prominent of all the Duc de Richelieu. In the story, Valmorn worries that his seductions have become mechanical. He makes a move, and the woman almost always responds the same way. But no two seductions should be the same. A differ love as understood by Don Juan is a feeling akin and target should change the whole dynamic. Valmont's problem is that he too a taste for hunting. It is always seducing the same type, the wrong type. He realizes this when he a craving for an activity meets Madame de Tourvel, which needs an incessant diversity of stimuli to it is not, because her husband is a count that he decides to seduce her, challenge skill. Or because she is stylishly dressed, or is desired by other men, the usual, STENDHAL, reasons. He chooses her because, in her unconscious way, she has already translated B.Y. Gilbert, and seduced him. A bare arm, an unrehearsed laugh, a playful manner, or Suzanne Sale, these have captured his attention, because none of them is contrived. Once he falls under her spell, the strength of his desire will make his subsequent maneuvers seem less calculated. He is apparently unable to help himself. It is not the quality of the, and his strong emotions will slowly infect her desired object that gives us beyond the effect the president has on Valmorn. She has other traits, pleasure, but rather the energy of our appetites, that make her the perfect victim. She is bored, which draws her toward adventure. She is naive, and unable to see through his tricks. Finally, the Charles Baudelaire, the end of Don Juan Achilles' heel. She believes herself immune to seduction. Almost all of us choose the right victim. 171 are vulnerable to the attractions of other people, and we take precautions, the daughter of desire, against unwanted lapses. Madame de Tourvel takes none. Once Valmorn should strive to have the following lovers in there, has tested her at the ditch, and has seen she is physically vulnerable, he turn, as being mutually knows that eventually she will fall. Restful to her, a boy who life is short, and should not be wasted pursuing and seducing the has been loosed too soon wrong people. The choice of target is critical. It is the setup of the seduc, from the authority and counsel of his father, and tie on, and it will determine everything else that follows. The perfect victim author enjoying office with does not have certain facial features, or the same taste in music, or similar or rather simple-minded goals in life. That is how a banal seducer chooses his or her targets. The prince, a merchant's son, whose pride is in rivaling perfect victim, is the person who stirs you in a way that cannot be explained. Other lovers, an ascetic who in words, whose effect on you has nothing to do with superficialities. He or is the slave of love, and she often has a quality that you yourself lack, and may even secretly envy. Secret, a king's son whose follies are boundless, and the president, for example, has an innocence that Valmorn long ago lost, or who has a taste for rascals, never had. There should be a little bit of tension. The victim may fear you, the countrified son of some, a little, even slightly dislike you. Such tension is full of erotic potential, and village Brahmin, a married woman's lover, will make the seduction much livelier. Be more creative in choosing your singer, who has just prey, and you will be rewarded with a more exciting seduction. Of course, pocketed a very large sum, it means nothing if the potential victim is not open to your influence. Test of money, the master of the person first. Once you feel that he or she is also vulnerable to you, then caravan, but recently come in. These brief the hunting can begin. Instructions admit of infinitely varied. It is a stroke of good fortune to find one who is worth their interpretation, dear child, according to the duking. Most people rush ahead, become engaged or do circumstance, and it other stupid things, and in a turn of the hand everything is requires intelligence, insight over, and they know neither what they have won nor what in reflection to make that they have lost. Best of each particular case. EASTERN Love, Volume 2, Soren Kierkegaard, The Harlots, Breviary of Kshemendra, translated BYE. Powers Mathis Keys to Seduction. Throughout life we find ourselves having to persuade people, to serve the women who conduce them. Some will be relatively open to our influence, if only in be easily won over to subtle ways, while others seem impervious to our charms. Perhaps we find Congress. A woman who looks sideways at this a mystery beyond our control, but that is an ineffective way of dealing you. A woman who with life seducers, whether sexual or social, prefer to pick the odds. As hates her husband, or who often as possible they go toward people who betray some vulnerability to is hated by him. Them, and avoid the ones who cannot be moved. To leave people who are woman who has not had any children. Are inaccessible to you alone is a wise path, you cannot seduce everyone. On the woman who is very fond of other hand, you must actively hunt out the prey that responds the right way. Society, a woman who this will make your seductions that much more pleasurable and satisfying. Is apparently very affectionate toward her. How do you recognize your victims? By the way they respond to you. Husband, the wife of an you should not pay so much attention to their conscious responses, a per actor, a widow. A son who is obviously trying to please or charm you is probably playing to woman fond of enjoyments. A vain your vanity, and wants something from you. Instead, pay greater attention woman, a woman whose to those responses outside conscious control, a blush, an involuntary mere husband is inferior to her. 172, The Art of Seduction, in rank or ability, a roaring of some gesture of yours, an unusual shyness, even perhaps a flash of woman who is proud of her anger or resentment. All of these show that you are having an effect on a skill in the arts. A person who is open to your influence. Woman who is slighted by her husband without any like foul mourn. You can also recognize the right targets by the effect they cause. A woman who's a having on you. Perhaps they make you uneasy, perhaps their core husband is devoted to respond to a deep-rooted childhood ideal, or represents some kind of personal traveling, the wife of a jeweler, a jealous woman, taboo that excites you, or suggest the person you imagine you would be if a covetous woman. You were the opposite sex. When a person has such a deep effect on you, it, the Hindi, art of love, transforms all of your subsequent maneuvers. Your face and gestures, BEDITED, BY, Edward Windsor come more animated. You have more energy. When victims resist you, as a good victim should, you in turn will be more creative, more motivated to overcome their resistance. The seduction will move forward like a good leisure stimulates love, play. Your strong desire will infect the target, and give them the dangerous leisure watches the sensation, that they have a power over you. Of course, you are the one lovelorn, leisure's the cause and sustenance of mately in control since you are making your victims emotional at the right this sweet evil moments, leading them back and forth. Good seducers choose targets that eliminate leisure, and inspire them, but they know how and when to restrain themselves. Cupid's bow is broken, his torches lie lightless, never rush into the waiting arms of the first person who seems to like scorned. As a plain treat you. That is not seduction, but insecurity. The need that draws you will rejoices in wine, as a poplar make for a low-level attachment, and interest on both sides will sag. Look in water, as a marsh reed at the types you have not considered before. That is where you will find in swampy ground. So Venus loves leisure, challenge and adventure. Experienced hunters do not choose their prey by why do you think how easily it is caught? They want the thrill of the chase. A life and death aegis thus became and struggle, the fiercer the better. Adulterer. Easy, he was idle and bored. Although the victim who is perfect for you depends on you, certain everyone else was away at types lend themselves to a more satisfying seduction. Casanova liked young Troy on a lengthy women who were unhappy or had suffered a recent misfortune. Such campaign, all Greece had shipped its contingent women appealed to his desire to play the savior, but it also responded to any across. Suppose necessity, happy people are much harder to seduce. Their contentment makes hankered for warfare. Them inaccessible. It is always easier to fish in troubled waters. Also, an air Argos had no wars to of sadness is itself quite seductive. Genji, the hero of the Japanese novel Offer. Suppose he fancied the courts. Argos lacked the tale of Genji, could not resist a woman with a melancholic air. In litigation. Love was better. Kierkegaard's book The Seducer's Diary, the narrator, Johannes, has won than doing nothing. Main requirement in his victim, she must have imagination. That is why that's how Cupid slips in, that's how he stays. Chooses a woman who lives in a fantasy world, a woman who will envelop, curesforlove, his every gesture in poetry, imagining far more than is there. Just as it is. Translated by Peter Greene. Hard to seduce a person who is happy. It is hard to seduce a person who has no imagination. For women, the manly man is often the perfect victim. Mark Antony, the Chinese haver, was of this type. He loved pleasure, was quite emotional, and when it proverb, when yang is in came to women, found it hard to think straight. He was easy for Cleopatra the ascendant, yin is to manipulate. Once she gained a hold on his emotions, she kept him paborn, which means, translated into our mainly on a string. A woman should never be put off by a man who language, that when a man seems overly aggressive, he is often the perfect victim. It is easy, with a few has devoted the better of coquettish tricks, to turn that aggression around and make him your slave. His life to the ordinary business of living, the yin, such men actually enjoy being made to chase after a woman. Choose the right victim. 173. Be careful with appearances. The person who seems volcanically or emotional side of his cyanate is often hiding insecurity and self-involvement. This was what most nature rises to the surface and demands its rights. Men failed to perceive in the 19th century courtesan Lola Montez. When such a period occurs, she seemed so dramatic, so exciting. In fact, she was a troubled, all that which has formerly obsessed woman, but by the time men discovered this it was too late. They seemed important losers. It had become involved with her, and could not extricate themselves without significance. The wisp of illusion leads months of drama and torture. People who are outwardly distant, or shy are the man hither and thither, often better targets than extroverts. They are dying to be drawn out, and taking him on strange and still waters run deep. Complicated deviations from his former path in life. People with a lot of time on their hands are extremely susceptible to Se Ming Huang, the bright duction. They have mental space for you to fill. Tulia di Aragona, the infant emperor of the Tang Mu's 16th century Italian courtesan, preferred young men as her dynasty, was an example of the profound truth of victims. Besides the physical reason for such a preference, they were more this theory. From the idle than working men with careers, and therefore more defenseless against moment, he saw young and ingenious seductress. On the other hand, You should generally avoid Kuei bathing in the lake near his palace in the people who are preoccupied with business or work. Seduction demands Li Mountains. He was attention, and busy people have too little space in their minds for you to destined to sit at her feet, occupy. Learning from her. According to Freud, seduction begins early in life, in our relationship emotional mysteries of what the Chinese call yin. With our parents. They seduce us physically, both with bodily contact and hibbert, by satisfying desires, such as hunger, and we in turn try to seduce them into embroidered gauze, paying us attention. We are creatures by nature vulnerable to seduction. Portraits of famous throughout our lives. We all want to be seduced. We yearn to be drawn out Chinese ladies of ourselves, out of our routines, and into the drama of Eros. And what draws us more than anything is the feeling that someone has something we don't, a quality we desire. Your perfect victims are often people who think you have something they don't, and who will be enchanted to have it provided for them. Such victims may have a temperament quite the opposite of yours, and this difference will create an exciting tension. When Jiang Qing, later known as Madame Mao, first met Mao Zedong in 1937 in his mountain retreat in western China, she could sense how desperate he was for a bit of color and spice in his life. All the camp's women dressed like the men, and abjured any feminine finery. Jiang had been an actress in Shanghai, and was anything but austere. She supplied what he lacked, and she also gave him the added thrill of being able to educate her in communism, appealing to his Pygmalion complex, the desire to dominate, control, and remake a person. In fact, it was Jiang Qing who controlled her future husband. The greatest lack of all is excitement and adventure, which is precisely what seduction offers. In 1964, the Chinese actor Pu, a man who had gained fame as a female impersonator, met Bernard Bourascout, a young diplomat assigned to the French embassy in China. Bourascout had come to China looking for adventure, and was disappointed to have little contact with Chinese people. Pretending to be a woman who, when still a child, had been forced to live as a boy, supposedly the family already had too many daughters, Pu used the young Frenchman's boredom and 174, the art of seduction discontent to manipulate him. Inventing a story of the deceptions he had had to go through, he slowly drew Bourascout into an affair that would last many years. Bourascout had had previous homosexual encounters, but considered himself heterosexual. Eventually the diplomat was led into spying for the Chinese. All the while, he believed Pu was a woman. His yearning for adventure had made him that vulnerable. Repressed types are perfect victims for a deep seduction. People who repress the appetite for pleasure make ripe victims, particularly later in their lives. The 8th century Chinese Emperor Ming Huang spent much of his reign trying to rid his court of its costly addiction to luxuries, and was himself a model of austerity and virtue. But the moment he saw the concubine Yang Kuei bathing in a palace lake, everything changed. The most charming woman in the realm, she was the mistress of his son. Exerting his power, the emperor won her away, only to become her abject slave. The choice of the right victim is equally important in politics. Mass seducers such as Napoleon or John F. Kennedy offer their public just what it lacks. When Napoleon came to power, the French people's sense of pride was beaten down by the bloody aftermath of the French Revolution. He offered them glory and conquest. Kennedy recognized that Americans were bored with the stultifying comfort of the Eisenhower years. He gave them adventure and risk. More important, he tailored his appeal to the group most vulnerable to it, the younger generation. Successful politicians know that not everyone will be susceptible to their charm, but if they can find a group of believers with a need to be filled, they have supporters who will stand by them no matter what. Symbol, big game. Lions are dangerous. To hunt them is to know the thrill of risk. Leopards are clever and swift, offering the excitement of a difficult chase. Never rush into the hunt. Know your prey and choose it carefully. Do not waste time with small game. the rabbits that back into snares, the mink that walk into a scented trap. Challenge is pleasure. Choose the right victim. 175 Reversal. There is no possible reversal. There is nothing to be gained from trying to seduce the person who is close to you, or who cannot provide the pleasure and chase that you need. Create a false sense of security. Approach indirectly. If you are too direct early on, you risk stirring up a resistance that will never be lowered. At first there must be nothing of the seducer in your manner. The seduction should begin at an angle, indirectly, so that the target only gradually becomes aware of you. Haunt the periphery of your target's life. Approach through a third party, or seem to cultivate a relatively neutral relationship, moving gradually from friend to lover. Arrange an occasional chance encounter, as if you and your target were destined to become acquainted. Nothing is more seductive than a sense of destiny. Lull the target into feeling secure, then strike. Friend to lover. Anne-Marie Louis d'Orléans, the Duchesse de Montpensier, known in 17th century France as La Grande Mademoiselle, had never known love in her life. Her mother had died when she was young, her father remarried and ignored her. She came from one of Europe's most illustrious families. Her grandfather had been King Henry IV, the future King Louis XIV was her cousin. When she was young, matches had been many women adore the pose between her and the widowed King of Spain, the son of the wholly elusive, /hate over eagerness. So, play Roman Emperor, and even cousin Louis himself, among many others. But hard to get, stop boredom. All of these matches were designed for political purposes, or because of her developing. And don't let family's enormous wealth. No one bothered to woo her. She rarely even your entreaties sound to met her suitors. To make matters worse, the Grande Mademoiselle was unconfident of possession. Insinuate sex idealist, who believed in the old-fashioned values of chivalry, courage, hun camouflaged as friendship. Isti, virtue. She loathed the schemers whose motives in courting her were I've seen ultra-stubborn, dubious at best. Whom could she trust? One by one she found a reason to creatures fooled by this gambit, the switch from spurn them. Spinsterhood seemed to be her fate. Companion to stud. In April of 1669, the Grande Mademoiselle, then 42, met one, Ovid, third of love, of the strangest men in the court. The Marquis Antonin Pegulin, later translated by Peter Greene, known as the Duc de Lauzun. A favorite of Louis XIV, the 36-year-old Marquis was a brave soldier with an acid wit. He was also an incurable Don Juan. Although he was short, and certainly not handsome, his impudent manners and his military exploits made him irresistible to on the street. I do not stop women. The Grande Mademoiselle had noticed him some years before, or I exchange admiring his elegance and boldness. But it was only this time, in 1669, that greeting with her but never come close, but always she had a real conversation with him, if a short one, and although she knew strive for distance. Of his ladykiller reputation, she found him charming. A few days later they presumably ran into each other again. This time the conversation was longer, and encounters are clearly noticeable to her. Lauzun proved more intelligent than she had imagined. They talked of the presumably she does playwright Corneille her favorite, of heroism and of other elevated top perceived that on her ICS. Now their encounters became more frequent. They had become Horizon, a new planet, has friends. Anne-Marie noted in her diary that her conversations with Lauzun, loomed, which in its course has encroached disturbingly when they occurred, were the highlight of her day. When he was not at upon hers in a curiously caught, she felt his absence. Surely her encounters with him came frequently undisturbing way, but enough that they could not be accidental on his part. But he always seemed she has no inkling of the law underlying this surprise to see her. At the same time, she recorded feeling uneasy movement. Before strange emotions were stealing up on her, she did not know why. Begin my attack. I must 179 180 The Art of Seduction. First become acquainted. Time passed, and the grande mademoiselle was to leave Paris for A with her and her whole week or two. Now Lawson approached her without warning and made in mental state. Emotional plea to be considered her confidant, the great friend who, Soren Kierkegaard, she would execute any commission she needed done while she was away. He seduces diary, translated BYHOWARDV, and was poetic and chivalrous, but what did he really mean? In her diary, an EDNAH. Marie finally confronted the emotions that had been stirring in her since their first conversation. I told myself, these are not vague musings. There must be an object to all of these feelings, and I could not imagine who it was. Finally, after troubling myself with this for several days, I realized no sooner had he spoken than the bullocks, driven that it was M. de Lawson whom I loved. It was he who had somehow from their mountain slipped into my heart and captured it. Pastures were on their way made aware of the source of her feelings, the grande mademoiselle to the beach. As Jove had directed, they were making became more direct. If Lawson was to be her confidant, she could talk to for the sands where the hymn of marriage, of the matches that were still being offered to her. The daughter Europa of the topic might give him a chance to express his feelings. Perhaps he might. Great King used to play with the young girls of show jealousy. Unfortunately Lawson did not seem to take the hint. In Tyre, who were her comstead, he asked her why she was thinking of marriage at all. She seemed pan-irons. A ban so happy. Besides, who could possibly be worthy of her? This went dunning the dignity of his on for weeks. She could pry nothing personal out of him. In a way, she Scepter, the father and ruler of the gods, whose hand understood, there were the differences in rank, she was far above him, and wields the flaming age. She was 6 years older. Then, a few months later, the wife of the forked bolt, whose Nod King's brother died, and King Louis suggested to the grande mademoiselle shakes the universe, adopted the guise of a bull, that she replace his late sister-in-law, that is, that she marry his brother. And, mingling with the Anne-Marie was disgusted. Clearly the brother was trying to get his hands other bullocks, joined in the on her fortune. She asked Lawson his opinion. As the king's loyal servants, lowing and ambled in the tender grass, a fair sight to he replied, they must obey the royal wish. His answer did not please her, secretary. His hide was white as, and to make things worse, he stopped visiting her, as if it were no longer untrodden snow, snow not proper for them to be friends. This was the last straw. The grande maid, yet melted by the rainy moiselle, told the king she would not marry his brother, and that was that. South wind. The muscles stood out on his neck, and now Anne-Marie met with Lawson, and told him she would write on a deep folds of skin-hung piece of paper the name of the man she had wanted to marry all along. He along his flanks. His horns was to put the paper under his pillow and read it the next morning. When were small, it is true, but so beautifully made that he did. He found the words, "Say vows it is you." Seeing the grande, you would swear they were mademoiselle. The following evening, Lawson said she must have been jock, the work of an artist, mooring. She would make him the laughing stock of the court. She insisted that polished and shining than any jewel. There was no she was serious. He seemed shocked, surprised, but not as surprised as the menace in the set of his rest of the court was a few weeks later, when an engagement was in head or in his eyes. He announced between this relatively low-ranking Don Juan and the second looked completely placid. Agénor's daughter, highest-ranking lady in France, a woman known for both her virtue and a Europa, was filled with her skill at defending it. Admiration for one so handsome and so friendly. But, gentle though he seemed, she was afraid at interpretation. The Duc de Lawson was one of the greatest seducers in first to touch him, then she history, and his slow and steady seduction of the grande mademoiselle went closer, and held out his masterpiece. His method was simple, indirection. Sensing her interest in flowers to his shining lips. The lover was delighted him in that first conversation. He decided to beguile her with friendship. Create a false sense of security. Approach indirectly. 181. He would become her most devoted friend. At first this was charming, and until he could achieve man was taking the time to talk to her, of poetry, history, the deeds of his hoped-for pleasure, kissed her hands. He could war, her favorite subjects. She slowly began to confide in him. Then, I'll scarcely wait for the rest, most without her realizing it. Her feelings shifted. The consummate lady's only with great difficulty man was only interested in friendship. He was not attracted to her as did he restrain himself. Woman. Such thoughts made her aware that she had fallen in love with now he frolicked and played on the green turf him. This, in part, was what eventually made her turn down the match now lay down, all snowy with the king's brother, a decision cleverly and indirectly provoked by white on the yellow sand. Lawson himself, when he stopped visiting her. And how could he be after gradually the princess lost her fear, and with her money or position, or sex, when he had never made any kind of move? Innocent hands she stroked no, the brilliance of Lawson's seduction, was that the grande mademoiselle his breast, when he offered believed it was she who was making all the moves. It for her caress, and hung fresh garlands on his horns. Once you have chosen the right victim, you must get his or her at, till finally she even tent on and stir desire. To move from friendship to love can win success ventured to mount the bull, without calling attention to itself as a maneuver. First, your friendly con little knowing on whose back she was resting. Then conversations with your targets will bring you valuable information about the God drew away from characters, their tastes, their weaknesses, the childhood yearnings that guff the shore by easy stages, and their adult behavior. Lawson, for example, could adapt cleverly to first planting the hooves and Marie's tastes once he had studied her close up. Second, by spending that were part of his disguise in the surf at the time with your targets you can make them comfortable with you. Believing water's edge, and then you are interested only in their thoughts, in their company, they will lower proceeding farther out to their resistance, dissipating the usual tension between the sexes. Now they see, till he bore his booty away over the wide are vulnerable, for your friendship with them has opened the golden gate to stretches of mid-ocean. Their body, their mind. At this point any offhand comment, any slight, ovid, metamorphoses, physical contact, will spark a different thought, which will catch them off. Translated by Mary M. Innisgard. Perhaps there could be something else between you. Once that feeling has stirred, they will wonder why you haven't made a move, and will take the initiative themselves, enjoying the illusion that they are in control. These few reflections lead. There is nothing more effective in seduction than making the seduced us to the understanding think that they are the ones doing the seducing. That, since in attempting a seduction it is up to the man to make the first steps, I do not approach her, I merely skirt the periphery of her for the seducer, to seduce his existence. This is the first web into which she must be nothing more than reducing spun. The distance, in this case that of the difference, Søren Kierkegaard, between the sexes, and that, in order to accomplish this, it is necessary to feminize key to seduction himself, or at least identify himself with the object of his seduction. As what you are after as a seducer is the ability to move people in the Dilan Roger writes, direction you want them to go. But the game is perilous. The mo there is a seduction, it is the seducer who is first lead meant. They suspect they are acting under your influence. They will become astray, in the sense that he resentful. We are creatures who cannot stand feeling that we are obeying abdicates his own sex. Someone else's will. Should your targets catch on, sooner or later they will. Seduction undoubtedly aims at sexual turn against you. But what if you can make them do what you want them? Consummation, but it only to without their realizing it. What if they think they are in control? That is gets there in creating a kind. 182, The Art of Seduction of Simulacra of Gomorrah. The power of indirection, and no seducer can work his or her magic with the seducer is nothing out it. More than a lesbian. The first move to master is simple. Once you have chosen the right son, you must make the target come to you. If, in the opening stages, l'imaginaire de la Seduction de Don Giovanni can make your targets think that they are the ones making the first Mick Jagger approach, you have won the game. There will be no resentment, no perverse counterreaction, no paranoia. To make them come to you requires giving them space. This can be as Jupiter was hurrying busily to and fro, accomplished in several ways. You can haunt the periphery of their axis. He stopped short at the tense, letting them notice you in different places, but never approaching sight of an Arcadian them. You will get their attention this way, and if they want to bridge the maiden, the fire of passion kindled the very gap, they will have to come to you. You can befriend them, as Lawson did marrow of his bones. This the grande mademoiselle, moving steadily closer, while always maintaining girl, was not one who spent the distance appropriate for friends of the opposite sex. You can also play her time in spinning soft fibers of wool, or in cat and mouse with them, first seeming interested, then stepping back, arranging her hair in actively luring them to follow you into your web. Whatever you do, and different styles. She was whatever kind of seduction you are practicing, you must at all cost avoid one of Diana's warriors, the natural tendency to crowd your targets. Do not make the mistake of wearing her tunic pinned together with a brooch, her thinking they will lose interest unless you apply pressure, or that they will tresses carelessly caught enjoy a flood of attention. Too much attention early on will actually just back by a white ribbon, suggest insecurity, and raise doubts as to your motives. Worst of all, it gives and carrying in her hand a light javelin, or your targets no room for imagination. Take a step back, let the thoughts bow. The sun on you are provoking come to them as if they were their own. This is doubly high had passed its zenith, important if you are dealing with someone who has a deep effect on you. When she entered a grove whose trees had never felt we can never really understand the opposite sex. They are always mice the axe. Here she took her IOUs to us, and it is this mystery that provides the tension, so delightful in quiver from her shoulders, seduction, but it is also a source of unease. Freud famously wondered what unstrung her pliant bow, and lay down on the women really wanted, even to this most insightful of psychological turf, resting her head on thinkers, the opposite sex was a foreign land. For both men and women, her painted quiver. When there are deep-rooted feelings of fear and anxiety in relation to the oppo, Jupiter saw her thus, tired sight sex. In the initial stages of a seduction, then, you must find ways to an unprotected, he said. Here is a secret of calm any sense of mistrust that the other person may experience. A sense which my wife will know of danger and fear can heighten the seduction later on, but if you stir such nothing, or if she does get emotions in the first stages, you will more likely scare the target away. As to know of it, it will be worth her reproaches. Tablish a neutral distance, seem harmless, and you give yourself room to without wasting time he move. Casanova cultivated a slight femininity in his character, an interest assumed the appearance in clothes, theatre, domestic matters, that young girls found comforting. And the dress of Diana, and spoke to the girl. The Renaissance courtesan Tulia di Aragona, developing friendships with the dearest of all my great thinkers and poets of her time, talked of literature and philosophy, companions, he said, anything but the boudoir and anything but the money that was also her, where have you been goal? Johannes, the narrator of Soren Kierkegaard's The Seducer's Diary, fall hunting. On what mountain ridges? She lows his target, Cordelia, from a distance, when their paths cross, he is raised herself from the light and apparently shy. As Cordelia gets to know him, he doesn't frighten grass, greeting, divine her. In fact he is so innocuous, she begins to wish he were less so. Mistress, she cried, greater in my sight than Duke Ellington, the great jazz artist and a consummate seducer, would create a false sense of security. approach indirectly. 183 initially dazzle the ladies with his good looks, stylish clothing, and Jove himself. I care not charisma. But once he was alone with a woman, he would take a slight step if he hears me. Jove laughed to hear her words back, becoming excessively polite, making only small talk. Banal converser, delighted to be preferred to Tyon, can be a brilliant tactic. It hypnotizes the target. The dullness of your himself, he kissed her, not front gives the subtlest suggestive word, the slightest look, and amplified with the restraint becoming power. Never mention love and you make its absence speak volumes. You're to a maiden's kisses, and as she began to tell of her victims will wonder why you never discuss your emotions, and as they have hunting exploits in the such thoughts, they will go further, imagining what else is going on in your forest. He prevented her by mind. They will be the ones to bring up the topic of love or affection. De his embrace, and betrayed his real self by a shameful liberate dullness has many applications. In psychotherapy, the doctor makes action. So far from monosyllabic responses to draw patients in, making them relax and open complying, she resisted up. In international negotiations, Henry Kissinger would lull diplomats him as far as a woman could. But how could A with boring details, then strike with bold demands? Early in a seduction, girl overcome a man, and less colorful words are often more effective than vivid ones. The target who could defeat Jupiter tunes them out, looks at your face, begins to imagine, fantasize, fall under he had his way, and return to the upper air. Your spell. Getting to your targets through other people is extremely effective. In Ovid, Metamorphoses, translated by Mary M., in Filtrate their circle, and you are no longer a stranger. Before the 17th century seducer Count de Grandmorne made a move, he would befriend his target's chambermaid, her valet, a friend, even a lover. In this way he could I had rather hear my dog gather information, finding a way to approach her in an unthreatening bark at a crow than a man manner. He could also plant ideas, saying things the third party was likely swear he loves me. To repeat, things that would intrigue the lady, particularly when they came, Beatrice, in William from someone she knew. Shakespeare, much ado about nothing Ninon de l'Enclos, the 17th century courtesan and strategist of seduction, believed that disguising one's intentions was not only a necessity, it added to the pleasure of the game. A man should never declare his feel. I know of a man whose ings, she felt, particularly early on. It is irritating and provokes mistrust. A beloved was completely woman is much better persuaded that she is loved by what she guesses than friendly and at ease with by what she is told, Ninon once remarked. Often a person's haste endure him, but if he had disclosed by the least clearing his or her feelings comes from a false desire to please, thinking this gesture that he was in love, will flatter the other. But the desire to please can annoy and offend. Chill the beloved would have dren, cats, and coquettes draw us to them by apparently not trying, even by become as remote from him as the Pleiades, whose seeming uninterested. Learn to disguise your feelings and let people figure stars hang so high in out what is happening for themselves. Heaven. It is a sort of in all arenas of life. You should never give the impression that you are statesmanship that is required in such cases, the angling for something that will raise a resistance that you will never lower. Party concerned was learn to approach people from the side. Mute your colors, blend in, seem enjoying the pleasure of his unthreatening, and you will have more room to maneuver later on. The loved one's company same holds true in politics, where overt ambition often frightens people. Intensely and to the last degree, but if he had so Vladimir Ilyich Lenin at first glance looked like an everyday Russian, he much as hinted at his inner dress like a worker, spoke with a peasant accent, had no air of greatness. Feelings he would have this made the public feel comfortable and identify with him. Yet beneath attained, but a miserable fraction of the beloved's this apparently bland appearance, of course, was a deeply clever man who favor, and endured into the was always maneuvering. By the time people realized this it was too late. Bargain all the arrogance 184, The Art of Seduction, and Caprice of which love is symbol, the spider's web. The spider finds an innocuous corner incapable which to spin its web. The longer the web takes, the more fabulous. Ibn The Ring of the Dove, a treatise on its construction, yet few really notice it. Its gossamer threads are art and practice of Arab love translated by J. Nearly invisible. The spider has no need to chase for food, or arbor even to move. It quietly sits in the corner, waiting for its victims to come to it on their own, and ensnare themselves in the web. Reversal in warfare, you need space to align your troops, room to maneuver. The more space you have, the more intricate your strategy can be. But sometimes it is better to overwhelm the enemy, giving them no time to think or react. Although Casanova adapted his strategies to the woman in question, he would often try to make an immediate impression, stirring her desire at the first encounter. Perhaps he would perform some gallantry, rescuing a woman in danger. Perhaps he would dress so that his target would notice him in a crowd. In either case, once he had the woman's attention, he would move with lightning speed. A siren like Cleopatra tries to have an immediate physical effect on men, giving her victims no time or space to retreat. She uses the element of surprise. The first period of your contact with someone can involve a level of desire that will never be repeated. Boldness will carry the day. But these are short seductions. The sirens and the Casanovas only get pleasure from the number of their victims, moving quickly from conquest to conquest, and this can be tiring. Casanova burned himself out. Sirens, insatiable, are never satisfied. The indirect, carefully constructed seduction may reduce the number of your conquests, but more than compensate by their quality. Send mixed signals once people are aware of your presence, and perhaps vaguely intrigued. You need to stir their interest before it settles on someone else. What is obvious and striking may attract their attention at first, but that attention is often short-lived. In the long run, ambiguity is much more potent. Most of us are much too obvious, instead, be hard to figure out. Send mixed signals, both tough and tender, both spiritual and earthy, both innocent and cunning. A mix of qualities suggests depth, which fascinates even as it confuses. An elusive, enigmatic aura will make people want to know more, drawing them into your circle. Create such a power by hinting at something contradictory within you. Good and Bad. In 1806, when Prussia and France were at war, Auguste, the handsome 24-year-old Prince of Prussia, and nephew of Frederick the Great, was captured by Napoleon. Instead of locking him up, Napoleon allowed him to wander around French territory, keeping a close watch on him through spies. The prince was devoted to pleasure, and spent his time. Ricaurte had seen Juliet moving from town to town, seducing young girls. In 1807 he decided to at another ball, protesting visit the Château de Coppet, in Switzerland, where lived the great French coily, that she would not write a Madame de Staël dance, and then, after a while, throwing off her Auguste was greeted by his hostess with as much ceremony as she could heavy evening gown to muster. After she had introduced him to her other guests, they all retired to reveal a light dresser drawing room, where they talked of Napoleon's war in Spain, the current underneath. On all sides, there were murmurs and Paris fashions, and so on. Suddenly the door opened and another guest whisperings about her turd, a woman who had somehow stayed in her room during the hubbub, coquetry and affectation of the prince's entrance. It was the 30-year-old Madame Récamier. As ever, she wore white satin, cut very low in the Madame de Staël's closest friend. She introduced herself to the prince, then back, revealing her quickly retired to her bedroom. Charming shoulders. The Auguste had known that Madame Récamier was at the chateau. In fact, men implored her to dance for them. Tissoft he had heard many stories about this infamous woman, who, in the year's music she floated into the after the French Revolution, was considered the most beautiful in France. Room in her diaphanous men had gone wild over her, particularly at balls when she would take off Greek robe. Her head was bound with a muslin fichu. Her evening wrap, revealing the diaphanous white dresses that she had made, she bowed timidly to the famous, and danced with such abandon. The painters Gerard and David had audience and then immortalized her face and fashions, and even her feet, considered the most spinning round lightly. She shook a transparent scarf beautiful anyone had ever seen, and she had broken the heart of Lucien with her fingertips, so that Bonaparte, the Emperor Napoleon's brother, Auguste, liked his girls in turns. It billowed into the younger than Madame Récamier, and he had come to the chateau to rest. Semblance of a drapery, but those few moments in which she had stolen the scene with her sudden veil, a cloud. All this with a strange blend of precision. Entrance caught him off guard. She was as beautiful as people had said, but in languor. She used her more striking than her beauty was that look of hers that seemed so sweet, eyes in a subtle fascinating, indeed heavenly, with a hint of sadness in the eyes. The other guests conway, she danced with her eyes. The women continued their conversations, but Auguste could only think of Madame. Thought that all that Récamier, serpentine undulating of the body, all that over dinner that evening, he watched her. She did not talk much, and nonchalant rhythmic kept her eyes downward, but once or twice she looked up, directly at the nodding of the head, were Prince. After dinner the guests assembled in the gallery, and a harp was sensuous. The men were wafted into a realm of brought-in. To the prince's delight, Madame Récamier began to play 187-188, The Art of Seduction, Unearthly Bliss. Juliet was singing a love song. And now, suddenly, she changed. There was a roguish and fatal, and much look in her eye as she glanced at him. The angelic voice, the glances, the more dangerous for looking energy animating her face, sent his mind reeling. He was confused. When like an angel. The music grew fainter. Suddenly, the same thing happened the next night. The prince decided to extend his adept trick, Juliet's stay at the chateau. Chestnut hair was loosened in the days that followed. The prince and Madame Récamier took walks and fell in clouds around her. A little out of breath, together, rode out on the lake, and attended dances, where he finally held she disappeared into her in his arms. They would talk late into the night. But nothing grew clear dimly lit boudoir. And to him, she would seem so spiritual, so noble, and then there would be there the crowd followed her and beheld her reclining, a touch of the hand, a sudden flirtatious remark. After 2 weeks at the on her daybed in a loose chateau, the most eligible bachelor in Europe forgot all his libertine habits, tea gown, looking, and proposed marriage to Madame Récamier. He would convert to Catholic, fashionably pale, like schism, her religion, and she would divorce her much older husband. She Gerard's psyche, while her maids cooled her brow with, had told him her marriage had never been consummated, and so the toilet water Catholic Church could annul it. She would then come to live with him in Margaret Traunsee, Prussia. Madame promised to do as he wished. The prince hurried off to Madame Récamier, Prussia, to seek the approval of his family, and Madame returned to Paris to secure the required annulment. Auguste flooded her with love letters and waited. Time passed, he felt he was going mad. Then, finally, a letter, the idea that two distinct elements are combined in she had changed her mind. Mona Lisa's smile is one. Some months later, Madame Récamier sent Auguste a gift, Gerard's F.A. that has struck several moves, painting of her reclining on a sofa. The prince spent hours in front of critics. They accordingly find in the beautiful it, trying to pierce the mystery behind her gaze. He had joined the comme Florentine's expression the pain of her conquests, of men like the writer Benjamin Constant, who most perfect representation said of her, she was my last love. For the rest of my life, I was like a tree of the contrasts that struck by lightning, dominate the erotic life of women, the contrast between reserve and seduction, and between the interpretation. Madame Récamier's list of conquests became only more most devoted tenderness, and a sensuality that is impressive as she grew older, there was Prince Metternich, the Duke of Ruthlessly Demanding, Wellington, the writers Constant and Chateaubriand. For all of these men consuming men, as if she was an obsession, which only increased in intensity when they were alien beings. Away from her. The source of her power was twofold. First, she had an Sigmund Freud, Leonardo-gelic face, which drew men to her. It appealed to paternal instincts, charmed Da Vinci and a memory of his childhood, translating with its innocence. But then there was a second quality peaking. B.Y. Allen Tyson threw, in the flirtatious looks, the wild dancing, the sudden gaiety, all these caught men off guard. Clearly there was more to her than they had thought, an intriguing complexity. When alone, they would find them Oscar Wilde's hands selves pondering these contradictions, as if a poison were coursing through were fat and flabby, his handshake lacked grip, and their blood. Madame Recamier was an enigma, a problem that had to be at a first encounter one solved. Whatever it was that you wanted, whether a coquettish she-devil, or recoiled from its plushy and unattainable goddess, she could seem to be. She surely encouraged this limpness, but this aversion was soon overcome when illusioned by keeping her men at a certain distance, so they could never figure he began to talk, for her out. And she was the queen of the calculated effect, like her surprised genuine kindliness, an entrance at the Château de Coppet, which made her the center of aton desire to please made one forget what was unpleasant tie-on, if only for a few seconds. Send mixed signals. 189 The seductive process involves filling someone's mind with your image. In his physical appearance your innocence, or your beauty, or your flirtatiousness can attract thereat and contact, gave charm to his manners, and grace to tent on, but not their obsession. They will soon move on to the next striking his precision of speech. The image. To deepen their interest, you must hint at a complexity that cannot first sight of him affected be grasped in a week or two. You are an elusive mystery, an irresistible lure, people in various ways. Promising great pleasure if only it can be possessed. Once they begin to some could hardly restrain their laughter, others felt fantasize about you. They are on the brink of the slippery slope of seduct hostile. A few were afflicted tie-on, and will not be able to stop themselves from sliding down. With the creeps, many were conscious of being uneasy, but except for a small minority, who could artificial and natural never recover from the first sensation of distaste, and so kept out of his way. Both the big Broadway hit of 1881 was Gilbert and Sullivan's operetta Par Sexes found him irresistible. Teens, a satire on the bohemian world of aesthetes and dandies that had and to the young men have become so fashionable in London. To cash in on this vogue, the operetta's his time, says W. B. Yeats. He was like a triumphant promoters decided to invite one of England's most infamous aesthetes to an audacious figure from America for a lecture tour. Oscar Wilde. Only 27 at the time, another age. Wilde was more famous for his public persona than for his small body of Hesketh Pearson, Oscar work. The American promoters were confident that their public would be Wilde, his life and wit fascinated by this man, whom they imagined as always walking around with a flower in his hand, but they did not expect it to last. He would do a few lectures, then the novelty would wear off, and they would ship him home. Once upon a time there the money was good and Wilde accepted. On his arrival in New York, was a magnet, and in its customs man asked him whether he had anything to declare. I have noth close neighborhood lived some steel filings. One daying to declare, he replied, except my genius. 2 or 3 little filings felt the invitations poured in. New York society was curious to meet this a sudden desire to go an oddity. Women found Wilde enchanting, but the newspapers were less visit the magnet, and they kind. The New York Times called him an aesthetic sham. Then, a weak AF began to talk of what a pleasant thing it would be to his arrival. He gave his first lecture. The hall was packed, more than a to do. Other filings nearby 1,000 people came, many of them just to see what he looked like. They overheard they were not disappointed. Wilde did not carry a flower, and was taller than conversation, and they, too, became infected with the they had expected. but he had long flowing hair and wore a green velvet same desire. Still others suit and cravat, as well as knee breeches and silk stockings. Many in the AU joined them, till at last all diants were put off. As they looked up at him from their seats, the filings began to discuss the matter, and more a nation of his large size and pretty attire were rather repulsive. Some people more their vague desire openly laughed, others could not hide their unease. They expected to hate grew into an impulse. The man. Then he began to speak. "Why not go today?" said one of them, but others. The subject was that English Renaissance, the art for art's sake, were of opinion that it movement in late 19th century England. Wilde's voice proved hyp, would be better to wait notic. He spoke in a kind of meter, mannered and artificial, and few really until tomorrow understood what he was saying, but the speech was so witty and it flowed. Meanwhile, without their having noticed it, they had his appearance was certainly strange, but overall, no New Yorker had ever been involuntarily moving seen or heard such an intriguing man, and the lecture was a huge success. Nearer to the magnet, even the newspapers warmed up to it. In Boston a few weeks later, some which lay there quite still, apparently taking no heed, 60 Harvard boys had prepared an ambush. They would make fun of this of them. And so they went effeminate poet by dressing in knee breeches, carrying flowers, and AP on discussing, all the time 190 The Art of Seduction, insensibly drawing near, applauding far too loudly at his entrance. Wilde was not the least bit flustered. To their neighbor, and the audience laughed hysterically at his improvised comments, and when more they talked, the more the boys heckled him. He kept his dignity, betraying no anger at all. Once they felt the impulse growing stronger, till the contrast between his manner and his physical appearance made more impatient ones him seem rather extraordinary. Many were deeply impressed, and Wilde declared that they would go as well on his way to becoming a sensation. That day, whatever the rest did. Some were heard to the short lecture tour turned into a cross-country affair. In San Fran say that it was their duty. Cisco, this visiting lecturer on art and aesthetics, proved able to drink every to visit the magnet, and one under the table and play poker, which made him the hit of the season. They ought to have gone on his way back from the West Coast. Wilde was to make stops in Colo long ago. And, while they talked, they moved always Roddo, and was warned that if the pretty boy poet dared to show up in the nearer and nearer, without mining town of Leadville, he would be hung from the highest tree. It was realizing that they had an invitation Wilde could not refuse. Arriving in Leadville, he ignored the moved. Then, at last, the impatient ones prevailed, hecklers and nasty looks. He toured the mines, drank and played cards, then, and with one irresistible, lectured on Botticelli and Cellini in the saloons. Like everyone else, the impulse, the whole body miners fell under his spell, even naming a mine after him. One cowboy was cried out, "There is no use waiting. We will go today." Heard to say, "That fellow is some art guy, but he can drink any of us under. We will go now. We will the table and afterwards carry us home two at a time. Go at once." And then in one unanimous mass they swept along, and in another moment were interpretation. In a fable he improvised at dinner once, Oscar Wilde talked clinging fast to the magnet about some steel filings that had a sudden desire to visit a nearby magnet. On every side. Then as they talked to each other about this, they found themselves moving. Magnet smiled, for the steel filings had no doubt closer to the magnet without realizing how or why. Finally they were swept at all, but that they were in one mass to the magnet's side. Then the magnet smiled, for the steel paying that visit of their filings had no doubt at all, but that they were paying that visit of their own free will. Own free will. Such was the